Chapter 1. Jiang City. In the administrative office of the 5th High School. Zhou, after discussing with the school's leaders, your guaranteed spot in the university has been cancelled. It's been given to Jin Jinnan. Jin Jingmao, the academic director, said as he sat on the chair behind the desk. His tone was stiff as he expressionlessly gave Zhou his notice. Wow, a notice, without any reason. A student wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a faint smile on his lips stood beside Jin Jingmao. This was Jin Jinnan. On what grounds? Zhou rose from his chair suddenly. Anger appeared on his handsome face as he looked straight at the academic director, his gaze as piercing as a knife. 5th High School only had 3 guaranteed spots for the martial arts university. Only 3 students in this batch of third-year students broke through to the 3rd level on their life field energy and met the guaranteed admission criteria. He was one of the 3 students. The school had given him one of the guaranteed spots for some time. However, Jin Jingmao, the academic director, suddenly cancelled his spot and replaced him with Jin Jinnan. How could he not be angry? This guaranteed spot was very important. It could directly change a person's fate. He would be able to receive better guidance and also obtain more cultivation resources after entering the martial arts university. In fact, there was even a chance to obtain the precious genetic potion. These were all important factors that could awaken one's genes and allow one to advance as a martial artist. A martial artist was one step away from the heavens. He would become a being superior to others. Therefore, Zhou would never allow his spot to be replaced by someone else. Of course, he could also pass the college entrance examination and enter the martial arts university, but the examination itself was filled with variables. Only a fool would want to take any undue risk since there was a 100% chance. On what grounds? There is no ground. Zhou, I'm notifying you, not discussing this matter with you. Let's leave this matter at that. The academic director Jin Jingmao looked at Zhou coldly, not taking him seriously at all. Zhou clenched his fists, preparing to punch the fat face of this academic director. I disagree. The door of the administrative office was violently pushed open. A female teacher quickly walked in just as Zhou was to take action. She had long leather boots, a tight skirt, and short hair, a valiant beauty. Unfortunately, her temperament was very fierce and sharp, like a scimitar. Anyone who met her gaze would feel as if their throats were cut. Big Sister Saber. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. This Big Sister Saber was his homeroom teacher. When the academic director Jin Jingmao saw Big Sister Saber approaching at a slow speed, his pupils constricted slightly before he greeted her with a smile. Teacher Li Go. This woman had a mysterious background. She seemed to be from a large family in Guangdong Bay City, which made him a little afraid. Bang. Big Sister Saber slammed her palms on the desk with her brows knitted so tightly together it looked like a knife. She stared coldly at Jin Jingmao and said, Jin Jingmao, you suddenly replaced Zhou's guaranteed spot with Jin Jinnan. Are you trying to play favoritism because Jin Jinnan is your nephew? Teacher Li Go, you can spew what you eat but keep your opinions to yourself. Jin Jingmao's face darkened. As the academic director, it's my duty to hand the spot to a more suitable student. What do you mean by more suitable? Tell me. Big Sister Saber raised her eyebrows and said. I remember that Jin Jinnan's life field energy hasn't reached the minimum requirement yet, even though he is not a bad student. Zhou, on the other hand, had achieved the minimum requirement a few months ago. Ahem. Jin Jinnan, who had been standing still, suddenly coughed lightly. He focused everyone's attention on him and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then, he chuckled and said, Teacher, my life field has broken through to the 3rd level. I'm also an advanced apprentice now. Big Sister Saber's eyes narrowed. Zhou also sized up his classmate Jin Jinnan. He knew that things might become troublesome. Big Sister Saber probably couldn't solve the problem even if she wanted to help him. Breaking through to the 3rd level of life field energy was the signal of becoming an advanced apprentice. Advanced apprentices met the requirements for the guaranteed spots. As such, academic director Jin Jingmao had plenty of excuses to choose Jin Jinnan. As expected, Jin Jingmao said, Teacher Li Go, I respect you. I'm very happy that you can think for your students, but please respect my choice as well. Jin Jinnan is clearly more suitable than Zhou. Besides, Zhou and Jin Jinnan are both your students. I hope you won't be biased. Humph, of course I won't be biased. Big Sister Saber snorted. Even if Jin Jinnan has also become an advanced apprentice, it doesn't mean that he's more suitable than Zhou. Zhou became an advanced apprentice a few months before him. I naturally have my reasons. Academic Director Jin Jingmao said indifferently, looking at Zhou with slight disdain. Zhou and Jin Jinnan are both advanced apprentices. However, Zhou is still cultivating the basic breathing technique and D-rank combat techniques that he learned for free from school. Jin Jinnan has not only cultivated my Jin family's flowing wind breathing technique, a C-rank breathing technique, he has also cultivated several C-grade combat techniques like the killing fist. Based on this, I think Jin Jinnan is more suitable. Big Sister Saber's gaze was cold. Jin Jingmao's reason did not convince her. Humph, a person's strength depends on their true combat strength, not some breathing or combat techniques. Let Jin Jinnan and I battle and we'll know who's stronger. Zhou said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Jin Jinnan with a fighting spirit. He wanted to defeat Jin Jinnan in front of him and slap Jin Jingmao's face ruthlessly. The academic director's gaze turned cold and he was about to reprimand Zhou, seeing how he did not accept his fate. However, Jin Jinnan spoke first, pushing the glasses between his eyebrows and chuckled. Zhou, I'll give you a chance since you want to compete so that the others wouldn't say that I'm bullying you. The top 10 high schools in Jiang City will hold an elite trial in a month. All the advanced apprentices are eligible to participate. We'll compete to see who has a higher ranking. Whoever has a higher ranking will naturally be more outstanding. The guaranteed spot will naturally belong to the one that is outstanding. Alright. Let's compete in the elite trial. Zhou's eyes lit up. Big Sister Saber had no objections to the agreement between Zhou and Jin Jinnan. On the other hand, Jin Jingmao, the academic director, frowned. He seemed a little dissatisfied that Jin Jinnan had given Zhou a chance. Suddenly, Jin Jinnan approached Zhou and whispered in his ear, Zhou, don't tell me you really think that you have a chance to defeat me. I'm giving you a chance because I want everyone to clearly see that you, a so-called commoner genius, is actually only average. You have a great reputation. I can use you as a stepping board to get to the top. Is that so? Let's see who is on the stepping board then. A bone-chilling coldness flashed across Zhou's eyes. It settled then. Big Sister Saber signaled Zhou with her eyes and left the administrative office with him. Jinnan, why did you give him a chance? Do you know that this guaranteed spot is very important to you and the family? We cannot let any accidents happen. Jin Jingmao questioned Jin Jinnan unhappily as soon as Big Sister Saber and Zhou left. Second uncle, of course I know the importance of the guaranteed spot. However, if I don't give him a chance today, will Big Sister Saber give up just like that? Everyone in the school knows that she thinks very highly of Zhou. I'm afraid the matter will be even more troublesome if she brings the matter to the principal. Jin Jinnan said with a slightly gloomy expression. Damn it, I would have fired her if it weren't for this woman's background. Jin Jingmao slammed his hand on the desk, his face full of anger. Then why did you set the competition for the elite a month later? Why didn't you defeat Zhou on the spot and make that woman speechless? Jin Jingmao asked again. This is just for the sake of caution. Zhou became an advanced apprentice a few months earlier than me after all. Moreover, he's a famous commoner genius in the school. His combat strength cannot be underestimated. I just became an advanced apprentice not long ago. I haven't fully familiarized myself with the C-rank combat techniques yet. I set the competition a month later in order to prevent any accidents. I'll be able to master the C-rank combat techniques with third uncle's guidance in a month's time. It will be easy to defeat Zhou. Jin Jinnan said cautiously. The guaranteed spot was indeed very important to him. He had to be very careful. Jin Jingmao nodded slightly in agreement after listening to Jin Jinnan's explanation. No way. I'm still worried. It's too difficult to have a genetic awakening to become a true martial artist. This guaranteed spot is related to whether you can become a true martial artist. It's very important to you and your family. No accidents can happen. It's better if I get a few people to cripple Zhou. That way, nothing will go wrong. Jin Jingmao exuded a sinister and cold aura. When Jin Jinnan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not object to his second uncle's decision. What he wanted was a 100% guaranteed spot, and if his second uncle could cripple Zhou and make him lose, he naturally had no objections. Sister Dao walked in front of Zhou on the shaded path of the campus. Zhou, even though Jin Jingmao's words are unpleasant, he's right about some things. Your cultivation resources are too poor compared to Jin Jinnan. How about this? Come to me early every morning for the next month. I'll teach you a few practical combat skills. Big Sister Saber left quickly without waiting for Zhou's reply after she finished speaking. Zhou looked at Sister Saber's departing figure with gratitude in his eyes. He would probably not have advanced to an advanced apprentice yet if not for Sister Saber's constant guidance all these years. Sister Dao had helped him out again this time. Otherwise, his guaranteed spot would probably be given to Jin Jinnan by the academic director without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to fight for it. Jin Jinnan, you want to snatch my spot away? Let's see if you have the ability. Zhou muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He also felt pressured at the same time. Jin Jinnan's conditions were much better than his, even though he became an advanced apprentice 3 months later than him. Not only was he able to learn the C-rank breathing techniques, he was also able to learn several C-rank combat techniques. He even had the guidance of a true martial artist. Zhou did not have any of these. It was obvious that this was going to be a tough battle, but he had to fight it anyway. He could only cultivate with all his might. Every bit of improvement matters. Zhou thought carefully about his next cultivation plan when a cool feeling suddenly surged in his mind and blurred his eyes. The next moment, a semi-transparent attribute box appeared in front of him while a lot of information swarmed his mind. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5. Attribute Points, 5. Basic Breathing Technique, D-Rank Level 3, cannot be upgraded. Curved Hand Blade, D-Rank Level 2, Proficient Realm, upgradable. Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw this familiar attribute board. Then, a sense of joy took him. 17 years. I've been in this world for 17 years. Do you know how I've lived all this time? My cheat code, you're finally here. No, it's not a cheat code. It's my talent. You've finally awakened. Zhou read the information that appeared in his mind with a smile blooming on his face. His life was about to take off. Chapter 2. Zhou looked at the translucent attribute panel in front of him in excitement. He was naturally unwilling to be an ordinary person since he transmigrated to a world with supernatural powers. Moreover, monsters were rampant in this world. There were often powerful monsters that barged into human cities and caused terrifying disasters. Being just an ordinary person would cause him to be too insecure. For the past 3 years, I've given up on rest and recreation, spending all my time cultivating the basic breathing technique and squeezing out my body's potential like a madman. I'd barely made it to an advanced apprentice. However, my life field energy stopped increasing no matter how hard I cultivated once it reached 3.5 points. This means that my potential has basically reached its limit. I'm far, far away from becoming a true martial artist unless there's a special opportunity. It's precisely because of this that I value the guaranteed spot in the martial arts university so much. Hope has reignited now that I've awakened the attribute board. Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart so that he could internalize the new information in his mind and study the attribute board in front of him. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5. Attribute Points, 5. Basic Breathing Technique, D-Rank Level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Curved Hand Blade, D-Rank Level 2, Proficient Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. The function of the attribute board was very simple, to modify and upgrade attributes. I'll upgrade the Curved Hand Blade. With a thought, Zhou's imaginary finger pressed hard on a plus on the attribute board. The attribute board flashed instantly. A memory that he never had but became very familiar appeared in his mind. These memories were very monotonous. It was him, practicing the curved hand blade, alone. In the end, the curved hand blade broke through to a new realm. Using the attribute board to upgrade combat techniques allowed him to obtain both the process and the end result. It was as if the breakthrough was the result of his own hard work. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5. Attribute Points, 2. Basic Breathing Technique, D-Rank Level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Curved Hand Blade, D-Class Level 3, Mastery Realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Upgrading the curved hand blade to the 3rd level means I've achieved mastery in it. Zhou was shocked when he saw the change in information on his attribute board. The curved hand blade was a D-rank combat technique which was not very difficult to cultivate. Even so, it was still very difficult for an apprentice to cultivate it to Mastery Realm. At the very least, he did not know anyone in the entire 5th high school who has achieved the Mastery Realm on a combat technique. It took me 3 years to cultivate the curved hand blade to the Proficient Realm. Now, I've upgraded it to the Mastery Realm with just a thought. This feels awesome. Zhou exclaimed in his heart. He wanted to test out the power of the Mastery Realm curved hand blade immediately, so he quickly walked to a small forest at the edge of the campus. Bang! He kicked a banyan tree after confirming there was no one near the vicinity. The tree shook violently, and nearly 100 yellow-green leaves floated down. Zhou's eyes lit up. His entire body turned into an afterimage. His hands became 2 extremely sharp knives, slashing white arcs in the air. This time, he used the curved hand blade. It felt very different from before. In the past, there would be a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air when he used it. This time, there was just a faint hissing sound in the air, like the sound of a snake's breath. This was a sign that his power was more condensed and his control more precise. At that moment, Zhou's hands seemed to have really turned into 2 sharp blades that slashed across the surface of the fallen leaves. A smooth crack appeared in the middle of the fallen leaves before they split into 2. Zhou's gaze swept across a nearby boulder. With a wave of his hand, a corner of the boulder was cut off with a poof. A smooth plane appeared where the corner had been cut. A Mastery Realm curved hand blade is indeed much more powerful than when it was at the Proficient Realm. In the past, even though I could also slice fallen leaves and large rocks, the cut marks were irregular, and my strength was neither concentrated nor sharp. Zhou looked at the fallen leaves and big rock that had been cut smooth. He could not help but laugh. Now that he has achieved Mastery Realm curved hand blade, his actual combat strength has greatly increased. If Mastery Realm curved hand blade has such power, what will its prowess be if I achieve Perfection or even Intent Realms? I'm afraid its power will be even more terrifying. I might not have the C-rank breathing technique nor the C-rank breathing techniques, but I have absolute confidence in defeating Jin Jinan if I can advance the curved hand blade to the Perfection Realm. The degree of control of combat techniques was split into the 5 major realms: Basic Realm, Proficient Realm, Mastery Realm, Perfection Realm, and Intent Realm. The higher the realm, the greater the combat strength. Zhou's curved hand blade was a Mastery Realm D-rank combat technique, but it was comparable to a Basic Realm C-rank combat technique. If his D-rank combat technique reached Perfection Realm, its might would surpass that of a Basic Realm of the C-rank combat technique. The higher the level of the combat technique, the harder it was to comprehend and cultivate. C-rank combat techniques actually corresponded to Awakening Realm martial artists. Genetic power was involved. A student would not be able to truly master a C-rank combat technique even if they studied it. Therefore, Zhou concluded that Jin Jinan would not even be able to achieve the basic realm of the C-rank combat techniques that he was cultivating. I should be able to defeat Jin Jinan with my current life field energy in the mastery realm of the curved hand blade. However, it's best to cultivate the curved hand blade to perfection realm just in case. The most important thing now is to increase my attribute points as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Zhou strode towards the school cafeteria. The attribute points came from the excess energy in his body. The only method he could think of increasing the excess energy was to eat. The richer the nutrition of the food he ate, the faster he would accumulate attribute points. Not long after Zhou left the forest, 2 beautiful girls appeared. Qianqian, you've already gotten a guaranteed spot. You can definitely enter the martial arts university. Why are you still working so hard? One of the girls asked. The martial arts university is just a higher level platform than our school. There are many things that have to be competed for. After entering it, I would still have to attract their attention if I want to obtain more resources and be selected for nurturing. The elite trial in a month's time will be my chance to shine. Therefore, I have to work hard and strive to enter the top 30. Lu Qianqian explained to her best friend, Ji Xiaoxian, as she searched for a spot in the forest to practice her breathing technique. Suddenly, her eyes focused on the smooth leaves on the ground. Then, she looked at a big boulder not far away. Her expression changed. She squatted down and picked up a leaf to study it. Then, she walked to the side of the boulder and seriously observed the slice. This seems to be caused by the D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. However, even a proficient realm curved hand blade would not be able to achieve such an effect. Is this from a mastery realm curved hand blade? Her heart skipped a beat. Qianqian, why are you looking at these leaves and the boulder? Ji Shaoxian asked curiously. Look at these leaves, and the fracture on this boulder. It seems to be caused by a mastery realm curved hand blade. What? Mastery realm? You mean to say that there are students in our school who have cultivated the curved hand blade to mastery realm? Ji Shaoxian was shocked. Could it be Zhou Tong, the guy who is as famous as you, or the commoner genius Chu Zhou? It shouldn't be them. Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Tong didn't cultivate the curved hand blade, but Chu Zhou did. However, Chu Zhou's curved hand blade is only in the proficient realm. It's too difficult for him to cultivate it into the mastery realm. Ji Shaoxian frowned. Could there be students from the 5th high school who have secretly cultivated the curved hand blade to the mastery realm? No, that's impossible. If a student achieved mastery realm for the curved hand blade, I'm afraid it would have shaken the entire school long ago. It's impossible for that person to remain unknown. She denied the possibility herself. There's no need to guess blindly. There must have been a teacher who reached mastery realm training here just now. It's a pity that we were a step too late. Otherwise, we could have consulted this teacher. It is rare to be able to obtain mastery realm for the curved hand blade. Lu Qianqian sighed with regret. Chapter 3. In the school cafeteria. Look, Chu Zhou is here. I heard that his guaranteed spot in Martial Arts University would be given to Jin Jinnan. What a pity. It wasn't easy for our school to produce a commoner genius. He still lost to a rich kid in the end. It can't be helped. It would have been fine if Jin Jinnan hadn't become an advanced apprentice. Now that he has, the vast cultivation resources he has access to compared to Chu Zhou with his family background speaks for themselves. Chu Zhou, the commoner genius, was considered a celebrity in the 5th high school. Many of the students would greet him as senior brother Chu Zhou warmly when they saw him before all of this happened. However, he realized that the situation had changed. Fewer students greeted him. Many of them looked at him, strangely. Some were sympathetic. Some were gloating. There were all kinds of gazes. Many people were gossiping about his guaranteed spot being taken away by Jin Jinnan. Looks like the news has spread. News sure travels fast. I wonder if someone spread it on purpose. Chu Zhou did not care about the gazes and discussions around him. His future was destined to be different from these people since he had awakened his attribute board. He was destined to be a powerhouse, to be at the peak of the human pyramid, as long as he did not fall astray. Only a handful of these people would become martial artists in the end. Why would a dragon care about the opinions and gazes of mere ants? Crackpot, what's going on, man? Why did Jin Jinnan replace you in your spot? A spherical creature rolled over from afar. The person was naturally his best friend, Dong Wendy. It's just like what you heard, Jin Jinnan has become an advanced apprentice. The academic director, Jin Jingmao, wants him to replace me in the guaranteed spot. Chu Zhou did not hide anything from his best friend, Dong Wendy. He had even revealed the agreement with Jin Jinnan to compete in the elite trial in a month's time to determine who would be given the guaranteed spot. Damn it, it must be because Jin Jinnan is the nephew of the academic director. He is obviously playing favorites. Dong Wendy said indignantly. Wait a minute. So the person getting the spot has yet to be decided. Why are Jin Jinnan's lackeys spreading that the spot belongs to Jinnan then? Dong Wendy told Chu Zhou what he had just seen. A few of Jin Jinnan's lackeys were telling everyone that Jin Jinnan had surpassed Jin Jinnan and replaced him in his spot. A cold glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes when he heard that. Speak of the devil. 4 figures suddenly walked over with Jin Jinnan leading the pack. Jin Jinnan, Chu Zhou's guaranteed spot isn't yours yet, but your lackeys are already spreading rumors everywhere that it is yours. You're too shameless. Dong Wendy mocked. What? So that is fake news? Jin Jinnan hasn't replaced Chu Zhou for the spot. Many students heard Dong Wendy's voice and surrounded them in the cafeteria. Qianqian, isn't that the commoner genius Chu Zhou and Jin Jinnan? They seem to be having a conflict. Let's go over and take a look. Ji Xiaoxian said to Lu Qianqian as they entered the cafeteria. They were no longer in the mood to cultivate after discovering the traces left behind by the Mastery Realm curved hand blade in the small forest. They were about to have dinner when they happened to see the scene in front of them. Damn fatty, spreading rumors. We're telling the truth. They are both advanced apprentices, but young Master Jin cultivates C-rank breathing techniques and C-rank combat techniques. Chu Zhou cultivates D-rank breathing techniques and D-rank combat techniques. Young Master Jin even has true martial artists guiding him in his cultivation. How can Chu Zhou compare to young Master Jin? His guaranteed spot will belong to young Master Jin sooner or later. What commoner genius! When the cat's away, the mice will play. This commoner genius is not worth mentioning now that young Master Jin has advanced. A wise person submits to his circumstances, Chu Zhou. I've asked around. Your martial arts talent was very ordinary when you took the middle school examination. Your potential is actually not much stronger than ours. You may be an advanced apprentice now, but I don't think you have much hope of becoming a true martial artist. It's better to rely on young Master Jin. With young Master Jin's background, he can at least provide you with an elite bodyguard profession in the future. You can earn 10,000 to 20,000 alliance dollars a month easily. Lu Ping, Wang Ji, and Ma Dong shouted loudly, buffed, calling him young Master Jin. You dogs are really proud of yourselves. Dong Wendy retorted angrily. Jin Jinnan, why don't you leash your dogs? Chu Zhou asked coldly. I think they're right. Jin Jinnan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled calmly. I hate the immoral act of walking a dog without a leash. I'll put them on a leash since you won't. Chu Zhou attacked directly. The life force of an ordinary human was about 0.5 and their maximum speed was about 9.58 seconds per 100 meters, which was about 10.43 meters per second. Chu Zhou's life field was 3.5, which was 7 times that of ordinary humans. His physical fitness was at least 3 to 4 times stronger than ordinary humans. Therefore, his speed could reach 30 meters per second at least, which was equivalent to 108 kilometers per hour. This speed was rather terrifying. His figure appeared in front of Lu Ping, Wang Ji, and Ma Dong within a split second. Many people did not see how he attacked. They only saw the 3 being sent flying a few meters away. Then, they all arched their bodies like prawns, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Chu Zhou, how dare you touch my people? Jin Jinnan could not help but be furious when he saw Chu Zhou directly defeating his lackeys. One should find out who is the master before beating the dog. Chu Zhou had beaten his lackeys in front of him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Not just them. I beat you up as well. Chu Zhou originally wanted to wait until the elite trial to suppress Jin Jinnan, but now he did not want to wait anymore. He struck again, appearing in front of Jin Jinnan with a single step. His right hand turned into a sharp blade, slashing an arc towards Jin Jinnan. It was aggressive, as if it was an assassin who was beheading someone. Jin Jinnan's expression changed drastically. He had never expected Chu Zhou to be so decisive, hitting his lackeys as well as him. C-rank combat technique, killing fist. He punched out violently, his arm instantly became 1/3 thicker, emitting a violent aura. An explosion sounded in the air. Bang. The hand blade and fist collided, stirring up a violent airflow. Jin Jinnan's pupils contracted as he felt a bone-piercing pain coming from his fist. It was as if his fist had been ruthlessly slashed. How is this possible? He actually used the curved hand blade to block my killing fist. Jin Jinnan's expression changed drastically as he quickly retracted his fist. Lu Qianqian's gaze froze when she saw Chu Zhou use the curved hand blade in the crowd. She could feel vaguely that Chu Zhou's curved hand blade seemed to have exceeded the proficient realm. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. Could Chu Zhou be the one who used the Mastery Realm curved hand blade in the forest? What are you doing? Are you fighting in the cafeteria? A lazy-looking middle-aged man suddenly walked over. It's Fat Wolf. Someone exclaimed. Chu Zhou's eyes flashed, immediately recognizing the person. He was their combat technique teacher, nicknamed Fat Wolf. It was rumored that he had once been a mercenary and only came to the 5th high school as a teacher after retiring. There was even a scar on his face. Chu Zhou knew that today's battle could not continue since Fat Wolf appeared. Teacher, I was sparring with Jin Jinnan just now. Chu Zhou blinked and smiled. That's right, it's a spar. Jin Jinan echoed. There were some things that could not be made known to a teacher, even though anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fighting. They would all be punished otherwise. Fat Wolf glanced indifferently at Chu Zhou and Jin Jinan, who were spouting nonsense, but did not press on. Go to the martial arts classroom if you want to spar. This is a place to eat. Don't disturb others, he said calmly. All right, teacher. I'll leave now. Chu Zhou glanced at Jin Jinan and the three lackeys who were foaming at the mouth on the ground before pulling his best friend Dong Wendy away. Jin Jinan lowered his head and looked at his right hand. There was a trickle of blood slowly seeping out. Chu Zhou. He gritted his teeth and craved the humiliation he felt in his heart. Then, he quickly left. He did not even spare a glance at the three lackeys. After Chu Zhou and Jin Jinan left, Fat Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if a sleeping lone wolf had suddenly woken up. Chu Zhou's curved hand blade reached the mastery realm. He seems to be only 17 years old. As expected, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and children of mice burrow into the ground, he muttered in a low voice before the light in his eyes disappeared. His fat body gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 4. In the school cafeteria. 9 dishes. Crackpot, are you trying to turn your depression into appetite? His best friend, Dong Wendy, widened his eyes when he saw the table in front of Chu Zhou filled with 9 dishes. The food in the school cafeteria contained high-energy substances. Under normal circumstances, 2 dishes were enough for them to eat their fill. Dong Wendy claimed to be a huge eater, but even so, he could only eat 3 dishes at most. 9 dishes would make his round stomach explode. His body could not digest so much energy. Crackpot, are you all right? Dong Wendy reached out and touched Chu Zhou's forehead. You don't have a fever. Is there something wrong with your mind? Rumor has it that some people will seek relief through overeating when they're traumatized or feel depressed and anxious. Poor Crackpot, this must be because your spot is about to be taken by Jin Jinan. How pitiful. So young and you're already mentally ill. Dong Wendy sighed in sorrow and sympathy, as if he could not bear to see Chu Zhou seriously ill. Damn fatty, you're so dramatic. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes and slapped Dong Wendy's palm on his forehead. Have you forgotten that I'm an advanced apprentice? Dong Wendy was stunned for a moment before muttering, oh right, I almost forgot that you're an advanced apprentice. The digestive system of an advanced apprentice is much stronger than that of beginner and intermediate apprentices. It's not a big deal even if you eat a little more. But isn't this still too much? Chu Zhou ignored his best friend, Dong Wendy, and started eating. Diamond rice with each grain the size of a thumb, golden-colored chives, and purple moon melons that emitted a faint purple light. These were all high-energy foods born after the age of cataclysm. It was not easy to plant and obtain these high-energy foods. The school had policy privileges to be able to provide students with so much high-energy food at such a cheap price. Outside of school, many poor people mainly ate synthetic nutrition bars to satisfy their hunger. They would buy ordinary vegetables and meat only on important days. High-energy food was too expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. 1 dish. 2 dishes. 3 dishes. Chu Zhou finished 3 dishes in no time. At this moment, he was already full and had satisfied his body's needs. However, he did not stop there. Eat, he shall continue eating. The remaining 6 dishes were also finished by him in no time. At this moment, he felt that his stomach was so full that he could not eat anything else. Dong Wendy was so dumbfounded and forgot to eat. How many attribute points will this meal give me? Chu Zhou thought to himself as he stared at the attribute board that only he could see. At the same time, his stomach was moving rapidly to digest the food. A large amount of energy was constantly replenishing his body to satisfy his body's needs. Under Chu Zhou's gaze, the attribute points on his attribute board finally began to increase. His attribute points were increasing in increments of 0.01 points. Ordinary humans would take about 3 hours to digest a meal of normal meat and vegetables. Chu Zhou only used half an hour to digest all of it, moreover, they were high-energy food. This meal gave him 0.15 attribute points in total. There's a limit even though I'm an advanced apprentice with stronger digestive ability than ordinary people. If I eat too much, I'm afraid my stomach will be damaged. The gains won't make up for the losses. In that case, it's best to maintain 3 meals a day. Increasing 0.15 attribute points per meal. 3 meals a day means 0.45 attribute points. That would be 4.5 attribute points in 10 days and 13.5 attribute points in a month. Increasing 13.5 attribute points in a month and adding it onto the 2 attribute points I already have, that's 15.5 attribute points. I used 2 attribute points when I was upgrading the curved hand blade from Perfection Realm to Mastery Realm. 15.5 attribute points should be enough to upgrade it to Perfection Realm or even Intent Realm. I might even have enough attribute points left to level up the basic breathing technique. After a simple calculation, Zhou became slightly happy and excited. If the plan went smoothly, he could upgrade the curved hand blade to the Intent Realm in a month. If that was the case, not only would he be able to crush Jin Jinan in the elite trial easily, it would also be possible for him to obtain a spot in the top 10. Or even in the top 3. I heard that the top 3 in the elite trial will obtain the incomparably precious reward, the genetic potion. The genetic potion is a precious potion that helps humans unlock their genes and transform into martial artists. A bottle of genetic potion is worth 10 million alliance dollars on the market. Moreover, it cannot be bought even though it has a price. It would be very difficult to obtain the genetic potion even if I enter the martial arts university. Since there's a chance to obtain it now, a shocking ambition suddenly arose in his heart. In the past, he would not have dared to have such ambitions. The rewards for the top 3 in the elite trial were extremely tempting, but it has been decades since anyone from the 5th high school entered the top 10, let alone the top 3. Jiang City's first high school was where such geniuses gathered. In the past few decades, the top 10 of every elite trial had basically been filled by their students. Occasionally, students from the other high schools would enter the top 10, but the top 3 had always been from the first high school. Zhou only dared to have such ambitions after he calculated that he would have a chance to upgrade his curved hand blade to the Intent Realm a month later. However, there's still a problem that needs to be resolved. My food expenses don't seem to be enough if I were to eat like this every day. Under normal circumstances, he would usually eat 2 dishes per meal. This would cost him about 1,000 alliance dollars a month. However, his spending per meal would be more than 4 times what it usually cost now that he was eating 9 dishes per meal. In that case, his monthly food expenses immediately soared to more than 4,000 alliance dollars. There was only a little more than 900 alliance dollars balance in his student card. This was obviously not enough. Father's monthly salary is 3,000 alliance dollars. Other than maintaining the daily expenses of the family, he also has to provide for my sister and I to study. He basically doesn't have much money left. I have to think of a way to earn money myself. Zhou felt a headache coming on. What kind of part-time job could earn him more than 3,000 alliance dollars a month and was also suitable for him? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at his best friend, Dong Wendy. It was hard to find a part-time job that gives 3,000 alliance dollars a month. But it did not seem that difficult to be crowdfunded. Right now, there was a very suitable, crowdfund investor target. Old Dong. How's our relationship? Zhou gave his best friend a friendly smile. Dong Wendy directly spat out a mouthful of rice when he saw Zhou's friendly smile. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Zhou. Stop with the smile. What do you want to do to me? Chapter 5. Dong Wendy's fat body rippled. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Zhou warily. He knew Zhou too well as his best friend for many years. Nothing good ever happens when Zhou reveals this friendly smile. Ahem, fatty, what kind of look is that? Don't you trust me? Zhou said with a hurt look on his face. Dong Wendy shook his head violently, not giving him any face. No, I don't trust you. Zhou's face darkened. Why did he answer so bluntly? Why wouldn't he give him some face? I knew you would trust me. You want to hear my thoughts? All right, no problem. I'll tell you now. He continued on anyway. Dong Wendy, this method again. How many times had he used it? He was in despair. Ahem, fatty, I have a profitable investment project on hand. I'll let you in on it for cheap on the account of our many years of friendship. Zhou acted as if he did not see Dong Wendy's desperate gaze and continued. Look. The person sitting in front of you now is the future powerhouse of humans. What's the best investment? Talent. You only need to invest a small sum of 4,000 alliance dollars to obtain the friendship of a future powerhouse. Think about it, isn't this investment extremely profitable and worth the while? Crackpot, do you know what your biggest characteristic is? Dong Wendy's mouth twitched slightly. You are both shameless and black-hearted. Chu Zhou smiled. Defamation, this is definitely defamation. I'm clearly an honest and reliable young man. Dong Wendy rolled his eyes, but he still transferred 4,000 alliance dollars to Chu Zhou on the spot. His family was pretty well off, so 4,000 alliance dollars was nothing to him. Most importantly, he knew that Chu Zhou was actually a very self-respecting and proud person. He would definitely not have borrowed this money if it was not very important to him. Fatty, believe me, this investment of yours will definitely be worth it. Chu Zhou received the notification and patted Dong Wendy's shoulder, remembering his help. At night, Chu Zhou and his best friend, Dong Wendy, came to the cafeteria for a feast again. His attribute points increased by another 0.45. Chu Zhou appeared in the martial arts classroom on time the next morning at 6. Big Sister Saber was already waiting for him there. She was wearing a white shirt and tight black leather pants, looking energetic and sharp. Chu Zhou, you're already cultivating the curved hand blade. I'll teach you the sharp blade kick today. Curved hand blade and sharp blade kick are both imitating the attack of a blade with body parts. The principles are the same. These two combat techniques are actually a set of combination skills. When used well, all of your limbs would become blades. There would be blades everywhere. It would be ferocious. This combination skill might be a D-rank combat technique, but if you cultivate it well, its power will not be inferior to a C-rank combat technique. Big Sister Saber briefly introduced the sharp blade kick and walked to a corner of the classroom. There were 4 to 5 huge rocks as tall as a person there. It was used to test the power of combat techniques. Look closely, this is the sharp blade kick. Big Sister Saber suddenly jumped as she spoke. Her right foot kicked forward like a scimitar, drawing a sharp arc upward. A blue stone, as tall as a person, was cut into 2 like tofu with a swoosh. Big Sister Saber leaped towards the other boulders. Her feet were like 2 incomparably sharp scimitars, constantly carving arcs. All the rocks were cut into 2 in just a few breaths. Furthermore, the fractures on every rock were very smooth. Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick. Chu Zhou looked at the large stone fragments with smooth cuts. His gaze could not help but focus as he exclaimed softly. That's right. This is the power of the Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick. Do you see now? Even though the sharp blade kick is only a D-rank combat technique, its power is still immense as long as the realm is high enough. The power of a combat technique depends not only on its level but also on the cultivator's mastery. Big Sister Saber explained as she walked out through the rubbles. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows. He had just personally experienced the might of Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade yesterday. Of course he knew how powerful Mastery Realm combat techniques were. Of course, the Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick is still far away for you. What you have to do now is to cultivate the Sharp Blade Kick. You can then combine it with your curved hand blade to form a combination skill. This way, your strength will greatly increase. Big Sister Saber specially reminded Chu Zhou, worried that he would bite off more than he could chew. Teacher, I understand. Chu Zhou smiled without telling Big Sister Saber that he had already mastered the Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade. Alright, next, listen carefully to my explanation and learn the key points of the sharp blade kick. Big Sister Saber walked to the podium in the classroom and pressed the remote control. A 3-dimensional image of a human body appeared on the big screen. Big Sister Saber began to explain the muscles, bones, and power routes involved in the training of the sharp blade kick in great detail. She also marked them on the 3-dimensional map of the human body. Chu Zhou understood how to cultivate the sharp blade kick in no time since its principle of attack was similar to the curved hand blade. Do you understand? Big Sister Saber asked a moment later. I roughly understand it. Chu Zhou replied. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He recalled what Big Sister Saber had just told him while comparing the curved hand blade with the sharp blade kick. About 10 breaths later, his figure suddenly moved, and he kicked forward with his entire leg straightened, fiercely drawing a curved blade-like arc upward. An explosion sounded in the air. What? Big Sister Saber's expression stiffened when she saw this. She was asking Chu Zhou if he understood the principles of cultivating the sharp blade kick. However, Chuzhou's kick showed that not only did he understand, he also directly cultivated it to the basic realm. He learned it immediately. What kind of monster is this? Big Sister Saber looked at Chuzhou in shock. Chuzhou kept using the sharp blade kick. His legs were like two sharp long knives that kicked out crescent-shaped arcs. Waves of air explosions resounded throughout the entire classroom. The arcs of his legs gave off an increasingly sharp afterimage as he continued. A sharp aura spread out and the explosions in the air gradually became like the sound of a piece of newspaper being torn apart. This was the manifestation of more concentrated and sharp power. The Proficient Realm. Big Sister Dao was so shocked at this scene that she was left speechless. Chapter 6. 5 days later in the martial arts classroom. This brat is giving me increasingly greater surprises. Big Sister Saber crossed her arms over her chest and focused her attention on Chuzhou, who was using both curved hand blade and sharp blade kick. Swoosh. 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 Chuzhou's hands were like short knives creating sharp arcs while his legs were like longer knives constantly cutting through the air creating many knife cuts on the floor. At the moment, Chuzhou was like a humanoid monster covered in blades. His hands and his legs were knives, flying everywhere. It gave off a strong sense of tartness and danger. Sister Dao's expression was always cold. However, at this moment, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. She was obviously very satisfied with Chuzhou's performance. In just 5 days, he cultivated the sharp blade kick to the limit of the Proficient Realm and perfectly combined it with the curved hand blade. Such comprehension is enough to be called a genius even in Guangai Bay City, let alone in the satellite city of Jiang City. It's a pity that his physical talent is a little lacking. Even though he has also become an advanced apprentice, his life field energy is only 3.5. He is still far inferior when compared to those little monsters in Guangai Bay City who have reached 4.5 or even 5. Chuzhou's comprehension ability gave Big Sister Saber quite a surprise. However, she could also tell that Chuzhou's physical talent was only average. Nonetheless, it's enough to deal with Jin Jinan. With that thought in mind, she walked up to Chuzhou and clapped her hands. Chuzhou, let's spar. After saying that, she immediately flew up and kicked at Chuzhou. It was like a sharp blade that cut through the void, fierce and sharp. Okay. Chuzhou's eyes lit up. He immediately counterattacked with his curved hand blade and sharp blade kick. He already knew that Sister Saber had broken through the limits of the human body and unlocked her genetics. She was a true martial artist. To be able to fight with a true martial artist was an extremely rare opportunity for an apprentice. Of course, Big Sister Saber was holding back. Otherwise, she would have killed him instantly. Bang bang bang. The two figures fought fiercely in the classroom. Chuzhou's hands and feet were like knives, slashing with sharp arcs. Big Sister Saber's feet also became incomparably sharp blades. At this moment, it was as if countless knives were slashing at each other. Booms and slashes resounded throughout the entire martial arts classroom, along with surging air currents. A moment later, the battle ended. You're doing well. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to defeat Jin Jinan even if he has cultivated C-rank combat techniques. Sister Saber commented as she glanced at Chuzhou. A trace of hope appeared in her cold eyes. There are still 25 days until the elite trial organized by the top 10 high schools. You can continue to cultivate the curved hand blade and the sharp blade kick. If you can cultivate any of these combat techniques to the mastery realm, you might have a chance to enter the top 10 in the elite trial. The elite trial is the biggest competition for the third-year students in Jiang City before graduation. Not only will it attract the attention of all walks of life in Jiang City, it will also attract the attention of the First Military University of Guangdong City and other martial arts universities. If you can enter the top 10 of the elite trial, you will have many more benefits. You might even be specially recruited by the First Military University and may even be nurtured. Chuzhou was enticed. There were a total of 6 martial arts universities in Guangdong City. The best were the First Military University and the Second Military University. However, the admission standards of these 2 universities were very high. It was not enough to just reach the advanced apprentice level. They also required tests on one's physical talent, actual combat strength, spiritual will, mental fortitude, and so on. Moreover, these 2 universities did not offer guaranteed spots. There were only two ways to enter these two military universities, either pass the high standards set by these two universities or be specially recruited by them. When Big Sister Saber saw Chuzhou's fascinated expression, she immediately understood what he was thinking. Thinking about the difficulty of achieving the mastery realm, she could not help but add on. It's too difficult to cultivate the curved hand blade and sharp blade kick to the mastery realm. Even many true martial artists have yet to attain mastery realm on combat techniques. Don't feel too pressured. The most important thing is that you work hard, regardless of success or failure. With that, Big Sister Saber turned around and left the martial arts classroom, leaving Chuzhou to continue cultivating. Chuzhou stared at Big Sister Saber's back until she disappeared. Then, he opened the attribute board. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6, plus 0.1. Attribute points, 4.25, plus 2.25. Basic breathing technique, D rank level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Curved hand blade, D class level 3, mastery realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. Sharp blade kick, grade D level 2, proficient realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. For the past 5 days, he had been eating 3 feasts every day, gaining 0.45 attribute points a day. Therefore, he had gained a total of 2.25 attribute points in total. He relied on the experience of the mastery realm curved hand blade and did not consume any attribute points when upgrading the sharp blade kick. Therefore, he had a total of 4.25 attribute points. What surprised Chuzhou even more was that his life field energy, which had not moved for a long time, had also increased by 0.1. 0.1 might not be a lot, but it was a good sign. Top 10 in the elite trial. No, I want to be in the top 3 in the elite trial, or even the first in the elite trial. Chuzhou looked at the attribute board and immediately chose to upgrade the curved hand blade. The translucent attribute board immediately flickered and became blurry. A moment later, it became readable again. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6. Attribute points, 0.25. Basic breathing technique, D rank level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Curved hand knife, D class level 4, perfection realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Sharp blade kick, grade D level 2, proficient realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. After consuming 4 attribute points, his curved hand blade had successfully advanced to perfection realm. At the same time, a large number of memories and scenes of practicing the curved hand blade surged into Chuzhou's mind. In his memory, he had cultivated the curved hand blade in a stone forest for a long time before his curved hand blade suddenly broke through to a whole new level. His hand was like an incomparably sharp divine knife, cutting off stalagmites one by one with ease as he waved it casually. Is this perfection realm curved hand blade? Chuzhou raised his hand and studied it. With a thought, a large amount of life field energy and blood energy gathered on the edge of his palm, showing a faint sharp red color, like a bloody knife. He waved his hand and struck out with his palm. A blood-colored saber beam seemed to flash in the void. The air was sliced open like butter with a very weak pop. Not only can my knife cut through rocks, it can probably also cut through ordinary steel. Chuzhou muttered to himself. His heart was filled with confidence. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation for the elite trial in 25 days. It was Friday though, he could leave school and go home in the afternoon for the weekend. Jiang City, Elite District. Jin Jingmao, the academic director, received 3 people in a private room of an inn. This is a picture of the men you will be dealing with. This is the street and alley he uses on his way home. He'll be on vacation tonight and definitely go home. I want you to cripple him on his way home. Jin Jingmao's tone was cold and murderous. Just him cripple. What a simple task. Said someone. Where's the money? Another person asked. This is 100,000 alliance dollars. After this is done, I'll give you another 100,000. Jin Jingmao pushed a stack of cash wrapped in newspapers to the 3 of them. Wait for our good news then. The 3 of them took the money and left immediately. Chapter 7. 5th High School. Ring ring ring, the bell rang loudly throughout the campus. The entire campus was in an uproar instantly. A large number of students rushed out of the various teaching buildings and walked towards the school gate in groups of 3 to 5. Crackpot, Global Evolution, went online 2 days ago. Many people went crazy playing. Have you heard? Dong Wendy said to Chu Zhou excitedly. Global Evolution was a 3A game produced by Dream Incorporated. Many of the scenes reproduced the Age of Cataclysm realistically, so players liked it. Global Evolution has gone online. I've been cultivating with Big Sister Saber and attending classes during this period, so I missed it. Chu Zhou and Dong Wendy discussed the game that had been released 2 days ago while walking out of the school gate. Suddenly, they paused and looked at a curved display screen on a large-scale supermarket not far away. The screen was 20 meters wide and 50 meters long. A newscaster was reporting an important news on it. 12 students have mysteriously disappeared in our city over the past week. It has been confirmed that this is related to the fallen martial artists. Core members of the police department are hunting the fallen martial artists behind it. Dear citizens, please report any fallen martial artist you find to the police immediately. The police will reward you handsomely if the leads prove to be real. These scumbags actually attacked students again, Dong Wendy said with extreme hatred after watching the news. The students around them also cursed. However, many people also had a hint of fear in their eyes. Chu Zhou also frowned. Fallen martial artists, as the name suggested, were a group of martial artists who have gone astray. This group of people was like the dark side of humanity. They have existed since the birth of mankind and could not be eliminated. The origins of the members of this group were also very complicated. There were basically all kinds of people. However, most people in this group have one thing in common. They chose extremity because they were unable to continue improving with normal cultivation methods. The reputation of this group of people was really bad, like rats in a smelly ditch. They were hated by everyone and were ostracized by countless people. One of the most important reasons was, many of them did not hesitate to capture other humans and conduct all kinds of tragic, human experiments on them. They did that to study the secrets of human evolution in order to advance further. Fatty, be careful during these 2 days. If there's nothing else, just stay at home and try not to go out. Chu Zhou cautioned. Dong Wendy nodded. You too. My ride's here. I'll get going first. A silver-white public bus that looked like a spaceship was driving over on the road. It was a rail bus that could only travel along a fixed track. There were 6 freely retractable wheels at the bottom that could be lowered and raised. It has solar panels on the top where it could receive plentiful sunlight to power the buses. After the bus arrived at the platform, it immediately lowered. Beep. Chu Zhou swiped as he got on the bus. The bus immediately rose and drove away quickly. The bus was moving along quickly on the rail track. Chu Zhou sat in his seat and looked out the window towards the city. Towering skyscrapers rose into the clouds one after another. Some buildings could even spin. Hovering cars came and went. Unfortunately, the skyscrapers or the hovering cars had nothing to do with the poor. Those who could enter skyscrapers and own hovering cars were rich people with status. I will have all of these as long as I can become a martial artist. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. The surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically after passing through 4 streets. It was as if civilization had regressed by nearly 100 years. There were no more high-tech rotating buildings here. Hovering cars could only be seen occasionally. There were many residential areas formed by a large number of tube-shaped apartments everywhere. These tube-shaped apartments were low-rent housing built by the government. The land use rate had reached its limit. The distance between the buildings was extremely small, natural lighting was not even considered. It was similar to Hong Kong's tube-shaped apartments in Chu Zhou's previous life. His home was on the 64th floor of Block 38 in Longquan District. However, the bus stop was still a distance away from the part of Longquan District where his family lived. It was about 1.2 kilometers away. Of course, this distance was nothing to Chu Zhou, who was an advanced apprentice. After getting off the bus, Chu Zhou immediately took a shortcut and went straight home. He passed through an old street and alleys. He could easily jump over these alleys even if they were blocked. He stopped in his tracks suddenly. There were 3 people pushing and fighting in front of him. Chu Zhou frowned. He did not want to be a busybody, so he was going to find another way around. However, this alley was narrow. His path was basically filled up by the 3 of them. He could only retreat and choose another path if he were to find another way. He hesitated for a moment. However, the 3 people were getting closer and closer to Chu Zhou. Suddenly, one of them raised his head and stared at Zhou. He took out a dagger from his pocket and charged at Zhou. The dagger was swift, and an explosion sounded in the air. The other two also attacked Zhou almost at the same time. One of the two waved his short knife and slashed at Zhou's right leg. The other one was wearing a metal gauntlet that exposed his fingers as he punched towards Zhou's shoulder. The progression from infighting until they attacked him was too sudden and confusing, making it impossible to guard against. Moreover, their attacks were extremely ferocious and cruel. No, they're deliberately ambushing me. Zhou realized that something was wrong the moment the first person attacked. However, he had been constantly fighting Big Sister Saber over the last 5 days, so he has also sharpened his senses. It allowed him to remain calm even in the face of danger. D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. D-rank combat technique, sharp blade kick. Zhou's right hand turned into a blade and slashed through the air. A sharp blood-colored light flashed. The dagger aiming at his chest and the fist aiming at his shoulders were sliced off instantly. At the same time, his right foot was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. It slashed out diagonally and severed an arm that was holding the short knife. Ah! 2 miserable screams and a terrified cry sounded almost at the same time, accompanied by the splattering of blood. Jin Jingmao lied to us. This person isn't an ordinary advanced apprentice at all. He's an advanced apprentice who has mastered a mastery realm or even a perfection realm combat technique. A middle-aged man whose entire arm had been severed roared angrily. Jin Jingmao, you be *starred. The other two were also furious. Damn it, how could a person who could slice an arm off with just his hands and feet be an advanced apprentice of average talent? Jin Jingmao, why don't you just die? Jin Jingmao Zhou immediately understood what was going on when he heard their conversation. His gaze turned cold and his figure swept past the 3 people opposite him instantly. Sharp red and white arcs flashed. All 3 of them fell to the ground, their heads separated from their bodies and their limbs severed. This was the first time Zhou had killed someone in 17 years. Nonetheless, he had no regrets. Clap clap clap. A round of applause suddenly sounded. Decisive and merciless. You're very suitable to join our organization. Are you interested in joining us? Suddenly, a young man in white suit walked out from the corner, clapping. Chapter 8. Zhou looked warily at the young man in a white suit who suddenly appeared. His muscles instantly tensed up, ready to attack at any moment. His perception of the environment far exceeded that of ordinary humans as an advanced apprentice. However, he did not even notice when this man arrived. He had even witnessed the entire process of him killing 3 people. It was obvious that he had been around all this while without him knowing. This could only mean one thing. The young man in the white suit was very strong and could hide from his perception. Don't worry, I'm not in the same league as them. The young man in the white suit smiled as if he was performing a magic trick. He casually stretched out his right hand and took out a goblet of red wine. The goblet was a crystal goblet. The wine was a dark red wine. The young man in the white suit had a lazy expression and a smile on his face. He took a sip on the spot. He exuded an elegant and noble aura, as if he was a noble young master from ancient times. My name is Subai. The reason why I appeared is purely because I felt that you are to my liking. What do you say to it? Would you like to join my Shadow Alliance? Subai smiled at Zhou. Shadow Alliance. Are you a fallen martial artist? Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He had learned quite a lot about fallen martial artists from news reports and the internet. Information about fallen martial artists might not be comprehensive, but he knew that the Shadow Alliance was one of the strongest organizations among the fallen martial artists. This Subai was not only a fallen martial artist, but also a member of the Shadow Alliance. Zhou never expected to meet a fallen martial artist personally after watching the news about them not so long ago. The term fallen martial artist is just people's prejudice against us. In fact, we're just a group of people who pursue the truth. Subai said lightly. He didn't seem to care that Zhou called him a fallen martial artist. Those hyenas from the police station have sharp noses. They have caught up so quickly. Subai suddenly looked into the distance and frowned in displeasure. Then he looked at Zhou again. You don't seem to have thought it through. Let's meet again when we have the chance. I hope you can make the right choice then. With that, he turned around and jumped onto the roof of a 15-story building. A red rose struck the ground in front of Zhou almost at the same time. There was also a strange vibrational force spreading out with the red rose as the center. A spider web-like crack appeared on the ground. The corpses of the 3 people Zhou had killed were also shattered by this power. Blood splattered in a regular pattern, forming a huge red rose pattern on the ground. "Remember, my name is Subai, Silver Fox Subai." A faint voice sounded. Zhou looked at the red rose in front of him with a serious expression. There was also the red rose pattern dyed with blood. He truly felt the terrifying power contained in the red rose just now. He would not have been able to block it at all if the attack was directed at him. There's no doubt that this Subai is a real martial artist who has unlocked his genetic lock. Moreover, he is not an ordinary martial artist. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, I would be in danger today. Zhou heaved a long sigh of relief. This experience was too magical. Not only was he attacked by 3 strangers, he also met a mysterious person like Subai. This made him yearn for strength even more. Otherwise he would be too insecure. When the 3 corpses exploded just now, 3 packages seemed to have flown out of them. Zhou glanced around and suddenly noticed that there were 3 packages wrapped in paper near the blood-colored rose on the ground. His heart skipped a beat. He walked over, picked up a packet, and opened it. A thick wad of money appeared in front of him. His breathing quickened. "Is this money?" Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the other 2 packs of money. He took another look at the red rose stuck in the ground, then turned around and left quickly. A middle-aged police officer in a police uniform came to this remote alley not long after Zhou took flight. His expression changed drastically when he saw the red roses stuck in the ground and the red rose pattern dyed with blood. He squatted down and plucked the red rose out from the ground and brought it close to his nose, sniffing it gently. "It smells like dragon tongue red wine. Is this really a red rose left behind by Subai the Silver Fox?" The middle-aged police officer pressed the electronic button on his collar. A holographic female police officer appeared in midair instantly. "Annan, there's an important discovery here. 3 people died here. There's a red rose at the scene and it smells like dragon tongue red wine. This is very likely the work of the Shadow Alliance's Silver Fox Subai." The middle-aged police officer said to the policewoman. "What? Silver Fox Subai, one of the 4 princes of the Shadow Alliance, is here in Jiang City." The expression of the policewoman named Annan changed drastically. It's very likely that it's him. We don't know why such a big shot came to Jiang City, but his destructive power is too great. We have to pay attention to him. Gather the other officers for a meeting. I'll be right back." With that, the middle-aged police officer turned off the holographic projection. Silver Fox Subai stood on the edge of the rooftop of a tube-shaped apartment and observed the middle-aged police officer from afar. Beside him stood a burly figure in a black robe. "Young master, why didn't you bring the young man away forcefully just now since you value him? You even helped him in destroying the corpses." The burly figure asked. "Value him?" Subai smiled. "I won't say that. He just caught my eye. It's just a move I made out of a wimp. Maybe it will be of use in the future. By the way, Qin Long seems to have asked someone to build a research base near Jiang City." "Yes. Moreover, there will be a big operation soon." "Young master, are you going to interfere?" "Interfere?" Subai smiled coldly. "I'm not like that brainless idiot Qin Long who dares to be so arrogant in Jiang City." The burly figure looked puzzled. "You don't understand, this place isn't that simple. There is a real dragon lying dormant here." Subai said lightly and did not explain further. He looked down and a figure appeared in his heart with a trace of awe in his eyes. It seemed like the person who killed his way through Jinghua City in one night and shocked the entire world was living in seclusion in this small city. How could he, Subai, dare to cause trouble here with this real dragon around? Chapter 9. Longquan District. The tube-shaped apartments were like huge square cement pillars. They were very close to each other, making it seem crowded and oppressive. Zhou's house was on the 64th floor of Block 38. Fortunately, in recent decades, nuclear technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, and nuclear energy had begun to be used on a large scale. Energy shortage has been alleviated. This allowed for cheap electricity where even the poor could afford to use elevators in the slums. It was tragic decades ago. At that time, energy was scarce and a large amount of electricity had to be used in the city's defense system. As a result, electricity was expensive, and the slums could not afford to use elevators. Zhou walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 64th floor. The elevator went up. He arrived at the 64th floor in no time. Beep. He unlocked the lock with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. The strong smell of alcohol hit him as soon as he entered. Father is probably drunk again. Zhou sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he saw his father lying crookedly on the old sofa in the hall. The glass coffee table next to the sofa was filled with empty beer bottles. Zhou walked to the sofa and sized up his sleeping father. His heart ached when he saw his left leg, which was obviously twisted at the joint. His father was actually a handsome middle-aged man. However, he had a lame left leg and was a drunkard, which made him look especially down and out. As for the reason his father drank so much, Zhou was not very sure. His father had been in this state for as long as he could remember. He had never told him the reason. However, he occasionally saw his father holding an old photograph and staring at it for an extended period of time. Sometimes for an entire day. In any case, he did his best to raise and take care of him and his sister even though he drank so much. He had never lost his temper towards them, let alone hit or scold them. Their father would usually stay by them silently if his sister or him were down or bullied. I've read online that the water of life can regenerate broken limbs. Repairing my father's crippled leg would be child's play. However, the water of life is very expensive. It costs at least 1 billion alliance dollars. I can earn a lot of money by hunting monsters as long as I become a real martial artist. I must become a martial artist, work hard to earn money to buy the water of life for my father. Zhou muttered to himself. He reached out and patted his father gently. Dad, wake up. Go take a shower. Xiao Yu should be back soon. Little Zhou, you're back. Zhu Donglai opened his eyes in a daze. Yes, it's Friday again. Xiao Yu and you are having a break. It's not good for Xiao Yu to see me like this. He left the sofa and limped into the bathroom. Zhou began to clean up the empty beer bottles on the coffee table and put them all in the trash can. Then, he opened the door and windows to let the smell of alcohol out. The door opened with a beep and a pretty girl of about 13 years old walked in just as he was about to finish tidying up the house. Big brother, your invincible younger sister is back. Chuyu shouted loudly and walked towards Zhou. I'm not deaf. There's no need to shout so loudly. Zhou said angrily and reached out to rub his sister Chuyu's little head. Ah. Brother, you messed up my hairstyle again. We'll not be able to rule together. Chuyu screamed and used that 9-inch skeleton claw with both hands to scratch, tear, and pull on Zhou's body like a crazy person. Alright, it's your turn to cook today. I have something to deal with. Zhou comforted his good sister and walked into his room. It was time to see how much this unexpected windfall was. He sat on the bed and took out the alliance dollars wrapped in 3 balls of paper. Then, he began to calculate the amount. 100,000 alliance dollars. Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had made a killing this time. 100,000 alliance dollars was nothing to the rich people, but it was a huge sum of money to a family like theirs. It even made him hope that he would be attacked a few more times. It was too profitable. My plan will speed up with this 100,000 alliance dollars. High-energy food can speed up the accumulation of attribute points. And the best high-energy food is monster meat. However, even the most ordinary monsters are comparable to Awakening Realm martial artists. Only real martial artists have the ability to kill monsters. Also, it is very troublesome to move the monsters' corpses back to the city from the wilderness even after they are killed. The smell of blood will easily attract the attention of other monsters since there are too many monsters in the wilderness. Once attacked by monsters, even an Awakening Realm martial artist might die. Hence, monster meat is a very expensive ingredient. Only the truly rich can eat them. However, 100,000 alliance dollars should be enough for me to buy some low-level monster meat to eat for a while. I'll deposit the money in the bank first. He went out under his sister's surprised gaze to deposit the 100,000 alliance dollars into his bank card at a bank in the neighborhood. When he got home, he immediately turned on his computer and logged into the mall to search for monster meat. Soon, a large amount of pictures of monster meat and related instructions appeared on the web page. Four-armed violent ape meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30,000 alliance dollars. Steel armored dragon lizard meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30,000 alliance dollars. Goldback wild ox meat, elite level, 500 grams, 6,000 alliance dollars. Iron thorn boar meat, beast soldier level, 500 grams, 1,000 alliance dollars. It was Zhou's first time buying monster meat online. He gulped when he saw the ridiculous price of each of the monster meat. It was too expensive. The 100,000 alliance dollars he had on hand could only buy about 1.5 kilograms of beast general level meat. His father earned 3,000 alliance dollars a month, which was 36,000 alliance dollars a year in total if they did not spend a single cent. He could only buy a little more than a caddy of the meat of this grade. High-grade monster meat is ridiculously expensive. Zhou sighed and immediately ordered 10 caddies of iron thorn wild boar meat. The logistics company was very efficient. In just 15 minutes, the iron thorn wild boar meat he ordered was delivered to his door. "Big brother, what did you buy?" Zhou, who was cooking, and his father, Zhou Donglai, who had just finished bathing, saw Zhou enter with a big bag of things. They both looked curious. "This is 10 caddies of iron thorn wild boar meat. I just ordered it online." Zhou replied without hiding anything. Zhou Donglai frowned slightly upon hearing this. Zhou pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing that the iron thorn wild boar meat was the beast soldier level monster in her textbook. She was shocked. Monster meat was super expensive. Big brother actually bought 10 caddies of beast soldier level monster meat. Where did the money come from? Oh no. Her big brother was so handsome. Could he have sold himself as a gigolo to the rich and powerful sisters? Chapter 10. Big brother, are you selling yourself? Zhou looked at Zhou suspiciously. What do you mean by selling myself? Zhou was stunned. There's no need to hide it. I understand. Zhou's face revealed a look of understanding. Many people on the internet say that young men don't know the goodness of living off a woman. They have wasted their youth the other way around. It seems that you're more mature than your peers and have understood the true meaning of life. She reached out and patted Zhou's shoulder. Big brother, don't worry. I'm reasonable. I understand and support you. There's nothing wrong with earning money with your own abilities. His father, Zhou Donglai, also added on silently. Zhou reacted and his face darkened. What the hell did you learn on the internet? He rubbed his sister Zhou's head angrily and messed up her hairstyle again. Listen carefully. I happened to make a windfall today. The money used to buy the iron thorn wild boar meat is all mine. He told her about how he had accidentally picked up 100,000 alliance dollars when he took a shortcut home. He wasn't lying. He had indeed picked it up from the ground. What? Big brother, you actually picked up 100,000 alliance dollars? What kind of luck is this? Zhou was dumbfounded. The next moment, she extended her small hand and placed it in front of Zhou. Everyone who sees it gets a share. It's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Brother, I believe you would not be so stingy as to not spare a strand of hair. Zhou looked at Zhou with a flattering smile. Not sparing a strand of a hair? Am I such a person? Zhou was very angry. This little girl actually insulted his character. He lowered his head and looked at his arm. He beared the pain and plucked a strand of hair and placed it on Zhou's palm, then helped her close her fingers. A hair plucked from the ground. Take it. Zhou looked at his closed hand in a daze, and his expression collapsed. Big brother, you miser. Screams resounded throughout the house. When his father, Zhou Donglai, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. In the end, Zhou still gave her 500 alliance dollars as a pacification fee to calm her down. Xiaoyu, don't think it's too little. This money is very useful to me now. The elite trial is about to begin. I'll use this money to buy some cultivation resources to increase my strength. I will be able to obtain the genetic potion if I can obtain the top 3 in the elite trial. With the genetic potion, I can try to open the genetic lock and become a true martial artist. Earning money will be easy for me when I become a true martial artist. At that time, it won't be much even if I give you $5 million as pocket money. Zhou said to Chuyu, as he cut the iron thorn wild boar meat in the kitchen. Chuyu stopped frying the vegetables and said to Zhou with a worried expression. Big bro, are you participating in the elite trial held by the top 10 high schools? This is risky. Every year, many people die in the trial. Don't you already get a guaranteed spot in a martial arts university? Why are you still taking the risk? His father, Chu Donglai, also looked at Zhou. Yes, I'm definitely participating. I have to perform well to fight for more resources even if I can enter the martial arts university. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident that nothing will happen. Zhou explained to his sister and father. He did not mention about how Jin Jinnan had almost replaced him in the guaranteed spot. There was no need worry his family worry. Chuyu saw the determination in Zhou's eyes and did not continue to persuade him. She knew her brother's personality very well. Once he decided on something, even 9 cows would not be able to pull him back. Moreover, he would have to face all kinds of danger sooner or later as a martial artist. He could not avoid it. The dangers in the elite trials were not worth mentioning compared to the dangers of fighting monsters in the wilderness in the future. Big bro, be careful. You just said that you will give me $5 million as pocket money after you become a martial artist. You have to come back in one piece to fulfill your promise, okay? She could only remind him. His father stared deeply at Zhou and only said, be careful. The dishes were quickly cooked. A mouth-watering fragrance of meat wafted through the room. This was the fragrance of the iron thorn wild boar meat. They turned on the television and the family began to eat. This was the first time Zhou's family had eaten monster meat. The meat of the iron thorn wild boar was smooth, tender, and delicious. It also had a unique fragrance that made Zhou's family reminisce. Big brother, eat more. His younger sister, Chuyu, placed pieces after pieces of iron thorn wild boar meat into Zhou's bowl, filling it up. She wanted Zhou to eat more after knowing that he was going to participate in the elite trial. Zhou looked at the meat piled into a small pyramid, speechless, and could only eat it. At this moment, a piece of news was broadcasted on the television. A female newscaster said. At 5:35 p.m. this afternoon, 3 victims were found in a remote alley near Ian district. The 3 victims died tragically without even a corpse. There was even a red rose stuck at the crime scene. The police have determined that the murderer is an extremely dangerous figure among the fallen martial artists. During this period of time, the fallen martial artists have been committing crimes without rest. 12 students have gone missing in a row, and there are even murder cases now. Citizens, please pay attention to your safety and try not to go to remote alleys. Don't approach anyone you suspect of being a fallen martial artist. There were also a few pixelated images of the murder scene on the television. Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly watching the news. He naturally wanted to see the police identify the murderer as a fallen martial artist. He had actually recorded a video with his phone at that time. It was enough to prove that he was defending himself. In this era, it was completely legal for the victim to kill the other party in self-defense when they were being attacked with weapons such as knives and guns. Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. However, it was better to avoid trouble. The current outcome was pretty good. Isn't this alley where you often take shortcuts? Chuyu looked at the photo on the television and could not help but be shocked. There's actually a murder case in this alley, and it was done by a fallen martial artist. Big brother, don't go through this alley. Well, I didn't think that something like this would happen in this alley. I won't be taking this road again anytime soon. Zhou nodded and said calmly. The Jin family. Jin Jingmao immediately slammed the table angrily after seeing the news report. No wonder they didn't reply for so long. It turns out that they were killed by the fallen martial artists. I wasted 100,000 alliance dollars. Humph, consider that kid lucky. Jin Jingmao's face was gloomy. It would not be good for him to find someone to attack Zhou so soon after the plan was foiled this time. Recently, the actions of the fallen martial artists in Jiang City had been too rampant. All the police officers in Jiang City were on high alert. It would easily cause a misunderstanding if he made any moves. At Zhou's house. After dinner, he sat down and waited for his digestion to complete. Then, he immediately checked his attribute board. Attribute points, 0.7, plus 0.45. During this dinner, his attribute points had increased by 0.45. The high-energy food feast he ate in school only increased his attribute points by 0.15. The attribute points obtained from a meal of ironthorn wild boar meat was 3 times that of ordinary high-energy food. Zhou was overjoyed. Looks like there's no need to stay in school for the time being. I can eat at home for every meal. Zhou muttered to himself. He had made up his mind. High school rules were actually more flexible. Students could choose whether or not to live on campus. Many students choose to stay in school mainly because it provides cheap high-energy food. There was naturally no need for him to stay on campus now that Zhou could eat ironthorn wild boar meat at home. 2 days of vacation passed quickly. Zhou still chose to return home. He ate 3 meals a day at home. In the morning, he would wake up at 5:30 a.m. and rush to the school's martial arts classroom before 6 a.m. to cultivate with big sister Zhou. Soon, another 2 days passed. It was Tuesday. Zhou sat cross-legged on the grass in the small forest near his school where he had tested the curved hand blade previously. He brought up the attribute board. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6. Attribute points, 6.1, plus 5.4. Basic breathing technique, D rank level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade. Curved hand blade, D rank level 4, Perfection Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. Sharp blade kick, D rank level 2, Proficient Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. I can finally level up again. Upgrade the curved hand blade. With a thought, Zhou's attribute board flickered and became blurry. At the same time, a large number of cultivation memories and details appeared in his mind. A moment later, the attribute board became clear again. Curved hand blade, D rank level 5, Intent Realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. The curved hand blade was finally upgraded to the Intent Realm after spending 5 attribute points. Chapter 11. My curved hand blade has finally reached the Intent Realm. Zhou stood up from the grass and raised his right hand against the sunlight. Suddenly, there was a mysterious change in his right hand as a hint of sharp aura was emitted. It was as if it was not a hand but an incomparably sharp knife. At this moment, a fallen leaf fell with the wind and happened to touch Zhou's right hand. His right hand did not move at all. The fallen leaf, however, was silently split into 2. He walked to the side of the big rock that had a cutoff with the curved hand knife last time. He faced the big rock with his palm and slowly reached out. Splat! His entire palm sank into the boulder without any resistance. The control of power of the Intent Realm curved hand blade has almost entered the microscopic level. Its might is probably close to a Proficient Realm C-rank combat technique. Zhou exclaimed and pulled his palm out of the rock, leaving a palm-shaped hole. Then, he looked at the attribute board and saw the curved hand blade that did not have enough attribute points to upgrade. He fell into deep thought. He roughly understood that unupgradable on the attribute board probably meant that there were insufficient attribute points for an upgrade and not that he could not upgrade because he reached the limit. What did that mean? This meant that even if the curved hand blade had reached the Intent Realm, the highest realm in theory, it could still continue to level up. Currently, the curved hand blade is only a D-rank combat technique. When the curved hand blade is upgraded to the 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, or even the 100th level, will it still be a D-rank combat technique? If the curved hand blade is upgraded to the 100th level, it should be comparable to a S-rank combat technique. If that is the case for the curved hand blade, it should be the same for combat techniques and breathing. Zhou exclaimed, sighing about how his attribute talent was too abnormal. He looked at the attribute board again. Basic breathing technique, D rank level 3, unupgradable. This time, his gaze fell on the breathing technique. Breathing techniques were far more important than combat techniques to the martial artists. He could only increase his life field energy and evolve only by cultivating and breathing. Zhou had previously felt that his combat strength was insufficient, and his basic breathing technique had always been unupgradable. That was why he had spent all the attribute points he had accumulated on the curved hand blade. Now that the curved hand blade had already reached the Intent Realm, it was sufficient for his use. His next goal was to upgrade the basic breathing technique. Big Sister Saber said that the basic breathing technique is the core of everything. The basic breathing technique is the only D-rank breathing technique among us humans. It is also the origin of all breathing techniques. All human breathing techniques, regardless of their level, are developed from these basic breathing techniques. Someone once said that even though the basic breathing technique doesn't have any special attributes or characteristics, it's actually the most comprehensive cultivation technique. It might be the strongest breathing technique no matter the level if one can cultivate the basic breathing technique to a higher level. Unfortunately, no one has ever verified it. I'll verify it since no one has verified it before. Zhou thought to himself with great ambition. The basic breathing technique only had 3 levels. He had already cultivated it to the limit. Next, he would break through its limits. However, he only had 1.1 attribute points now. He had to continue accumulating them. At this moment, he was sincerely grateful to the 3 attackers who had contributed 100,000 alliance dollars to him. 100,000 alliance dollars allowed him to accumulate attribute points 3 times faster. It's about time to go home for lunch. Zhou stood up and strode out of the forest. However, before he left, he stared thoughtfully at a dense patch of flowers in the small forest. Lu Qianqian walked out from behind the patch of flowers sometime after Zhou left. The person who used the Mastery Realm curved hand blade here last time was indeed him. Lu Qianqian looked in the direction Zhou left in shock. She had serious suspicion that Zhou was the person who used the Mastery Realm curved hand blade in the small forest ever since she saw him break Jin Jinnan's C-rank combat techniques Killing Fist with an incomparably exquisite curved hand blade in the canteen. However, she was not familiar with Zhou, so she could not ask him directly. Furthermore, the degree of mastery of a combat technique was also related to a martial artist's safety. Asking others about the realm of their combat technique was a taboo. Therefore, she could only choose to squat here. She uncovered the truth unexpectedly. However, the truth was a little scary. She walked to the place where Zhou had been meditating, picked up the 2 halves of the leaf that had been cut open, and walked to a large rock. She looked at a palm-shaped hole on it and was in a daze. Mastery Realm curved hand blade definitely doesn't have such power. Could it be the Perfection Realm? Or even Intent Realm? Lu Qianqian was agitated and could not control herself. She did not expect that Zhou, who was as famous as her, had actually cultivated the curved hand blade to such a terrifying realm. Zhou, he has hidden himself too deeply. He probably wouldn't be inferior to those monsters from the first high school if his physical talent wasn't average and his life field energy wasn't high. Hee, Jin Jinnan actually wants to snatch his spot. He simply doesn't know his place. She sneered and a trace of disdain flashed across her eyes thinking of the recent rumors circulating in the school. Another 2 days passed. On this day, Zhou suddenly received a message from Big Sister Dao asking him to go to the administrative office immediately. Administrative office? Could Jin Jingmao be planning to play tricks on me again? Zhou thought of the attack not long ago and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However Zhou, would take revenge all day long. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough and the time and place were not suitable, he really wanted to rush into the administrative office and destroy Jin Jingmao. He quickly arrived at the administrative office and walked in. However, to his surprise, he was not the only one who came this time. Jin Jinnan was there. Lu Qianqian and Zhou Tong, 2 advanced apprentices who were as famous as him, were also there. In addition to the 4 students, Big Sister Saber and the academic director, Jin Jingmao, were also present. Moreover, there was also an old man in a suit with white hair. At this moment, Jin Jingmao's office seat was occupied by the old man in the suit. Vice Principal Zhou. Zhou immediately recognized the old man in the suit. Hey, Zhou, you're really arrogant. You're the last to arrive and made Principal Zhou and us wait for you. Jin Jingmao said in a strange voice seeing Zhou enter. Jin Jingmao, you're deliberately making things difficult for my student, Zhou. There will always be someone who will be the last to arrive. They will rush over immediately when they receive the message. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I sent the message to Zhou. Zhou is already very timely. Big Sister Dao glanced at Jin Jingmao coldly and defended Zhou. This stinky dog, I must kill him when I have the chance. Zhou thought to himself, staring coldly at Jin Jingmao. Alright, let's get down to business since everyone is here. Vice Principal Zhou said. Big Sister Dao and Jin Jingmao immediately quietened down. You should know that the government's strong support for school and education is the reason why our high school can always provide you students with so much cheap high-energy food and conveniences. Vice Principal Zhou spoke, his gaze sweeping across Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Jin Jinnan, and Zhou Tong. Chu Zhou and the others nodded slightly. They knew this already. Well, it seems you're all aware of that. Vice Principal Zhou revealed a satisfied expression and continued, seeing Chu Zhou and the others nod in agreement. You should know that rights and obligations are equal. The government has paid such a huge price to nurture you, so you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Before you entered the school signed a contract with you, stating that they can call you for assistance if the government needs help. Chu Zhou and the others nodded again. They had indeed signed such a contract. Now, your mission is here. Recently, Jiang City students have disappeared one after another, and the number of missing people is still increasing rapidly. The police have confirmed that this was done by the fallen martial artists lurking in our Jiang City. However, these fallen martial artists are very cunning. They have many strongholds in addition to their numbers. They are also especially good at hiding and escaping. It will be difficult to capture them all in a short time even if the police dispatch all of their people. Therefore, the police asked all high schools in Jiang City to dispatch advanced apprentices to help capture the fallen martial artists. There are only 4 advanced apprentices in our school. The principal has decided to let all 4 of you participate in this assistance mission. Vice Principal Zhou said, revealing the reason why he had summoned Chu Zhou and the others. Chapter 12. It was actually a mission to assist the police. Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, Jin Jinnan, and the others finally understood why Vice Principal Zhou had summoned them. Do you have any objections to this mission? Vice Principal Zhou Sr. No. Chu Zhou and the others naturally had no objections. Actually, it was useless even if they had any objections. It was their obligation. Very good. Vice Principal Zhou smiled. You don't have to worry too much. The main force of this operation against the fallen martial artists is still the police. You will just be on some simple assistance missions like patrolling and inspection. There's basically no danger as long as you're careful. Such an operation is also a good opportunity for you to train. Besides, if you perform well, the police will reward you. How can you see the rainbow at the end if you don't experience the wind and rain? Big Sister Saber interrupted. Since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist, you won't be able to avoid the bloody storm. There are some things that you should experience sooner rather than later. Vice Principal Zhou continued. The top 10 high schools will deploy their elite students for this mission. Therefore, you can treat this as preliminary before the elite trial. Through these preliminaries, you can take the opportunity to understand the situation and strength of your opponents in the elite trial. And I only have one request for you for this mission: don't embarrass the 5th high school. Preliminaries before the elite trial. Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinnan were startled too. They were all prepared to participate in the elite trial. Moreover, they were now given a chance to understand their opponents in advance. This seemed pretty good. Don't worry, Vice Principal. With me around, I guarantee that no embarrassment would come to the 5th high school. Zhou Tong said confidently, emitting an air of arrogance. Chu Zhou glanced at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was not in the same class as him, so he did not know much about him. He only knew one thing. Zhou Tong's life field energy had broken through to level 4. He was also the only student in the 5th high school who had a life field energy at level 4. He was known as the #1 genius of the 5th high school. Vice Principal Zhou seemed to be looking at Zhou Tong in a different light. Zhou Tong, you are the top student of the 5th high school. You will be leading the mission this time. Vice Principal Zhou said. No problem. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he accepted the order. Chu Zhou did not have much of a reaction to Zhou Tong being the leader. In any case, it was fine as long as it did not affect him. Lu Qianqian, however, frowned slightly. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. Go to the school gate now. Someone will pick you up. Vice Principal Zhou said. Chu Zhou and the other 3 immediately left the administrative office and walked towards the school gate. Brother Zhou, you're the top student of our school. Your life field energy has long broken through level 4. This mission is your chance to become famous in Jiang City and broaden the horizons of the elites of the other schools. Jin Jinan and Zhou Tong seemed to be old acquaintances. As soon as he left the administrative office, he began to chat and laugh with Zhou Tong. His words were filled with flattery. Zhou Tong's lips curled up slightly. I always keep my word. If I said I won't embarrass the school, I definitely won't embarrass the school. He looked at Lu Qianqian as he spoke. However, Lu Qianqian ignored him. Instead, she walked to Chu Zhou's side and greeted him with a light smile. Chu Zhou, this is our first mission together. Please take care of me. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Qianqian to greet him. Moreover, there was a hint of intimacy. He did not think too much about it. He smiled and said, we're from the same school. Let's take care of each other. Lu Qianqian was slightly elated and immediately took the initiative to communicate with Chu Zhou, seeing how he did not reject her. They chatted about the situation of the elite students of other high schools. Chu Zhou did not know much about the elite students of other high schools. He listened carefully as Lu Qianqian spoke about it. Zhou Tong looked at Lu Qianqian, who was happily chatting with Chu Zhou, and his face immediately darkened. Jin Jinan saw Zhou Tong's reaction and then glanced at Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian, who were chatting happily. He could not help but push up the gold-rimmed glasses on his forehead, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Hee, I've long heard that Zhou Tong has been pursuing Lu Qianqian, but Lu Qianqian has never agreed. Initially, he thought that these were just groundless rumors. Now, it seemed that it was true. With this thought in mind, Jin Jinan suddenly said, Chu Zhou, your life field energy level seems to be only 3.5, while Lu Qianqian's life field level is at 3.9. You actually have the cheek to say that you're taking care of her. His gaze turned to Lu Qianqian as he spoke. Lu Qianqian, even though Principal Zhou said that there's basically no danger in this assisting mission. We're dealing with fallen martial artists after all. It's possible for an accident to happen. I think it's best if you stay by Brother Zhou's side during the mission. There will definitely not be any problems with Brother Zhou protecting you. This kid was sensible. Zhou Tong looked at Jin Jinan in satisfaction. He looked at Chu Zhou and said, you have to know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself. It would be an achievement if you know your limits and take care of yourself during the mission. Just don't cause us trouble. Naturally, I'll be the one protecting Qianqian. With that, he strode towards the school gate without looking back. Jin Jinan sneered at Chu Zhou and followed. Chu Zhou, I'm sorry. It seems that I've caused you trouble. Lu Qianqian explained to Chu Zhou guiltily. Zhou Tong pursued me for 2 years, but I didn't like him, so I didn't agree to be his girlfriend. He must be unhappy with you now that he saw me chatting happily with you. You might be the target of his wrath. She didn't hide anything and told him the inside story. It's fine. It's no big deal, you don't have to apologize. Chu Zhou waved his hand with a calm expression. He simply did not care whether or not Zhou Tong was dissatisfied with him or not. If Zhou Tong dared to make a move against him, he would definitely ask Zhou Tong to show him what he could do. However, he truly wanted to kill Jin Jinan rather than Zhou Tong, who was trying to sow discord. A clown. Not only did he want to snatch his spot, he even dared to provoke him repeatedly. He was really tired of living. Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian quickly arrived at the school gate and stood not far from Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan. Swoosh! A hovering police car suddenly flew over from the sky and stopped in front of Chu Zhou and the others. You must be students of 5th High School who are participating in the assistance mission. I'm here to pick you up. Get in the car. A young policeman poked his head out of the car and asked Chu Zhou and the others to get in. I'll sit in front. Lu Qianqian immediately opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Chu Zhou, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinan sat in the back seat. Is this a hovering car? It seems to use nuclear energy blocks. A piece the size of a finger can power it for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was Chu Zhou's first time sitting in a hovering car, so he couldn't help but size it up curiously. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan looked at Chu Zhou with disdain. Country bumpkin. The hovering police car sped along. In less than a minute, it brought Chu Zhou and the others to the police station. Follow me. The young policeman got Chu Zhou and the others out of the car and led them into the police station and into a hall. We're here. Wait here for the commander of this operation to arrange a mission for you. The young policeman explained and left in a hurry. Zhou and the others looked around the hall and realized that many students from other high schools had already arrived. Basically, they were in groups of 3 to 5. However, there was a special team with more than 30 students. Students of First High School. Gasp, those 3 students are the 3 monsters of the First High School, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. Lu Qianqian looked solemnly at the group of 30 students, especially the 3 students leading them. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan looked at the 3 students with grave expressions. Zhou also looked over curiously. He had heard of Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi, the 3 monster students of the First High School. Probably all third-year students in Jiang City had heard of their names. First High School's enrollment criteria was the strictest among all the high schools in Jiang City. Every student who entered the First High School was considered a genius to the other high schools in Jiang City. As for Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi, they were the geniuses among geniuses of the First High School. They were also known as the 3 monsters of the First High School and were famous among the third-year students in Jiang City. Chapter 13. Are they Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi? Zhou looked at the 3 figures surrounded by many First High School students. Those 3 figures had very distinct characteristics. One of them was wearing a white training suit. He had silver hair and carried an ancient sword on his back. His expression was cold, like an ancient swordsman. The second person had a strong physique. He was about 2 meters tall and had a wary face. His back was straight, and he had iron-like muscles spreading along the midline of his body. This person was like a ferocious beast in human form. A domineering and violent aura emitted from his body. The third person was an elegant girl with long hair. Zhou had seen photos of Ling Zhan and the other 2 on the school forum. Therefore, he immediately recognized the silver-haired person with a sword on his back as Ling Zhan. The burly and domineering person was Shi Meng and the elegant girl was Li Qingshi. These 3 people are indeed extraordinary. They exude the feeling that they are stronger than all the advanced apprentice present. Zhou was slightly surprised. Of course, these 3 were strong. But he was not afraid. He had confidence that he was stronger. Those 3 monsters are not something we can compare to. Let's learn more about the other students. Jin Jinan said. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He had always been confident that he could be amongst the top 15 of the advanced apprentice in the 3rd year of the top 10 high schools. However, he also knew that he was not on the same level as Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. He might be comparable to those 3 monsters. Lu Qianqian secretly glanced at Zhou and thought to herself. A middle-aged police officer in a police uniform with a dignified expression suddenly appeared on the podium in the hall. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Weiyang, the commander in charge of this operation. I believe that your teacher should have already told you about the contents of this operation before you came here, but I'll explain it again. Our operation this time is codenamed Operation Storm. It's a cleanup operation against all the fallen martial artists lurking in our Jiang City. We want to clean up all the fallen martial artists in Jiang City in one go, as though we're cleaning up trash. Officer Wang Weiyang said with a solemn expression. He waved his hand fiercely, emitting his determination to clean up everything. Everyone listened attentively. I'll say 2 things that you have to pay attention to now. This concerns your safety. You must remember them. First, the main force of this operation is us, the police, not you. You're only here to help. Once you find the stronghold of the fallen martial artists, you have to report it immediately and not attack the stronghold of the fallen warriors on your own. Second, you will follow the police as a team. There are more students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools which will be divided into several teams. Students from the other high schools will form teams with students from the same school. During the operation, you do not separate from your teams. Report immediately and stop the operation if someone is lost or seriously injured. Have you memorized it? Officer Wang Weiyang asked loudly. Yes. Many students responded. All right, let's begin the operation. Assign yourselves to your own teams. Police officers will find you later. Officer Wang Weiyang's figure moved and turned into a blurry afterimage before disappearing after he finished speaking. No one saw how he left. Many students were in an uproar. Only then did they realize that Officer Wang Weiyang was a terrifying martial arts master. Is this a real martial artist? He's too powerful. I won't even know how I died if he attacks me. Zhou muttered to himself. His heart was filled with yearning to become a martial artist. After a while, a tall and thin police officer walked up to Zhou and the others. Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, Jin Jinnan, come with me. The tall and thin police officer led Zhou and the others out of the hall and into the parking lot of the police station. There were 5 hovering police cars waiting for them. Zhou and the others followed the instructions and boarded one of the hovering police cars. Then, 5 hovering police cars immediately soared into the sky. At this moment, night fell and the entire Jiang city became brightly lit. All kinds of dreamy three-dimensional dynamic images and advertisements floated above the city and fused with the many skyscrapers. Real and fake images combined to form a huge visual impact. This was an advertisement using 3D holographic projection technology. The roars of monsters filled with violence and desolation came from afar, outside of the city. The modern high-tech human city was strangely integrated with the savage and desolate sounds of monsters. This was part of this world. Officer, what's our mission? Lu Qianqian asked the tall and thin police officer who was driving in the hovering police car. My name is Gao Jun. The tall and thin police officer first said his name, then said to Zhou and the others, after our careful investigation, there might be a fallen martial artist stronghold hidden in the Red Maple district on Winshan Street. In a while, some of our police officers will enter the district directly to search and capture the fallen martial artists. Your mission is to assist the remaining police officers to guard the east, west, and south exits of the district. After hearing Gao Jun's words, Zhou and the others heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were secretly disappointed. They heaved a sigh of relief because they did not need to face the dangerous fallen martial artists directly. Disappointment was also because they could not capture fallen martial artists themselves. They would not be able to hone their skills. It was a contradiction. 5 hovering police cars passed through skyscrapers and streets in the air. In the end, they landed in the Red Maple district on Winshan Street. Move out. All the police officers quickly jumped out of the hovering car. 15 of them rushed towards a residential building like cheetahs. The remaining 6 police officers were divided into 2 groups. One group headed to the east gate, while the other headed to the west gate. Zhou and the other 3 were sent to the south gate. Soon, sounds of intense fighting and gunshots came from the building where the 15 police officers were heading. Many people in the neighborhood panicked when they heard the commotion. Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 figures crashed through the security net and fell from the 6th floor. Then, they immediately rushed towards the south gate. Zhou and the others could clearly see that they were 2 middle-aged men with ferocious gazes. One of them had his arm broken. Ha ha ha, we are too lucky. Zhou Tong shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the 2 fleeing middle-aged men. Military killing fist. With a loud shout, he punched out with his fists like cannonballs, bringing about a strong air explosion. Bang bang. The chests of the 2 fleeing middle-aged men were directly penetrated by Zhou Tong's 2 fists, and they slowly fell to the ground, no longer alive. Hee hee, so what if they're fallen martial artists? Most of them are mediocre people with potential and wild imaginations. It's your misfortune to meet me. Zhou Tong stood beside the corpses of the 2 fallen warriors, his face full of disdain. Brother Zhou is amazing. Jin Jinnan walked over and exclaimed, these 2 fallen martial artists were actually dealt with by Brother Zhou with 2 punches. This is nothing. I only used 30% of my strength. Zhou Tong said indifferently. He looked at Lu Qianqian, like a peacock spreading its tail, trying his best to show off. However, Lu Qianqian did not care. She frowned and said to Zhou, the situation is a little abnormal. The fallen martial artists in this stronghold are too weak. It's indeed a little abnormal. Zhou nodded slightly. He also felt that these fallen martial artists were too weak. If the strongholds of the fallen martial artists were so weak, it would not have given the police such a headache. What's abnormal? Do you think that fallen martial artists are very strong? Many of them are mediocre people who have exhausted their potential and have no choice but to choose the wrong path. It's normal for them to be weak. Zhou Tong said with dissatisfaction, looking at Zhou with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Zhou did not speak and could not be bothered with Zhou Tong. Soon, all the police officers came over. They frowned when they saw the 2 fallen martial artists killed by Zhou Tong. You'd better think of a way to delay them and inform us to rush over instead of fighting them to the death the next time you discover fallen martial artists. You are so irresponsible about your own lives. One of the police officers said. A trace of displeasure flashed across his Zhou Tong's eye when he heard it. He did not take the police officer's words to heart. At this moment, another police officer continued. Our judgment was wrong. This is not a stronghold of fallen martial artists. There are only 2 fallen martial artists who happen to be hiding here to recuperate. However, since there are fallen martial artists here, the real stronghold is very likely nearby. Therefore, we have to split up and search Wenshan Street as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Wenshan Street. Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinan walked in a dimly lit alley, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They were tasked to search for fallen martial artists in this area after splitting up. This area was filled with crowded old houses. It was a classic poor district with poor sanitary conditions and dilapidated roads. I wouldn't even want to come to a *TTY place like this if I wasn't on a mission. Jin Jinan leaped over the puddle of dirty water on the road and said with disgust. Zhou Tong also frowned. He had been born and raised in an elite district that was filled with high-end technology. Skyscrapers, terraces, or villas were common in such areas. There were also museums, libraries, art galleries, and other buildings that were filled with artistic culture. Therefore, he was not used to the environment of the poor district. Chu Zhou was expressionless. He had grown up in the poor district and was already used to it. We searched this area for an hour after the split-up, but we still haven't found any traces of the fallen martial artists. There's still no news from Officer Gao Jun and the others. Did we fail this mission? Lu Qianqian said. Chu Zhou, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinan frowned. If the mission failed just like that, it would mean that they did not have the chance to perform at all and would not get the chance to temper themselves. Bang. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering came from the ground not far away. Chu Zhou and the other 3 immediately rushed over. A pile of glass shards appeared in front of them. It's a pile of glass that fell from a nearby building. Lu Qianqian looked up at a tall building beside her. Chu Zhou and the others also looked up. They were all advanced apprentices, so their vision was much stronger than ordinary humans. They could also see clearly at night. They noticed that many of the walls of this tall building had signs of serious depressions and spider web-like cracks. There were also huge holes in some of the walls. Some huge claw marks were also deeply imprinted on the wall. I just checked out the area. This building is called Fengmao Building. Last year, an injured iron-clawed golden eagle suddenly descended and attacked this place. At that time, more than 10 people were killed or injured, causing quite a stir. After that incident, Fengmao Building was also severely damaged by the iron-clawed golden eagle and became a dangerous building even though it was killed by martial artists. All the residents here have moved away. Lu Qianqian took out her phone and pressed the button to activate the 3D holographic projection as she spoke. A laser beam shot out immediately from a pinhole on the phone, and a 3D dynamic image appeared in the air. The building in the image was of the Fengmao Building. On the screen, a strange bird that was more than 10 meters long was attacking the Fengmao Building crazily. It looked like a small fighter jet, with wings that flickered with a metallic luster and a pair of huge iron claws that looked like they were made of steel. Every attack by its claw left a huge hole in the wall of Fengmao Building. Walls, steel bars, they were all broken by the claws. A large area of the wall caved in with spider web-like cracks spread continuously with a peck of its beak. Everyone in the building was fleeing in panic. Many people were cut in half by the strange bird's wings. At the end of the video, a foot suddenly descended from the sky and crushed the head of the iron-clawed golden eagle. The video ended. Monsters are indeed the greatest enemies of us humans. This iron-clawed golden eagle is only an elite-level monster, but it already has such terrifying destructive power. How terrifying would those emperor-level monsters at the top of the monsters be? Jin Jinan was shocked. The monsters are powerful, but we humans aren't weak either. There are emperor-level monsters, but we humans also have war gods who can emperor-level monsters. There's no need to worry unnecessarily. Zhou Tong said calmly. He had seen countless videos of monsters invading human cities. Brother Zhou is so magnanimous. I'm too narrow-minded. Jin Jinan praised him hurriedly. Chu Zhou did not say anything. He had actually seen the video from last year's news report. He lamented the strength of the monsters and yearned to become a fighter looking at it again. Wasn't it a martial artist who killed the iron-clawed golden eagle with a single kick at the end of the video? There's no one living in Fengmao building now. A pile of glass fell suddenly. The glass must have been loosened and blown off by the wind. Lu Qianqian said. It was normal for a badly damaged building to have pieces of glass suddenly blown off by the wind. Disappointment appeared on Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan's faces. How could they showcase themselves if there were no fallen martial artists? Suddenly, Zhou Tong's gaze turned to look at Chu Zhou and said, "Chu Zhou, go upstairs and take a look." "Zhou Tong, there are no findings here." There's no need for Chu Zhou to waste his time. Lu Qianqian frowned. Who said that our leader did not have any findings? Didn't he notice the pile of fallen glass? Who knows if someone actually threw the glass from above? He asked Chu Zhou to go upstairs to take a look. This is a cautious and responsible action. Jin Jinnan said meaningfully while looking at Chu Zhou mockingly. Chu Zhou, you will listen to the leader's instructions, won't you? Zhou Tong calmly stared into Chu Zhou's eyes. Lu Qianqian was very angry seeing how Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan were obviously targeting Chu Zhou. She was about to suggest for all of them to go together if there was a need to search. However, Chu Zhou spoke before she had a chance to speak. That works too. I happen to want to personally experience the destruction left behind at the scene of an attack by the elite-level iron-clawed golden eagle. Chu Zhou glanced indifferently at Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan. Then, his body moved, and he rushed towards Fengmao building like a cheetah. He stepped heavily on the ground and his body flew a few meters into the air. One of his hands grabbed the window edge nimbly and suddenly exerted strength, his entire body continued to ascend. Just like that, he used the window ledges, balconies, extensions, and other things in the building to grab, step, or borrow strength. He kept ascending the building like Spider-Man. He arrived at a hole that had been scratched by the iron-clawed golden eagle in no time. He carefully observed the hole and discovered that there was power left behind by crushed bricks and broken steel bars in the hole. The destructive power of the iron-clawed golden eagle is indeed terrifying. A person would probably be turned into meat paste in an instant if it was used on a human. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and continued to climb. During this process, he saw many claw marks and peck marks left behind. Every mark showed the astonishing destructive power of the iron-clawed golden eagle. Suddenly, Chu Zhou paused and hit against the wall. He tilted his head slightly and looked into the building. He saw a faint light shining out from one of the halls covered in blackout cloth immediately. The faint light emitted from the gaps in the blackout cloth was too weak. He wouldn't have been able to see it if he weren't so close. Chu Zhou held his breath and looked through the gaps in the blackout cloth. He could vaguely see a few figures with vicious expressions on their faces, as well as a corpse with multiple glass stab wounds, covered in blood. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted slightly. He knew that this was probably the stronghold of the fallen martial artists that they had been looking for. He listened attentively, trying to obtain more information. However, the people inside deliberately lowered their voices even though there was isolation from the blackout curtains. Therefore, the information that he could hear was very weak and blurry. Chu Zhou could only vaguely hear the words, police, plan, and, be careful. It's them. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He immediately let go of the windowsill carefully and leaped down like an ape. Chapter 15. Chu Zhou flipped over nimbly and descended Fengmao building. Got something. Chu Zhou's words attracted the attention of Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinnan. I saw a hall covered with blackout cloth on the 16th floor. I couldn't see exactly how many people were inside. But I did see 3 people and a body stabbed with broken glass. I wanted to listen to their conversation. Unfortunately, they deliberately lowered their voices and I could only vaguely hear words like police, plan, and be careful. Nonetheless, I'm 80% sure that this is the stronghold of the fallen martial artists we're looking for with this level of information. Chu Zhou whispered what he had just seen and heard as quickly as possible. Zhou Tong was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to make things difficult for Chu Zhou earlier on and make him work for nothing. He did not expect Chu Zhou to really discover the stronghold of the fallen martial artists. Jin Jinnan gritted his teeth with regret filling his heart. He had long known that Fengmao building was the stronghold of fallen martial artists. He had gone up to investigate the situation himself just now. However, Chu Zhou became the one who made the discovery. This great credit would, without a doubt, be given to Zhou. Lu Qianqian was pleasantly surprised. They had finally found something after a busy night. I didn't expect the stronghold of these fallen martial artists to be hidden in this dangerous building. Let's inform Officer Gao Jun and the others immediately. Lu Qianqian whispered. According to the instructions of Wang Weiyang, the commander of Operation Storm, students were to report the discovery of strongholds immediately and should not act on their own. When Zhou Tong heard that Lu Qianqian was going to inform Officer Gao Jun and the others, he immediately panicked. The stronghold was discovered by Zhou. The credit would go to Zhou. If the stronghold was still destroyed by Officer Gao Jun and the others, then he, Zhou Tong, would basically have no contributions. Even though he had killed the fleeing fallen martial artists in the Red Maple district, that credit was actually very small and could not satisfy him at all. He participated in Operation Storm this time because he was prepared to make a huge contribution and make a name for himself in Jiang City's third-year cohort. He wanted to make everyone look at him in a different light. How could he let it end before he achieved his goal? Especially since Zhou's contribution would be even greater than his if it were to end now. This was something he would never allow. There's no need to inform Officer Gao Jun and the others. We can completely destroy the fallen martial artists ourselves. Zhou Tong said confidently. He had killed 2 fallen martial artists in the Red Maple district with 2 punches not long ago with such ease. It caused him to consider all fallen martial artists inferior to him. Unless there were Awakening Realm fallen martial artists in this stronghold. However, how could it be so easy to meet Awakening Realm fallen martial artists? No, Commander Wang Weiyang said that we must report the discovery of the fallen martial artists' stronghold immediately, Lu Qianqian said solemnly. Qianqian, you're too cautious. I am enough to deal with them alone. Wait for my good news. Zhou Tong directly rushed towards Fengmao building and scaled the building like Zhou after he spoke, not bothering if the rest agreed with him or not. Brother Zhou, let me help you. Jin Jinnan's eyes flashed and chased after him. Damn it, they actually violated the commander's instructions. What should we do now? Lu Qianqian looked at Zhou. Report the situation to Officer Gao Jun and the others. Zhou said calmly. He did not care too much about getting credits. Therefore, he did not want to violate the instructions with Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan. Moreover, he was the one who discovered the stronghold. This was enough credit. Okay. Lu Qianqian contacted Officer Gao Jun directly with her phone. Officer Gao Jun, we found a fallen martial artist stronghold on the 16th floor of Fengmao building. However, Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan have already acted on their own. What? You found a stronghold? Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan acted on their own. Officer Gao Jun's shocked voice came from the phone. Then, he cursed. Are they idiots? Do they really think that fallen martial artists are so easy to deal with? The 2 of you, chase after them immediately and see if you can stop them. If you can't, try your best to save them. Remember. If you encounter a crisis that you can't do anything about, escape. Don't worry about them. All our officers will be there imminently as well. The call ended. Zhou and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances before scaling Fengmao building. Zhou and Lu Qianqian arrived at the 16th floor in no time. Bang bang. 2 figures covered in blood flew out from behind the blackout cloth and hit the floor heavily. It's Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan. Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Zhou saw Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan, who were covered in blood and had their limbs broken. He could not help but be slightly stunned. He did not expect them to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, in such a miserable way. Ha ha ha, Brother Liao, these 2 rookies were saying that they want to destroy us even though they are still wet behind the ears. It's really a joke. They've really overestimated themselves, especially the one who rushed up first. He actually said that we're trash and wants to kill us with 1 punch. Where did he get his confidence from? Hee, maybe he fought with some of us from somewhere and won. However, he probably doesn't know that our groups are completely different from each other. For example, Brother Liao has successfully fused a portion of the golden thread bowback and gene with his genes. Even though he hasn't advanced to the Awakening Realm, he's still much stronger than ordinary advanced apprentices. Hee, aren't we lacking experimental subjects recently? These 2 rookies actually came knocking on our door. What a gift. 8 people with vicious expressions walked out from behind the blackout cloth. The leader was a scar-faced man. This scar-faced man was very special. His hands were completely different from normal human arms. They were thicker than an ordinary human's arms and were also covered by black carapace with a golden line on it. 2 more. The scar-faced man stepped on Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan's chests, causing their faces to contort as they spat out blood. At that moment, Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan saw Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian. Embarrassment, shame, humiliation, and various other emotions surged into their hearts like a tide. They were just thinking that the two of them could easily suppress all the fallen martial artists in this stronghold. In the end, they were easily suppressed. There were indeed no awakened martial artists in this stronghold. However, the scar-faced man's strength far exceeded their imagination. His arms were like the arms of a monster. They were too powerful. He had severely injured them in just 2 moves. All sorts of thoughts and emotions surged into Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan's hearts. However, they only had one emotion left in no time. Fear. They were afraid of death. What's wrong with this scar-faced man? How did his arms become like this? Chu Zhou stared at the scar-faced man and frowned. It was not that he did not understand the situation of fallen martial artists. However, there was no information about the mutation of the scar-faced man's arms from the things he had learnt online and in school. Could it be that the government had deliberately blocked this information? Chu Zhou guessed. The elders in my family once told me that I must not let my guard down when I encounter fallen martial artists in the future. They said that some fallen martial artists are different. So, this is the difference. Lu Qianqian looked at the scar-faced man's arms and muttered to herself. When Chu Zhou heard Lu Qianqian's voice, he immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. Information about the fallen martial artists that was deliberately blocked by the government, perhaps out of some considerations. Moreover, the secrecy was very likely only targeted at ordinary people while it was an open secret to some elites and rich people. Brother Liao, 2 more rookies have come. It seems that our stronghold has been discovered. Perhaps the hyenas from the police station will arrive soon. After seeing Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian, a fallen martial artist immediately became vigilant and reminded the scar-faced man. I understand. The scar-faced man nodded and said, then kill them and move immediately. As he spoke, he exerted force with his feet, wanting to crush Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan felt the aura of death. They were terrified. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to join you. Zhou Tong's face was pale, and his face was filled with fear. I can also help you take down these 2 people. Brother Liao, what do you think of that woman? She's the genius beauty of our 5th high school and the school belle. I can take her down and hand her over to you for training. Brother Liao, I can also help you take them down. Moreover, my family has some connections in Jiang City. I can also help you find a new stronghold as long as you don't kill me. Jin Jinnan quickly said. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan had completely defected in the face of death threats. You guys are shameless. Lu Qianqian was so angry that her eyes almost spewed fire. She did not expect that Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan not only surrendered to the enemy but also wanted to capture her and let the scarred faceman play with her in order to survive. At this moment, these 2 people were even more hateful to her than the fallen martial artists in front of her. These 2 rookies are quite sensible. They actually know how to please Brother Liao. A fallen martial artist laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you are indeed sensible. Since that's the case, I'll spare your lives for now. However, I don't need your help to capture them. You're too slow. The scarred faceman exerted a little force with his feet, knocking Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan unconscious. Then, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian. However, Chu Zhou was even faster. Swoosh! A sharp arc of blood flashed, and the scar-faced man instantly retreated. He glanced down at one of his carapace-covered arms. A line of blood slowly appeared on the elbow of this arm. Then, one section of the arm dropped to the floor. Chapter 16. The scar-faced man lowered his head and looked at the upper half of his arm that had fallen to the ground in shock. His arm was cut off by a rookie. How? How is this possible? Brother Liao's arm couldn't even be pierced by ordinary small-caliber bullets, but that rookie actually cut it off with his bare hands. Damn it, he's using a D-rank combat technique, the curved hand blade, but is it that powerful? Many fallen martial artists looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade. No, it doesn't have such power. Could it be the Perfection Realm Curved Hand Blade? The scar-faced man assessed Chu Zhou's curved hand blade's realm in his heart, his expression extremely solemn. He did not expect to meet a pervert like Chu Zhou today. A rookie, still wet behind his ears, had actually cultivated a D-rank combat technique to a realm that he could not understand. I'm very curious. How did your hands become like this? Chu Zhou said calmly and walked towards the scar-faced man step by step. You want to know the answer? Ask in hell. The scar-faced man smiled sinisterly. His other intact arm suddenly grabbed the broken cement pillar beside him. With a loud bang, the cement pillar that was half as thick as an arm was forcefully extracted from the ground. He swung the cement pillar violently and smashed towards Chu Zhou. There was an explosion. A hurricane swept across the entire hall, bringing with it a handful of dust. Lu Qianqian's face turned pale when she saw the violent scene. She knew that she could not block such an attack. She would have been smashed into meat paste if the scar-faced man had attacked her. However, Chu Zhou's expression remained calm. He walked towards the scar-faced man and instantly sped up. His palms were like peerless sabers that were suddenly unsheathed, slashing out scarlet arcs. Ching ching ching. The heavy cement pillar crashed down, cut into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye and scattered everywhere. The cement pillar in the scar-faced man's hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a piece the size of a faceplate was left in his hand. His expression changed drastically, and he chose to retreat decisively. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chu Zhou chased after him. His hands and his legs were knives, and there were knives everywhere. Sharp and white arcs enveloped the scar-faced man at the same time. The scar-faced man's figure suddenly stopped. Chu Zhou also stopped and looked at the scar-faced man quietly. Lines of blood appeared on the scar-faced man's neck, feet, legs, waist, and other places. In the next moment, the scar-faced man's entire body split into pieces and fell to the ground. Is this the power of an intent realm curved hand blade? So powerful. Lu Qianqian's jaw dropped. Run away quickly. The remaining 7 fallen martial artists looked at their boss, Brother Liao, who was actually cut into pieces by Chu Zhou like raw pork. They had almost peed in their pants. They quickly rushed to jump off the building in their escape. A sword appeared as soon as they did that. The sword was as fast as lightning and also ruthless. In less than 3 breaths, the 7 fallen martial artists were all beheaded. Headless corpses spurted out blood like spring water. A young man with silver hair and a cold expression, like an ancient swordsman, appeared in Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian's line of sight. He was, without a doubt, the person who beheaded the 7 fallen martial artists. Ling Zhan from the first high school. Why is he here? Lu Qianqian recognized the person and exclaimed softly. Could it be that he's also carrying out a mission nearby? Chu Zhou's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Ling Zhan walked past the 7 corpses. His gaze landed on the pieces of meat that was the scar-faced man with a trace of regret in his eyes. I wanted him to test my sword when I found out that there was a mutant here. Unfortunately, I was a step too late and he was killed. He sighed softly and shifted his gaze to Chu Zhou. I didn't expect someone like you hidden among the third-year students of Jiang City. You actually managed to cultivate a D-rank combat technique to the intent realm forcefully. Interesting. Looks like this elite trial will not be boring after all. I'll wait for you in the elite trial. With that, he turned around and walked to the edge of the building before jumping down. Wow, Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan actually challenged you. Lu Qianqian said in shock. Ling Zhan is the top amongst the 3 monsters of the first high school. I heard that he has always been cold and arrogant. He doesn't even take the other 2 monsters of the first high school seriously. He actually challenged you. Heavens, this means that he treats you as a formidable opponent. If this news gets out, I'm afraid all the third-year students in Jiang City will be in an uproar. A challenge. Interesting, Chu Zhou smiled. A trace of battle intent surged in his heart. His expectations for the elite trial became even greater after he achieved the intent realm for his curved hand blade. Previously, his goal was to enter the top 3 of the elite trial and obtain the genetic potion. Now, his goal has changed. He wanted to be first. Lu Qianqian. Chu Zhou glanced at the scar-faced man's corpse and suddenly shouted. What's the matter? Lu Qianqian looked at Chu Zhou in confusion. I don't want to reveal my strength for the time being. Please help to cover up the matter here. Don't say that I killed this scar-faced man. Just say that it was Ling Zhan who killed him. Chu Zhou said. The genetic potion was related to whether he could successfully open the genetic lock, awaken his genetic power, and advance to an awakening realm martial artist. Therefore, while it might not affect him much even if his strength was exposed, he still chose to be more cautious before successfully obtaining the genetic potion. He did not want any trouble that could come with exposing his strength. He did not value reputation that much. He only valued tangible benefits. You want to continue hiding your strength? Lu Qianqian revealed a surprised expression. The scar-faced man is obviously the leader of this stronghold. Killing him will be a huge contribution. You're giving it to Ling Zhan just like that. Sure. I don't care. Chu Zhou said calmly. Lu Qianqian was speechless. She did not understand why Chu Zhou was so obsessed with hiding his strength. He even gave such a huge contribution to others in order to hide his strength. She would not be able to do it if she was in his shoes. If it were Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan, they would probably want to spread the news everywhere and let the entire world know. Alright. I agree. However, Ling Zhan also saw you kill the scar-faced man. If he wants to tell the truth, then there's nothing I can do. It's fine. He probably can't be bothered to tell anyone about this. If he does, then so be it. After Chu Zhou heard Lu Qianqian's agreement, he began to search the bodies of the scar-faced men and the other 7 fallen warriors. How could he not loot the corpses of monsters he killed? Unfortunately, the scar-faced men and the 7 fallen martial artists did not have much cash on them. They only had a little more than 10,000 alliance dollars. They did have bank cards on them, but Chu Zhou did not know the password. Even if he knew the password, there would be verification with fingerprints before he could withdraw the money. If the withdrawal amount was large, verification had to be done through genetic information. In other words, these bank cards were useless to him. He casually threw them on the ground. There's still meat on a mosquito, no matter how small it is. Chu Zhou happily stuffed the cash he found into his pocket. He wasn't afraid that Officer Gao Jun and the others would find out. Before the operation, Gao Jun had told them that the things on the fallen martial artist would belong to them if they killed them during the operation. Of course, if the items of fallen martial artists were important, such as more important clues and evidence, the police would confiscate these items and compensate them in monetary terms. Lu Qianqian did not say anything when she saw Chu Zhou pocket the money. The credit belonged to Chu Zhou. Moreover, she was not short of money. Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian went behind the blackout cloth to search the place. They found the body of an adult male with shards of glass embedded in his body. It was the body Chu Zhou had seen earlier. In addition to this corpse, they also found 2 unconscious female students inside. These fallen martial artists are indeed capturing students. What are they trying to do? Lu Qianqian looked at the 2 female students with a furious expression. Fortunately, these 2 female students were only unconscious and were not injured. Let's wait for Officer Gao Jun and the others to handle the rest. Chu Zhou said. Lu Qianqian nodded. Suddenly, she looked in the direction of Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan with disgust and said, then, how should we deal with those 2 scum? We'll also let Officer Gao Jun and the others handle them. We'll tell them what they did. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. He felt that it was a pity. If only the scar-faced man had killed these 2 when he stepped on them just now. Lu Qianqian was beside him, and Ling Zhan had also been here before, so it was not good for him to kill these 2. Otherwise, today would be their death anniversary. However, it did not matter. There was still a chance during the elite trial. They have nowhere to hide. Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian, it's good that you're fine. Officer Gao Jun and the others arrived. They heaved a sigh of relief seeing how Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian were fine. However, they all gasped when they saw the scar-faced man and the headless corpses of the 7 fallen warriors. Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian. Did you kill these people? Officer Gao Jun said in shock, his pupils constricted slightly especially when he saw the scar-faced man's arm that looked like the hand of a monster. Of course, he knew how terrifying mutants like the scar-faced men were. Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian had actually killed the scar-faced men. This was unbelievable. Officer Gao Jun, you've misunderstood. We didn't kill these people. It was Ling Zhan from the first high school. He just appeared here. Zhou explained. Oh, he was killed by Ling Zhan from the first high school. That makes sense. Officer Gao Jun and the others revealed expressions of understanding. They had heard of Ling Zhan, the genius monster of the first high school. They also believed that Ling Zhan could kill a mutant like the scar-faced man. What about them? What happened? Officer Gao Jun's face darkened when he looked at the unconscious Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan. He hated people who were self-righteous and refused to listen to instructions. Officers, this is what happened. Lu Qianqian told him everything that Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan had done bluntly. Officer Gao Jun and the others' faces turned even darker. They did not expect Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan to be so afraid of death. Not only did they choose to join the enemy, they even wanted to take down their teammates and give them to the enemy in order to survive. Cuff them and bring them back. The commander will deal with them. 2 police officers walked coldly to Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan's side. They directly cuffed the owners with alloy handcuffs and lifted them up. 2 more police officers carried the 2 unconscious female students out. This operation is over. I will report your contributions to the commander. Let's go back to the police station. Gao Jun brought everyone downstairs as he spoke. Chapter 17. In the police station. Zhou, Lu Qianqian, and the many students who participated in Operation Storm gathered in the original hall again. There were fewer students. Some were accidentally injured and were sent for treatment. There were also people who were treated specially for special reasons, for example, Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan. Zhou, Officer Gao Jun said that Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan are already locked up in the detention center. Lu Qianqian whispered into Zhou's ear. Only in the detention center? Zhou asked. A hint of helplessness appeared on Lu Qianqian's face as she said, I do hope that these 2 scums will be sentenced to life imprisonment or even death. But I know that this is unrealistic. You still don't know, right? Zhou Tong is actually Vice Principal Zhou Sen's youngest son. As for Jin Jinan, you should know very well that he's from Jiang City's Jin family. The Jin family is not only a wealthy family. More importantly, the Jin family has a true martial artist. Their backgrounds aren't ordinary. Even if they made mistakes, I think the people behind them will bail them out as long as there's no hard evidence. Lu Qianqian sighed. Zhou did not say much. Such a situation would happen in any society. He had seen many of such in his previous life. The people behind them will probably pay a huge price to save these scumbags. Lu Qianqian sneered. Zhou no longer thought about Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan. To him, these 2 people were already in the past. He looked at Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. He wanted to win first place in the elite trial. These 3 people were his greatest opponents. At this moment, Ling Zhan suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou. There was a hint of seriousness in his cold eyes. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi were right beside Ling Zhan, and they immediately noticed the change in his expression. They were slightly surprised. They had known Ling Zhan for almost 3 years, but this was the first time they had seen such a serious expression on his face. Ling Zhan, is there anything special about that person? You seem to value him very much. Shi Meng followed Ling Zhan's line of sight and also noticed Zhou. However, Zhou was nothing special in his eyes. Ling Zhan, that person actually made you so serious. Is he very strong? Li Qingshi asked with a smile. Ling Zhan nodded slightly and said, he's indeed very strong. You guys are probably not his match. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi's faces stiffened. If anyone but Ling Zhan said that, they would think that he's crazy. They were the genius monsters of the first high school. To randomly find someone and say that he was stronger than them was either crazy or foolish. But they knew Ling Zhan very well. Ling Zhan was a man of his word. There was no need to lie to them. Hey, interesting. That seems to be a student of the 5th high school. I didn't expect a divine dragon hidden in the small pond of the 5th high school. Shi Meng's eyes burst with light, like a sleeping beast waking up, emitting a silent deterrence. He should be participating in the elite trial. When the time comes, Shi Meng, you can challenge him, Li Qingshi said with a smile. Of course. I'll defeat him first, Shi Meng said as his gaze shifted to Ling Zhan. Then, I'll defeat you. Ling Zhan said calmly, 128 times. Shi Meng was stunned. What 128 times? Ling Zhan, your challenge against me has already failed 128 times. Shi Meng. Li Qingshi shook her head and smiled lightly seeing this all-familiar scent. However, Shi Meng and Li Qingshi remembered Chu Zhou because of Ling Zhan's words. They would get someone to inquire about Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, did you notice? Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi, the three monster geniuses of the first high school, were all looking at you just now. Could they be concerned about you? Lu Qianqian looked at Chu Zhou with a shocked expression as she spoke. Fifth high school was completely incomparable to the first high school in terms of martial arts. In fact, it was far inferior to second high school and third high school. However, who would have thought that a monster that even the three monsters of the first high school valued would appear in the small pond of the fifth high school? Yes. In Lu Qianqian's eyes, Chu Zhou was also a monster. So be it. It's not like I'll lose anything. Chu Zhou smiled. Swoosh. Commander Wang Weiyang suddenly appeared on the podium in the hall like a ghost again. Students, we meet again. Operation Storm went very smoothly. We basically destroyed all the strongholds of the fallen martial artists in Jiang City and wiped them all out. I now announce that Operation Storm has ended perfectly. We'll remember your contributions. Pay attention to your bank account information. The finance staff will transfer the corresponding bonus to you based on your contributions in this operation later. With that, he disappeared again like a ghost. Upon hearing that there would be a reward, many students in the hall were excited. Beep. Lu Qianqian quickly took her phone out when she heard it ring. I received 3,000 alliance dollars. She smiled broadly. She wasn't actually short of money. But this was the first time she had earned money herself. The feeling was different. Chu Zhou's phone rang too. He picked it up and saw a notification. 30,000 alliance dollars. His reward was 10 times that of Lu Qianqian's. His father had to work for 10 months to earn 30,000 alliance dollars. Tisk TSK, 30,000 alliance dollars. Chu Zhou, you've made a killing this time. Treat me. Lu Qianqian leaned over and saw the amount Chu Zhou had received. She immediately chuckled. Treat? No problem. The weird flavored buns in the school canteen have a unique flavor. I'll treat you to 100 of them. Chu Zhou said in a forthright manner. Lu Qianqian's face stiffened. The weird flavored buns in the school canteen was the cheapest of all the high-energy food in the canteen. The taste was indescribable, and it was especially easy to gain weight after eating it. The female students of the fifth high school avoided the monster bun as much as possible. They regarded it as a taboo item that they would not touch even if they were beaten to death. Chu Zhou, who had made a fortune, was actually treating her, the genius beauty and school belle of the fifth high school, to 100 of the cheapest monster buns. Christ! What kind of strange creature was this young man in front of her? Could he be a top-notch, invincible miser? Chapter 18. The next day. Fifth high school. Chu Zhou was practicing his cultivation in the woods when Lu Qianqian came over and told him a shocking piece of news. Chu Zhou, I have good news for you. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan have indeed been released. However, their families have also paid a huge price. Vice Principal Zhou Sen and Jin Jingmao, the academic director, have both been dismissed. Furthermore, Zhou Tong's guaranteed spot has been revoked. Jin Jinnan has also lost the right to continue competing for the guaranteed spot. Lu Qianqian beamed with joy as she spoke, as if she had vented her anger. It was a very normal outcome since Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan actually wanted to capture her and let the scar-faced man play with her yesterday. This made her hate Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan to the core. Even though Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan were not convicted of serious crimes by the police, their families behind them had also paid a huge price. That made her feel a little better. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect Vice Principal Zhou Sen and Academic Director Jingmao to be fired just like that. That's indeed good news. He smiled and used his sharp blade kick on a man-sized rock. Ching! A sickle-like foot swept across the rock and instantly cut open the entire rock. The cut on the rock was as smooth as a mirror. My sharp blade kick has also advanced to the mastery realm. A hint of joy appeared on his face. The technique of exerting force and the principle of attacking were similar for both the curved hand blade and the sharp blade kick. Therefore, he did not use his precious attribute points to upgrade this combat technique. Rather, he cultivated it by himself. He had finally successfully upgraded his sharp blade kick to the mastery realm with the experience of the intent realm curved hand blade as a reference. Zhou, you're truly a freak. You've actually cultivated your sharp blade kick to the mastery realm. Lu Qianqian's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. It's nothing, I just entered the mastery realm. Zhou waved his hand, indicating to her not to be caught up by it. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes, pissed. This person's words were simply infuriating. What does he mean by, just entered the mastery realm? She had been practicing a few combat techniques for so many years. Her family had even hired a special teacher to teach her, but she had yet to reach the mastery realm on any of the techniques. Master Chu, I didn't rest much last night. Especially to help you gather information about the competitors so that you can suppress the crowd in the elite trial. Come and take a look. Lu Qianqian sat down beside Zhou, took out her phone, and tapped lightly. A holographic projection interface appeared in the air. There was a folder called Top 10 Experts in the interface. These top 10 experts are the 10 most famous students in our Jiang City third-year cohort. 8 of them are from the first high school, 1 is from the second high school, and 1 is from the third high school. Lu Qianqian tapped the folder icon in the air as she spoke. Another 10 folders appeared at the same time. The title of every folder was of a person's name, school, etc. This is the cultivation and battle video of Zhuangqing from the first high school. Lu Qianqian opened a folder at random. 6 videos started playing in the air at the same time instantly. The protagonists of these 6 videos were all of the same tall and thin student. Some videos played the scenes of his cultivation. Some videos showed his battle scenes. Student Lu Qianqian, your intelligence work is very good. You actually collected their cultivation and battle videos so thoroughly. This is what you are in terms of intelligence gathering. Zhou stared at Zhuangqing's cultivation and battle videos. He clicked his tongue in amazement and gave Lu Qianqian a thumbs up. Of course. The corners of Lu Qianqian's mouth curled up slightly as she smiled. I'm not a useless person. Zhou did not let down Lu Qianqian's hard work and watched all the videos seriously. He did so especially for the videos on Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. He watched each cultivation and battle video 3 to 4 times. You can only win every battle if you know yourself and your enemies. He did not underestimate Ling Zhan and the others just because his curved hand blade had reached the intent realm. Zhou was even more confident for the elite trial after watching the cultivation and battle videos of Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi multiple times. 9 days later. In the small forest, Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he opened the attribute board. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6. Attribute points, 13.25, plus 12.15. Basic Breathing Technique, D-Rank Level 3, Upgradable. Curved Hand Blade, D-Rank Level 5, Intent Realm, Upgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D-Rank Level 3, Mastery Realm, Upgradable. Zhou was delighted as he looked at the information on the attribute board. His guess was right. He could not upgrade his breathing technique or combat technique because he did not have enough attribute points previously. He could update the basic breathing technique that he had cultivated to the limit or even the curved hand blade that had reached the intent realm once he had enough attribute points. Upgrade the basic breathing technique. He chose to upgrade the basic breathing technique without hesitation. The entire attribute board trembled and flickered violently immediately. The information on it became blurry. This time, the vibration of the attribute board was clearly greater than the previous times when he upgraded the curved hand blade. Zhou's body also began to change. He instinctively entered the cultivation state of the basic breathing technique and sat cross-legged with his 5 cores facing the sky. Exhale. Inhale. Every breath he took carried a mysterious frequency as wisps of cosmic energy surged into his body. The countless cells in his body seemed to have awakened from their slumber and were absorbing the cosmic energy. Buzz. His entire body shook as if some invisible shackle had shattered suddenly. The cosmic energy that surged into his body instantly doubled. His muscles, bones, cells, 5 viscera, and so on were also absorbing the cosmic energy at a rapid speed. His physical fitness was undergoing a violent transformation. A moment later, this violent transformation slowly ended. Zhou opened his eyes and looked at the attribute board. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 4. Attribute points, 1.25. Basic Breathing Technique, D Rank Level 4, Unupgradable. Curved Hand Blade, D Rank Level 5, Intent Realm, Unupgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D Rank Level 3, Mastery Realm, Unupgradable. My basic breathing technique has broken through the limit. Originally, there were only 3 levels, but now, I've raised it to the 4th level. My life field energy has also increased by 0.4, from 3.6 to 4, breaking through 4. Zhou looked at the changes in his attribute board and was overjoyed. He could also clearly feel that his body had undergone a huge transformation. His vision, hearing, touch, taste, and smell had become stronger. Even his thinking speed had greatly increased. This is evolution. An all-round evolution. Upgrading the basic breathing technique to the 4th level not only increases my life field energy by 0.4, but also allows me to absorb cosmic energy faster. This transformation is still not over, but the momentum is not as fierce as before. Zhou muttered to himself and calculated in his heart. There were still 11 days before the elite trial began. In that case, he might be able to continue upgrading the basic breathing technique. 11 days later. Zhou looked at the information on the attribute board and smiled. Attribute points, 16.1, plus 14.85. Basic breathing technique, D Rank Level 4, Upgradable. Upgrade the basic breathing technique. With a thought, Zhou's attribute board trembled again. He went through the process of upgrading 11 days ago. After everything calmed down, the information on the attribute board changed again. Name, Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 4.5. Attribute points, 1.1. Basic Breathing Technique, D Rank Level 5, Unupgradable. Curved Hand Blade, D Rank Level 5, Intent Realm, Unupgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D Rank Level 3, Mastery Realm, Unupgradable. His basic breathing technique had been upgraded to the 5th level. His life field energy increased to 4.5. Chapter 19. My life field energy has reached 4.5. Zhou was very excited. Advanced apprentices had a life field energy within the range of 3 to 5. However, it was very difficult for most advanced apprentices to break through to level 4. Those with a life field energy of 4 were all extraordinary talents. They could be considered elites among advanced apprentices. Those with a life field energy of 4.5 could basically be called geniuses. The geniuses here did not only refer to the geniuses of Jiang City, but also the geniuses of all mankind. Zhou's talent was actually average. Normally speaking, it was very difficult for his life field to break through 4 when he was an advanced apprentice. However, he relied on his attribute board to forcefully raise his basic breathing technique, which was only at the 3rd level, to the 5th level. He also forcefully raised his life force to 4.5, reaching the standard of a genius. The current me is probably enough to defeat 3 of me when I was in Operation Storm. I'm definitely going to get 1st place in the elite trial. Zhou muttered to himself as he exuded a strong sense of confidence. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He took out his phone and saw a message from Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber wants me to go to the administrative office now. A trace of doubt flashed across Zhou's eyes. He immediately walked towards the administrative office. Zhou met Lu Qianqian on his way to the administrative office. You also received Big Sister Saber's notification? Zhou asked. Yes. Lu Qianqian smiled. Don't tell me you don't know the reason. Zhou, my lady, don't keep me in suspense. Who's your lady? Lu Qianqian blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhou. Only a martial arts fanatic like you would care about nothing but cultivation all day long. You've already signed up for the elite trial, but you don't even know some of the rules of the elite trial. Zhou smiled awkwardly. There's a risk of death in the elite trials. There are deaths in the elite trials every year. The elite trials are voluntary. The school will not bear the responsibility of any death. Therefore, Big Sister Saber must be asking us to sign the death waiver agreement. Lu Qianqian explained. I see. Chu Zhou understood. At this moment, Lu Qianqian's expression stiffened slightly. She looked behind Chu Zhou with an unfriendly gaze. Chu Zhou noticed the change in Lu Qianqian's expression and turned around. He immediately saw two familiar people, Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan. Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian, how dare you complain about me to the police? How dare you? Zhou Tong walked over and stared coldly at Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian. How would he, Zhou Tong, be captured and imprisoned if it wasn't because these two people told the police officers that he had defected to the enemy and was prepared to attack his own people? The Zhou family had paid a huge price to protect him. Even his father had been removed as the vice principal. His martial arts university guaranteed spot was also gone. How could he not hate Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian? Moreover, Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian had seen him begging the scar-faced man for mercy. He would not let Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian off just based on this alone. Zhou Tong, you're a scum with an ugly character. Fortunately, I didn't agree to be your girlfriend in the past. Lu Qianqian sneered. Humph, I only pursued you in the past because I wanted to play with you. Who do you think you are? I can find any woman I want with my conditions. Zhou Tong's expression was slightly distorted as he coldly looked at Lu Qianqian. Then, he stared at Chu Zhou's eyes murderously and smiled sinisterly. Chu Zhou, I wouldn't have bothered with trash like you from the slums, but you shouldn't have angered me. People die in the elite trial. Do you think you'll die this time? With that, he walked towards the administrative office with his head held high. Jin Jinan followed, but he paused and sneered when he passed by Chu Zhou. Hee, Chu Zhou, you're very good, very good. I hope you will do well in this elite trial. They seem to be threatening me. Lu Qianqian, what do you think I should do? Should I tremble in fear? Chu Zhou said with a playful expression. Lu Qianqian could not help but laugh. Chu Zhou, Dong Wendy said that you are not only shameless, but also thick-skinned and black-hearted. I had some doubts before, but I believe him now. You're really two-faced. What? Old Dong, how dare you slander me? Chu Zhou gritted his teeth. This damn fatty actually smeared my glorious image. I must punish him the next time round. Are you still using the word slander? Lu Qianqian smiled mockingly. She blinked her eyes as if she was looking forward to something. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan probably still don't know that you killed the scar-faced man. Tell me, how would they react if they knew the truth? Chu Zhou touched his chin and thought about it seriously. He said, it will probably be very interesting. Perhaps they will pee their pants. So vulgar. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou, as though she despised Chu Zhou's choice of words, but she quickly smiled. I thought so too. Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian soon arrived at the administrative office. Big Sister Saber was sitting in the academic director's seat. That's right. Big Sister Saber was now the new academic director. Jin Jinan's face twisted slightly when he saw Big Sister Saber sitting in the academic director's seat. This position belonged to his second uncle, Jin Jingmao. In the end, he lost his position because of him. This made him hate Chu Zhou even more. He did not consider himself as the root cause of the current outcome. Some people were like that. They would always blame others when things went wrong. They would rarely find the blame on themselves. The elite trial has certain dangers involved. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to withdraw? It's not too late to withdraw now. Big Sister Saber said expressionlessly, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Chu Zhou and the others would naturally not back out. All right, sign this death waiver agreement since you've all decided to participate in the elite trial. She placed 4 death waiver agreements on the table. Such an important agreement not only had to be signed electronically, but also on paper. Chu Zhou and the others stepped forward to sign and press their fingerprints on the paper version of the agreement. Then, they continued to sign and press their fingerprints on the electronic version. I'll be at the school gate at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning to go with you to the elite trial. Big Sister Saber let Lu Qianqian and the others leave after she finished speaking. However, she left Chu Zhou behind. Big Sister Saber looked at Chu Zhou with admiration in her cold eyes. For the past month, Chu Zhou had been cultivating with him in the martial arts hall every morning other than during the Saturday and Sunday break. She saw how Chu Zhou was improving at an unimaginable speed with her own eyes. However, she gradually realized that Chu Zhou had been hiding his strength. She suddenly increased the strength of her attack to an unprepared Zhou during a sparring session in order to test Zhou's true strength. She increased the strength of her attack to the extent that even those geniuses in Guangdong City had to seriously resist. The result shocked her. Zhou blocked her attack easily. What did that tell her? This meant that Zhou's true strength was no longer inferior to those geniuses in Guangdong City. Moreover, Zhou was personally nurtured by her. This gave her a huge sense of accomplishment. "Zhou, are you confident?" Big Sister Saber asked with a rare smile. "The first place is mine." Zhou's expression was very calm, but his eyes revealed absolute confidence. "You're quite confident, eh? But those 3 genius monsters from the first high school are not easy to deal with. They are the most outstanding students in Jiang City in the past 10 years. They are not inferior to those geniuses in Guangdong City." Big Sister Saber reminded him. "Teacher, wait for my good news," Zhou said confidently. "All right, I'll wait for your good news." Big Sister Saber nodded slightly. It was good for young people to have confidence and drive. If young people lost their confidence and drive, lost their fighting spirit, and were overcautious, they would be doomed. That kind of martial artist would not be able to go far. She gave Zhou a few more instructions and told him to be careful before letting him leave. There was a saying in the old era, "It never rains but it pours." Tomorrow's elite trial will be when you shock the entire Jiang City. Big Sister Saber looked in the direction where Zhou left before and muttered to herself. Chapter 20. The next day. 8 in the morning. Zhou, Lu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Jinan appeared at the school gate on time. V-Room. A domineering hovering car that looked like an armored vehicle flew over from the sky towards the school gate accompanied by a low and powerful roar. This car was about 6 meters long, 2 meters wide and tall. Ordinary models looked like toys compared to it. This is a top luxury car, the Tyrant. Zhou and the others' eyes lit up when they saw this wild and domineering car. The Tyrant series was one of the top 10 luxury cars in the world. It was a representative of hard-style cars. A Tyrant costs at least 100 million yuan. However, even rich people with assets of more than 10 billion yuan would not buy a Tyrant. It's too extravagant and wasteful. Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Zhou's eyes flashed with passion. The Tyrant style was domineering and generous. It suited his taste so well. He also wanted to own one. Unfortunately, he had no money. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan were also guessing who this extravagant Tyrant belonged to. "Come on." Suddenly, the Tyrant stopped in front of Zhou and the others. The car window was rolled down, revealing Big Sister Saber. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but swallow. This Tyrant was actually Big Sister Saber's. The rich lady has always been in front of me. Zhou was tempted. Would it be too late to start learning how to freeload off a woman? The 4 of them got into the car in a daze. The next moment, the Tyrant roared and soared into the sky like a monster. Zhou and the others were secretly sizing up Big Sister Saber's figure in the car, guessing her background and identity. It was obvious that Big Sister Saber had a shocking background. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to buy a top-notch luxury car like the Tyrant even if she was a teacher for the rest of her life. Sister Dao seemed to have guessed what Zhou and the others were thinking. She addressed their concerns, turning her head. "Don't be envious. It's just a Tyrant. It's nothing. When you become real martial artists and kill a few monsters, you'll have a Tyrant. Every martial artist is rich. A mere 100 million is not even a small target in the hearts of true martial artists." Zhou and the others felt their blood boiling upon hearing those words. The Tyrant flew through the air at high speed and soon arrived in front of a majestic city wall that was 100 meters tall and shining with a metallic luster. In this era, human cities built huge city walls at the edge of the city to defend against monsters. "We're leaving the city." Zhou and the others were somewhat excited. Monsters roamed the wilderness outside human cities. Normal people could not survive in the wilderness. Therefore, many ordinary people lived their entire lives in a city surrounded by high walls. Zhou and the others did not leave the city either. They were inexplicably excited now that they were about to leave the city and see the scenery outside. "I'll teach you a lesson now. The wilderness and the city are 2 completely different worlds. It's not a problem for cars to fly in the city, but when you reach the wilderness, it's best to drive on land. That's because there are countless flying monsters in the wilderness. When cars fly in the air, it's easier for them to attract the flying monsters' attention and be surrounded by them. Being surrounded by flying monsters while driving in midair. You can imagine that predicament. Big Sister Saber lowered the car's altitude and flew close to the ground, passing through the city gate while she spoke. Is this the wilderness? Big Sister Saber is right. It's a totally different world from the city. Ordinary humans can't survive here. Zhou looked at the outside world through the car window. It was as if they had entered a primitive world ever since they left Jiang City. There was more and more vegetation. Thick trees with a diameter of 1 to 2 meters could be seen everywhere. Groups of beasts could be seen along the way from time to time. All of this meant that this place was far away from human civilization and was not suitable for human settlement. On the other hand, rusty cars, trucks, and other things that occasionally appeared in the wilderness, as well as some collapsed houses from the old era, proved that humans had once lived here. The car arrived at the entrance of a wilderness town soon. At this moment, there were already many hovering cars parked in front of this wilderness town. There were also hundreds of teachers and students gathered here. This is a top luxury car, the Tyrant. Many people became restless seeing the arrival of a tyrant. Big Sister Saber brought Zhou and the others out of the car and immediately became the center of attention. They're from 5th High School. This female teacher from the 5th High School doesn't look simple. She can actually afford a tyrant. Many people curiously sized up Big Sister Saber. This wilderness town is the location of the elite trial. You guys should wait here for the arrangements. I'm going to meet up with the teachers from the other schools. With that, Big Sister Saber left. Zhou, Lu Qianqian. The elite trial is about to begin. Treasure your last moments. Zhou Tong smiled coldly and left with Jin Jinan as soon as Big Sister Saber left. Zhou, I feel that Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan will most likely attack us in this trial. Lu Qianqian frowned as she watched Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan leave. I'll wait for them to make a move. It's a good opportunity to get rid of them. Zhou's eyes flashed with coldness. He would take the initiative to attack Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan this time even if they did not make a move. More than 100 meters away, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi from the 1st High School were sizing up Zhou from afar. Ling Zhan, I really don't understand why this Zhou is so important to you. I've checked his information during this period of time. He's just an ordinary advanced apprentice. He's known as a commoner genius in the number 5 high school, but a commoner genius with a life field energy of 3.5 is nothing. He can only make a name for himself in the small pond that is 5th high school with that level of life field energy. I don't think he can even enter the top 100 if he's in our 1st high school. Shi Meng said with slight contempt. He did not mean to look down on Zhou. However, he really could not understand what was so important about Zhou. I've also checked his information, but I didn't find anything special about him. Lu Qingshi said. Ling Zhan recalled the scene of him personally witnessing Zhou kill the scar-faced man that day while listening to Shi Meng and Lu Qingshi. The might of that intent realm combat technique still shocked him to this day. You believe too much in the life field energy. You have to know that life field energy is life field energy. Combat power is combat power. The two are different. Don't underestimate Zhou. Otherwise, you might be defeated very miserably once you encounter him. Ling Zhan said calmly. Ha ha ha, I'll be defeated miserably. Shi Meng felt uncomfortable. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened. His entire body emitted a domineering and fierce aura. No one from the entire cohort of advanced apprentice of Jiang City can defeat me besides you, Shi Meng. Since you think so highly of him, I'll go find him and defeat him immediately when the trial begins. I'll also test his strength if there's a chance. Li Qingshi chimed in. Ling Zhan did not say anything else. He only stared at Zhou's figure, and a trace of fighting spirit grew in his heart. Chapter 21. Wilderness Town. Zhou, look. Big Sister Saber and the teachers of the other high schools seem to be receiving a group of distinguished guests. Among them are 2 people in military uniforms. Lu Qianqian looked in Big Sister Saber's direction, her eyes shining. I've asked around. Every year, many important figures of Jiang City would come to watch the elite trial of the top 10 high schools. More importantly, the 6 martial arts universities in Guangdong Bay City, including the first military university and the second military university, will also send commissioners to the event. Those 2 in military uniforms are most likely the commissioners from the first military university and the second military university. She was clearly too excited at this moment and kept talking. Those who have outstanding performance in the elite trials might be directly recruited by the first military university, the second military university, and the other 6 martial arts universities. They will be specially nurtured. My goal this time is to enter the top 30 of the elite trial. This way, I have a chance to obtain a special spot. Zhou also looked at the VIPs and saw 2 martial artists in military uniforms. Are they commissioners from the first and second military university? He was not particularly excited. He had been thinking about something recently. He should be able to obtain a tube of genetic potion if he were to obtain first place in the elite trial this time. However, the success rate of successfully opening the genetic lock and becoming an awakening realm martial artist was only about 50%. The higher the talent, the higher the success rate. He had the attribute board even though his talent was ordinary. He had even upgraded the basic breathing technique to the 5th level. He would basically be able to become an awakening realm martial artist if he upgraded the basic breathing technique by another 1 or 2 levels and used the genetic potion. What was the main purpose of all these advanced apprentices' desire to enter a martial arts university? Wasn't it just to use the various resources in the martial arts university to unlock the genetic lock and advance to an awakening realm martial artist? In that case, would he still need to enter a martial arts university if he became an awakening realm martial artist in advance? I should get the genetic potion before thinking about the future. Zhou muttered to himself and quickly restrained his thoughts. However, the other students were not Zhou. They knew that they had no chance of getting into the top 3 with the 3 monsters from the first high school around. In other words, they had basically lost the opportunity to obtain genetic potions. To these students, their goal here was to obtain a good ranking and obtain a special spot in the 6 martial arts universities. When these students learned that the commissioners of the first military university and the second military university had arrived, all of them were incomparably excited. They rubbed their palms together, wanting to perform well in the elite trial. The smell of gunpowder filled the air among the students. Teacher Yang Ming, are those 3 students Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi? Guotao from the first military university looked at their figures and asked Yang Ming, the teacher in charge of the first high school, with a smile. Yes, that's them. Yang Ming's face showed a hint of pride. These 3 can be said to be the best seedlings in Jiang City in recent years. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi's life field energy have both reached 4.4 while Ling Zhan's has even reached 4.5. More importantly, they don't just have life field energy. They're all combat-type talents. During the past 3 years, the 3 of them have fought hundreds of battles each. They grew through battles and are not flowers grown in the greenhouse. The expression on Yan Qing from the second military university changed. To be able to reach 4.4, 4.5 in the life field energy and be combat-type talents means they are not inferior to the geniuses of Guangdong City. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that those geniuses in Guangdong City obtained are far superior from what Ling Zhan and the others can get. Ling Zhan and the others might be even more outstanding than those geniuses in Guangdong City if they can receive the same resources and be nurtured. Yan Qing said excitedly, her eyes lit up when she looked at Ling Zhan and the gang. Her mission would be complete if she could recruit Ling Zhan and gang into the second military university. Guotao glanced at Yan Qing with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He also came with the same mission this time. To recruit Ling Zhan and gang into the first military university. Especially Ling Zhan, who was ranked first. He had to get him no matter what. The eyes of the commissioners from the other 4 martial arts universities flickered when they saw Ling Zhan and gang. They also had their eyes on the 3. Big Sister Saber looked at this scene with a strange expression. The commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities are now fighting over Ling Zhan and gang. If Zhou wins first place in the elite trial, how would these people react? Students. Yang Ming, the teacher in charge of the first high school, suddenly walked to the front with a loudspeaker. My name is Yang Ming. Now, let me announce the rules of this elite trial. This wilderness town in front of you has many groups of monsters living in it. Don't worry. We've cleared out all the monsters above the beast soldier level in the town. The remaining monsters are all underage monsters. Their strengths are equivalent to that of apprentices. You can fight them. The more monsters you kill, the more points you get and the higher your ranking will be. After the trial ends, the top 3 on the scoreboard will be rewarded with a tube of genetic potion worth 10 million alliance dollars. There will be no reward for the other rankings. But I believe you've seen the commissioner sent by the 6 martial arts universities behind us. If your ranking is high enough, you will have a chance to gain their favor and obtain a special spot in the martial arts university. All the students at the scene were in an uproar before teacher Yang Ming finished speaking. They looked at the commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities with excitement, as if they saw an opportunity to soar into the sky. Even Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi, and the others were unable to remain calm. That was because genetic potions were very important to them. Ahem. Teacher Yang Ming coughed and continued. This elite trial will be conducted the same way as the previous elite trials. It will start now and end at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, that's all the rules. Everyone, come up and collect a communications watch. This communications watch will not only record the number of monsters you kill. You can also press the button on it to ask for help when you encounter danger. Of course, you will be eliminated once you ask for help. All your points will be nullified. Everyone went forward to receive a communication watch. Chu Zhou took one and wore it on his left hand. Now, all students, enter the monster town. The elite trial officially began with an order from teacher Yang Ming. All the students rushed into the monster town at that instant. Chapter 22. Hundreds of students surged into the town like a wave and quickly dispersed in search of their prey. Is this a town from the previous era? Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian walked on the street that was almost submerged in weeds. There were many abandoned cars from the old era and even a bus that overturned on both sides of the street. The nearby houses were also covered in green vines. After so many years, this town once filled with humans gradually became a part of nature again without the interference of humans. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense bushes by the road. Humph. 2 thick black shadows flew out from the grass with a foul smell and collided with Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian before they could look towards the bushes. Be careful. Chu Zhou's figure flashed with the slightest movement, dodging a fong in the shape of a scimitar that was attempting to pierce his chest. At the same time, his eyes turned cold. All the strength in his body gathered in his right hand, which turned into a blade. He slashed fiercely at the black shadow's head, creating an extremely sharp scarlet arc. A ferocious beast head left its body and flew away with a poof. Fresh blood spurted out from the severed neck like a fountain. Its body ran for several meters more before it collapsed. Lu Qianqian also dodged the black shadow nimbly on the other side. Seeing this, Chu Zhou rushed over and kicked his right foot up like a sickle, drawing a sharp arc. The black shadow split into 2 from the middle and fell to the ground. Only then did Chu Zhou carefully examine the monster corpses on the ground. These 2 monsters looked similar to wild boars from the old era. However, they were 3 times larger, like a tank. They were also covered in black and hard iron spikes. The 2 fangs were sharp and long, like 2 sharp scimitars. They were terrifying. It's the iron thorn wild boar from pig-type monsters. Chu Zhou recognized the monster. Speaking of which, he had been eating iron thorn wild boar meat for almost a month. Yet this was the first time he had seen how the iron thorn wild boar actually looked like. 1 caddy of beast soldier level iron thorn boar meat costs 1,000 alliance dollars. These 2 iron thorn wild boars haven't reached the beast soldier level, but it shouldn't be a problem to sell them for 500 alliance dollars per caddy. I estimate that each of them weighs about 600 caddies. In other words, each of them is worth 300,000 alliance dollars, and 2 makes 600,000 alliance dollars. This doesn't include the most valuable items of the iron thorn wild boar, their tusks and their equally expensive fur. F***ck, it's too profitable. No wonder Big Sister Saber said that every true martial artist is rich. Chu Zhou's heart started beating violently just by calculating how much the 2 iron thorn wild boars were roughly worth. He finally understood why being a martial artist was so profitable. They could earn the money that ordinary people would not be able to earn even if they worked hard for more than 10 years just by killing a low-level monster. Of course, he also knew that it would not be so simple for him to kill these 2 iron thorn wild boars under normal circumstances. He could only enter this town so leisurely. Because the monsters in this town had already been cleared by the teachers of the top 10 high schools. All the monsters above the beast soldier level had been killed. Otherwise, the danger level of the wilderness town would increase greatly. He might be instantly killed by a beast soldier level monster if an advanced apprentice like him wandered into this place. However, the martial artist profession had a very profitable path no matter what. What a pity. I still have to continue hunting monsters. I can't bring the corpses of these 2 ironthorn wild boars with me. Zhou looked at the corpses of the 2 ironthorn wild boars and felt his heart ache. Zhou, we have to split up. Lu Qianqian looked at the ironthorn wild boar that was easily cut in half by Zhou and chuckled. You're too strong. I would lose the chance to train and sharpen myself even though it's safer to be with you. Be careful then. Zhou did not object to Lu Qianqian acting alone. How could one see a rainbow without weathering the storm? Only by enduring the wind and rain could one truly grow. He understood these principles. Hee, Zhou, you've been hiding for so long. It's time to explode. I believe you'll definitely surprise everyone this time. Lu Qianqian chuckled and ran away immediately. Explode. It's indeed time. Zhou smiled. He suddenly saw a fleeting figure in a villa in front of him from the corner of his eye. He instantly rushed over like an arrow to the front of the villa that was covered in vines and leaped to the second floor of the villa. He stepped on the balcony on the second floor and leaped up into the third floor. Swoosh! Zhou had just entered the third floor of the villa when a gray shadow pounced on him at lightning speed. Zhou instantly felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if a sharp claw was about to tear his neck apart. It was too late for him to dodge. Attack is the best defense. Zhou's hands and feet turned into incomparably sharp sabers that slashed out intersecting arcs in the air instantly. There was a sizzling sound in the air. Meow. Blood bloomed in the air accompanied by a shrill and ear-piercing scream. Swoosh. A large gray cat the size of a puppy appeared on a metal box in the living room on the third floor. 2 sharp claws that shone with a metallic luster dug deep into the iron box. One of the claws had an additional line of blood that was slowly seeping out. No wonder it's so fast. It's a gray shadow cat, a cat-type monster. Zhou looked at the gray shadow cat on the iron box. His eyes narrowed slightly, and became more vigilant. Cat-type monsters were relatively fast. Moreover, their actions were silent. They were natural assassins. Many fighters were suddenly ambushed and killed when they encountered cat-type monsters in the wilderness. He might have been decapitated if he had not unleashed his full strength in time. However, its speed must have decreased greatly now that I've injured one of its front claws. Zhou looked at the gray shadow cat's bloody front paw and smiled. The gray shadow cat's dark red eyes glared at the human in front of it with the intention to retreat. However, Zhou rushed over before it could even move. I'll take your life while you're down. How could Zhou miss such a good opportunity? A hand blade tore through the air, turning into a beautiful scarlet arc that slashed across the gray shadow cat's body. With a swish, the gray shadow cat and the metal box under it were instantly cut open. Blood flowed all over the ground. Zhou looked at his communications watch. It read 3. These were his points. It meant that he had killed 3 monsters. The efficiency of killing monsters like this is too slow. I have to find monsters that like to live in groups. Zhou glanced at the gray shadow cat's corpse, turned around, walked to the balcony, and jumped down. It must be fate. Zhou saw 8 ironthorn wild boars gathered in a square covered in weeds not long after he left the villa. He had encountered a group of ironthorn wild boars so quickly. If this wasn't fate, what was? Bang. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering it. His entire body turned into an arrow that left the bow as he charged towards the ironthorn wild boars. His flying body tore through the air with a series of explosions. F***CK, who is he? He's actually so brave. That's 8 ironthorn wild boars. He actually charged straight in. There were many students hiding in the buildings near the square. These students were also targeting this group of ironthorn wild boars. However, they did not dare to attack 8 ironthorn wild boars when they were together. They originally wanted to wait for the 8 ironthorn wild boars to disperse before killing them one by one. They could not help but be dumbfounded seeing Zhou charge towards the ironthorn wild boars. Every ironthorn wild boar was comparable to an advanced apprentice. In fact, their lethality far exceeded that of human advanced apprentice due to their powerful physique. In the eyes of these students, Zhou was courting death by fighting 8 of them by himself. However, these students were struck with awe in no time. After Zhou rushed into the group of iron-thorn wild boars, his hands and feet seemed to have turned into incomparably sharp knives. His hands and his legs were knives, and there were knives everywhere. He seemed to have transformed into a blade demon. Sharp blades kept slashing out from his body. In the blink of an eye, all 8 iron-thorn wild boars were slaughtered by him. Then, he left elegantly, leaving only his silhouette. F*CK. F*CK, who is he? Who is he? He's too terrifying. What the hell? He was using the D-rank combat techniques, curved hand blade and sharp blade kick, right? These 2 D-rank combat techniques are actually so terrifying. We probably witnessed the birth of a monster today. The students lurking near the square were all shocked. Next, Zhou encountered all kinds of monsters. However, he could not be bothered with monsters that acted alone. He targeted only monsters that were in a group. He rushed into a group of 2-tailed dogs, leaving behind corpses and then left elegantly. He then charged into a herd of ironclad mad bulls and butchered them. He charged into yet another group of bloodthirsty ants and started a massacre. He created one shocking scene after another in the town. Many students were dumbfounded. In fact, the teachers outside the town and the 6 commissioners from the martial arts university were also dumbfounded when they saw the scoreboard on the screen. First place, Zhou, 95 points. Second place, Ling Zhan, 93 points. Third place, Shi Meng, 84 points. Fourth place, Li Qingshi, 83 points. That was the top 4 on the scoreboard. Who is this Zhou? His points actually surpass Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. Li Ming, another teacher in charge of the first high school, said with a dull gaze. The eyes of Guotao from the first military university, Yan Qing from the second military university, and the other 4 commissioners from the other martial arts universities were sparkling at this moment. There was actually someone who surpassed Ling Zhan and the gang. This was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 23. In Wilderness Town, the teachers in charge of the top 10 high schools and the commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities looked at Zhou, who was ranked first on the scoreboard, with their expressions changed. Teachers, may I know which school is Zhou from? Guotao from the first military university asked the teachers in charge of the top 10 high schools. He's a student at my school. Big Sister Saber said. What? Zhou is a student of the 5th high school. Many high school teachers were in an uproar. They were originally wondering if he was the hidden trump card of the first high school, preparing to give them a surprise in the elite trial. Even if he was not a student from the first high school, it would be barely acceptable if he was from the second high school or third high school. The second high school and third high school were not as good as the first high school, but they were far better than the remaining 7 high schools. They did not expect him to be from the 5th high school. The small pond of the 5th high school actually raised a true dragon. It's unimaginable. One of the teachers in charge sighed. Guotao, Yan Qing, and the other commissioners of the 6 universities immediately surrounded Big Sister Saber when they found out that Zhou was a student of the 5th high school. Teacher Li Go, as everyone knows, my first military university is the best martial arts university in Guangdong City. Zhou will definitely receive the best training if he chooses us. Guotao, why are your words so uncomfortable to my ears? What do you mean by he will receive the best training if he chooses your first military university? Is my second military university any inferior? Ahem, I think Guotao and Yan Qing should stop fighting. Your military universities are not lacking in geniuses at all. There is too little meat for so many wolves. My Dragon Tiger Martial Arts University is more suitable for Zhou. But, Dragon Tiger Martial Arts University. The name is so phony. In my opinion, my South China Martial Arts University is Zhou's best choice. Your opinion does not hold any weight. My Nanshan Martial Arts University is the best in international integration. The 6 commissioners fought until their faces turned red in front of Big Sister Saber. They promoted their martial arts university without any shame to Big Sister Saber. Their intention was obvious. They hoped that Sister Dao could influence Zhou and let him join their university. Li Ming was speechless when he saw this scene. Weren't you here for Ling Zhan and gang? Why did you change your target so quickly? In the wilderness town. Brother Zhou, where do you think Zhou is hiding? Why can't we find him after searching for so long? Let's search again. I've already searched the south, east and west, but there is no sign of him. Then, he must be on the north side of the town. Humph, he caused us to be locked up in the detention center. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces when we find him. That's right. We have to keep him here today, no matter what. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan were searching for Zhou in the small town. They hated Zhou to the core and decided to kill him in the town. Zhou killed another pack of beasts at the northern side of the wilderness town. Let's take a rest. I'm a little tired after killing so many monsters in a row. Zhou muttered to himself and prepared to find a place to rest. Zhou, I've finally found you. A thunderous voice sounded suddenly. A tall and strong violent figure rushed over from afar like a humanoid monster, bringing with him a trail of dust. Meng. Zhou recognized the person immediately. However, he did not know why he was looking for him. He was not familiar with Meng and did not have any grudges with him. Zhou, Ling Zhan said that you're stronger than me. I don't believe it. Let me test your strength. Meng took heavy steps and rushed over like a divine elephant. He directly threw a heavy punch at Zhou. The heavy and majestic fist force directly exploded in the air and formed a surging airflow. So it's because of Ling Zhan. Zhou understood why Meng had come. He raised his eyebrows, and a trace of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. It was getting boring fighting monsters all the time. I'll accept this change of scenery since you challenged me. Zhou let out a long howl and his entire body flew up. His right leg was like a sickle as it fiercely slashed out, tearing apart the airflow and emitting an ear-piercing noise. Bang! The punches and kicks collided with a loud bang. A powerful airflow swept in all directions. Zhou's right foot went numb and he was sent flying into the air. Meng felt a slight pain in his fist, as if he had been cut by a knife. He also took a big step back. Zhou was in midair. His sharp eyes locked onto Meng, who was below him. His hands turned into palms, and at the same time, he struck the sky causing vibrations in the air. A recoil force acted on his body, and his entire body instantly accelerated as he descended. At the same time, his legs drew a series of blade-like arcs at high speed. From afar, it looked like sharp saber beams had descended and enveloped Meng's figure. What a powerful sharp blade kick! However, my 9-fold tremor punch isn't bad either. Meng grinned and punched at Zhou's legs. Leg blades and fist shadows intertwined. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in just a few seconds. Violent explosions spread far and wide, and the surrounding ground shattered. Both Zhou and Meng felt how powerful the other party was. Both sides had the urge to fight to their heart's content. Meng, it will inevitably delay the number of monsters we kill if we continue to fight like this. Why don't we fight while killing monsters? What do you think? Zhou suddenly suggested. So we fight and kill monsters at the same time. Good suggestion, I agree. Meng's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou's suggestion. There are a few tiger mastiffs hundreds of meters away. Let's kill our way over. Zhou glanced around and saw a few tiger mastiffs suddenly appear hundreds of meters away. He immediately moved in that direction. Meng followed Zhou's rhythm. However, none of them were simply moving. They moved at high speed while exchanging blows. Violent explosions continuously sounded from between them. Many trees were destroyed and mountain rocks were shattered along the path they traveled. The scene was tragic. Soon, they arrived at the location of the 3 tiger mastiffs. The 3 tiger mastiffs were a little dumbfounded. They all died before they knew it. Ha ha ha, Meng, I killed 2. Humph, I will definitely surpass you for the next pack. The 2 figures quickly moved away from the tiger mastiffs' corpses and flew towards the next target. The students nearby were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. F***CK. One of the 2 people who were fighting while moving seems to be Meng. Who's the other? They're so powerful. The other person seems to be the mysterious student who created many terrifying killing scenes recently. I don't know who he is. These 2 people are too scary. We're not on the same level as them at all. Many students were shocked. Chu Zhou and Meng passed by monster groups one after another as they fought. They killed monsters as they fought, delaying neither. Many students were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan finally arrived at the northern side of the town. They saw a few ironthorn wild boars and rushed forward, preparing to kill them. After all, they did not participate in this elite trial just to take revenge on Chu Zhou. They also wanted to obtain a good result and be specially recruited by the martial arts universities. Therefore, they also had to kill monsters. But at this moment, 2 hurricanes swept past. A few ironthorn wild boars were instantly blown up. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan, who had just arrived, were also sent flying while spitting out blood. No. They did not only vomit blood. They even spat out their internal organs. Damn it. Zhou Tong and Jin Jinan looked at the 2 departing figures in fear and despair. They could not understand why they had encountered such a disaster. They had only wanted to kill 3 ironthorn wild boars. However, they had inexplicably suffered a fatal blow from 2 experts who had suddenly appeared. I can't accept this. Zhou Tong groaned. Then his head tilted to the side, completely dead. I don't want to die. Jin Jinan struggled to stand up, but he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Meng, we seem to have hit someone accidentally just now. I think so. Don't worry so much. Consider them unlucky. Let's continue to focus on the battle. Chu Zhou and Meng exchanged a few words and continued fighting several miles away. Chapter 24. Wilderness Town. Ruins of a collapsed villa. Covered in vines. No one would have thought that a mysterious experimental base existed deep beneath the ruins of this villa. The entire underground experimental base was half the size of a football field, giving off a rough industrial style. It was more like a large prison rather than a base. There were dozens of steel cages in the dimly lit base. With more than 10 prisoners with numb expressions in every steel cage. The air was filled with a dilapidated and unpleasant smell. There was blood, sweat, and excrement. All kinds of smells mixed together, completely stimulating one sense of smell. There were also dozens of armed patrolmen patrolling back and forth. Supervisor, it's 6 in the afternoon. The sun is almost setting. A man in combat uniform reported to Zhang Yaoyang, the head of the base. Zhang Yaoyang placed his feet on the desk. His gaze was dark and fierce, like a vicious wolf that was about to devour someone. Have all the test subjects been injected with the Type B beastification potion? Zhang Yaoyang said calmly. All injections have been completed. It will be effective in about 10 minutes. The man in the combat uniform hurriedly replied. Very good. Zhang Yaoyang held the chair with both hands and suddenly stood on the desk with a fierce expression. Open all the cages immediately and release all the test subjects. Let the advanced apprentices of the top 10 high schools in Jiang City test the effects of the Type B beastification potion for us. Let's see if there are any areas that need improvement. The man in the combat uniform left to carry out the order immediately. Not long after, ferocious roars came from the depths of this base, as if countless monsters had been released from their cages. On a dilapidated old street. Rumble. 2 figures that kept colliding and intersecting suddenly appeared. The violent power directly shattered the surrounding abandoned cars of the old era into countless scrap metal. No more fights, no more. Suddenly, a burly and strong figure took more than 10 steps back and stopped on the old street. He kept panting and sweat dripped from his head. So soon. Chu Zhou smiled and looked at Meng, who was covered in blood. Meng rolled his eyes. Chu Zhou, you be *starred. You're too evil. You had at least 50 chances to defeat me, but you stop every time. Are you treating me as a tool to train your combat techniques? Tool. That leaves such a bad taste. Even though it's the truth. Chu Zhou chuckled. He actually admitted it directly. Meng was speechless. He would definitely beat Chu Zhou until his face was covered in peach blossoms if not for the fact that he couldn't beat him. Tisk tsk, Meng, what is this look about? Is it the latest beggar outfit? It's quite unique. A light laugh sounded and an elegant woman with long hair appeared at the top of the 2-story house. It was Li Qingshi. Li Qingshi, what are you laughing at? Are you his match if I'm not? Fight him too if you have the ability. Meng looked at Li Qingshi on the roof and rolled his eyes. Zhou, can you still fight? Li Qingshi blinked mischievously. Sure. Definitely. Zhou puffed out his chest. How could a man say no? I'll attack then. Li Qingshi's figure instantly disappeared from the roof. The next moment, a sharp dagger appeared in Zhou's vision. So fast. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately used his curved hand blade and slashed out an incomparably sharp scarlet arc towards the dagger. However, before the sharp scarlet arc could cut the dagger, it suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! The dagger appeared from another direction and went for Zhou again. Another scarlet arc cut towards the dagger. The dagger disappeared again and reappeared abruptly behind Zhou, stabbing towards his back. Zhou suddenly turned around and slashed down like a death scythe. The dagger disappeared again. Just like that, the two sides clashed dozens of times in a flash, but not a single formal collision occurred. Such a battle was fast and thrilling. Anyone who was slow to react would be pierced by a dagger or slashed by an incomparably sharp hand blade. It was like two artists dancing on the tip of a knife were crossing swords. There was an artistic conception to it. Zhou, you're amazing. Meng looked at the lightning-fast confrontation and exclaimed, even Li Qingshi, who is extremely skilled in assassination, couldn't do anything to him. He didn't even panic. He had a deep understanding of Li Qingshi's assassination skills. Li Qingshi's unpredictable assassination techniques put him in a very difficult position every time. Basically, he relied on the nine-fold tremor punch to shake the air or the ground, forming a large-scale attack that forced Li Qingshi to fight him head-on and turn the situation around. In the end, he relied on his more abundant physical strength to drag Li Qingshi down. Zhou's performance was clearly much better than Meng's. Meng could tell that Zhou was able to handle Li Qingshi's assassination attempts easily. Even the rhythm of his breathing was not disrupted at all. F***ck, that B***starred Zhou is deliberately holding back his strength again. He's using Li Qingshi as a tool to train his combat techniques. Meng widened his eyes and saw through Zhou's intentions. However, he soon smiled. Hee, I'm not the tool this time. Then it doesn't matter. Besides, I can't be the only tool. Meng chuckled and did not remind Li Qingshi. He simply sat on the grass and watched the show. Li Qingshi exerted all her strength in her movement technique. She attacked Zhou again and again with the assassination techniques she had practiced for many years. Her figure was like a ghost, and her dagger was even more elusive. However, after 108 consecutive failed assassination attempts, she suddenly thought of something when she saw Zhou's calm expression. Zhou's reaction was very fast. But he could actually still be faster. She knew that Zhou had also cultivated the sharp blade kick. It was an offensive combat technique, not a movement technique. However, it was related to his legs after all. He could speed up to a certain extent. Especially when it came to short-range speed explosions, the effect of the sharp blade kick was very obvious. However, Zhou did not use his sharp blade kick to increase his speed. Otherwise, the scale of victory would have long leaned towards Zhou. It was obvious that Zhou had deliberately held back his strength. This B***starred is using me as a tool to train his combat technique. Li Qingshi suddenly retreated more than 10 meters and stared at Zhou angrily. Ha ha ha, Li Qingshi, you finally realized that Zhou is using you as a tool. Meng burst out laughing. You're an hole too. Li Qingshi glared fiercely at Meng. Meng had discovered the truth and did not tell her. To think that she had been used by Zhou for so long. Sigh, neither of you are good enough. You're too weak and lack tenacity. Besides, what's wrong with being a tool? A tool is still a human. Zhou clicked his tongue and sighed. He lifted his right foot and suddenly slashed at a mossy bus beside him like a sickle. The bus was cut open with a poof. His face was filled with joy. His sharp blade kick had finally advanced to the perfection realm through training with Meng and Li Qingshi. Perfection realm sharp blade kick. Meng and Li Qingshi's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Then, they remembered that Zhou's sharp blade kick had advanced to perfection realm most likely because of them. They instantly felt disgusted. Ling Zhan's foresight is really accurate. This is indeed a very scary guy. Li Qingshi sighed. They say we're monsters. But I think he's the real monster. He's got an Intent Realm curved hand blade and a Perfection Realm sharp blade kick. Moreover, his life field energy is definitely not just 3.5. It's at least 4. Have you heard of such a high school student? Ling Zhan has really met his match this time. Shi Meng said. Li Qingshi nodded slightly, agreeing with Shi Meng's words. They knew how powerful Ling Zhan was. However, they felt that Ling Zhan might not be Chu Zhou's match after exchanging blows with him. Ah! Help! There's a monster! There's a monster! Suddenly, an extremely miserable scream came from not far away. Chu Zhou, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a student with a broken arm fleeing in panic. Suddenly, a human-shaped monster with exposed muscles, as if its entire body had been skinned, caught up from behind and pushed the student to the ground. Then, it bit the student's throat. What's that? That's not a monster. The expressions of Chu Zhou and the others immediately changed. Miserable screams sounded one after another near the street in no time. Humanoid monsters with exposed muscles kept appearing in the vision of Chu Zhou and the other two. Something's wrong. These humanoid monsters definitely don't exist in this town. I'm afraid an accident has happened. Chu Zhou, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi had ugly expressions. This sudden change made them feel a huge impending crisis. It was obvious that the origin of those humanoid monsters was not simple. Such a crisis was very likely not something that advanced apprentices like them could deal with. Chapter 25. F***CK, what kind of monsters are these? Where did these monsters come from? Shi Meng's violent punch shattered half of the humanoid monster's body. But what was shocking was, this humanoid monster did not seem to feel any pain. It still opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Shi Meng even after half of its body was shattered. Shi Meng could only throw another punch and blow up the humanoid monster's head. Chu Zhou cut off the head of a humanoid monster with his hand blade. He frowned at the humanoid monster on the ground. It was clearly a human whose skin had been peeled off. However, this human seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. The muscles on his entire body became extremely developed, and blood-red muscles bulged. His 10 fingers turned into thick and sharp claws. These monsters should be mutated by humans. Chu Zhou's tone was heavy. Look at this monster. Li Qingshi's expression was solemn as she pointed at the corpse of a humanoid monster. Chu Zhou and Shi Meng immediately looked at the humanoid monster's corpse. Their expressions changed slightly instantly. That was because this humanoid monster was different from the 2 humanoid monsters from before. This humanoid monster still had half a sleeve on its arm. Look at his sleeve. There's the logo of the 3rd high school on it. Li Qingshi seemed to have thought of something and looked furious. I heard that an advanced apprentice from the 3rd high school suddenly disappeared some time ago. He was suspected to have been captured by a fallen martial artist. This humanoid monster is most likely the missing student from the 3rd high school. Damn it, could it be that these humanoid monsters were created by fallen martial artists? Shi Meng's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth. A hint of anger could be seen in the depths of Chu Zhou's eyes. In the past, he actually did not feel much when he learned from the internet that fallen martial artists would capture humans for experiments, even though it was evil. Because it was too far away from him. However, a trace of killing intent arose in his heart now that he had personally seen a monster transformed by a fallen martial artist appear in front of him. He was not a saint. He did not have much mercy. Perhaps it was a matter of like feels for like. Or perhaps it was pure displeasure. Or perhaps there was another reason. In short, he wanted to kill the people who created these monsters using humans. Screams came from all directions. Those humanoid monsters not only attacked humans, but also monsters. Chu Zhou and the other 2 leaped onto the roof of a building and looked down at their surroundings. He saw many students and monsters fleeing crazily at that moment. Then, they were pounced on by the ferocious humanoid monsters and torn apart. The scene was extremely bloody. The entire town was in chaos. There were too many humanoid monsters. Chu Zhou and the other 2 discovered at least 100 of them with just a glance. Moreover, these humanoid monsters were extremely brutal and bloody, like killing machines. They would pounce on anything that was living immediately. Moreover, they did not seem to feel pain. They did not care about their own life and death at all. They would fight to the end even if they only had their upper bodies left, as long as their heads were still around. Damn it, how did those fallen martial artists create these terrifying monsters? That's right. Such monsters are too terrifying. They seem to exist purely for the sake of killing and destruction. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi's faces turned pale when they saw this. Chu Zhou's expression was also very solemn. He thought of a phrase, humanoid weapons, looking at the humanoid monsters that were crazily hunting down all creatures. There are too many humanoid monsters. Moreover, they are not afraid of getting injured or dying. We don't know if they carry some kind of virus on them. Will we be infected with the virus if they injure us? In short, it will be very dangerous once we are surrounded by them. Chu Zhou said in a deep voice. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi also nodded. They agreed with Chu Zhou. These humanoid monsters were too dangerous. What do we do now? Li Qingshi asked. Let's rush to the entrance of the town. People who encounter such an unstoppable crisis will definitely escape to the place they feel the safest most of the time. There are the teachers from the 10 high schools and the commissioners of the 6 universities outside the entrance of the town. Everyone must be thinking that it's safe there and will definitely head towards that place. We'll also rush to the entrance. It's naturally best if we can also escape from the town. If we can't, we can unite more people and resist these humanoid monsters together. Chu Zhou thought for a moment and said decisively. You're right. Let's rush to the entrance of the town immediately. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi nodded. Then, they flew towards the entrance of the town at full speed together with Chu Zhou. I hope Lu Qianqian is alright. Chu Zhou was secretly worried for Lu Qianqian as they flew. However, he could not do anything more now that he could not even protect himself. He could only pray that Lu Qianqian would be fine. Outside the wilderness town, Big Sister Saber and the other teachers of the top 10 high schools, as well as Guotao, Yan Qing, and the other commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities, were shocked when they saw the names on the scoreboard. At the same time, the teachers leading the 10 high schools also received distress calls. *T, something big has happened. Big Sister Saber and the other teachers of the top 10 high schools, as well as Guotao, Yan Qing, and the other commissioners, all turned into afterimages without hesitation and flew towards the entrance of the town at full speed. However, a violent and ferocious figure turned into a shadow from a tall building in the town before they could enter the town. It flew down and punched the ground at the entrance of the town. A loud rumble resounded in the surroundings like a thunderclap that tore through the sky. It was as if a bomb had been dropped on the ground where the fist hit. A large area of the ground shattered amidst the earth-shattering sound, raising curtains that were several meters tall in all directions. The curtain hung in midair and fell with a whoosh. Big Sister Saber and the others, who were about to rush into the town, could only stop in their tracks when they felt the evil wind coming at them. Extraordinary Realm Expert. Big Sister Saber took a deep breath and looked at the violent figure standing in the center of a huge pit. Could the sudden changes in the town be related to this extraordinary realm expert? They all had very heavy expressions. Extraordinary realm experts were existences that surpassed awakening realm experts. Awakening realm experts were the first step of evolution. After unlocking the genetic lock and releasing the genetic potential hidden in the depths of the human body, all aspects of the body would be enhanced. However, extraordinary realm experts were much more terrifying than awakening realm experts. The word extraordinary was not just for show, people of this realm really possessed extraordinary power. An extraordinary realm expert could easily kill 10 awakening realm experts. How could Big Sister Saber and the others not treat him seriously now that an extraordinary realm expert had appeared and might even be the instigator of the mutation in the town? Everyone, my little cuties are playing games inside. I think they're having a lot of fun now. Why don't you guys go in after they finish with their game? Zhang Yaoyang raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with hostility. His expression was unruly as he spoke arrogantly to Big Sister Saber and the others. Who the hell are you? Do you know what you're doing? Can you take the responsibility? Teacher Li Ming from the first high school shouted with a livid expression. You won't be able to escape punishment for creating such a terrible disaster today no matter who you are. You won't be an exception even if you are an extraordinary realm expert. The commissioner of the first military university, Guotao, said coldly. Ha ha ha, punish me. I'm so scared. Zhang Yaoyang laughed wildly. His face was savage, like a vicious wolf that was about to devour someone. Haven't I, Zhang Yaoyang, been facing punishment all these time? Unfortunately for you, I'm still living well. What? You're Zhang Yaoyang. Vicious wolf, Zhang Yaoyang. Yan Qing's expression could not help but change when she heard Zhang Yaoyang's name. She immediately thought of someone. The expressions of the other 4 university commissioners changed drastically almost at the same time. Chapter 26. Vicious Wolf Zhang Yaoyang, an extraordinary realm expert from the Shadow Alliance. He is brutal and bloodthirsty. He once infiltrated the base city of Guangdong and massacred 10 families in one night, creating a sensational tragedy. Guotao and the other commissioners from the 6 universities thought of the information they knew about Zhang Yaoyang, the Vicious Wolf, and their faces instantly darkened. The tragedy that Zhang Yaoyang had caused in Guangdong City caused a huge sensation. All of them knew about it. The 10 families that Zhang Yaoyang had slaughtered back then were not ordinary families. They were all martial arts families. Among them were 3 families with extraordinary realm experts guarding them. However, they were all still destroyed by Zhang Yaoyang. One could see how powerful Zhang Yaoyang was from this point alone. Not only was he an extraordinary expert, he was probably not an ordinary extraordinary realm expert. So it's this villain. The government has been looking for him all these years. I didn't expect him to be hiding here. Big Sister Saber also knew about Vicious Wolf Zhang Yaoyang. I hope nothing happened to Zhou. Big Sister Saber looked at Zhang Yaoyang with a cold killing intent, thinking that something might happen to Zhou. Zhou was her proudest disciple. She thought very highly of Zhou. She was also filled with anticipation for Zhou. If anything happened to Zhou here, she would not let Zhang Yaoyang off. She pulled out the 2 sharp daggers on her thighs. She clenched her fists and locked her gaze on Zhang Yaoyang. Li Ming and the other teachers from the top 10 high schools remembered Zhang Yaoyang's background in no time. They immediately became worried for the many students in the elite trial. Was Zhang Yaoyang going to create another terrifying tragedy here? Kill. Big Sister Saber was the first to attack. She stepped on the ground, and a large area of the ground collapsed. Her entire body turned into a blurry afterimage that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Then she flew towards Zhang Yaoyang at lightning speed. The 2 daggers in her hands emitted traces of blue light. 2 long tails of blue flames appeared as she moved at high speed. She suddenly sped up again. The daggers in her hands emitted a thunderous sound. The 2 sharp daggers emitted an azure brilliance that seemed to have transformed into 2 thunderclaps that tore through the sky as they stabbed towards Zhang Yaoyang. Oh! This is an A-rank combat technique, the Thunderbolt Sword technique. Zhang Yaoyang's pupils constricted when he saw the 2 daggers charging at him like lightning. He had not expected an awakening realm martial artist like Big Sister Saber to have mastered an A-rank combat technique. One had to know that even he, an extraordinary realm expert, had not mastered an A-rank combat technique. Combat techniques ranked from the lowest to the highest: D-rank combat techniques, C-rank combat techniques, B-rank combat techniques, A-rank combat techniques, and so on. The ranks also applied to the realms: apprentices, awakening realm, extraordinary realm, control realm, and so on. Usually, very few people would cultivate combat techniques that exceeded their martial arts level. The combat techniques corresponding to each realm were actually developed according to the characteristics of the realms and the transformation of the body. Cultivating a combat technique that exceeded one's martial arts level was not only difficult to cultivate, but it was also usually impossible to truly master. As a result, it would be very difficult for it to unleash its true power even if one managed to cultivate a combat technique that surpassed their realms. They might as well cultivate combat techniques befitting of their realms. Also, irreparable damage could have been done if they had rashly cultivated a combat technique that exceeded their realms. However, these factors mentioned above were only for ordinary martial artists. There was one exception for a class of people. Some people could not only quickly master combat techniques that surpassed their realms, but they could also unleash true power without damaging themselves. We usually call such people geniuses. Big Sister Saber was such a genius without a doubt. At this moment, Big Sister Saber's dagger suddenly broke through the sound barrier under the enhancement of the A-rank combat technique, Thunderbolt Sword technique, which was more than 30 times stronger. The air could not disperse in time wherever the sharp dagger passed. It was compressed crazily in an extremely short period of time, causing the water vapor in the air to condense into fog. It looked like two bolts of purple lightning were shuttling through the clouds from afar. What? It actually broke the sound barrier. Zhang Yaoyang could no longer remain calm. It was already a shock to him that Big Sister Saber had cultivated an A-rank combat technique, the Thunderbolt sword technique, as an Awakening Realm martial artist. However, he did not expect Big Sister Saber's attack speed to break through the sound barrier. Attack speed breaking the sound barrier was usually a characteristic that only experts above Extraordinary Realm expert would have. Big Sister Saber, an Awakening Realm martial artist, achieved it. This meant that the strength of Big Sister Saber's attack had also reached the Extraordinary Realm. Zhang Yaoyang did not dare to lower his guard anymore. A trace of ruthlessness suddenly shot out from his eyes. His fists, which were covered in black gloves, struck out like lightning. They were wrapped in two cone-shaped clouds, and also broke through the sound barrier. The fists collided with the daggers in an instant, creating a thunderous sound. The violent power wreaked havoc, and the ground within dozens of meters was shattered into countless pieces. After countless fragments flew into the air, they instantly disintegrated into sand, forming waves of sand that were several meters tall. Big Sister Saber's figure stepped on the undulating sand waves and retreated at lightning speed after the confrontation. However, she quickly charged forward again. Zhang Yaoyang snorted coldly and threw another heavy punch. Violent origin power poured out and condensed into a roaring wolf head in midair. A whoa. A wolf's howl shook the world. The violent tremors echoed in the air, making Li Ming and the other teachers, as well as Guo and the other commissioners, feel their scalps tingle. It was as if a sharp electric current had passed through their bodies, and their ears kept ringing. Sister Dao retreated again and stood on a big tree dozens of meters away. Her cold gaze locked onto Zhang Yaoyang. However, this intense confrontation not only surprised Zhang Yaoyang, but also shocked the teachers as well as the other commissioners. They did not expect Big Sister Saber to be so powerful. An Awakening Realm martial artist could actually fight against an Extraordinary Realm martial artist. I finally know who you are. Zhang Yaoyang stared at Big Sister Saber and suddenly said, "You're Li Go, the head of the Li family in Guangdong City. You were once the top amongst the youths in Guangdong City. Later, you suddenly left the Li family for some reason. I didn't expect you to be a high school teacher in a small city like Jiang City. So it's her. No wonder she's so strong." Guo and the other commissioners were enlightened after hearing Zhang Yaoyang's words. "I didn't expect her to hide in Jiang City either," Yan Qing said. "I haven't heard any news about her for a long time. Moreover, she rarely appeared even though she used to be the top amongst the youth in Guangzhou City. So much so that we didn't recognize her just now." The commissioner of South China Martial Arts University sighed. "I've heard some rumors. She seemed to be dissatisfied with the Li family's arrangements and fell out with them. That's why she left the Li family," another commissioner said. Li Ming and the other teacher in charge didn't know anything about Big Sister Saber's past. They were confused listening to this chatter. However, they now knew that Big Sister Saber had a powerful background. Big Sister Saber did not say anything. She locked her gaze on Zhang Yaoyang. Suddenly, she moved and attacked again. "We can't just let Teacher Li Go fight alone. Let's kill this villain together." The 6 university commissioners and 9 teachers immediately joined forces to kill Zhang Yaoyang. "Ha ha ha, a mere 16 Awakening Realm martial artist dare dream of taking me, Zhang Yaoyang, down. How naive." Zhang Yaoyang laughed arrogantly. He was not afraid at all even though he was besieged. His fists were like cannonballs as he attacked heavily. Chapter 27. In the town. Zhou and the other 3 rushed towards the entrance of the town at full speed while killing the humanoid monsters. After about 15 minutes, they finally arrived near the town's exit. "Zhou, you're right. Everyone is running towards a safe place after this turn of events. I believe that most of the survivors have already gathered here." Meng looked at the more than 100 terrified students around him and said. "Zhou guessed correctly. However, we are unlucky. We are surrounded by those humanoid monsters." Li Qingshi looked around the crowd with a bitter smile. She saw many extremely ferocious humanoid monsters surrounding this place. Furthermore, humanoid monsters kept flying over and joining the encirclement from further away. "Looks like we can only fight." Zhou glanced at the densely packed humanoid monsters outside the crowd, his heart a little heavy. However, he could not give up no matter how many humanoid monsters there were. Because giving up means death. Zhou. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Zhou. Zhou was overjoyed. He immediately turned around and saw Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's clothes were stained with blood. She looked tired and her hair was messy. It's great that you're fine. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. What are these monsters? They are bloodthirsty and violent. They will attack crazily as long as they encounter living creatures. They are not afraid of death or pain. Such monsters are too terrifying. Lu Qianqian said with lingering fear. She was attacked by a humanoid monster not too long ago. Fortunately, she reacted in time and pierced the other party's heart with a dagger. However, she did not expect that the monster was still alive and was still struggling to bite her even though its heart had been pierced. It was not until she cut off the monster's head with a dagger that the monster's life ended. However, she was still shocked. These monsters are man-made. Zhou sighed. Man-made? What? Who did this? It's too cruel. Lu Qianqian looked at the human-shaped monsters that seemed to have their skin peeled off and felt a chill down her spine. It's most likely related to fallen martial artists. We found a portion of school uniform hanging from a dead humanoid monster's arm. It was the uniform of the third high school. Coincidentally, a student from the third high school suddenly disappeared some time ago. The police deduced that the fallen martial artists were behind it. The monster with the uniform from the third high school is probably the missing student from the third high school. Therefore, the birth of these monsters is definitely related to fallen martial artists. Zhou deduced. These fallen martial artists are really harmful to mankind. Lu Qianqian gritted her teeth. Meng, Qingshi. And Zhou. Another familiar voice sounded. Zhou quickly saw a familiar figure. White-robed, silver-haired, carrying an ancient sword on his back. His expression was cold, like an ancient swordsman. Such dressing and temperament could only belong to one person, Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan, you're finally here. I thought that you, white-haired old man before your time, had already been eaten by these monsters. Meng's face lit up when he saw Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan. Li Qingshi also heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ling Zhan. They were actually very close even though many people in the outside world regarded the three monsters as competitors. They often cultivated and sparred together. Therefore, neither of them wanted to see anything happen to the other two. Ling Zhan nodded slightly at Meng and Li Qingshi. Then, he looked at Zhou and said regretfully. Zhou, I was going to compete with you in this elite trial. However, I didn't expect such a development. Let's continue our competition if we can survive today. Ling Zhan said. We will definitely survive. Zhou smiled and stared into Ling Zhan's eyes. There's no need to wait if we want to compete. These monsters will definitely attack us later. Let's compete with something else. Whoever kills the most humanoid monsters will win. How about that? Ling Zhan was slightly stunned, and the fighting spirit in his heart suddenly erupted. Alright. Why are you still thinking about competing at a time like this? You're really perverted. Meng, Li Qingshi, and Lu Qianqian were also speechless at how arrogant Zhou and Ling Zhan were. At this moment, the humanoid monsters that surrounded the crowd suddenly pounced at the crowd like a tide. Not good. The monsters are attacking. Repel them quickly. Damn it, why are these monsters so difficult to deal with? They were cut in half at the waist, but they didn't die. *CK, I was bitten by a monster. Will I be infected by the virus? Will I become a monster too? Damn, this is too ugly. Many students panicked and screamed. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 students died. However, only a dozen humanoid monsters were killed. Zhou swung his hand and beheaded a humanoid monster that pounced on him. However, he frowned immediately when he saw the humanoid monsters swarming over and killing more than 30 students in a short period of time. We can't go on like this. It's too chaotic. We have to organize everyone. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by the monsters in no time. Chapter 28. Zhou made up his mind and shouted immediately. Everyone, don't panic. Don't fight alone. Cooperate with each other. It's best if you work in groups of 3 or 4. Kill these monsters together. After shouting, he immediately rushed towards the humanoid monsters that had already killed their way into the crowd. Sharp arcs flashed, he had beheaded 3 more monsters. Then, he attacked the other humanoid monsters that were attacking the students. Listen to Zhou if you want to survive. When Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi saw Zhou's actions, they immediately understood Zhou's intentions. They also shouted as they cleaned up the monsters that had already rushed into the crowd. The dozen or so monsters that rushed into the crowd were cleared by Zhou and the others in no time. Those students finally reacted and immediately cooperated with the people around them. They formed small teams of 3 to 4 people. They cooperated and assisted each other in fighting against the monsters that continued to swarm forward. Their tacit understanding was very poor since the cooperation was spontaneous after listening to Zhou. Even so, it was much better than the state of disunity just now. No monster could charge easily into the crowd again. The occasional one that slipped through would still be killed quickly by groups of teams. However, there were too many monsters swarming over, wave after wave, like a tide. Soon, many people became extremely tired. Many of them made mistakes from exhaustion. They were directly pounced on by the humanoid monster and bitten to death. Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi could only put out the fire to the best of their abilities. They would rescue whichever small team that was in danger. Wherever monsters broke into the crowd, they would clear them. Time passed slowly. The battle was extremely tragic. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone fell into a frenzied state of slaughter. Fresh blood. Slaughter. Death. This theme filled every corner of this place. At every moment, people and monsters fell. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. There were fewer and fewer people. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 30 of them left. Everyone, including Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi, and Lu Qianqian, was very tired and covered in blood. But no one dared to stop. Because the result of stopping was death. After an unknown period of time, all the humanoid monsters suddenly stopped attacking. Is it over? Zhou and the others were standing among the corpses all over the ground, looking at the many monsters that had suddenly retreated in confusion. However, their minds suddenly tensed up before they could even heave a sigh of relief. A humanoid monster that was 3 times the size of other monsters crawled up from behind the sea of monsters. The huge figure, with blood-colored muscles the size of a faceplate, and the sharp claws that were even larger than a dustpan emitted a terrifying aura. The other humanoid monsters trembled when this huge humanoid monster appeared. This monster is much more terrifying than other monsters. The surviving students looked at the huge humanoid monster, their faces showing signs of mental breakdown. The humanoid monsters from before were already terrifying enough. Something even more terrifying actually appeared. How could they not break down? This is probably a mutant amongst these humanoid monsters. Zhou said in a deep voice with a serious expression. He felt a huge threat from this mutant. Let me test its strength. Shi Meng took a deep breath, bringing a gust of wind with him. His muscular body was trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a human-shaped ferocious beast. A domineering and violent aura emanated from his body. 9-fold tremor punch. He stomped on the ground with a loud shout, causing it to explode. He shot towards the mutant like a cannonball. His fists punched out heavily one after another. Balls of air exploded, emitting loud explosions. Shi Meng's heavy and domineering fists directly struck the huge mutant under everyone's gaze. 2 bloody holes appeared on its chest. Did Shi Meng succeed? When everyone saw this scene, they were slightly stunned. The terrifying aura when this huge mutant appeared just now, and the fear of the surrounding small humanoid monsters made everyone think that this humanoid monster was extremely terrifying and impossible to win against. However, they did not expect its body to be directly penetrated by Shi Meng's 2 iron fists. Did it work? Shi Meng retracted the 2 iron fists that had pierced through the mutant's chest. He could not help but be stunned looking at the 2 bloody holes that were gurgling with blood. He did not expect it to succeed so easily. However, his expression quickly froze. The 2 bloody holes were healing at an astonishing speed. When Zhou, Ling Zhan, Li Qingshi, and the others saw this, their hearts sank. Shi Meng, get back quickly. Zhou and the others shouted at the same time. Actually, there was no need for them to shout. Meng was already retreating after realizing that something was wrong. However, he retreated less than a meter before a blood-red claw slapped him hard. Meng was sent flying dozens of meters and slammed into a wall with a bang. Then, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked everyone. Boom. After sending Meng flying, the huge mutant suddenly accelerated and charged towards Zhou and the others. Swoosh. Li Qingshi attacked. Her speed was still very fast. She turned into a shadow and appeared beside the humanoid monster that was rushing over. A sharp dagger slashed the humanoid monster's arm. Then, the dagger appeared in another location and stabbed the heart of the humanoid monster again. Then, the dagger pierced through the humanoid monster's ear like a ghost and stabbed it ruthlessly. Swoosh. 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 In less than 3 breaths, Li Qingshi's dagger had made dozens of holes on the humanoid monster. The most serious one had even pierced the humanoid monster's ear. The humanoid monster was bleeding profusely. Blood spurted out of its ears like a fountain. However, this humanoid monster ignored all of this as if it was completely unharmed. It didn't even slow down. It seemed to ignore Li Qingshi's attack. In the end, it roared impatiently and slammed its huge palm on the ground. The ground shattered and a violent wave of sand swept out with a loud bang. Whoa! Li Qingshi's figure was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Chapter 29. This monster's self-healing ability is too strong. I can't cause damage to it. Li Qingshi clutched her chest and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Could this mutant evolve to the awakening realm? Meng returned to Zhou and the others and said with a serious expression. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter after being slapped by the mutant just now. Impossible. You probably wouldn't have the chance to talk to me now if it was at awakening realm. Ling Zhan glanced at Meng and said lightly. Meng. Awakening realm, it might not be yet, but I think it's possible to describe it as quasi-awakening realm. Zhou said with a serious expression. At this moment, Ling Zhan glanced at Meng and Li Qingshi. The 3 of us haven't worked together for a long time. Today, we'll work together to destroy this mutant in front of us. Attack. He suddenly stomped hard on the ground and his figure instantly flew out after saying that. Ha ha ha, Zhou, open your eyes wide and take a look at the combined power of the 3 monsters of First High School. Meng became excited, as if he had forgotten the pain on his body. His burly body emitted the aura of a wild beast. With a boom, he rushed out like a cannonball. That's right. It's been a long time since the 3 of us joined forces to fight an enemy. A trace of confidence appeared in Li Qingshi's eyes. With a swish, she turned into an afterimage and caught up to Ling Zhan and Meng. I can finally see the 3 monsters of First High team up. Lu Qianqian said to Zhou excitedly. Zhou, you might not have heard. The most shocking thing about the 3 monsters of the First High School is the power of their combined forces. A teacher from the First High School once revealed that each of the 3 monsters might just be geniuses from a satellite city like Jiang City. But there's still a huge gap compared to those geniuses who are famous in Guangdong City, the entire country, and the world. But if the 3 monsters join forces, there will be a huge qualitative leap. The power of their team will not be inferior to a team formed by 3 famous geniuses. Is that so? Then I'll study the power of the 3 of them working together. Zhou's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. At this moment, Ling Zhan and the other 2 had already rushed in front of the mutant. Roar! The huge mutant roared ferociously when it saw Ling Zhan and the other 2 charging over. It suddenly waved a huge claw at Ling Zhan and the other 2. Even though this mutant was huge, its attack speed was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying and ferocious claw appeared in front of Ling Zhan and the other 2. I'll do it. Ling Zhan shouted and the alloy sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Streaks of sword shadows remained in the void like a forest of swords, crashing towards the giant claw. Pooh! 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 In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the giant claw and arm. The speed of his entire arm also slowed down. Ling Zhan easily dodged the giant claw that had slowed down. Ha ha ha, it's my turn. Meng laughed wildly and instantly used the 9-fold tremor punch. Moreover, he punched 9 times in a row. However, he did not attack the mutant directly. Instead, all 9 punches landed on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if 9 bombs had exploded. The ground within a dozen meters exploded. The ground shook and dust flew. The ground collapsed, forming a huge pit with a radius of 2 to 3 meters and a depth of 4 meters. The mutant was caught off guard and fell into the huge pit. Only the upper body above the chest was left visible. An opening. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi's eyes lit up as they seized the opportunity to attack the mutant's upper body. Swoosh! 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 Sword light flashed. The dagger left many afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi had left hundreds of wounds on the mutated body. Many of the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Fresh blood gushed out from the wounds on the mutant's body, dyeing its upper body red. Die. In the end, Shermeng added another critical hit. His entire body leaped up like a ferocious beast. He then dived headfirst, sending his fists attacking like a flood dragon, smashing heavily into the mutant's head. The mutant was blasted into the ground with a loud bang. Humph, could it still be alive? Shermeng leaped to the edge of the huge pit and knelt on one knee, looking at the huge pit proudly. He had been sent flying by this mutant with a slap just now. He was very aggrieved. He had finally taken revenge. He should be dead. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi also thought that it was impossible for the mutant to survive after being injured by them. The coordination of these 3 people is indeed amazing. Their timing is very precise. Zhou sighed. Just then, a bloody and ferocious hand suddenly broke out of the edge of the huge pit with a loud bang. Bang. Shermeng was sent flying again. He screamed and crashed into a building not far away like a meteor. *T. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from the bottom of the huge pit. Then, a bloody behemoth jumped out. It was as fast as an afterimage and caught up to Li Qingshi and Ling Zhan almost instantly. A sharp claw that was as fast as lightning grabbed at Li Qingshi's head. *T. Li Qingshi's face was pale. She felt that she could not dodge anymore and might die here. Zhou, Lu Qianqian, and dozens of students were startled upon seeing this. At the critical moment, Ling Zhan's expression turned cold. He suddenly soared into the sky and flew above the mutant before diving down. Rainstorm sword technique. He shouted, and the alloy battle sword in his hand stabbed out like a storm. He had stabbed out hundreds of times within an instant. Sword shadows rained down on the mutated creature. Pu. Sword shadows crisscrossed and pierced through the mutant's hands, feet, torso, and other parts. The mutant looked like it had become a porcupine. Fresh blood spurted out of the mutant's body. The mutant suddenly stopped. Li Qingshi looked at the giant claw above her head and heaved a sigh of relief. She flew away and quickly retreated 10 meters away. This is a perfection realm sword technique that's close to the intent realm. Zhou's expression changed slightly. He could discern the realm of Ling Zhan's sword technique. Even though he had cultivated his sharp blade kick to perfection realm and his curved hand blade to the intent realm. However, he clearly knew how difficult it was to cultivate a combat technique to perfection realm. He advanced so smoothly only because he had the help of the attribute board. He might not be able to reach the perfection realm even if he trained hard for decades without the attribute board. Ling Zhan cultivated the rainstorm sword technique to the perfection realm and was close to breaking through to the intent realm by himself. This meant that Ling Zhan was a true genius. The monster should be dead this time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief seeing the mutant that Ling Zhan had almost dismembered. Ling Zhan panted heavily as he looked nervously at the mutant whose body was riddled with countless bloody holes. That move just now had consumed most of his strength. He did not have much strength left. He only hoped that he had already killed the mutant. But the mutant that had stopped suddenly moved again. It was so fast that many people had yet to see how it attacked, and Ling Zhan was sent flying like a cannonball while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou's figure flashed and caught Ling Zhan. "Ling Zhan, are you all right?" Zhou asked. "I'm fine. I won't die yet," Ling Zhan said as he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This This monster's self-healing ability is too strong. You have to kill him with one strike. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. It all depends on you now. Ling Zhan said with a bitter smile. He did not even have the strength to stand up and was almost paralyzed. Li Qingshi hurriedly came over to support him after seeing this scene. One strike. I know what to do now. Zhou muttered to himself and walked towards the mutant step by step. Roar. The mutant was infuriated after being severely injured by Ling Zhan and the others. It roared angrily. Its two arms, which were as thick as buckets, kept hammering the ground, causing large areas of the ground to explode. It vented its anger. Looking at the huge mutant that kept waving its arms, and then at Zhou who was slowly enveloped by the shadow of the mutant. Everyone's heartstrings tightened. Their lives would be decided by this battle. They would live if Zhou wins. They would die if Zhou lost. One strike. One strike it is. Zhou raised his head and stared seriously at the huge mutant opposite him. Then, he stomped on the ground heavily and rushed towards the mutant like a cannonball. Roar. The mutated creature roared and opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth to bite Zhou when it saw that there were still insects that dared to attack it. At the same time, its two stone pillar-like arms violently swept toward Zhou. It could be foreseen that the outcome would be very serious no matter whether Zhou was bitten by the mutant or swept by its two huge arms. He might even lose his life instantly. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Zhou became. His feet suddenly exerted the force of his sharp blade kick, and his speed increased explosively. Left bend. Right turn. Diagonal jump. Charge. He dodged all the attacks of the mutant with a small section of showy movement, and rushed in front of it. Then, he attacked with his hand. No. He did not only attack with his hand. He also attacked with his leg. Intent Realm Curved Hand Blade. Perfection Realm Sharp Blade Kick. They were ignited at the same time. His hands and feet turned into knives that slashed at the mutated creature's neck. Even an Intent Realm Curved Hand Blade might not be able to cut off the mutant's head in a single attack. All the attacks must overlap. Only then can the power of the slash reach its strongest. At this moment, Zhou's mind was unprecedentedly calm. His hands and feet drew beautiful arcs. The arcs of his hands and feet actually overlapped perfectly. In the end, the two overlapping arcs overlapped again. He seemed to have slashed countless times, but also seemed to have only slashed once. Finally, a blade-like arc cut across the mutant's neck. The mutant's entire body suddenly stiffened, and its ferocious head fell. Then, a fountain of blood shot into the sky from the mutant's neck. What a stunning slash. There's no need to continue my duel with him. I've lost. A dazed Ling Zhan muttered to himself, looking at Zhou who had beheaded the mutant. Chapter 30. The mutant collapsed, bleeding all over the ground. Everyone was so immersed in Zhou's stunning slash that they only realized that the mutant was dead after some time. This terrifying monster is finally dead. Ling Zhan, Li Qingshi, Lu Qianqian, and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally survived this calamity. He's too strong, far surpassing me. Ling Zhan watched Zhou, who was standing beside the mutant's corpse, with a complicated expression and a trace of admiration in his eyes. Zhou was also reminiscing about that slash just now. He imprinted the state he was in just now into his heart bit by bit and turned it into an indelible memory. He was confident that he would be able to use such a move at will after a period of time. However, we still have some trouble to deal with even though I killed the mutant. Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the other humanoid monsters around him. Something seems to have happened to these humanoid monsters. Zhou discovered that all the humanoid monsters were lying on the ground twitching and letting out miserable roars. What's wrong with these monsters? Li Qingshi, Lu Qianqian, and the others walked to Zhou's side and looked curiously at the monsters lying on the ground twitching. I don't know. Zhou pondered for a moment and said. Perhaps these created monsters have some fatal flaw and can't survive for long. And their time is up. All the twitching humanoid monsters suddenly froze before Zhou could finish speaking. He walked to a humanoid monster and squatted down to take a look. He realized that this humanoid monster no longer had any vitality. Dead. He said calmly. It's good that they died. If these monsters are still alive, We'll be in trouble. Everyone finally relaxed, feeling like they had survived a calamity. They were truly safe only at that point in time. Many students couldn't help but cry. It was really too dangerous. They were the lucky few that survived. At the entrance of the town, Zhang Yaoyang suddenly broke away from Big Sister Saber and the others. He took out an electronic machine and looked at the display screen on it. There were several gray dots on the screen. They're all dead in less than an hour. Looks like the Type B beastification potion still needs improvement. He muttered to himself and then looked at Big Sister Saber and the others. Everyone, the game is over. I still have something on, so I won't be playing with you any longer. He laughed loudly and turned into a shadow before disappearing. Sister Dao and the others were helpless. They could not stop an extraordinary realm expert from leaving at all. Get into town and see how many people are still alive. Big Sister Saber and the others quickly reacted. The most important thing now was the safety of the students. They immediately rushed into the town at full speed. A moment later, Big Sister Saber and the others arrived in front of Zhou and the other surviving students. Zhou. Big Sister Saber's tensed heart immediately relaxed seeing that Zhou was fine. Big Sister Saber, you're here. Only Lu Qianqian and I survived. I've not seen Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan. I reckon that they died at the hands of these humanoid monsters. Zhou said. It's good that you survived. As for Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan, I can only say that they were unlucky. The elite trials are already dangerous to begin with. It's normal for them to die with this sudden turn of events. Big Sister Saber said lightly. She knew of Zhou Tong and Jin Jinnan's bad deeds during Operation Storm and did not have a good impression of these two people. She naturally did not care about their lives. At this moment, the teachers in charge of the high schools and the commissioners of the 6 universities also learned the entire story from the other students. Their expressions changed when they learned that it was Zhou who had turned the tide and killed the quasi-martial artist mutant, saving all the survivors. Zhou, we all agree that you are the first place in this elite trial based on your points and your contributions. We will reward you with a tube of genetic potion according to the rules. In addition, you've done a lot this time. The city government will definitely reward you. After a discussion, the teachers of the 10 high schools confirmed that Zhou was the first place in this elite trial and announced it on the spot. Ling Zhan, Meng, Li Qingshi, and all the surviving students did not have any objections. They all thought that Zhou deserved it. I did it. I've obtained a genetic potion. Zhou was overjoyed. His goal of participating in the elite trial had finally been achieved. How difficult would it be for him to become a true martial artist with the genetic potion? The teachers of the top 10 high schools announced Ling Zhan as second place, Meng as third place, and Li Qingshi as fourth place. Ling Zhan and Meng also received the genetic potion as reward. Li Qingshi, on the other hand, was a little sad. However, she quickly perked up. This was because a teacher had said that Li Qingshi's performance in this unforeseen event was outstanding and her contributions were sizable. It was very likely that the higher-ups would make an exception and reward her with a tube of genetic potion too. This gave Li Qingshi hope again. Alright, we will only announce the top 4 in this elite trial for the time being. We will inform you of the other rankings soon. Such a big event happened here. We have to first contact the police to deal with the matters here. The teachers did not continue to announce the rankings. Instead, they contacted the police station and asked them to handle the matter. They had to take the entire situation seriously, especially the corpses of those humanoid monsters. They could foresee that this incident would probably cause an incomparably huge storm. Zhou, my name is Guotao. I'm from the First Military University. I wonder if you have time. I want to have a chat with you. Ahem. Zhou has just experienced a cruel and bloody battle. He must be very tired. Mr. Guotao, don't make things difficult for him. Zhou, you must be hungry and tired now. I've reserved a private room at the Four Seasons restaurant. Why don't we go eat something first? Yan Qing, you've learned how to play tricks, haven't you? Zhou. At this moment, Zhou was surrounded by the commissioners from the 6 universities. These commissioners greeted Zhou warmly. Some even wanted to talk to Zhou alone. They were too enthusiastic. However, it was no wonder that these commissioners were so enthusiastic. Zhou had killed a quasi-martial artist mutant. An advanced apprentice had actually killed a quasi-martial artist creature. How much potential did he have? It would be foolish not to quickly think of a way to pull Zhou into their university. Zhou looked at the university commissioners who were staring at him like wolves and tigers and felt his scalp tingle. Of course he knew what these commissioners were after. However, he had yet to figure out his future path, so he could not give these people an answer. He had to go back and think carefully about his next step after advancing to a true martial artist. Commissioners, sires, I'm not feeling well right now. I don't want to consider the matter of joining the university for the time being. I'll give you an answer after a few days of consideration. Teacher, let's go back. Zhou said politely to the commissioners and followed Big Sister Saber out of the place quickly. All right. Let's go back. Big Sister Saber nodded with a smile. She scooped up Zhou and Lu Qianqian's hands and left, leaving only a shadow. In a forest. Vicious wolf Zhang Yaoyang's figure quickly flew into this small forest, but he realized that the subordinates he had asked to wait for him were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? D*mit, where did they go? He said angrily. They're waiting for you in hell. A lazy, fat middle-aged man who seemed to have no motivation suddenly walked out from behind a big tree. He even broke a tree branch and held it in his hand. Who are you? Zhang Yaoyang's body suddenly tensed up and his pupils constricted. He looked at the fat middle-aged man in front of him with extreme vigilance. He, a dignified extraordinary realm expert, actually did not even notice when the other party got here. This was too abnormal. Do dead people need to know so much? The fat middle-aged man said lazily. Escape. Zhang Yaoyang looked arrogant on the surface, not even caring about the government's arrest warrant. However, he was, in fact, an extremely cautious person. Otherwise, he would not have lived until this day with his arrogant personality. He immediately turned around and fled without probing further, sensing that this lazy fat middle-aged man might be an extremely dangerous figure. However, he had just turned around and fled less than 10 meters when a young tree branch pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his forehead. Pooh. Zhang Yaoyang, who was incomparably arrogant in front of Big Sister Saber not long ago, died silently in this unknown forest. What kind of trash character dares to come to Jiang City to cause trouble? Don't you know that boss likes peace and quiet? Sigh, it was supposed to be a weekend. I originally had plans to plaza dance with Aunt Wang and the others, but it was wasted just like that. The fat middle-aged man muttered unhappily. He stepped over Zhang Yaoyang's corpse and lazily walked out of the forest with his hands in his pockets. However, he took a long look in a certain direction of the forest before he left. After the fat middle-aged man disappeared, two figures jumped down from a dense tree. One of them was Silver Fox Subai. The other person was a burly figure in a black robe. What a terrifying person. Did you see that? The waters in Jiang City are deep. I might die here without anyone knowing, like that idiot Zhang Yaoyang, if I dare to cause trouble here. Subai said to the black-robed figure beside him. Young master is right. The waters of Jiang City are indeed deep. The black-robed figure nodded solemnly. I've never heard of that person. I don't think many people know that there's such an expert hidden in Jiang City. Alright, the waters of Jiang City are too deep. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. We don't want to get in the way of some existence that will end up killing us. With that, he disappeared with the black-robed figure. Chapter 31. Jiang City, Longquan District. Zhou, you obtained first place in the elite trial. This is the genetic potion rewarded by the city hall. Use your fingerprint to open it. A young woman in a work uniform handed Zhou a sealed alloy box. The genetic potion had finally arrived. Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and ran his finger across the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. An electronically synthesized voice sounded. Then, the alloy box opened, revealing a tube of light blue potion. There was also a white label on the syringe. There were 2 words written on it. Genetic potion. Zhou, please sign this if you're sure there's no problem. The woman in uniform said to Zhou with a smile, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes. This was a genetic potion that could change a person's fate. The market price was 10 million. However, 10 million alliance dollars did not mean one could get it. Because almost no one would sell it. Zhou quickly signed and the woman in uniform left. Bang. Chu Zhou closed the door. His sister, Chu Yu, and father, Chu Donglai, immediately walked over. Big brother, is this the genetic potion? Chu Yu's eyes widened as he curiously examined the light blue genetic potion. That's right. This is the genetic potion. Chu Zhou smiled and reached out to stroke his sister's little head. Your big brother will be a true martial artist soon. Big brother, you're really amazing. You actually obtained first place and obtained the gene potion. Chu Yu praised. Her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly thought of something. Hee hee, big brother, remember what you said. You have to give me 5 million alliance dollars as pocket money when you become a martial artist. Got it, you money grubber. Chu Zhou snapped. His father, Chu Donglai, did not speak. He only looked at Chu Zhou gently. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Chu Zhou took out his phone and saw an additional notification. 1 million alliance dollars entered your account XXXX at 10 a.m. on January 2nd. Your balance is 1,016,000 alliance dollars. Another notification came before Chu Zhou could figure out where the money came from. 100,000 alliance dollars entered your account XXXX at 10 a.m. on January 2nd. Your balance is 1,116,000 alliance dollars. Then, Chu Zhou received 2 more messages. Chu Zhou, the city government has specially rewarded you with 1 million alliance dollars in view of your great contribution in the elite trial. Chu Zhou, the school is rewarding you with 100,000 alliance dollars since you won first place in the elite trial and brought honor to our school. Chu Zhou finally knew how these 2 sums of money came about after seeing the last 2 messages. At this moment, Chu Zhou only wanted to say one word, exhilarating. Wow, 1.1 million as prize money. Brother, you've made a fortune. His younger sister, Chu Yu, leaned over. She immediately cried out in excitement when she saw the notifications and text messages on Chu Zhou's phone. Her eyes almost turned into money symbols. This was the first time she had seen so much money in her life. I can switch to consuming higher-level monster meat with this sum of money. The higher the level of monster meat, the faster I can increase my attribute points. Chu Zhou thought to himself and decided not to inject the genetic potion so quickly. He would first accumulate attribute points and raise his basic breathing technique to a higher level to increase his life field energy. In that case, his success rate in advancing to a martial artist would be even higher when combined with the genetic potion. Chu Zhou didn't even go to school anymore. He took leave and ate beast general level monster meat that cost 30,000 alliance dollars per caddy every day. He basically ate 1 caddy of monster meat per meal. 3 meals a day meant 3 caddies of meat. In other words, his meals cost 90,000 alliance dollars a day. It was ridiculously expensive. His father, Chu Donglai, only earned a total of 36,000 alliance dollars a year. It was not even enough for him to eat for a day. He would not have been able to afford it if not for the 2 bonuses. However, the attribute points increased with the beast general level meat was 9 times more than that of beast soldier level meat. Beast soldier level monster meat could increase 0.45 attribute points per meal, which meant that he could increase 1.35 attribute points per day. Beast general level monster meat, on the other hand, could increase 12.15 attribute points a day. His efficiency increased exponentially. Therefore, Chu Zhou felt that it was worth it even though the price was much more expensive. 12 days later, Chu Zhou only had 36,000 alliance dollars left in his bank account. Back to poverty. However, Chu Zhou looked at the attribute board and smiled. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 4.5. Attribute points, 146.9, plus 145.8. Basic Breathing Technique, D-Rank Level 5, Upgradable. Curved Hand Blade, D-Rank Level 5, Intent Realm, Upgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D-Rank Level 4, Perfection Realm, Upgradable. His attribute points had increased by 145.8 points. I'm rich. Upgrade the basic breathing technique. With a thought, he let the attribute board upgrade the basic breathing technique until it could no longer be upgraded. The attribute board flashed crazily instantly. This time, the attribute board flashed more violently than ever. All the information on it became blurry, leaving behind after images. Chu Zhou automatically entered a cultivation state and activated the basic breathing technique at the same time. Countless refreshing cosmic energy surged into Zhou's body in the dark. A tsunami of energy swept through every muscle, every bone, every cell in his body. All the cells in his body and even his genes were crazily devouring the energy and undergoing a transformation. Zhou slowly opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. An invisible and intense life force spread out from his body. A gust of wind blew in the room. Name: Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 7. Attribute Points, 26.9. Basic Breathing Technique, B Rank Level 10, Colored Vortex Form, Unupgradable. Curved Hand Blade, D Rank Level 5, Intent Realm, Unupgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D Rank Level 4, Perfection Realm, Upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique Level 10. Life Field Energy has broken through to Level 7. Zhou looked at the change in information on his attribute panel and was overjoyed. Level 10 of the basic breathing technique had already far exceeded the original limit. Zhou sensed it carefully and made a rough calculation in his heart. He could absorb about 30 units of cosmic energy in one circulation with level 10 of the basic breathing technique. All breathing techniques were basically divided into 3 levels. The higher the level, the higher the efficiency of absorbing cosmic energy. According to his understanding, even if a C-rank breathing technique was cultivated to the 3rd level of the highest realm, it could only absorb 27 units of cosmic energy with one circulation. A B-rank breathing technique at the 1st level would absorb 15 units of cosmic energy with one circulation. He would be able to absorb 30 units of cosmic energy with one circulation only if he could cultivate it to the 2nd level. In other words, the 10th level of the basic breathing technique had already surpassed all C-rank breathing techniques and was comparable to the 2nd level of the B-rank breathing technique. Did I upgrade the basic breathing technique to a level comparable to the B-rank breathing technique in such a short time? Zhou muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 32. All breathing techniques are derived from the basic breathing technique. Someone said that even though the basic breathing technique doesn't have any special attributes, it's actually the most comprehensive breathing technique. It might be the strongest breathing technique at every level. It's just that no one has ever verified it. I've already upgraded the basic breathing technique to the 2nd level of B-rank breathing technique. Let me see what's different about this basic breathing technique. Zhou muttered to himself and immediately activated the basic breathing technique. His body seemed to have transformed into a hungry monster that violently devoured the cosmic energy in the air instantly, faintly emitting a suction force. The light in the room dimmed visibly. Rays of light faintly wrapped around his body, forming a white light vortex. Then, countless colorful light spots surged out of the surrounding void and entered the light vortex. The light vortex also turned into a gorgeous colorful vortex. Zhou sensed the situation in his body carefully. In the beginning, he only felt the normal cosmic energy in his body. Then, came the feeling of energy from light. Finally, he felt the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements. This is unbelievable. Zhou was shocked. Actually, be it light, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, they were all cosmic energy. However, unlike normal cosmic energy, light, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy displayed certain characteristics. As far as he knew, all breathing techniques focused on absorbing certain energy except for the basic breathing technique. For example, the solar breathing technique, one of the top 10 SSS rank breathing techniques, focused on absorbing solar energy. The moonlight breathing technique, which was also one of the SSS rank breathing techniques, focused on absorbing moon energy. Absorbing different energies would also cause the body of a martial artist to undergo different transformations. It might even affect the combat techniques used by martial artists. Warriors who practiced the solar breathing technique not only had a body that was resistant to high temperatures and flames, but they could also emit terrifying high temperatures and flames. Their combat strength could also be greatly increased when the sun was still up. In short, all breathing techniques focused on absorbing one type of energy and had a huge impact on one's evolution and battle techniques except the basic breathing technique. However, Zhou's current basic breathing technique had broken the norm. It could absorb light, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy in addition to absorbing normal cosmic energy at the same time. So the rumors were true. The basic breathing technique is indeed the most comprehensive. Because the higher the level of the basic breathing technique, the more energy it absorbs. It's not limited to a certain energy at all. This is equivalent to a more comprehensive tempering and strengthening of a martial artist's body and genes. Zhou exclaimed. He realized that the basic breathing technique actually contained such a shocking secret just then. He was sure that it would shock the world if he revealed this secret. However, it was impossible for Zhou to reveal this secret before he felt it was safe enough. As for when he would feel safe enough, that would naturally be when he becomes invincible. Zhou looked at his life field energy again after experiencing the amazingness of the 10th level of basic breathing. He was also pleasantly surprised that his life field energy could reach 7. No matter how monstrous an apprentice is, 5 is the limit according to the information released by the Alliance. No human's life field energy has ever been able to break through 5 while he's still an apprentice all these years. But now, I've broken through this limit. Looks like the so-called geniuses in this world are actually fake. I'm the real genius. Who is able to have talent like mine? Zhou muttered to himself proudly. He unceremoniously treated his attribute board as his talent. At the same time, he could clearly sense how powerful he was now. He was confident that he could slap the mutant into a meat patty if he were to meet it again. To be able to reach 7 on the life field energy, this is already far beyond the limit of apprentices. Then, it's time to inject the genetic potion. Zhou made up his mind and picked up the syringe containing the genetic potion decisively. He stabbed his arm. All the genetic potions were injected into his body in no time. The genetic potion quickly fused into Zhou's blood and spread throughout his body. At this moment, Zhou suddenly felt that his 5 senses had been magnified at least 10 times. He closed his eyes and vaguely sensed that his father and sister were talking in the hall. He also heard a few little cockroaches crawling in the corner of the house. He even heard the sound of people walking and talking in the neighborhood. There was also the sound of blood flowing, stomach squirming, and cells absorbing energy. He had such a deep understanding of his body for the first time. He felt that his body was actually a world. Suddenly, all the muscles, bones, internal organs, cells, and even deeper genes in his body shook violently. His entire inner world seemed to have awakened at this moment. The sleeping genes became unprecedentedly active. Transformation, transformation. His muscles, bones, internal organs, cells, genes, everything were transforming. It was as if countless wills were shouting in his body. Evolution. 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 Boom. A thunderclap seemed to have torn apart the pitch-black sky. A wave of rumbling shook and suddenly swept through Zhou's entire body. An invisible shackle exploded at this moment. The power that was slumbering in the deepest part of his genes surged out like a raging river. Zhou's life field energy continued to rise. A strong aura of life force swept out of his room, bringing with it a strong wind. Yu, who was talking to his father Zhou Donglai in the hall, suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe and was oppressed. Her small face could not help but turn slightly pale. His father, Zhou Donglai, narrowed his eyes slightly and towards Zhou's room. He muttered to himself in an almost imperceptible voice. Has he advanced to an awakening realm martial artist? With that, he used his rough hand to gently pat Yu, his daughter's small head. The huge hand seemed to have a strange magic power. The suffocating and oppressive feeling that enveloped Yu's heart directly disappeared. At this moment, she felt very warm and safe. The transformation in Zhou's body slowly stopped in the room. He looked at the information on the attribute board and smiled happily. Name, Zhou, Beginner Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field 17. He had successfully broken through the first stage of the genetic lock and advanced to become an Awakening Realm Martial Artist. Chapter 33. My life field energy has exceeded 17. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Normally, the life field energy of a martial artist who had advanced from an apprentice to the Awakening Realm would have just broken through 10. Those with better talent could reach 11 on the life field energy. Only true prodigies could reach 12. However, Zhou had reached 17. How could he not be happy? According to the official information, the life field energy of a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist can exceed 10, and the life field energy of an intermediate Awakening Realm martial artist can exceed 20. In other words, I'm only 3 points away from becoming an intermediate Awakening Realm martial artist. Zhou suddenly felt that he had done the right thing by upgrading his basic breathing technique to level 10 before injecting the genetic potion. How could his life field energy have reached 17 when he had just become an awakening realm martial artist otherwise? So this is an awakening realm martial artist. It's indeed completely different. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the state of his body. He felt that his body was filled with vitality, as if he had endless energy. If I want to understand the changes in my body, I have to go to the martial arts school and use the advanced equipment inside to measure all aspects of my body. Furthermore, I'm already an awakening realm martial artist. It's time for me to go to the martial arts school to obtain the martial artist certification. I can only enjoy the various benefits and privileges of a martial artist when I pass the martial artist certification and obtain the official recognition. He roughly sensed his body and thought to himself, I'll share the good news of my advancement to a martial artist with my sister and father now. I reckon that they're also very anxious. His father and sister knew that he was trying to break through to the martial artist realm. They must be waiting for his news in the hall. Zhou got up, got off the bed, and pushed open the door. Swoosh! Swoosh! Both his sister and father's gazes landed on him instantly. His sister looked a little impatient, but also a little worried. His father's gaze was very calm. Yes, his father had always been like this. He had never seen him show negative emotions such as worry, nervousness, excitement, and so on. Brother, did you succeed? His sister, Zhou, asked softly, as if she was worried that Zhou failed and that it would provoke him. Sigh. Zhou sighed in melancholy. Her younger sister, Zhou, instantly tensed up. Her big eyes revealed traces of worry. Of course I succeeded. How could an outstanding person like me fail? Zhou suddenly smiled, seeing that his sister was about to comfort him. Success. Success. Zhou, who was about to comfort Zhou, was slightly stunned. Then, she flew into a rage. Big brother, are you crazy? You've already succeeded. Why are you still sighing? You made me worry for you for nothing. How could Zhou not know that her brother was teasing her? She grabbed the small school bag on the sofa angrily and threw it at Zhou. Ha ha ha, are you happy that I've become a martial artist? Zhou laughed and grabbed the bag. Zhou also smiled happily. Hee hee, I'm happy. Big brother, I heard that you can move into those villas in the elite district as long as you pass the martial artist certification of the martial arts school. She looked at Zhou expectantly. She had seen many videos of villas in elite districts on television and on the internet. The residential area, where those villas were located, was spacious and had beautiful scenery. There was even a fountain. The interior of the villas were incomparably spacious and comfortable. It was much better than the small house that they were living in now. She wanted to live in a big villa as well. Something like that, Zhou smiled. There were indeed many special privileges after becoming a martial artist. Being assigned a villa was amongst them. This was also the reason why many people dreamed of becoming martial artists. Basic necessities for the entire family would no longer be a problem when one became a martial artist. It could directly change the fate of a family. Of course, enjoying an extremely luxurious life was another matter altogether. Yay, that's great. I can live in a big villa now. Zhou jumped excitedly on the dilapidated sofa. When Zhou saw this scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. He worked hard to become a martial artist. He wanted to change his family's situation apart from the desire to become stronger. He would soon be able to change his living environment now that he had become a martial artist. It would be even better if I could heal father's limp. I've checked online. The water of life seems to cost $1 billion. Then, the most important thing next is to earn money. I'll set a small goal. To earn $1 billion first. Zhou looked at his father's crippled leg and set a small goal in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Zhou took out his phone and saw a message from Lu Qianqian. He also saw 5 or 6 messages that he did not have time to read when he was trying to break through. He browsed through them one by one. Zhou, are you free? Do you want to meet at school? This was from Lu Qianqian. F***CK, crackpot, you're awesome. You actually won first place in the elite trial. You may not know it, but the entire school's teachers and students were in an uproar when the news spread to the school. Almost all the teachers and students cheered. The scene was spectacular. Hee hee, I've also benefited from your good fortune. I'm very popular with the girls in school now. This was from his best friend, Dong Wendy. Come to school. This was from big sister Saber. Zhou, the first military university promises to immediately provide you with a scholarship of 10 million alliance dollars as long as you join us. There are also 3 secret manuals, breathing techniques, movement techniques, and combat techniques, worth less than 20 million yuan for you. Zhou, the second military university promises to immediately provide you with a scholarship of 12 million alliance dollars when you join us. C-rank breathing technique, C-rank movement technique, C-rank combat technique, C-rank body tempering technique, C-rank combat uniform, C-rank weapon. You can choose any 4. The school will provide the funds. In addition to messages from Lu Qianqian, Dong Wendy, and Big Sister Saber, there were also messages from the commissioners of the first military university and the second military university. They basically invited Zhou to join the university and promised some rewards. Zhou looked at these messages from the university commissioners and felt extremely emotional. Not long ago, he had become enemies with Jin Jinan because Jin Jinan was going to replace him. Now, he could enter any university he wanted. Moreover, he could also obtain an unimaginably high scholarship and other incomparably generous rewards. This change in fate was truly miraculous. However, he no longer needed to enter a martial arts university. He was already an awakening realm martial artist. There was not much point in entering a martial arts university. After becoming a true martial artist, there were usually only 4 paths. One was to join the army. The second was to join the martial arts school. The third was to join a financial group. The fourth was to become a mercenary. Each of these 4 paths had its own advantages and disadvantages. Zhou had to think carefully before deciding which path to take. He replied to the 6 university commissioners seriously and thanked them for their invitation. Then, he said that he had already advanced to a martial artist and did not want to continue with the university path. Soon, he received replies from 6 university commissioners congratulating him on successfully advancing to a martial artist. No one continued to invite him to join their university. Obviously, these commissioners understood that there was no need for Zhou to join their universities anymore. Zhou smiled calmly after reading the replies of the 6 commissioners. Dad, Xiaoyu, I have something to do at school. Don't prepare my portion for lunch. With that, Zhou pushed the door open and left. He planned to go to the school to meet Lu Qianqian, Dong Wendy, Big Sister Saber, and the others. Then, he would go to the martial arts school to undergo the martial arts certification. Chapter 34. 5th High School. Senior Brother Zhou. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the elite trial. Senior Brother Zhou. You're too amazing. You've set a record in our school. Senior Brother Zhou, you are my idol. Zhou returned to school. Along the way, all the students he met greeted him warmly. Many students were congratulating him for obtaining first place in the elite trial. This made him feel like he was returning home in glory. This feeling seemed pretty good. Zhou soon met Dong Wendy, his best friend, and Lu Qianqian. Tisk tsk, crackpot, I really didn't expect you to perform so well in the elite trial and take first place. You have no idea. I was dumbfounded when I first heard the news. Crackpot, even though you're usually powerful, I didn't dare to think that you could sweep through all the elites of the top 10 high schools. Especially since you actually defeated those 3 monsters from the first high school. His best friend, Dong Wendy, clicked his tongue in amazement. He sized Zhou up, as if he had just met him. I say, fatty, that's enough. Zhou rolled his eyes at Dong Wendy. Hee, you can't blame me. You've really changed too much. Dong Wendy chuckled and asked curiously. Crackpot, which martial arts university did you choose? Lu Qianqian also focused her gaze on Zhou. None of them. Zhou said lightly. Huh? None of them. Dong Wendy was dumbfounded. Lu Qianqian seemed to have thought of something. She was shocked and could not help but ask. Zhou, could it be that you've successfully advanced to a martial artist with the help of the genetic potion? What? Zhou has advanced to a martial artist. Dong Wendy stared at Zhou. It worked. It went quite smoothly. Zhou said with a smile. As expected, For some reason, Lu Qianqian felt a little melancholic. However, she smiled and said, I should have known that you would succeed, Chu Zhou. You obtained a genetic potion coming out as the top in the elite trial. How could you not succeed? No wonder you didn't choose to join a martial arts university. There's no need for you to join a university now that you're an awakening realm martial artist. Congratulations. At this moment, Dong Wendy let out a pig-like howl. Martial artist. Chu Zhou, you've actually become a true martial artist. This is unbelievable. F***ck, I've cozied up to someone powerful. Dong Wendy cried out repeatedly. He looked at Chu Zhou as if he was looking at a shining treasure. Chu Zhou ignored Dong Wendy. He looked at Lu Qianqian and asked, What about you? Which university did you choose? Do you think I'm like you, able to choose whichever university you want? Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes. South China Martial Arts University. They gave me a special spot after seeing my performance in the elite trial. South China Martial Arts University. That's not bad either. Even though it's not as good as Military 1 or Military 2, you will also have your freedom after graduation. You don't have to join the army. I'm thinking that way too. I'll be in a difficult position if Military 1 and Military 2 really gave me special spots, because I'm not sure if I want to enter the army in the future. It might be very difficult to meet again in the future, so Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian chatted for quite a while. Chu Zhou, you must look for me at South China Martial Arts University if you're in Guangdong City in the future. Lu Qianqian suddenly said. She gazed into Chu Zhou's eyes seriously. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. All right. Remember, you can't break this promise. Lu Qianqian gave Chu Zhou a smile and left. Tisk tsk, Chu Zhou, Lu Qianqian seems to be interested in you. His best friend, Dong Wendy, said playfully as he watched Lu Qianqian leave. You're so nosy. Chu Zhou glared at his best friend, Dong Wendy, then went to look for Big Sister Saber. Women would only affect his cultivation speed now. The place where Big Sister Saber had arranged to meet Chu Zhou was not the administrative office where she worked, but the martial arts classroom where she had taught Chu Zhou throughout the previous month. Chu Zhou saw the familiar figure again walking into the martial arts classroom. Long leather boots, hip-hugging skirt, short hair. Her temperament was fierce and sharp. She was like a scimitar, one would feel as if his throat was cut when he met her gaze. This was the Big Sister Saber that Chu Zhou was familiar with. Teacher, I'm here. Chu Zhou walked to Big Sister Saber's side. Big Sister Saber nodded slightly and said, I'm leaving. Leaving. Chu Zhou's eyes narrowed. Big Sister Saber was expressionless. It's time to leave. I came here as a teacher to adjust my state of mind, break through the bottleneck, and advance to the extraordinary realm, amongst other reasons. The battle with vicious wolf Zhang Yaoyang gave me a lot of benefits. I successfully broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the extraordinary realm. There's no point in me staying here. It's time to leave. Chu Zhou did not expect Big Sister Saber would advance to the extraordinary realm. Congratulations on advancing to the extraordinary realm, teacher. He congratulated her. However, he felt a little reluctant when he found out that Big Sister Saber was leaving. Big Sister Saber had been taking care of him and giving him a lot of guidance ever since he entered this school. That was how he became the commoner genius of this school before awakening the attribute board. It was also Big Sister Saber who helped him to fight for a chance to have a fair competition when Jin Jingmao, academic director, wanted his nephew, Jin Jinnan, to replace his guaranteed spot previously. In short, Big Sister Saber had helped him too much over the years. He suddenly felt empty now that he knew Sister Saber was leaving. All good things must come to an end. Besides, I'm only leaving Jiang City, not Guangdong City. From now on, you can look for me at the Li family in Guangdong City. Big Sister Saber suddenly smiled. Her usually cold face was exceptionally bright at this moment. You should be an awakening realm martial artist now, right? Chu Zhou, I think very highly of you. Be it in the past or present. I believe that you will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. I will wait for your name to shake the entire country and even the entire world. See you. Big Sister Saber turned into a shadow and disappeared from the classroom after she finished speaking. She left so crisply. Chu Zhou stood quietly in the classroom for a moment before smiling. Everyone has their own path to walk. Lu Qianqian is going to a martial arts university. Big sister Saber wants to return to her family. Dong Wendy will soon inherit his father's business. I have my own path to walk. I want to become the strongest martial artist. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and quickly left the classroom. He wanted to go to the martial arts school to undergo the martial artist certification. He left the school and got on the bus and arrived at the martial arts school in no time. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School was the #1 martial arts school on Earth. It was established by the #1 expert on Earth, Dragon. Chapter 35. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School was like a primitive beast entrenched on the ground. It was shaped like a white sail that was about to sail out to sea with the wind, similar to the structure of the Sydney Opera House on Earth in his previous life. It was formed by 10 large seashells, which was 186 meters long from north to south and 97 meters wide at its widest point. It was magnificent and majestic. This was a martial arts school created by the #1 person in the world, Dragon. The various martial arts schools were spread all over the world. It was one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. This was not the first time Chu Zhou had come to the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. In the past, he would occasionally come here to cultivate and use the advanced equipment here to detect various changes in his body. Beep. He swiped his ID card and walked in. Xiao Zhou, you're here. Chu Zhou, you're amazing. I heard that you won first place in the elite trial. Brother Chu, long time no see. Many familiar faces greeted Chu Zhou warmly on the way to the martial arts school. Chu Zhou also smiled and responded to them one by one. The martial arts school was open to all young martial artists. Usually, there would be instructors guiding them in the martial arts school. Therefore, the young martial artists in the Pearl District of Jiang City liked to cultivate here. Of course, there was an age limit to young martial artists. He would be forbidden to come here to cultivate if he was over 30 years old. Chu Zhou entered the lobby on the first floor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and quickly walked to the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? The staff asked politely. I want to take the martial artist qualification certification. Chu Zhou said directly. You want to be certified as a martial artist? The staff was slightly stunned. The young man in front of him looked to be 16 or 17 years old and seemed to be a high school student. He had unlocked his genes at the age of 16 or 17 and advanced to become a martial artist. He was too young. Could it be that another genius appeared in their martial arts school? The staff member's expression became much more serious as he thought about the 3 other high school students who were certifying themselves as martial artists on the second floor. Is there a problem? Chu Zhou could not help but ask when he saw that the staff seemed to be in a daze. No problem. The staff quickly said. Please give me your identity card. Chu Zhou handed over his identity card and the staff immediately swiped it on the machine. Name, Chu Zhou. Gender, male. Birthday, June 12, 3003. Address, Room 115, Building 38, 64th floor, Longquan District, Pearl District, Jiang City, Guangdong. The staff saw Chu Zhou's basic information on the display screen, including the information that Chu Zhou had won first place in the elite trial. So this is the champion of this year's elite trial in Jiang City. The staff member realized the importance of the matter and immediately took out his walkie-talkie to report the situation to his superior. What? Chu Zhou, the one who obtained first place in the elite trial, is applying for the martial artist certification in our martial arts school. Get him to the second floor immediately. I'll personally verify his certification. A deep voice came from the walkie-talkie. Chu Zhou, Instructor Yang Feng wants you to go to the second floor immediately. He wants to personally verify your martial artist qualifications. The staff quickly entered the information and said to Chu Zhou. Okay. Chu Zhou retrieved his identity card and quickly walked up to the second floor. On the second floor was a huge teaching hall. There were life field energy machines, combat strength testing machines, reaction testing machines, speed recorders, and other advanced machines. Chu Zhou, my name is Yang Feng. I'm the instructor of this martial arts school. A middle-aged man in his 30s greeted him. He looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze. It was really his big day. He had just recruited 3 geniuses into Battleaxe Martial Arts School. And now another has arrived. Moreover, he had obtained first place in the elite trial. He seemed to be even more powerful. He had to pull him into his battle axe martial arts school after verifying his martial artist qualifications no matter what. Yang Feng thought to himself as a warm smile appeared on his face. "Hello, Instructor Yang Feng." After Chu Zhou greeted Instructor Yang Feng, who was a little too passionate, he was slightly stunned. He saw three familiar figures behind Instructor Yang Feng. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi. Could it be that you're here for the martial artist certification too? Chu Zhou asked. I'm here to be certified since I advanced to be a martial artist. Ling Zhan nodded slightly, still as cold as ever. Ha ha ha, old Chu, you're amazing, but we won't fall behind. Shi Meng laughed out loud and walked over as if they were familiar with each other. He stretched out his thick qilin arm and hugged Chu Zhou. Old Chu, there's a saying that a temporary lead is nothing. The winner will be the last to laugh. We'll chase after you with all our might. Don't let us surpass you. Shi Meng was full of fighting spirit as he looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze. Chu Zhou smiled. He patted Shi Meng's shoulder and lamented, Shi Meng, I suddenly envy you guys. You won't be lacking in goals during your lifetime. You can chase after my back. For 10,000 years. Shi Meng. Li Qingshi also came over to greet Chu Zhou with a smile and told him about her situation. I was lucky. Even though I only ranked 4th in the elite trial this year was special. The higher-up specially rewarded me with a tube of genetic potion. Thus, I successfully advanced to become an awakening realm martial artist. Congratulations. Chu Zhou smiled. Chu Zhou was in a good mood since he was able to meet Ling Zhan and the other two old acquaintances in the martial arts school. So they all know each other, and they seem to be quite close. Yang Feng looked at Chu Zhou, who was conversing with Ling Zhan and the other two. He felt that he had more confidence in getting Chu Zhou to join the Battle Axe martial arts school. He couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand rang again. Instructor Yang Feng. Instructor Wang Chuan from Nature Martial Arts School is here. What? Old Wang is here. Yang Feng's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. Yang Feng, I heard that you recruited 3 new geniuses today. A middle-aged man with a crew cut in a black suit walked into the teaching hall with a proud young man. After the middle-aged man with a crew cut entered, he immediately looked around and saw Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. Eh? Wasn't there 3? Why are there 4 here? Wang Chuan's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something as he muttered to himself. Old Wang, are you a dog? Your nose is actually so sensitive. You've already received the word just as I've recruited them. Yang Feng gritted his teeth as he looked at this old enemy. However, his words also had hidden meanings and were misleading. He did not say that Chu Zhou was here to verify his martial artist qualifications and had yet to join their Battle Axe martial arts school. Ahem. Old Yang, I heard that you recruited 3 genius newcomers, so I brought the geniuses of our Nature Martial Arts School here to interact. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me. You're hiding something from me. Wang Chuan looked at Yang Feng suspiciously. No. Yang Feng's expression turned serious. In any case, they have already joined our Battle Axe martial arts school. It's useless even if you are here. Is that so? Wang Chuan chuckled and did not refute. He just kept glancing at Chu Zhou and the others. Yang Feng was so angry that he almost cursed. F***ck. Old Wang was here to poach his recruits again. At this moment, the arrogant young man behind Wang Chuan also glanced at Chu Zhou and the others. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. I know you. You must be the 3 most outstanding high school students of Jiang City this year, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. You 3 seem to be called the 3 monsters of the first high school. You're quite famous. It seems that your luck is pretty good. You have all become awakening realm martial artists. However, in my opinion, you guys are just barely qualified. Your talents aren't bad, but it's a little too much to call you geniuses. The young man said calmly, as if he did not take Ling Zhan and the other 2 seriously at all. He even treated Chu Zhou as a passerby and did not even look at him. Who are you? You're so arrogant. Shi Meng exploded. His eyes widened as he glared at the young man. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi stared at the young man too. Chu Zhou did not mind. Instead, he watched the show with interest. Chapter 36. My name is Xiaoyu. Why? Are you dissatisfied with my words? The young man named Xiaoyu looked arrogantly at Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi. You're Xiaoyu. The Xiaoyu that old Wang specially recruited into nature martial arts school from Ning City next door a month ago. Yang Feng was slightly shocked. Ha ha ha, old Yang, that's right. He's Xiaoyu. Wang Chuan said proudly. Ning City and Jiang City are both satellite cities of Guangdong Bay City. However, Ning City's martial arts have always been better than ours. Xiaoyu is the #1 genius of Ning City this year. If I hadn't acted decisively, Xiaoyu might not have chosen our nature martial arts school. What decisiveness? It's nothing more than giving better treatment. Yang Feng curled his lips and muttered. Wang Chuan automatically ignored Yang Feng's muttering. He only thought that Yang Feng felt the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. Take a guess on the life field energy level which Xiaoyu attained when he advanced to become an awakening realm martial artist. Wang Chuan asked Yang Feng with a smile. At this moment, Xiaoyu's expression seemed calm, but he raised his chin slightly. Chu Zhou and the others also looked at Xiaoyu. They were also curious about Xiaoyu's life field energy level reached when he advanced. A person that old Wang spent so much effort to go to Ning City next door to recruit must be a genius. Yang Feng gave a number after pondering. 11. One's life field energy could reach level 11 when breaking through to the martial artist realm. Such a person would be considered a genius in satellite cities like Jiang City and Ning City. Of course, there was also an age limit here. One had to be below 20 years old. Wrong. Wang Chuan glared at Yang Feng angrily. Old Yang, it's not like you don't know me well. How can it be just 11? Forget it, I'll tell you directly. It's 11.8. 11.8. Yang Feng was a little stunned. Reaching level 12 in their life field energy when advancing to a martial artist under the age of 20 was basically something only national geniuses could do. Xiaoyu's level 11.8 was already very close to those geniuses. It was very lucky for a satellite city to be able to recruit such a talent. Yang Feng suddenly envied Wang Chuan. Xiaoyu raised his chin even higher. He looked at Ling Zhan and the other two mockingly and asked, "What was your life field energy level when you advanced to become a martial artist?" 11.5. Ling Zhan said expressionlessly. Humph, there's nothing I can't say. I was 11.3. Shi Meng snorted and said in a rough voice. 11.2. Li Qingshi said calmly. They are all above level 11. Old Yang, you are also lucky. Wang Chuan sighed and thought to himself that he was too slow. The Xiaoyu that he recruited seemed to be more talented than Ling Zhan and the other two. However, one could never have too many talents. Hee, looks like I wasn't wrong. Your life field energy was able to pass level 11 when you broke through to become martial artists. That makes you guys a little talented. But that's all. Every increment of 0.1 after level 11 makes a huge difference. Xiaoyu smiled coldly with a disdainful look on his face. Ling Zhan remained expressionless. Li Qingshi only frowned slightly, but Shi Meng was furious. He really wanted to punch this smug little gigolo in front of him. Oh yeah, Chu Zhou. Shi Meng suddenly noticed Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is abnormal and unfathomable. The strength he displayed in the elite trial far exceeded ours by one notch. His life field energy level must be shocking now that he has advanced to a martial artist. He might even be able to surpass this pretty boy. Shi Meng thought to himself. He just couldn't stand Xiaoyu's smug look. It would be great if the increase in Chu Zhou's in life field energy surpassed Xiaoyu's and ruthlessly slapped his face. Chu Zhou, you have yet to take the martial artist qualification test, right? Instructor Yang is here now. What are you waiting for? Shi Meng shouted. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He also felt that he should complete the martial artist qualification test as soon as possible, so he looked towards Yang Feng. Instructor Yang Feng, can we proceed with the martial artist qualification verification? He asked. Sure. Yang Feng said. Shi Meng, you idiot, you're ruining my plans. Yang Feng glared at Meng. Wang Chuan was an expert at poaching. He did not want to verify Chu Zhou's martial artist qualifications so quickly. However, even Chu Zhou had spoken. He could not delay any longer. Yang Feng could only bring Chu Zhou to the life field testing machine. There are two main tests for the martial artist qualification verification. The first is that your life field energy level must exceed 10. The other is that one's combat strength must reach the minimum standard of 1000. You can test your life field energy first. Yang Feng asked Chu Zhou to stand on the life field energy test machine. Ling Zhan, Meng, and Li Qingshi all fixed their eyes on Chu Zhou. They were also very curious about how much Chu Zhou's life field energy had increased after he became a martial artist. Xia Yu, on the other hand, did not care about this passerby at all. Chu Zhou. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wang Chuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So it's him. He has also successfully advanced to a martial artist. He defeated Ling Zhan and the other two in the elite trial, and Ling Zhan and the other two's life field energy exceeded level 11 after they became martial artists. Ling Zhan even reached level 11.5. Chu Zhou's life field energy might very well surpass Ling Zhan's. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up thinking of this. Chu Zhou had caught his eye. It was time to use his specialty of poaching. He had to recruit him into the nature martial arts school. Beep. Yang Feng activated the button of the life field energy test machine under everyone's gaze. A red light immediately appeared and swept down from Chu Zhou's head to his feet. The next moment, two bold red numbers appeared on the screen of the life field energy test machine, 17. Ling Zhan, Meng, and Li Qingshi stared blankly. Instructors Wang Chuan and Yang Feng were dumbfounded. Xia Yu, the genius of the nature martial arts school, froze. There must be a mistake. The machine is malfunctioning. Xia Yu hurriedly shouted. Ahem. There might be a problem with the machine. Chu Zhou, step down first. Meng, come up. I'll verify if there's anything wrong with the machine. Yang Feng could not believe the test results and asked Meng to step up to test it again. Chu Zhou walked down indifferently. This machine was fine just now. Why did it suddenly break down? Didn't they say that the machines in Battleaxe Martial Arts School are the most advanced and reliable? Why does it feel like they're not reliable at all now? Meng mumbled as he stood on the life field energy testing machine again. Yang Feng took a deep breath and pressed the activation button again. Meng's test results were out almost instantly, 11.3. It was the same as Meng's previous test results. There was no mistake. The atmosphere at the scene froze. Ahem, Meng, you step down. Li Qingshi, come up. Yang Feng, still in disbelief, asked Li Qingshi to test it again. The result was soon in no time too, 11.2. This was consistent with Li Qingshi's test results not long ago. After two consecutive tests, the data was not wrong. This meant that there was nothing wrong with the machine. In that case, it also meant that Chu Zhou's test results were correct and effective. Gulp. Everyone gasped. They looked at Chu Zhou's figure as if they were looking at a prehistoric monster. Xia Yu's face was ashen. His eyes were dull while he trembled, but he could not mutter out a single word. Chapter 37. This was an ordinary number. However, now, it was as if there was some kind of magic that firmly attracted the gazes of Yang Feng, Wang Chuan, Ling Zhan, Meng, Li Qingshi, Xia Yu, and the others. Xia Yu, who had been extremely arrogant just now, seemed to have become a withered leaf at this moment. His eyes were dazed and listless. The blow was too great. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Old Chu is indeed a big pervert. He's simply too perverted. Meng used 3 curses to express his shock when he overcame his shock. Even the geniuses carefully nurtured by those large factions, families, and large financial groups in Guangdong City probably can't compare to him. Ling Zhan muttered to himself. A true dragon is about to appear in Jiang City. Li Qingshi said in shock. This is a true prodigy. I have to poach him to my nature martial arts school at all costs. Wang Chuan was excited. He, old Wang, was going to unleash all his poaching ability. His surname would not be Wang if he did not manage to poach Zhou to his nature martial arts school. Instructor Yang Feng, it's time to test combat strength. Air. Yes. Yang Feng had not recovered from his shock yet. He brought Zhou to the combat strength testing machine in a daze. Mobilize all the origin power in your body and hit the target of the combat strength testing machine with all your might. Yang Feng said. Wang Chuan, Ling Zhan, Xia Yu, and the others instinctively held their breaths when Zhou began the test. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing Zhou. Zhou stared at the target and took a deep breath. This was the first time he was testing his strength after becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist. He wanted to know how much stronger an Awakening Realm martial artist was compared to an apprentice too. His feet were naturally separated, as wide as his crotch. Then, he raised his right hand. He willed the next moment. A stream of origin power surged out of his body and spread to his right hand. A gray energy wrapped around his right hand and vaguely condensed into a gray blade. An extremely sharp aura instantly spread out the moment the gray blade appeared. Everyone present felt a slight cutting sensation on their skin. This seems to be the D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. Could this be an Intent Realm curved hand blade? Moreover, Zhou's origin power is actually gray. How rare! The two instructors, Yang Feng and Wang Chuan, were filled with curiosity when they saw the changes on Zhou's body. Zhou's curved hand blade emitted a sharp aura from his hand. They were curious if Zhou had cultivated it to the Intent Realm and also the reason why Zhou's origin power was gray. After becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist, one's life field energy could be converted into an even stronger origin power. It could also be attached to the body or a weapon in hand, which would greatly increase defense and destructive power. However, most people cultivated the basic breathing technique before they advanced to Awakening Realm martial artist. The origin power corresponding to the basic breathing technique was colorless. Only a small number of people had cultivated a certain type of breathing technique above C rank before advancing to becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist. This caused their origin powers to turn white, red, yellow, blue, purple, orange, and other colors. Gray origin power. It existed. It was, however, very rare. This is the origin power that only an Awakening Realm martial artist can possess. I hope it won't disappoint me. Zhou muttered to himself. His body suddenly moved, and the energy gray blade wrapped in his right hand instantly slashed out. In that instant, the gray blade was like a gray lightning that tore through the sky. He slashed the target of the combat strength testing machine with a bang. What a fierce move. This is definitely an Intent Realm curved hand blade. The two instructors, Yang Feng and Wang Chuan, were moved when they saw the extremely sharp slash just now. Their heads buzzed when they saw the numbers displayed on the screen of the combat strength test machine. Combat power, 2300. Generally speaking, the combat power of a beginner awakened would exceed 1000. The combat power of an intermediate awakened would exceed 2000. The combat power of an advanced awakened would exceed 3000. Zhou's combat strength had actually reached 2300. This meant that even though Zhou was still a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist, his true combat strength had already reached the level of an intermediate Awakening Realm martial artist. He's really perverted. Shi Meng said in shock. Ling Zhan, Li Qingshi, and the pretty boy Xia Yu all fell silent. Combat strength 2300, reaching the level of an intermediate Awakening Realm martial artist. Not bad. Zhou looked at his combat strength value and nodded in satisfaction. Instructor Yang Feng, have I passed the martial artist certification? Zhou looked at Instructor Yang Feng. Of course. Wang Chuan interrupted before Yang Feng could answer. He looked at Zhou with a burning gaze. He took a step forward and prepared to walk towards Zhou. He wanted to use his glib tongue and experience to poach Zhou into his nature martial arts school. However, Yang Feng stopped him as soon as he took the first step. Yang Feng smiled at Wang Chuan and said, "Old Wang, I might do something that will make you unhappy later. But you will definitely forgive me given our many years of friendship, right?" Wang Chuan was slightly stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what Yang Feng meant. Could he be preparing to tell Zhou to block me and slander me? Or reveal the black dealings in nature martial arts school? Or even stop me from poaching? But, I, old Wang, have perfected my poaching skills. How can you stop me just because you want to? Wang Chuan thought that he had guessed Yang Feng's intentions and said with a smile. Of course I'll forgive you. However, you probably won't be so happy about what I'm going to do next. You'll forgive me in the future too, I suppose. Yes. Yang Feng smiled and nodded. That's good. Wang Chuan suddenly continued walking towards Chu Zhou after he finished speaking. Bang. A heavy blow landed on the back of Wang Chuan's neck all of a sudden. Wang Chuan was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to mobilize the origin power in his body before his vision turned black and fainted on the ground. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi, and Xia Yu all stared blankly at Yang Feng. They did not expect Yang Feng to suddenly attack and knock Wang Chuan out. Ahem, you guys heard it just now. I just told Instructor Wang Chuan that I'll do something that will make him unhappy. He has no objections and will forgive me. Yang Feng smiled and explained to Chu Zhou and the others. The corners of Chu Zhou and the others' lips twitched. They cursed in their hearts. If Instructor Wang Chuan knew that you would do such a thing to him, he would probably hack you into pieces, let alone forgive you. Chu Zhou, your martial artist qualifications have been verified. I now officially invite you to join our Battle Axe martial arts school. Yang Feng walked up to Chu Zhou with a smile and invited him. How could Ling Zhan and the others not understand that the reason why Yang Feng had suddenly knocked Wang Chuan out was to prevent Wang Chuan from poaching Chu Zhou into nature martial arts school with the scene before their eyes? However, this operation was too flashy. Instructor Yang Feng, this is too ruthless. I have to be more careful in the future. Shi Meng muttered under his breath as Yang Feng glared at him. Xia Yu. Why did you take out your phone? You're young, don't play so much with your phone. You have to know that too much play makes you lose your ambition. Leave your phone with me for the time being. Yang Feng grabbed Xia Yu's phone at lightning speed and held it in his hand when he saw Xia Yu secretly take out his phone from his pocket. Then, he looked at Xia Yu with a smile. Xia Yu swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter expression. Instructor Yang Feng, you're right. I shouldn't play so much. I'll leave the phone to you for the time being. He originally wanted to report this to the chief instructor of Jiang City's Nature Martial Arts School. However, he could only give up when he saw Yang Feng's dangerous smile now that his phone had been confiscated. Yang Feng even dared to knock out Instructor Wang Chuan. Xia Yu was sure that Yang Feng would dare to do the same to him. This person was actually very vicious even though he looked like he was smiling. What an obedient child. Don't worry, I have money. I won't steal your phone. Yang Feng smiled and looked at Chu Zhou. At this moment, he was a little nervous. He could stun Wang Chuan and stop him from intercepting. However, he could not guarantee that Chu Zhou would agree to join their Battle Axe martial arts school. It would definitely be a huge loss for their Battle Axe martial arts school if a genius like Chu Zhou did not join them. Chu Zhou fell into deep thought upon receiving Yang Feng's invitation. Chapter 38. Chu Zhou pondered. Martial artists generally had 4 ways out. First, join the army. Second, join the martial arts school. Third, join a financial group. Fourth, join the mercenaries. The army was a place where discipline and rules had to be strictly observed. There was not much freedom to speak of. It didn't suit him too well. Especially since he had a secret attribute board. Joining a financial group might earn him a lot of money, but he would definitely have to serve the interests of the financial group, or even risk his life. This was equivalent to a high-level fighter of the financial group. He did not want to be a high-level fighter. Mercenary was a special profession. They were groups and individuals who participated in various conflicts and wars for their own benefit. Mercenaries only fought for money. They could be hired by anyone as long as the price was right. Chu Zhou did not want to become a slave to money and benefits. He ruled out joining the mercenaries without thinking. After careful deliberation, the most suitable thing for him was to join the martial arts school. The core of the martial arts school was to nurture martial artists. There would also be various conflicts of interest. But it was much more innocent. However, Battle Axe Martial Arts School was not the only martial arts school in the world. There were also Nature Martial Arts School and Spirit Martial Arts School. The 3 martial arts schools were established by the 3 strongest experts on Earth. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School was founded by the #1 expert on Earth, Dragon. The Nature Martial Arts School was founded by the second strongest person on Earth, Zhou, nicknamed Sun God. The Spirit Martial Arts School was founded by the third strongest person on Earth, Chang'e Saha. Dragon, Sun God, Zhou, and Chang'e Saha were the three strongest people on Earth. They were also the three most powerful and respectable people on Earth. The three martial arts schools they established were transcendental forces, on the same level as the 5 strongest countries in the world. I have an attribute board. Actually, there's not much difference to whichever martial arts school I join. However, Dragon is Chinese, so I'll join the Battleaxe Martial Arts School he founded. Zhou had already made up his mind as he thought about it. Sure. Zhou nodded at Yang Feng. Ha ha ha, Zhou, you definitely made the right choice by choosing our Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Yang Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Zhou nod. Wait a moment. I'll contact the chief instructor immediately and tell him about your situation so that we can fight for benefits for you. With that, he pressed the hollow brain on the watch on his right wrist. A 3D projection of an old man in his 50s immediately appeared in the air. Yang Feng, what's the matter? Chief instructor, I found a super genius here. Yang Feng quickly reported Zhou's situation to the old man. Get ready to sign the contract. I'll be right there. The old man immediately cut off the connection after he learned about Zhou's situation. Zhou, wait a moment. The chief instructor is on his way. Yang Feng said to Zhou. Zhou nodded. Waiting a little longer was nothing. In less than 5 minutes, the old man whom Yang Feng had just contacted arrived in front of Zhou and the others. Are you Zhou? I'm Cui Haichao, the chief instructor of Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Jiang City. Welcome to Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Cui Haichao was in his 50s, but his face was radiant and his smile was very friendly. He warmly shook hands with Zhou as soon as he entered. Zhou knew the reason why this important figure came to see him personally was definitely because he valued him. Therefore, he did not put on airs and responded with a polite smile. Zhou, I heard about your situation from Yang Feng just now. However, I still have to verify it personally. If it's confirmed to be true, I'll report your situation to the Guangdong City Divisional Headquarters and get more startup funds for you. Cui Haichao said seriously. His words were somewhat similar to what Yang Feng had said to Zhou just now. However, Yang Feng was reporting to him. And his reporting line was directly to the higher-ups of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Okay. Zhou was naturally happy to cooperate if it was to enable him to fight for more benefits. He tested his life field energy and combat strength again. Cui Haichao was still very shocked seeing the scene with his own eyes even though he already knew that Zhou's life field had indeed reached 17 and his combat power had reached 2,300. He contacted a supervisor at the Guangdong City Divisional Headquarters without hesitation. A 3D projection of a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in front of everyone in no time. Yang Feng, the instructor, instinctively became restrained the moment he saw the middle-aged man in the suit. Old Cui, are you in the teaching hall? Yang Feng is here too. The middle-aged man in the suit glanced at Cui Haichao, Yang Feng, Zhou, and the others and said calmly. Supervisor Chen. Yang Feng quickly greeted him. Supervisor Chen. This young man is Zhou, the super genius we found here. Cui Haichao explained Zhou's situation. What? His life field energy level reached 17. His combat power has also reached 2,300 right after he advanced. Supervisor Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard Cui Haichao's report. His dignified face revealed a trace of emotion. This is truly a super genius. Even the martial god clan might not even possess someone of this caliber. He looked at Zhou with admiration and said, Zhou, welcome to our Battleaxe Martial Arts School. I understand what old Cui means. How about this? We'll give you the best treatment as a genius. Your startup fund will be set at 25 million alliance dollars. Chapter 39. You can buy breathing techniques, movement techniques, combat techniques, body forging techniques, meditation techniques, and other secret manuals from the Martial Artist Mall. You can also buy combat uniforms, weapons, and so on. The funds will be provided by our Battleaxe Martial Arts School as long as the total price is below 30 million alliance dollars. You can also choose to live in a villa in Jiang City or Guangdong City. Of course, you only have the right to live in this villa, not to sell it. Yes, these are the benefits I can get for you from the martial arts school. However, Zhou, I think highly of you. I've decided to personally sponsor you with 100 million alliance dollars. Supervisor Chen smiled at Zhou and continued. Cui Haichao and Yang Feng were shocked when they heard Supervisor Chen's words. They both knew that Supervisor Chen would definitely value a super genius like Zhou very much. However, they did not expect Supervisor Chen to personally sponsor Zhou 100 million alliance dollars after helping him to obtain the best benefits as a genius. Supervisor Chen, without a doubt, thought highly of Zhou. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi were also stunned. The treatment that instructor Yang Feng had fought for them was not low, but it was far inferior compared to Zhou's treatment. The difference between talents is really greater than the difference between humans and dogs. My startup fund is 5 million alliance dollars. The martial arts school will also reimburse 2 million alliance dollars for the purchase of secret manuals and weapons. I originally thought that my treatment was very good. However, it's really **king huge difference compared to Zhou's. Shi Meng muttered softly. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi did not say anything. Their treatment was similar to Shi Meng's. They were far inferior to Zhou. Xia Yu was speechless. As a genius specially recruited by Wang Chuan into Nature Martial Arts School, he naturally received good treatment when he joined. His startup fund was 12 million alliance dollars. He could also be reimbursed 5 million alliance dollars for the purchase of secret manual and weapons. He was already very satisfied with this treatment. There were not many new martial artists in the satellite cities who could obtain such treatment. However, it was still far inferior to Zhou's. Thank you, Supervisor Chen. Zhou could not help but have a good impression of Supervisor Chen when he heard how he not only fought for the best treatment for him, but also personally sponsored 100 million alliance dollars. He loved people who gave him large sums of money. He had no choice. He was poor. He suddenly had 125 million alliance dollars in assets. He could even be reimbursed up to 30 million when buying secret manuals, weapons, and other things. Zhou was excited just by thinking about it. What does it mean to become rich overnight? This is it. Ha ha ha, Zhou, don't worry about this small amount of money. Supervisor Chen said generously. When you grow up in the future, you'll understand that 200 million is nothing. Nothing. Zhou felt that his view of money had been refreshed again. Alright, old Cui, sign the contract with Zhou as soon as possible. By the way, Zhou, my name is Chen Bazhou. I think it won't be long before we meet again. I hope you can give me a surprise the next time we meet. Supervisor Chen smiled and hung up. Chief Instructor Cui Haichao and Instructor Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief after Supervisor Chen's projection disappeared. I can't help but feel nervous every time I see the supervisor. Yang Feng said with a smile. Me too. Cui Haichao also laughed. Who exactly is Supervisor Chen? Zhou looked at Yang Feng and Cui Haichao in confusion. Ha ha ha, Zhou, you're lucky to be valued by him. Supervisor Chen is one of the 4 giants of our Battle-Axe martial arts school in the Guangdong area. It's very difficult to get his attention. He probably won't even bother to take a look at ordinary geniuses. Yang Feng lamented. Zhou is lucky. Supervisor Chen only needed to say a word to help you get the best treatment from our Battle-Axe martial arts school. He even casually sponsored you with 100 million. But actually, these aren't the most important things. The most important thing is to be valued by Supervisor Chen. You'll know the benefits in the future. Cui Haichao also sighed. Zhou might not understand what Supervisor Chen's favor meant. However, the instructors of the Battle-Axe martial arts school knew very well. Of course, they also understood why Supervisor Chen would personally sponsor Zhou 100 million. Zhou's potential was simply too astonishing. With Zhou's potential, his future achievements would definitely be great as long as he did not become a fallen martial artist. Manager Chen was investing 100 million in Zhou now. The return would be far beyond 100 million when he matures. Yang Feng and Cui Haichao both wanted to invest in Zhou after thinking this through. Soon, Yang Feng opened an electronic contract for Zhou to read. Chu Zhou read it carefully and signed it without finding any problems. Chu Zhou, welcome to our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Yang Feng and Cui Haichao let out a long sigh of relief seeing Chu Zhou sign off. Everything was settled. Chu Zhou was already one of them. Chu Zhou, you can prepare to move now. Our Battle Axe Martial Arts School has worked with the government to build 5 or 6 villas in Jiang City. Just let Yang Feng know which one you want to move into. Of course, it's fine if you want to live in Guangdong City instead of Jiang City too. There are Battle Axe martial arts schools in many districts of Guangdong City. Cui Haichao said. No, I'll stay in Jiang City. Chu Zhou said. Alright, I'll send you the information on the districts now. You can choose. I will also send your martial artist identity number to you. The startup funds will also be transferred to the account corresponding to your martial artist identity number. This way, you can log into the martial artist mall through it to buy secret manuals, weapons, medicine, and other items. As Yang Feng spoke, he immediately projected the information on the screen in midair. Beep. Chu Zhou's phone vibrated as he received a message. He turned on his phone. He saw the locations, pictures, descriptions, and other information of the 6 residential areas. Apart from that, there was also his martial artist identity number. At this moment, the fainted Wang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Supervisor Cui. Why are you here? He immediately had a bad feeling the moment he woke up and saw Cui Haichao. Chu Zhou, have you chosen your martial arts school? He immediately turned to look at Chu Zhou. Instructor Wang Chuan, I've already signed the contract to join Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Chu Zhou answered truthfully. Ahem. Old Wang, Chu Zhou is already a member of our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Don't think too much about it. Yang Feng coughed and smiled. Ah. Old Yang, you're too despicable. You actually ambushed and knocked me out. You even took the opportunity to pull Chu Zhou into your Battle Axe Martial Arts School. I won't let you off. Wang Chuan immediately jumped up and tried to strangle Yang Feng's neck. He was that furious. This old Yang was too immoral. He actually knocked him out in order to prevent him from poaching. Savage. Beast. He would write his surname upside down if he didn't strangle that old Yang to death today. Old Wang, we're all civilized people. We have to keep our word. You said that you would forgive me. Why are you attacking me? Buffed, why talk about civilization with a barbarian like you? Not only will I attack you, I'll also bite you to death. Wang Chuan and Yang Feng started a fierce fight in the lecture hall. Chu Zhou, I'm leaving. Cui Haichao patted Chu Zhou's shoulder and walked downstairs. However, he gave Yang Feng a thumbs up before he left. Yang Feng handled today's matter beautifully. Their Battle Axe Martial Arts School would have suffered a huge loss if a super genius like Chu Zhou was poached by Wang Chuan today. Let's leave too. Chu Zhou also left with the dazed Ling Zhan and the gang. Chapter 40. Chu Zhou, you're too abnormal. You've just advanced to a martial artist, but your life field energy level has already reached 17 and your combat strength has reached 300. How did you do that? Meng stared at Chu Zhou in amazement, as if Chu Zhou was a monster, on the way out of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. I accidentally achieved it while I was cultivating, Chu Zhou chuckled. What an accident. Meng rolled his eyes. Chu Zhou, your biggest gain this time is not the startup fund rewarded by the martial arts school, nor the reimbursement for purchasing secret manuals, weapons, and medicine. Instead, it's getting to know Supervisor Chen. Li Qingshi seemed to know Supervisor Chen very well. She continued. The person with the highest status in our Battle Axe Martial Arts School's Guangdong Regional Headquarters is the president, followed by the 3 head supervisors. These 4 are the giants of Battle Axe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong region. They each possess shocking powers and rights. Furthermore, they have very wide connections such as the top powerhouses in Guangdong City, the military, the government, financial groups, and big families. Chu Zhou, your path will be much smoother than others since you are valued by Supervisor Chen. Chu Zhou smiled. He had never thought of getting much benefits from Supervisor Chen. Nor did he think of relying on Supervisor Chen in the future. However, it was a good thing that Supervisor Chen thought highly of him. He did not reject it. Li Qingshi, this information is usually impossible to obtain. Looks like you're not simple either. Chu Zhou looked at Li Qingshi with a faint smile. You think? Li Qingshi blinked playfully and gently brushed the hair on her forehead. Chu Zhou was speechless as he looked towards Ling Zhan. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Ling Zhan looked up at the sky and said calmly, the three of us have worked together for many years and are used to it. We don't want to be separated. So, we joined the martial arts school and formed our own team. In the future, we will carry out missions and hunt monsters together. The three of you are going to form your own team. You seem to be lacking in numbers. Chu Zhou said doubtfully. Martial artists needed a large number of cultivation resources to become stronger. Many cultivation resources required a large amount of money to purchase. Furthermore, many important cultivation resources, such as genetic potions, required certain qualifications to be bought. They must also produce sufficient contributions to humankind. Hunting monsters was the fastest way to obtain a large amount of money and contribution points. Almost everyone who becomes a martial artist goes to the wilderness to hunt monsters. However, the wilderness was the territory of monsters, and countless monsters lived there. It was too dangerous to go into the wilderness alone to hunt monsters. Therefore, basically, the martial artists would form small teams and enter the wilderness to hunt monsters or carry out missions. A normal team usually had 4 or 5 people. Ling Zhan and the others were only 3. There were obviously too few of them. Especially since Ling Zhan and the others were all rookies. That's right, our team is indeed lacking manpower. Meng suddenly interrupted and grabbed Chu Zhou with a smile. Old Chu, you have not joined any team yet, have you? You can join our team. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi's eyes lit up when they heard Meng's words. It would indeed be very good if Chu Zhou could join their team. They were friends with Chu Zhou. They had a foundation of mutual trust with Chu Zhou after the experience of fighting humanoid monsters together in the elite trial. Secondly, Chu Zhou would definitely be able to grow quickly given his potential. It would be greatly beneficial to the development of the team. Chu Zhou, join us. Li Qingshi added. Ling Zhan did not say anything. He just looked at Chu Zhou sincerely. At this moment, Chu Zhou's thoughts began to spin. He believed that instructor Yang Feng and Cui Haichao would also arrange for him to join other teams if he did not join Ling Zhan's team. Moreover, it might be an experienced team. However, Chu Zhou had a secret like the attribute board, but he did not want to form a team with strangers. His cultivation speed in the future would definitely be very shocking. If he teamed up with a stranger, it would definitely cause many speculations and even all kinds of probing. He found it troublesome even though he was not afraid. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with being careful. It was always good to be more cautious. If that was the case, joining Ling Zhan's team seemed like a good choice. At the very least, everyone had common experiences in cooperation. They were more reliable than strangers with a foundation of trust. All right. I'll join you. Chu Zhou nodded at Ling Zhan and the other two. Ha ha ha, this is great. Our team's strength has greatly increased with the addition of a freak like you, old Chu. We won't be inferior to those veteran teams even if it's just us 4. Menga laughed excitedly. Welcome aboard. Hee hee, Chu Zhou, we're teammates from now on. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi also laughed. Their team was truly formed with Chu Zhou's participation. What's the name of our team? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Our team has just been established. We don't have a name yet. Meng scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, we have to decide who the leader is and also a name. This information needs to be registered on the official website of Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Previously, our team only had 3 people. I was afraid that our team would not pass the review. However, that will definitely not be a problem now that Chu Zhou has joined us. Li Qingshi smiled. The strongest person in the team is usually the leader. Old Chu, you're the strongest. You should definitely be the leader. Old Chu, your curved hand blade and sharp blade kick have both been cultivated to perfection. The blade is cold and incomparably sharp. Why don't we call our team Sharp Blade Squad? Meng suggested. Sharp Blade Squad. That's a good name. I agree. Li Qingshi's eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. Ling Zhan also said. Zhou also felt that it was not bad and did not have any objections. The name of the team and the leader were decided just like that. Meng. From now on, you should call me Boss Chu. Zhou patted Meng's shoulder and said mockingly. Yes, Boss Chu. Meng grinned and shouted. Boss Chu. Li Qingshi also called out with a smile. Zhou suddenly felt a sense of responsibility looking at them. As the leader of the Sharp Blade Squad, he would not only care about himself from now on, but also think about Ling Zhan and the others. However, it did not burden him. Instead, it made him even more motivated. Perhaps I can forge the strongest team in the world. As he thought of this, his heart surged with emotions. All right. It's time to prepare to hunt monsters in the wilderness since our team has been established. Li Qingshi, please register our team's information on the official website of Battleaxe Martial Arts School. In addition, everyone should make good use of your funds to buy secret manuals, weapons, potions, and so on that you need during the next week. We'll gather again in a week. In the meantime, contact each other directly if there's anything. Zhou said. Understood. Ling Zhan and the others nodded. Then, Zhou exchanged phone numbers with them. After that was done, Zhou separated from them and walked towards the bus stop, preparing to take the rail bus home. However, a black hover car stopped beside Zhou before he could reach the bus stop. Zhou, I'm Zhou Yunshan from the Zhou family. Come up for a chat. The car door opened. A square-faced middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat while speaking to Zhou. Chapter 41, New Enemy. In a high-end cafe. Zhou Yunshan from the Zhou family. Zhou looked at the square-faced. Makuajia man opposite kan Ruslan Anasama, 1 Aont Tmnk 1 no you. Zhou Tong is my nephew. Zhou Yunshan slowly spat out a sentence. Zhou's gaze froze. Zhou Tong and I do have some conflicts, but his death in the wilderness town has nothing to do with me. Could it be that the Zhou family wants to vent their anger on me? Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Yunshan coldly, his tone teasing. He did not even know that Zhou Tong had been accidentally killed by Meng and him in the town. He only thought that Zhou Tong had died at the hands of a monster, been killed by a humanoid monster, or been secretly killed by other students. In short, it had nothing to do with him. The Zhou family had come looking for him now, as if they wanted to avenge Zhou Tong. He was immediately prepared to fall out with Zhou Yunshan. The current him was not the same as before. He was an awakening realm martial artist. Moreover, his combat strength was comparable to an intermediate awakening realm martial artist. The Zhou family was just an ordinary small family. There might not be anyone in the Zhou family who was his match. Moreover, even if someone in the Zhou family was stronger than him, they probably wouldn't dare to attack him openly. Don't forget that he was still a martial artist at the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School was not a joke. As long as Zhou did not commit any crimes and betrayed humanity, the Battleaxe Martial Arts School would pursue the matter no matter which faction or martial artist in the world dared to attack him openly. A small Zhou family was not worth mentioning compared to a behemoth like the Battleaxe Martial Arts School that dominated the world. These were Zhou's confidence now. Zhou Yunshan stared at Zhou. When he saw Zhou's fearless and confident expression, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This Zhou was indeed not the normal high school student from more than a month ago. Instead, it was a true dragon that had already taken off. A 17-year-old awakening realm martial artist. He understood the weight of it after thinking about it for a short while. Moreover, he had seen Zhou's name on the list of newcomers posted on the official website of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School not long ago. Zhou was indeed not someone their Zhou family could afford to offend. Zhou, I think you've misunderstood my intentions. A gentle smile appeared on Zhou Yunshan's face. Our Zhou family has already investigated clearly. Zhou Tong unfortunately died in the hands of a humanoid monster during the elite trial. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. Then why are you looking for me? Zhou was immediately puzzled. I know that Zhou Tong had a big misunderstanding with you during school and caused you a lot of trouble. Zhou Tong might be dead now. But the misunderstanding has yet to be resolved. Therefore, I'm here on behalf of Zhou Tong to apologize to you and hope to resolve the misunderstanding and reach a reconciliation with you. Zhou Yunshan said sincerely. Reconcile. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and smiled. He vaguely understood the Zhou family's intentions. The Zhou family must know that he had already become an Awakening Realm martial artist and very likely knew that he had joined the Battle Axe martial arts school. Therefore, they did not want to continue making enemies with him because of Zhou Tong. This was to prevent him from seeking revenge from the Zhou family when he really rises up in the future. This was a very common method for many families. Chu Zhou thought for a moment. It was not bad to reconcile with the Zhou family. Zhou Tong, who had offended him, had already died in the elite trial. He did not have much animosity towards the rest of the Zhou family. Most importantly, even if he was unwilling to reconcile, he could not do anything to the Zhou family now. The Zhou family could not attack him for no reason. Similarly, he could not attack the Zhou family for no reason. Society still had to abide by the law. In that case, it was better to have one less enemy. This was to prevent the Zhou family from harming his father and sister when he went to the wilderness to hunt monsters. He would be able to grow quickly given some time. At that time, wouldn't he be able to control the Zhou family easily? How do you want to reconcile? Chu Zhou looked at Zhou Yunshan expressionlessly. This is a token of our Zhou family. I hope you can accept it, Chu Zhou. Zhou Yunshan placed an envelope on the table and slowly pushed it in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou opened the envelope and found a cash check inside. 3 million alliance dollars. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. 3 million alliance dollars was not a huge sum to him now, but it was still an astronomical figure to ordinary people. It was not a small sum even for Awakening Realm martial artists. I hope Chu Zhou can reconcile with our Zhou family. Zhou Yunshan said sincerely. Chu Zhou accepted the 3 million alliance dollars that he had picked up for free. However, he did not want the check. He was too lazy to go to the bank to withdraw the money himself. He put the check back in the envelope. This is my martial artist identity number. You can transfer it directly to my martial artist identity numbers account. Chu Zhou quickly read out his martial artist identity number. Zhou Yunshan's heart tightened when he saw Chu Zhou put the check back into the envelope. He heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Chu Zhou's words. Okay. Zhou Yunshan immediately picked up his phone, entered the online banking system, and began to transfer money. Buzz. Soon, Chu Zhou's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a notification of 3 million alliance dollars entering his account. After the transfer, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhou Yunshan's face. This matter was finally resolved perfectly. Their Zhou family would have a headache if Chu Zhou did not accept the money. At that time, they had to think of a way to destroy Chu Zhou, their potential enemy, without letting the Battle Axe martial arts school discover any traces. Putting aside whether they could successfully kill Chu Zhou. Even if he succeeded, there would be endless trouble in the future. How could it be easy to hide from a behemoth like the Battle Axe martial arts school? Let bygones be bygones. Perhaps I can take the opportunity to do Chu Zhou a favor. Zhou Yunshan thought to himself. He pondered for a moment and said. Chu Zhou, you should know the Jin family, right? The Jin family. Could he be referring to Jin Jinnan's family? Chu Zhou frowned, and a sharp killing intent flashed across his eyes. He really hated the Jin family, unlike the Zhou family. Jin Jinnan wanted to replace his guaranteed spot. Jin Jingmao, the former academic director, not only wanted to use his position to take away his guaranteed spot and help Jin Jinnan achieve his goal, he even hired 3 people to assassinate him. Chu Zhou engraved these things in his heart. He was not going to let Jin Jingmao and the Jin family off easily even if Jin Jinnan was already dead. What do you want to say? Chu Zhou stared at Zhou Yunshan. Zhou Yunshan. I just want to tell you that Jin Jingwu from the Jin family contacted me a few days ago, hinting that he wants to join forces with me to kill you. MHM. Kill me. Killing intent condensed in Chu Zhou's eyes. The Jin family was originally an ordinary family doing business. They had only gradually risen in status after a martial artist like Jin Jingwu appeared. Zhou Yunshan introduced the Jin family to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou also listened carefully. Speaking of which, Jin Jingwu is only an ordinary beginner Awakening Realm martial artist to begin with. There's nothing special about him. However, a year and a half ago, he met with some fortuitous encounter. In just a year and a half, he advanced from a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist. Moreover, he seems to be half a step into the extraordinary realm. Zhou Yunshan continued. Half a step into the extraordinary realm. Hearing this, Chu Zhou became serious. He might be very confident, but he was not arrogant. He knew very well that the current him was probably far from being Jin Jingwu's match. If Jin Jingwu wanted to kill him, he was in a very dangerous situation. What was the point even if Jin Jingwu was exposed to have killed him and sentenced to death by the Battle Axe Martial Arts School? Fortunately, I have 125 million alliance dollars on me now. With this money, I can buy Lord-level monster meat, genetic nutritional medicine, and other potions to quickly accumulate attribute points and improve my breathing techniques and combat techniques. A week should be enough for me to advance to an intermediate awakening realm martial artist, or even an advanced awakening realm martial artist. At that time, I won't be afraid even if Jin Jingwu attacks me. Chu Zhou thought of the huge sum of money in the martial artist account and immediately felt at ease. Zhou Yunshan kept staring at Chu Zhou and clearly saw the change in his expression. At first, when Chu Zhou found out about Jin Jingwu's strength and killing intent, his expression became a little solemn, but he quickly relaxed. Could it be that he has some trump card to deal with Jin Jingwu? Zhou Yunshan was secretly shocked. If Chu Zhou could really deal with Jin Jingwu, he could also deal with their Zhou family. At this moment, he could not help but rejoice that he had chosen to reconcile with Chu Zhou. Otherwise, their Zhou family might be in big trouble in the future. The reason why Jin Jingwu is dangerous is not only because of his strength, but also because he is an unscrupulous person. He's the leader of the Blood Shadow Squad team now, but many people know that the Blood Shadow Squad led by Jin Jingwu is a group of bandits with no bottom line. They have snatched the prey of other martial artists' teams in the wilderness many times. They might even have secretly framed other martial artists. It's just that they've been hiding it very well and haven't been found with evidence. Now that he wants to kill you, you have to be careful. Zhou Yunshan told Chu Zhou all the information about Jin Jingwu. Jin Jingwu. I'll remember it. Thank you for the reminder. This time, Chu Zhou was much more polite. Then I'm leaving. If you need my help in the future, feel free to contact me. Zhou Yunshan smiled in satisfaction when he saw Chu Zhou's change in attitude. This time, their Zhou family chose to reconcile with Chu Zhou. Not only did they resolve the future trouble, they might even obtain the friendship of a future expert. Zhou Yunshan stood up and left. Hee, the Jin family's Jin Jingwu. You want to kill me? I want to see how you can kill me. Chu Zhou looked in the direction where Zhou Yunshan had disappeared, his eyes cold. The Jin family. In a secret room. A half-naked figure covered in scars was soaking in a foot-wide blood pool. His eyes were closed as he silently cultivated the breathing technique. As he breathed, there was the sound of air flowing. The blood in the blood pool seemed to be fading bit by bit. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. Bloodthirsty scarlet flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chu Zhou, die. He spat out the 3 words word by word. A thick mist of cold killing intent seeped out. Chapter 42, New Home. Chu Zhou returned home at 2 in the afternoon. Big brother, have you passed the martial artist certification? Chu Zhou had just stepped in when his younger sister, Chu Yu, asked impatiently. She had specially applied for leave today to wait for Chu Zhou's good news. I've passed it. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. In that case, I can live in a big villa. Chu Yu jumped up and down excitedly on the spot. This is the information on the 6 villas in Jiang City of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Choose one you like. Chu Zhou forwarded the villa area information that instructor Yang Feng had sent to his sister, Chu Yu. Chu Yu immediately took out her phone excitedly and checked the information and photos of the villas. Wow, the environment of this villa district is so beautiful. Not only is it by the mountains and rivers, there's also 100 flower gardens in the district. This is not bad either. The villas look like white castles. They look very good. This is even better. Not only does it cover a large area, there's also a fountain and running water. His younger sister Chu Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at the pictures of the villa. She was simply dazzled. His father, Chu Donglai, revealed a rare faint smile. Chu Zhou looked at his excited sister and smiling father and felt satisfied and at peace. The family of 3 had lived in the simple and ill-lit cell for at least 17 to 18 years. They could finally leave this place. This was the meaning of his hard work. On this day, Chu Zhou's family was immersed in joy. His younger sister, Chu Yu, finally chose the villa district in Dragon Bay Gardens after many choices. Chu Zhou immediately sent a message to Instructor Yang Feng and told him his choice. Instructor Yang Feng replied very quickly. He told Chu Zhou that he could move tomorrow and that someone would come over to help move. The next day, a medium-sized car in the shape of a van drove into the neighborhood. The 3 staff members greeted Chu Zhou and started to help move. "Old Chu, what are you doing?" "Yeah, why are you moving things so early in the morning?" Many familiar neighbors hurriedly went to Chu Zhou's house to ask when they saw the situation. "Auntie Li, Uncle Wang. We're moving." Chu Yu bounced around excitedly like a happy little angel. She said proudly, "My brother has become an official martial artist and even joined the Battleaxe martial arts school. He was assigned to a large villa. We're currently preparing to move to Dragon Bay Gardens." "What? Old Chu's son had become an official martial artist and they are going to move to the Dragon Bay Gardens?" Auntie Li, Uncle Wang, and the other neighbors widened their eyes. "Old Chu, you're so lucky to have a good son. Old Chu has made a comeback. He can actually live in a villa district like Dragon Bay Gardens." Dragon Bay Gardens is one of the most luxurious villa districts in Jiang City. Moreover, the villas inside can't be bought even if you have money. "Old Chu, you can enjoy life in the future. You don't have to continue working at the construction site." The surrounding neighbors looked enviously at Chu Donglai, who was smoking with a faint smile. In this tube-shaped apartment district, their family's future was the least optimistic because Chu Donglai was a cripple. Who knew that the first to obtain a new lease on life was Chu Donglai's family? These neighbors were envious. If there was a chance, who wouldn't want to move out of the tube-shaped apartments in the slums? Soon, the news of lame Chu's family getting a new lease on life and moving into Dragon Bay Gardens spread throughout the entire district and the nearby districts. The surrounding people all knew that cripple Chu, who originally had a dark future, had completely turned things around with his son. Many parents in the nearby slums looked at their children with a hint of hope in their eyes. Chu Zhou quickly became the comparative model. Soon, everything was moved. Chu Zhou's family got into a medium-sized car and left the district under the gazes of many neighbors. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at Dragon Bay Gardens. The family got out of the car. "Big brother, is this where we'll live in the future? It's so beautiful." Chu Yu stood at the entrance of the district and looked at the luxurious villas under the sunlight. She looked at the lush trees in the district, the fake mountains and fountains, and then at the man-made lake opposite the district. For a moment, she was in a daze. Dragon Bay Gardens was a completely different world from the crowded tube-shaped apartments they used to live in. On the other hand, his father, Chu Donglai, looked very calm. He only glanced at the neighborhood indifferently. His gaze paused on the few armed soldiers patrolling the entrance of the neighborhood. Chu Zhou also noticed the armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. A martial artist district like the Dragon Bay Gardens was established by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in cooperation with the country. It was specially used to accommodate the martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. The country had also sent soldiers to guard this place to prevent anyone from harming the family members of martial artists when they went out to carry out missions or hunt monsters. Chu Zhou felt a sense of security seeing these armed soldiers. "You're Chu Zhou, right? Your house is in Block 115. Please follow me." A woman in work clothes walked out with a smile and brought Chu Zhou's family to a standalone villa. "This is your home. This villa covers an area of 1,000 square meters and has a practical area of 850 square meters. The villa has a total of 3 floors, a basement, and an open-air garden on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor of the villa has a large martial arts hall designed. The life field energy test machine, combat strength test machine, reaction test machine, and other equipment to assist cultivation are all set up." The woman in the work uniform introduced the villa to Chu Zhou's family in detail. His younger sister, Chu Yu, screamed non-stop. Chu Zhou also secretly clicked his tongue. Their original home was less than 50 square meters, but this villa was 1,000 square meters. The difference was like heaven and earth. This villa was too extravagant, too luxurious. There was only one word to describe it: exhilarating. "This is our home from now on." Chu Zhou walked into the villa with his sister and father as he spoke. After entering the villa, his sister, Chu Yu, went to find her room excitedly. Chu Zhou went straight to the 2nd floor specially designed for cultivation. He realized that on the second floor, in addition to a huge martial arts hall, there was also a reception room, multimedia room, study, and a bedroom. The new home is finally settled. Then, it's time to think of a way to become stronger. Zhou did not forget that the most important thing to him was always strength. Moreover, he still had an enemy who wanted to kill him, Jin Jingwu. I'll log into the martial artist mall first and see which secret manuals and equipment I will need to buy. Zhou entered the multimedia room, turned on his computer, entered the martial artist mall, entered the martial artist identity number, and used his fingerprints for authentication. Dear Mr. Zhou, welcome to the martial artist mall for the first time. The mall interface appeared on the display screen as an electronic voice sounded. Chapter 43, Extreme Titanium Golden Body. A sweet girl's figure appeared in the middle of the shop interface. Mr. Zhou, since this is your first time logging into the martial artist mall, I'll introduce the use of the martial artist mall to you. The sweet girl smiled and said. In the martial artist mall, you can buy various levels of breathing techniques, combat techniques, body tempering techniques, meditation techniques, movement techniques, and other secret manuals. You can also buy knives, swords, guns, and other cold weapons. There are also pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, and other kinetic weapons. You can also find pulse pistols, plasma guns, and other energy weapons. I can also buy gene nutrient solutions and other potions. I can also buy combat uniforms, communications watches, and other equipment. As long as you have enough money and your contribution points reach the standard, you can buy everything in the martial artist mall. Enough money. Enough contribution points. Zhou caught the key. It was obvious that there were many things in the martial artist mall that were not qualified to be bought just because they were rich. He also had to have enough contribution points. This was forcing martial artists to kill more monsters. Zhou understood the intention of the purchase rules almost instantly. The school rule book had already explained the contribution points rules very clearly. When the contribution points reached 10,000, he would be a 1-star level. When the contribution points reached 100,000, he would be 2 stars. If his contribution points reached 1 million, he would be a 3-star martial artist. When the contribution points reached 10 million, he would be a 1-star level. Once his contribution points reached 50 million, he would become a legendary 5-star martial artist. It was basically impossible to reach 5-star contribution points. The difficulty was too high. In the martial artist mall, other than purchasing physical items, you can also buy services. Through the martial artist mall, you can invite martial artists of different levels to teach and guide you one-on-one through the internet. Of course, this also requires money and enough contribution points. Online teaching. Zhou's eyes lit up. Alright, there are still more functions in the martial artist mall. We're waiting for you to explore them one by one, Mr. Zhou. I'll end the simple walkthrough here. Lastly, I wish you a happy shopping trip, Mr. Zhou. With that, the sweet girl disappeared. Zhou could not wait to see the items in the mall. He clicked on Secret Manual and Breathing Technique. In an instant, pictures of secret manuals appeared on the screen. The names, prices, and contribution points requirements. Black Dragon Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement. 4-star contribution points. Solar Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Big Dream Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Earth Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SS Rank. Price, 10 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. Tidal Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SS Rank. Price, 10 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. Flowing Wind Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, C Rank. Price, 1 million Alliance dollars. Requirement, 1 contribution point. Zhou looked at the dazzling array of secret manuals and only had one feeling. They are also expensive. The cheapest C-rank breathing technique actually cost 1 million alliance dollars. The SSS rank breathing technique was an astronomical figure. It actually cost 100 billion alliance dollars. Zhou, who originally thought that he was considered rich now, immediately understood that he was actually still a poor person. He was too poor. He could not even afford an A-rank breathing technique now. An A-rank breathing technique would also cost 200 million. Moreover, all of them had contribution points requirements. He had just become a martial artist and his contribution points were 0. Fortunately, it stated that the first time I bought secret manuals and items in the martial artist mall when I signed the contract with the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, I could be exempted from the contribution points requirement. Zhou muttered to himself and secretly rejoiced. If he did not exempt contribution points, he probably would not be able to buy anything from the martial artist mall even if he had money now. He continued to look around and quickly realized that even though the breathing technique was very expensive, it could actually be bought according to the number of floors. For example, all 6 levels of the Black Dragon breathing technique, price, 100 billion alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. The first 5 levels of the Black Dragon breathing technique, price, 40 billion alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. The first 4 levels of the Black Dragon breathing technique, price, 15 billion alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. The first level of the Black Dragon breathing technique, price, 100 million alliance dollars. Requirement, 1-star contribution point. This secret manual was actually sold separately. However, Zhou thought about it carefully and agreed. How many people could afford an SSS rank secret manual like the Black Dragon breathing technique if the entire set was sold? The price was simply astronomical. Secondly, even if others bought it back, they would have to cultivate from the first level. How many martial artists could cultivate to the 6th level? Most martial artists could only cultivate the first level in their lives and could not break through to the 2nd level. Wasn't it a waste to only cultivate 2 levels after buying 6 of them in a set? Zhou looked at the 3 SSS rank breathing techniques, the Black Dragon breathing technique, the Solar breathing technique, and the Big Dream breathing technique. He could not help but sigh. He could really buy any secret manual in the martial artist mall. These 3 breathing techniques were created by the 3 experts of Earth, Dragon, Sol the Sun God, and Chang'e Saha. The breathing technique is too expensive. Moreover, my basic breathing technique can be upgraded continuously. There's no need to waste money here. Zhou muttered to himself as his gaze swept across the other 4 labels. Combat technique, movement technique, body tempering technique, and meditation technique. He had already understood combat techniques and movement techniques very well in high school. However, he had rarely heard of body tempering techniques and meditation techniques. He moved the mouse to the body forging technique label, and many words immediately popped up. Body tempering technique is a method to strengthen the body. After the cataclysm, in the early stages of the birth of martial artists, many martial artists once attached great importance to body tempering techniques. They found Iron Skin technique, Golden Bell Shield, 13 Gangsters tempering, and other age-old body tempering techniques from ancient books. Combined with the evolution of martial arts and genetic power, they innovated the body tempering technique and created many once famous body tempering techniques. However, later on, people realized that it was very difficult to cultivate the body tempering art to the highest realm. It also required a large amount of time and resources. Moreover, every time a martial artist evolves and transforms, their body will undergo a huge change. They need to readjust their body tempering technique. The time and cultivation resources required are difficult to measure. It will severely affect normal cultivation. Therefore, gradually, there are not many martial artists who value the body tempering techniques. However, no matter what, the body tempering technique is still an extremely powerful technique. Some body tempering techniques also contain astonishing potential. Zhou did not expect there to be so many instructions on the body tempering techniques. This also aroused his interest in the body tempering techniques. He clicked decisively on the body tempering techniques. In the next moment, pictures, names, and prices of body tempering techniques appeared on the screen. Dragon Roar Iron Skin Technique, Category, Body Tempering Techniques. Evaluation, A rank. Price, 50 million alliance dollars. Requirement, 1-star contribution point. Tiger Hull Golden Bell Shield Technique, Type, Body Tempering Techniques. Evaluation, A rank. Price, 50 million Alliance dollars. Requirement, 1-star contribution points. Boneless Jiu-Jitsu Technique, Category, Body Tempering Techniques. Evaluation, C rank. Price, 100,000 Alliance dollars. Requirement, 1 contribution point. Iron Body Tempering, Category, Body Tempering Techniques. Evaluation, C rank. Price, 100,000 Alliance dollars. Requirement, 1 contribution point. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Category, Body Tempering Techniques. Evaluation, C rank, originally S rank. Price, 100,000 Alliance dollars. Requirement, 1 contribution point. The number of secret manuals farmed for the body tempering techniques was much less than the breathing technique. It was less than 1/10 of the number of breathing techniques. The highest level of body tempering techniques was only A rank. In addition, the body tempering techniques were much cheaper than the breathing technique. An A-rank breathing technique cost 200 million. However, A-rank body tempering techniques only cost 50 million each. Chu Zhou's gaze swept down. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the extreme titanium golden body. The C-rank extreme titanium golden body was originally S-rank. Chu Zhou revealed a curious expression. He moved the mouse to the extreme titanium golden body. Immediately, many text notifications appeared. The extreme titanium golden body was created by Zhou of Jinghua Base City after the cataclysm. He used the golden bell shield technique and the iron skin technique as the blueprint and combined it with the principles of evolutionary martial arts. He absorbed the extremely hard titanium alloy and fused it with his own tissue to create the S-rank extreme titanium golden body. Not long after Zhou created the extreme titanium golden body, a calamity-grade beast tide erupted in the Jinghua Base City. Zhou unfortunately died in battle after killing 3 beastmasters. The extreme titanium golden body was not passed down, only the draft of the first level of the extreme titanium golden body was recorded when he created it. Chu Zhou quickly read the notification and his eyes lit up. The extreme titanium golden body was undoubtedly the strongest body tempering technique that had appeared in this world. Even though there was only 1 level left. However, it did not matter. He could continue to level up with his attribute board. I want this extreme titanium golden body. Chapter 44, Buy. Chu Zhou clicked on the mouse and added the extreme titanium golden body into the shopping cart. I'll try my best to buy all the secret manuals I need while I can avoid the contribution points requirement this time. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and opened the combat technique page. For a moment, a dazzling array of combat techniques appeared on the screen. There were everything from D-rank combat techniques to SSS rank combat techniques. There were far more combat techniques than breathing techniques. At the very least, there were at least tens of thousands of times more combat techniques than breathing techniques. This was very normal. It was very, very difficult to create a breathing technique. The breathing technique was closely related to human evolution. There could not be any mistakes. Without a deep understanding of the human body structure, genetic map, biological evolution, cosmic energy, evolutionary martial arts, and other knowledge, it was impossible to create a breathing technique. Even after it was created, it would have to undergo a long period of testing and verification to determine if a breathing technique was correct and effective. Relatively speaking, it was much easier to create a combat technique. It was basically enough as long as he could confirm that this combat technique could increase his combat strength and was harmless to the human body. It could even be considered as creating new combat techniques by optimizing or fusing existing combat techniques. Therefore, humans created many combat techniques after the cataclysm. Chu Zhou seriously observed the combat techniques on the screen and screened the combat techniques he liked. Dragon Fist, Category, Fist Technique. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Golden Sun Book, Category, Spell. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. 3000 Worlds, Category, Illusion. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. World Destruction, Category, Saber Technique. Evaluation, SS Rank. Price, 10 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. Spell. Illusion. Zhou suddenly noticed that in addition to the common fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on, there were also many spells and illusions in combat techniques. Big Sister Saber once said in class that after a martial artist steps into the extraordinary realm, they will develop 3 evolutionary paths: body, elemental, and spirit. In that case, spells and spirit should be common combat techniques for the elemental and spiritual evolution paths. He muttered to himself and basically confirmed his guess. He continued to carefully look at the combat techniques on the screen. He discovered that the Dragon Fist, Golden Sun Book, and 3000 Worlds, which were ranked in the top 3, were still created by the 3 strongest experts on Earth, namely the Dragon, Sol the Sun God, and Chang'e Saha. However, these 3 combat techniques were not suitable for Zhou. He glanced at them and looked at the other combat techniques. In the end, his gaze locked onto the SS rank saber technique, World Destruction. He clicked on World Destruction, and a description immediately popped up. World Destruction, an SS rank saber technique created by the nameless human martial god. There are a total of 5 levels. Each level contains a saber force intent. Its power is peerlessly domineering, and it increases with each level. Hint 1. Even though the World Destruction is an SS rank combat technique, the difficulty of cultivating it is not inferior to an SSS rank combat technique. There are less than 1,000 people in the world who have successfully cultivated it. The only person who has cultivated the last 2 levels is the nameless martial god who founded this combat technique. Hint 2. The 5 stages of the World Destruction, Saber Force Intent are all very extreme and filled with destructive power. If the cultivator's will is not firm, their spirit will be severely affected. More than half of the martial artists who successfully cultivated World Destruction have serious spirit problems and self-destructive tendencies. Please consider carefully before deciding whether to buy World Destruction. Zhou was stunned after reading the notification. He did not expect the difficulty of cultivating World Destruction to be comparable to an SSS rank combat technique, and there was such a serious hidden danger. However, he still decided to buy World Destruction. With the attribute board, no matter how high the cultivation difficulty was, it was akin to nothing. As long as he had enough attribute points, he could continue to increase them. As for the spiritual will problem, he would look at the meditation technique later and see if there were any secret manuals that could enhance his spirit. If there were, he would buy one. Unfortunately, World Destruction is also ridiculously expensive. With my current assets, I can only buy the first level. Zhou sighed. He could not afford the entire World Destruction at all if it cost 10 billion Alliance dollars. Fortunately, the first level of World Destruction only cost 50 million Alliance dollars, which was still within his ability to pay. Zhou added the first level of World Destruction to the purchase car and opened the meditation page. Mandala Meditation Technique, Category, Meditation Technique. Evaluation, SSS Rank. Price, 100 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Starry Sky Meditation Technique, Category, Meditation Technique. Evaluation, SS Rank. Price, 10 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Lotus Meditation Technique, Category, Meditation Technique. Evaluation, S Rank. Price, 1 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, Category, Meditation Technique. Evaluation, A Rank. Price, 200 million Alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. Crystal Meditation Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, A Rank. Price, 200 million Alliance dollars. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. To Zhou's surprise, there were pitifully few meditation techniques. There were only a dozen or so, far inferior to the breathing technique. Moreover, the lowest level of meditation techniques was actually A rank. There were no meditation techniques below A rank at all. It seems that the meditation technique is more precious than I imagined. As Zhou muttered to himself, a line of words suddenly popped up on the meditation interface. Hint: before purchasing the meditation technique, please confirm if you have mental strength talent. You can go to the Spirit Martial Arts School to appraise if you have talent in mental strength. The threshold to cultivate the meditation technique is extremely high. Those without mental strength talent basically can't enter the door. Even if they are lucky enough to enter the door, it will be difficult to advance further. Therefore, please consider carefully before purchasing it so as to not waste money for nothing. Zhou smiled when he saw this notification. He did not know if he had the mental strength talent. However, while the threshold for cultivation was extremely high, this was nothing to him. I'll buy it. He seriously studied more than 10 meditation techniques and finally added the first 3 levels of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique to the shopping cart. The first 3 levels of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique cost 30 million alliance dollars. Continue. There was no need to buy the breathing technique. He had the World Destruction Combat technique, the Body Tempering techniques, the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, and the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique. Zhou looked at his movement technique. Soon, he added a B-rank movement technique, Phantom, worth 10 million yuan into the shopping cart. This way, the breathing technique, combat technique, body tempering techniques, meditation technique, and movement technique were all complete. Techniques, meditation technique, and movement technique were all complete. When I go out to hunt monsters and carry out missions, I also need some basic equipment. Besides, I also need a saber. However, I have to save money. It's enough to buy a set of novice equipment. I still have to buy high-level monster meat to increase my attribute points with the remaining money. I also have to buy some titanium alloy to cultivate the extreme titanium golden body. Combat uniform, communications watch, backpack, saber, and other equipment were also divided into C rank and SSS rank according to the materials. Simply put, C rank equipment could effectively defend against the destruction of beast soldier level monsters or break through their defenses. And so on. The higher the level of the equipment, the more expensive it was. Zhou felt that he did not have enough funds now. Therefore, he was not so particular about equipment and bought a full set of C rank outfits. The total price was about 5 million. Next, it's time to buy monster meat or potions that increase attribute points. There was also monster meat to buy in the martial artist mall. The price was the same as other online malls, but they could give a discount. The most they could give was a 50% discount. Without a doubt, this was a benefit especially given to martial artists in the martial artist mall. Arrow Eagle meat, commander level, 500 grams, 300,000 alliance dollars. 20% discount. 8-winged snake king meat, commander level, 500 grams, 300,000 alliance dollars. 20% discount. 4-armed violent 8 meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30,000 alliance dollars. 30% discount. Steel armored dragon lizard meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30,000 alliance dollars. 30% discount. In the normal malls outside, there was only monster meat at the commander level for sale at most. In the martial artist mall, there was surprisingly commander level monster meat for sale. However, the price of commander level monster meat was 10 times that of beast general level monster meat. It was ridiculously expensive. However, Zhou still added 100 caddies of Arrow Eagle meat to the shopping cart. This 100 caddies of Arrow Eagle meat was 30 million yuan. Zhou's heart ached. Genetic nutrient solution is also a good thing. It can quickly nourish martial artists and increase their life field energy. Zhou found another genetic nutrient solution. However, when he saw the price of the genetic business liquid, he almost cursed. It was too expensive. Beginner-level genetic nutrient solution was 1 million yuan per pill. Intermediate-level genetic nutrient solution, 5 million yuan per pill. Advanced-level genetic nutrient solution, 10 million yuan per pill. Damn it, the price of high-level genetic nutrient fluid was the same as the price of the genetic potion. Forget it, so what if it's expensive? It's more important to increase my attribute points quickly now. Zhou gritted his teeth and added 3 high-level genetic nutrient solutions to the shopping cart. Then, he added 10 tons of titanium alloy to the shopping cart. It's about time. Let's settle the bill. Zhou clicked to pay. The Extreme Titanium Golden Body Secret Manual is priced at 100,000 alliance dollars. The price of the first level of the World Destruction Secret Manual is 50 million alliance dollars. The first 3 levels of the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique are priced at 30 million alliance dollars. The price of the Phantom Secret Manual is 10 million Alliance dollars. The combat uniform, communications watch, backpack, saber, and other novice outfits are priced at 5 million Alliance dollars. Arrow Eagle Meat, Commander Level, 10 caddies, 20% off. The price is 24 million Alliance dollars. Advanced Genetic Nutrient Solution, 3 sticks. The price is 30 million Alliance dollars. Titanium Alloy, 10 tons. The price is 1 million Alliance dollars. Mr. Zhou, you need to pay 150.1 million Alliance dollars for this shopping trip. Are you sure you want to pay? The big screen displayed the total shopping bill this time. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the bill. One purchase cost 150.1 million yuan. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had shopped in such a luxurious way. It should be enough money. He opened his account. Assets, 128 million Alliance dollars. Among them, 100 million was funded by Supervisor Chen. 25 million was the startup fund rewarded by the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. There was still 3 million as compensation from Zhou Yunshan. 128 million, plus the reimbursement of 30 million for purchasing the secret manual, it's enough. Confirm. Zhou clicked the mouse. Your martial artist account has 128 million yuan in savings. Your savings are not enough to pay the total account. Detected. The Battle Axe Martial Arts School will reimburse you 30 million yuan for the secret manual. Purchase successful. The deduction is successful. Mr. Zhou, all the items you bought this time will be sent to your house in 24 hours. A series of notifications appeared on the screen. Only 7 to 9 million left. I still don't have enough money. Zhou looked at the column, Assets, 7 to 9 million, and sighed deeply. Chapter 45, Intermediate Awakening Realm Martial Artist. The next day. 12 noon. 3 uniformed staff members carried a few alloy boxes and an exquisite packaging bag to the door of Villa 115. 2 of them moved a few heavy wooden boxes from outside the district. Mr. Zhou, these are all the items you ordered from the Martial Artist Mall. Please accept them. You can open these boxes with your fingerprints. A staff member said to Zhou. Zhou pressed his finger on a fingerprint collector in a box. Fingerprint verification passed. An electronically synthesized sound rang out. The alloy box automatically opened, revealing 4 books. There were 4 books, some thick and some thin. On the books were the names, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, World Destruction, Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, and Phantom. The 3 staff members looked envious. They estimated that the total price of these 4 secret manuals was at least 50 million. This was not something that ordinary people could afford. Mr. Zhou, you should know the rules. You can only cultivate these 4 secret manuals yourself. You can't privately impart them to others. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the 3 martial arts schools and the government. One of the staff members reminded him. I understand. Zhou nodded. All the secret manuals in the Martial Artist Mall were copyrighted. Every time it was sold, the creator of the secret manual would obtain 30 to 60% of the profits. The Human Alliance protected the copyright of these secret manuals extremely strictly in order to encourage more martial artists to create secret techniques and sell them in the Martial Artist Mall to promote the development of the martial arts of the entire human race. Anyone who privately imparted secret manuals bought from the Martial Artist Mall or illegally learned secret manuals would be severely punished. Of course, some lower-level secret manuals, such as the basic breathing technique, curved hand blade, sharp blade kick, and other D-rank secret manuals, were not protected by the copyright. Basically, all D-rank secret manuals were bought by the Human Alliance at a high price from the creator. Then, they were published to all humans in the world as benefits and everyone could learn them for free. After checking the 4 secret manuals, Zhou pressed his finger on the fingerprint collector in another alloy box. After opening the alloy box, an alloy saber that flickered with a cold light was revealed. It was a Dragon Tooth Series 1 saber. The total length was 91 centimeters, blade length was 60 centimeters long, 3 to 5 centimeters wide, 0.5 centimeters thick, and had 2 blood-red blood grooves. Zhou liked this Dragon Tooth Battle Saber at a glance. I'll try this Dragon Tooth Battle Saber later. Zhou thought to himself and pressed his finger on the fingerprint collector of the 3rd alloy box. A full combat suit was revealed. There was also a special backpack, a communications watch, and 3 light blue high-level genetic nutrient solutions. He also necked a TNE contents or TNE package. The bag contained 100 caddies of arrow eagle meat. Finally, he opened a few large wooden boxes and saw titanium alloy metal plates. No problem. Zhou said to the 3 staff members after the inspection. Then please sign your name here. The staff handed Zhou a receipt. Zhou took the pen and casually signed his name. After Zhou signed his name, the 3 staff helped to bring the large wooden boxes containing titanium alloy plates into the basement of the villa. After that, they left. Zhou placed 100 caddies of arrow eagle meat into the big fridge on the first floor and moved everything else to the second floor. On the second floor, Zhou could not wait to read the extreme titanium golden body. He soon understood the cultivation method of this body tempering technique. Its main cultivation method was to sense the metal molecules in a unique way. It would absorb the metal molecules into its body and fuse them with its cells to cultivate an invincible golden body coupled with a special origin power smelting method. The extreme titanium golden body had a total of 7 levels. They were divided according to the different cultivation stages. The characteristics of the surface of the body when circulating energy were triangular armor formation, quadrilateral armor formation, hexagon armor formation, back to basics, and the human extreme body, earth extreme body, and heaven extreme body that could truly unleash the terrifying defense of the extreme titanium golden body. The extreme titanium golden body could undoubtedly be considered a true invincible Vajra body just from the description in the secret manual. It would not be difficult for it to resist a nuclear explosion if cultivated to a certain extent. Such body tempering techniques strengthen the body to an unbelievable level. No wonder this is the only body tempering technique that has reached S rank in the martial artist mall. It's really too strong. Even though there's only 1 level of this body tempering technique left behind. However, I have the attribute board. I will definitely be able to make the complete extreme titanium golden body reappear in the world, or even surpass its peak. Zhou's eyes lit up. The late-stage extreme titanium golden body was really too powerful. It could actually withstand a nuclear explosion. He resisted the urge to immediately cultivate the extreme titanium golden body and opened the world destruction. He had only bought 1 level of the world destruction saber technique. This level was called Breaking the Sea. Zhou read the secret manual seriously and felt that this saber technique was extremely complicated to cultivate. The method of exerting force involved the mobilization of all the muscles and bones in the body, the circulation of origin power, and the mental state when launching the move. In short, this saber technique was at least 1,000 times more complicated than the curved hand blade and sharp blade kick he had cultivated. If Zhou cultivated by himself, he might not have any results in 5 to 6 years. Fortunately, he was a person with talent. With the attribute board, he had to do it even if he couldn't. Then, he read the treasure pagoda meditation technique. This visualization technique had to visualize and outline a treasure pagoda out of thin air in his mind before building it layer by layer. The difficulty of cultivation was also very high. In the end, he looked at the phantom movement technique. This was also the only complete secret manual he had bought this time. This movement technique was divided into 3 levels. At the first realm, his speed would increase by 100% and he would be able to create 1 phantom image. At the second realm, his speed would increase by 200% and he would be able to create 2 phantom images. At the third realm, his speed would increase 300% and he would be able to create 3 phantom images. After mastering it, his speed would increase 3-folds. This was a very good movement technique. After reading the 4 secret manuals and memorizing the contents, Zhou picked up the dragon tooth battle saber and waved it a few times. Every slash brought about a sharp sound of air being ruptured. A moderate weight, sharp enough, not bad. Zhou chuckled. There's still a week before I have to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters with Ling Zhan and the others. Then, there are 2 main points. 1. Eat 3 meals of arrow eagle meat a day and inject 3 high-level genetic nutrient solutions in 3 days. Accumulate enough attribute points as soon as possible and improve the basic breathing technique. 2. Strive to successfully cultivate the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. The 2 points above are the main points. As for the world destruction saber technique and the phantom movement technique, I can take the time to familiarize myself with them. Zhou immediately began to execute his plan. He immediately began to cook a caddy of arrow eagle meat and ate it in big mouthfuls. A moment later, he looked at his attribute board and saw that he had increased 6.75 attribute points. This is 15 times more points than eating beast soldier level monster meat. Zhou was overjoyed. After another hour or so, he injected a high-level genetic nutrient solution into his body. Then, he stared at the changes in his attribute board. In the end, his attribute points increased by a total of 47.25 points. 10 million each. It's worth it. At this moment, Zhou felt that the money he spent on the high-level genetic nutrient solutions was worth it. In the following days, other than eating arrow eagle meat 3 times a day and injecting the remaining 2 high-level genetic nutrient solutions, he went to the basement most of the day and sat on the titanium alloy metal plates to sense the metal molecules in them. Then, he used the origin power smelting method in the extreme titanium golden body to smelt these metal molecules into his cells. 7 days later, Zhou stood up from a half-dissolved titanium alloy metal plate. He had become much more burly, and his skin was faintly glowing with a faint golden light. Unfortunately, I still haven't completed the cultivation of the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. However, the gains from these 7 days are more than enough. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Zhou, Intermediate Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field. Energy 20.5. Attribute points, 1.4. Basic Breathing Technique, A rank level 17, Colored Vortex Form, unupgradable. Phantom, B rank level 2, Proficient, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, C rank starting out. World Destruction, SS rank. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. Curved Hand Blade, D rank level 5, Intent Realm, unupgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D rank level 4, Perfection, unupgradable. He had obtained nearly 300 attribute points and forcefully upgraded the basic breathing technique to level 17 in just 7 days, thanks to the 3 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and the meat of the arrow eagle monster. The level 17 basic breathing technique was already comparable to an A-rank breathing technique. His life field energy also increased by 3 to 5 points along with the improvement in his basic breathing technique. His life field energy had already reached 17. Coupled with the sudden increase of 3 to 5, his life field energy had reached 20.5. The standard life field energy of an intermediate awakening realm martial artist was 20. In other words, he had successfully advanced to an intermediate awakening realm martial artist. In addition, he could not increase it through attribute points because he had yet to master the extreme titanium golden body. However, he had accidentally learnt the phantom movement technique. He used the remaining attribute points to upgrade this movement technique to the second realm. In short, his strength had increased greatly in a week. It's time to contact Ling Zhan and the others to go out and hunt monsters. Zhou tapped on his communications watch and contacted Ling Zhan. Chapter 46, Departure. Jiang City, Dragon Bay Gardens. Villa 115. In the morning. Big brother, you're so handsome today. You can even debut as a celebrity. His sister, Chuyu, looked at the fully armed Zhou and clicked her tongue in surprise. Zhou was already handsome. Now that he was wearing a close-fitting combat uniform and carrying the murderous dragon tooth battle saber, he immediately looked exceptionally heroic. You're wrong. Zhou gently tapped his sister's forehead with his finger and smiled. What do you mean by being handsome today? I've always been handsome. Narcissistic. Chuyu pouted. Alright, go to the kitchen and get me those bottles of seasoning that haven't been unwrapped. As Zhou spoke, he walked to the fridge and placed 30 caddies of jerky made from arrow eagle meat into his backpack. He had bought 100 caddies of arrow eagle meat from the martial artist mall. He had eaten 70 caddies this week and only had 30 caddies left. He had specially spent money to find a master in a hotel in Jiang City and asked him to help make the arrow eagle meat into jerky a few days ago, concerned that fresh meat spoils easily and was not easy to carry around. Big brother, aren't you going to the wilderness to hunt monsters? But why do I feel that you're going on a trip? You've got jerky and seasoning. Chuyu said with a strange expression and handed a few bottles of seasonings to Zhou. You don't understand. Food is the most important thing for the people. No matter when, eating is very important. Zhou smiled and put the seasonings into his backpack. Eating it would increase his attribute points. Therefore, it was super important for him to eat. If he could make the taste better while eating, why on earth not? Like hell, I'll believe you. I think you're just a foodie. Chuyu rolled her eyes at her big brother. During this period of time, she had already gained a deep understanding of her big brother's gluttony. He had 3 meals of meat a day. He wouldn't get sick of it either. He also bought many seasonings and downloaded a few recipes from the internet to teach himself how to cook. Chuyu swore to the heavens that she had never heard of a martial artist like this. Her big brother was definitely a strange martial artist. Beep beep. His communications watch vibrated. Zhou tapped his watch lightly and Chief Instructor Cui Haichao's 3D profile picture appeared in the air. Zhou, aren't you going to reconsider it? With your talent, you're completely qualified to join an experienced Extraordinary Realm team for training. In that case, not only will you be able to grow quickly, your safety will basically not be a problem. The team you formed with Ling Zhan and the other 2 is completely a new team. The risk of such a team hunting monsters in the wilderness is too high. The chief instructor, Cui Haichao, advised earnestly. It was already the 3rd time he had tried to persuade Zhou this week. He originally wanted to use his connections to arrange for Zhou to join an experienced Extraordinary Realm team. It would allow Zhou to grow up in a better environment. However, who would have thought that Zhou, Ling Zhan, and the other 2 would form a team and register themselves before he could make the arrangements? He was very clear about the dangers of the wilderness. He knew even better how likely it was for something to happen to a newbie team like Zhou in the wilderness. It would be a pity if a genius like Zhou died in the wilderness before he could grow up. He tried his best to persuade Zhou to leave the Sharp Blade squad and listen to his arrangements to join an experienced Extraordinary Realm team. Unfortunately, Zhou insisted on staying in the Sharp Blade squad. He knew that Zhou's Sharp Blade squad was going to the wilderness to hunt monsters today. Therefore, he made one last try at persuasion. Chief Instructor, I understand your good intentions, but I've made up my mind. Zhou was very grateful to Cui Haichao for thinking of him, but he would not change his decision. Chief Instructor, don't worry. We won't go to those dangerous monster areas since we are just starting out. We'll only go to the county ruins where the danger factor is relatively low to hunt monsters. When Cui Haichao heard Zhou's words, he knew that his persuasion had failed again. He could only remind him. Then you have to be careful. Retreat immediately when you encounter an invincible enemy. You have to protect your life. Understood. Zhou and Cui Haichao's conversation ended here. Bin bin. The communications watch rang again. Boss Chu, we're at the entrance of your neighborhood. Meng's voice came from the watch. Okay. Zhou immediately picked up his backpack and walked towards the entrance of the district. Boss Chu, over here. Meng was in a powerful and imposing convertible SUV. He held a hexagonal shield in his left hand and waved at Zhou with his right hand. Coming. Zhou jumped lightly onto the SUV. Boss Chu. Zhou. Li Qingshi and Ling Zhan also greeted Zhou. Li Qingshi was wearing a black leather combat suit today and had tied up her elegant hair. There were 2 daggers on her belt and a pistol on each of her slender legs. One of them looked like a regular pistol, while the other shone with a faint blue light. It was probably an energy pistol. She looked very straightforward and nimble in her outfit, giving off a strong vibe of a female assassin. Ling Zhan did not change much. He only changed the white training suit he often wore into a combat uniform. Li Qingshi, is this the SUV you bought? It's the Mammoth series. It's not cheap even though it can't compare to the Tyrant series, right? Zhou sized up the SUV with strong lines and a grandeur. He immediately recognized the Mammoth series SUV and exclaimed. Not much, exactly 10 million. Li Qingshi's expression was as calm as water. Rich woman. Zhou gave Li Qingshi a thumbs up. He was considered rich, having more than 100 million yuan a week ago. However, having a net worth of more than 100 million and being willing to spend money to buy a transportation vehicle worth 10 million were 2 different concepts. The former was just rich, but it did not mean that he did not lack money. The latter not only had money, but also had spare cash. Ha ha ha, Boss Chu, Li Qingshi is indeed a rich woman. However, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. You can woo her and be her boyfriend so that she can provide for you. That way, her money will be yours. Shermeng laughed and said without thinking. Shermeng, I'll tear your mouth apart sooner or later. Li Qingshi glared at Shermeng and then looked at Chu Zhou playfully. Boss Chu, if you're really interested in rich women, I can introduce a few big sisters with billions in net worth to you. With your talent, you'll definitely be chosen by them. Chu Zhou was speechless. Am I that kind of person? Even if you really want to introduce me, don't do it in front of so many people. I do care about my pride. F***CK, sisters with a net worth of billions. Shermeng's eyes lit up. Li Qingshi, do you think you can introduce me too? I don't mind freeloading. You're so burly. What do you think? Li Qingshi looked at Shermeng in disgust. What do you mean big and burly? I'm a macho man. Shermeng received a critical hit. He did look slightly rough, and was not very handsome. However, wasn't his beast-like figure and steel-like muscles the greatest charm of a man? He tried to argue. Chu Zhou looked at the two of them bickering and smiled. Let's go. To the high-speed rail station. Rumble. The mammoth SUV immediately soared into the sky like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage and rushed in the direction of the high-speed rail station. At the entrance of the district, Chu Yu and Chu Donglai silently watched the shadow of the mammoth SUV leave. Daddy, will Big Bro be alright? Chu Yu asked worriedly. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your big bro. Chu Donglai gently stroked Chu Yu's little head with his rough palm. The Jin family. In a secret room, Jin Jingwu was sitting cross-legged in a pool of boiling blood and cultivating the breathing technique. Wisps of blood energy entered his body like worms. His entire body emitted a violent and bloodthirsty aura. The beast blood breathing technique is indeed powerful. However, such a powerful breathing technique is actually regarded as a forbidden technique by the Alliance. How laughable. Just a little more. I'm just a bit away from advancing to the extraordinary realm. Jin Jingwu slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be blood flowing in them. Captain, the kid you asked me to monitor has set off for the high-speed rail station with his team. He's definitely going to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Suddenly, a voice sounded from his communications watch. Gather. Jin Jingwu's gaze focused and he instantly stood up from the blood pool. Chapter 47, Martial Artist Supply Base. Good morning, friends. I'm Zhu Yin, the host of the show. Welcome to the New Age Geography Show. Today, I'll introduce you to the Guangdong region. On the high-speed rail, a beautiful host was speaking on the screen of the carriage. The Guangdong area is formed with Guangdong Base City as the center and the 8 satellite cities surrounding the base city. The government, the 3 martial arts schools, and the GBA Alliance joined forces to build 4 large martial artist supply bases in all 4 directions of the Guangdong area, 300 kilometers away. These 4 large-scale martial artist supply bases can provide timely supplies to the martial artists hunting monsters in the wilderness. They are also places to rest when they are tired. Moreover, there are troops stationed in the 4 large martial artist supply bases. Martial artists hunting monsters in the wilderness can ask the army in the supply bases for help if they encounter an emergency. In addition, these 4 large-scale martial artist supply bases are also the first line of defense against the beast tide in Guangdong City. Zhu Yin's clear voice entered the ears of every martial artist in the carriage. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shermeng, and Li Qingshi were all sitting in the car, not very interested in the show on the screen. They were already familiar with the environment in the Guangdong area when they were still in school. A holographic image of a ruined county city floated in front of Chu Zhou and the others. This is County 0504, and the destination of our operation. There are several groups of scorpion-tailed dogs living in this county. Scorpion-tailed dogs have powerful reproduction ability. They can give birth to more than 30 babies in a single birth. It's very easy for them to hit 1,000 of them. They are very harmful to us humans. However, the scorpion-tailed dogs have one characteristic or flaw, which is the scorpion-tailed dog queen. When the scorpion-tailed dog queen is still around, the scorpion-tailed dogs would be very united. However, once the scorpion-tailed dog queen dies, the entire scorpion-tailed dogs would fall into serious internal strife until the birth of a new scorpion-tailed dog queen. Basically, more than half of the scorpion-tailed dogs will be killed or injured every time there's an internal strife. Our goal this time is to kill all the scorpion-tailed dogs queens in county. In the carriage, Li Qingshi spoke frankly. Chu Zhou and the others listened attentively. This was the Sharp Blade Squad's first operation since it was established. They had to have a good start. The reason why Chu Zhou and the others chose the scorpion-tailed dog's queen as their target on their first operation was very simple. On the one hand, it was because the level of the scorpion-tailed dog's queen would basically not reach the extraordinary realm. On the other hand, the benefits of killing the scorpion-tailed dog's queen were considerable. The scorpion-tailed dog's queen's scorpion tail was one of the materials used to make genetic nutrient solutions. One scorpion-tailed dog's scorpion tail could be sold for at least 10 million alliance dollars. Moreover, the human alliance valued this species more because the scorpion-tailed dogs were simply too fertile. The contribution points awarded for killing the scorpion-tailed dog's queen were 5 times that of killing many other monsters of the same level. Rumble. The high-speed rail slowly stopped. Martial artists, the train has arrived at the large-scale martial artist supply base in the south of Guangdong City. Please alight in an orderly manner. Chu Zhou and the others immediately got off the train with many fully armed martial artists. So this is the large-scale martial artist supply base. Chu Zhou and the other 3 looked up at the supply base in front of them. The entire base had a beautiful environment. There were many buildings, and in the center of the base stood a tower more than 100 meters tall. I heard that all the human martial artist supply bases have built such a tall tower. When night falls, it will light up and guide the martial artists in the wilderness. Shi Meng looked up at the tall tower in the center of the base and sighed. Let's go in and find a room to rest as soon as possible. We'll immediately set off for County City 0504 after we settle our luggages. As Chu Zhou spoke, he brought Ling Zhan and the other 2 into the base and found the staff. This is the suite you'll be resting in. The staff led Chu Zhou and the others to a suite with 1 hall and 4 rooms. The right to use this suite will be yours before you leave the supply base. With that, he handed the key to Chu Zhou and left. Rest for 10 minutes before setting off. Chu Zhou clapped his hands and gestured for Ling Zhan and the other 2 to take the time to rest. He lay on the sofa himself. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhou and the other 3 left the supply base. Not long after Chu Zhou and the other 3 left, Jin Jingwu's Blood Shadow team appeared in the supply base. Captain, I just asked a familiar staff member. Chu Zhou's Sharp Blade Squad lives in Suite 304 of Building 18. However, the Sharp Blade Squad has already left the base. Lu Hai, a member of the Blood Shadow team, whispered to Jin Jingwu. Do you know where they went? Jin Jingwu frowned. He did not expect Chu Zhou and the others to leave the supply base just 10 minutes after they arrived. No. Lu Hai shook his head. They're a rookie team. Not many people pay attention to them. Looks like we can only let them off for the time being. Jin Jingwu's expression was gloomy and he was unhappy. However, they can run but they can't hide. Go find a familiar staff member and ask him to help keep an eye on the Sharp Blade Squad suite. Ask him to contact me immediately once the Sharp Blade Squad members return. Understood. Lu Hai immediately went to look for a familiar staff member. Isn't that butcher Jin Jingwu and his Blood Shadow team? Who is he targeting now? In the supply base, many martial artists saw the actions of Jin Jingwu and the Blood Shadow team and knew that Jin Jingwu, the infamous butcher, must have targeted someone again. Many people were secretly worried for the person who was targeted by Jin Jingwu. Chu Zhou and the other 3 quickly advanced on a dilapidated road that was basically covered in weeds. Of course, they were very vigilant when they walked. This was the wilderness where countless monsters lived. It would not be a big problem if they encountered weak monsters. However, if they were unlucky and encountered monsters they could not deal with, they could only escape immediately. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the other 3 stopped in unison. Then, they quickly hid behind a huge tree that was as thick as an arm and looked forward cautiously. 4 huge figures slowly moved over 50 meters in front of him. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw these 4 figures. It was really fate. He saw his old friends again. These 4 figures were the Iron Thorn Wild Boar. However, these 4 Iron Thorn Wild Boars were all adults and had all reached the Beast Soldier level. Every Iron Thorn Wild Boar was as huge as a tank. The sharp black thorns on their bodies were like iron needles, making people fear them. Iron Thorn Wild Boar, Beast Soldier level monsters, 1 each. Charge. After Chu Zhou finished speaking, he instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Ling Zhan did not say a word, but he was very fast. He drew his sword and charged out almost at the same time that Chu Zhou moved. Ha ha ha, we can finally start killing. Shi Meng shouted excitedly. He was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. He raised his hexagonal shield and charged forward. As for Li Qingshi, she had long turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Chapter 48, Rapid Growth. As soon as Chu Zhou and the other 3 appeared, they were immediately discovered by 4 iron thorn wild boars that were feeding on grass. Onik onik. The 4 iron thorn wild boars instantly raised their heads and looked at Chu Zhou and the other 3 rushing over. Their eyes were red and they let out roars. The 4 iron thorn wild boars suddenly ran like 4 tanks driving at high speed with sharp iron spikes all over their bodies. It was terrifying. One of the iron thorn wild boars rushed in front of Chu Zhou in the blink of an eye. Densely packed iron spikes were like a sharp steel forest, bringing with them a series of sharp whistles as the air was torn apart as they collided with Chu Zhou. This beast is so fast. Chu Zhou realized that the beast soldier tier iron thorn wild boar was really much stronger than the iron thorn wild boars he had killed in the elite trial. They were on completely different levels. He did not dare to take the risk as he looked at the dense iron spikes that collided with the lightning. Otherwise, he would probably be instantly pierced like a porcupine once he was hit. He immediately used the phantom movement technique and took a step forward, leaving 2 afterimages. The iron thorn wild boar roared excitedly and collided with a figure, only to realize that it was only a phantom. Its huge body, which weighed at least 500 kilograms, could not stop with the inertia and crashed into the wreckage of an old car not far away. It sent the remains of the small car flying into the air and shattered. Chu Zhou's figure caught up from the side the moment the iron thorn wild boar hit the remains of the small car. He slashed at the neck of the iron thorn wild boar with lightning speed with the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand. However, a black shadow suddenly slapped the dragon tooth battle saber before his slash could hit the iron thorn wild boar. A strong recoil came from the dragon tooth battle saber with a clang. Chu Zhou immediately took a step back. He focused and realized that the black shadow was the tail of the iron thorn wild boar. This tail was like an iron whip that emitted a faint metallic luster. Is this the strength of a beast soldier level monster? Interesting. It's more than 10 times stronger than the monsters in the elite trial. Chu Zhou sized up the iron spike wild boar that kept growling in front of him with interest. He slowly calmed down. After the confrontation just now, he had roughly determined the strength of this iron thorn wild boar. This iron thorn wild boar should be a beginner beast soldier. Beginner beast soldiers were equivalent to human beginner awakening realm martial artists. Monsters had an advantage in terms of physique. Therefore, most human martial artists were not a match for monsters of the same level in a head-on clash. However, humans were smarter and created all kinds of cultivation techniques and combat techniques. They were also good at using weapons and other tools. Therefore, as long as they did not foolishly engage in the most primitive barbaric collision with the monsters, and instead used his advantage to fight monsters, then, it would not be difficult to kill monsters of the same level. Of course, the situation was ever-changing and anything could happen in actual combat. After Chu Zhou figured out the strength of the iron thorn wild boar, he was certain that he could quickly deal with it in one move. However, he was not in a hurry at this moment. He wanted to use this iron thorn wild boar to sharpen his world destruction saber technique that he had yet to master. Onik onik. The iron thorn wild boar's eyes were bloodshot again. It galloped with its 4 hooves and charged at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou used the phantom movement technique to dodge. Then, he waved the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand and slashed at the iron thorn wild boar with lightning speed according to the power of the world destruction saber technique. However, his slash did not succeed. The dragon tooth battle saber slashed at the iron spikes on the iron thorn wild boar's body, producing a puff of sparks before being rebounded. However, Chu Zhou had patience. He used the phantom movement technique to dodge the iron thorn wild boar's attacks again and again. Then, he used the world destruction saber technique and made multiple slashes at the iron thorn wild boar. Through this method, he constantly pondered over the profundities of the world destruction saber technique. Just like Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi chose to use the iron Thorn Wild Boar as their training target after exchanging a few moves with it. Of course, the three of them were at the same level as the Iron Thorn Wild Boar, so they were far less relaxed than Zhou. While Ling Zhan used the Iron Thorn Wild Boar to sharpen himself, he would occasionally unleash big moves and use the Rainstorm Sword technique to rain down swords, forcing the Iron Thorn Wild Boar back. Meng's combat style was relatively wild. After advancing to an Awakening Realm martial artist, he seemed to have awakened as a humanoid monster and actually liked to fight head-on. He held the hexagonal shield in one hand and kept colliding with the Iron Thorn Wild Boar again and again. He would wave his fists with metal gauntlets and punch the Iron Thorn Wild Boar ruthlessly from time to time. Boom, boom, boom. Tremors continuously sounded with astonishing momentum, as if two monsters were fighting the most primitive battle. Li Qingshi's combat style had changed the most. This time, she used a dagger and also a gun. Her entire body revolved around the Iron Thorn Wild Boar at high speed. Her two sharp daggers were elusive and often appeared suddenly. They were like two sharp lightning bolts, stabbing at the Iron Thorn Wild Boar's eyes, ears, throat, and other vital points. When the Iron Thorn Wild Boar threatened her, the two sharp daggers in her hands would instantly be exchanged for a pair of guns. A kinetic pistol that used conventional bullets. The other was a plasma pistol that used energy bullets. Metal bullets and energy bullets landed on the Iron Thorn Wild Boar. Even though these bullets avoided its vital points, they still shot the Iron Thorn Wild Boar until blood splattered and it kept roaring in pain. The power of firearms is indeed very lethal to low-level life forms. Zhou took some time to take a look at Li Qingshi's situation and could not help but sigh. Firearms still posed a huge threat to Awakening Realm humans or beast soldier level monsters. They would basically die if a bullet hit a vital point. However, the higher the level of a life form, the less intimidating firearms would be. It was very difficult for ordinary firearms, be it kinetic or energy weapons, to pierce through the bodies of beast general level monsters. The deterrence of firearms was greatly reduced. The Emperor level, which stood at the peak of the monsters, was even more terrifying. Even missiles could not hurt them. Only a nuclear explosion could pose a huge threat to them. However, it could not make sure that they would be killed. It could even stimulate them to mutate and make them even more terrifying. Therefore, Zhou would not envy Li Qingshi. He understood that the strongest martial artist was still himself. After a martial artist reached a high level, they would be even more terrifying than those powerful kinetic and energy weapons. This was because high-level martial artists were equivalent to powerful weapons that could be moved and hidden at will. Moreover, they did not need any logistics. It's about time. After exchanging a few more moves with the Iron Thorn Wild Boar, Zhou felt that it had begun to skimp on its footwork, and was no longer serious. It actually kept thinking of ways to escape. This kind of employee, who always wanted to escape from work, could not be kept. Therefore, the dragon tooth battle saber in his hand was suddenly covered in a layer of gray origin power, and wisps of incomparably sharp aura seeped out. Ching! A sharp lightning-like gray saber beam flashed. The head of the Iron Thorn Wild Boar flew away from its body. Blood spewed out of the cut like a fountain. Its body, which weighed 500 kilograms, fell heavily to the ground. 3 minutes later, Ling Zhan, Zhou Meng, and Li Qingshi also killed the Iron Thorn Wild Boar they were dealing with. However, they were dumbfounded when they looked at their captain, Zhou. Zhou took out a barbecue rack and a special high-temperature heating rod at some point. He actually roasted the meat of the Iron Thorn Wild Boar. What was even more terrifying was that Zhou kept scattering salt, cumin, star anise, and other seasonings on the roasted meat on the grill as he opened a video called 108 Ways to Cook Monster Meat to watch. He would nod with relish from time to time. Waves of fragrance wafted into the noses of Ling Zhan and the other two, making them salivate. They had consumed a lot of physical strength after all. Ling Zhan and the other two were in a daze. They suddenly felt that Zhou did not seem to be here to hunt monsters, but to have a picnic. Come and eat the meat. What are you waiting for? Don't you know that the taste of the barbecue might attract the nearby monsters? We'll eat and leave quickly. Zhou shouted as he picked up a piece of roasted meat and wolfed it down. Hey! And you claim you know that roasting in the wilderness might attract monsters? Ling Zhan and the other two rolled their eyes at Zhou. Then, they quickly walked to Zhou's side and picked up the roasted meat to eat. It smells good. Boss Chu, you're the best at living life. Meng took a big bite of meat and clicked his tongue. It seems that we don't have to rely on high-energy bars to satisfy our hunger all day long when we kill monsters in the wilderness this time. Li Qingshi smiled. The high-energy bar was a common food for martial artists who went to the wilderness to kill monsters, but the taste was hard to describe. Now that their team had an Epicurean like Zhou, they seemed to be able to eliminate high-energy bars as food. Ling Zhan did not say anything. He only chewed quickly and ate piece after piece of meat. Ha ha ha, the wilderness is a natural ingredient vault. It would be a pity not to enjoy it. Eat, eat, eat. Eat more to become stronger quickly. Zhou laughed loudly and started eating like a tornado. To him, nothing was more important than food. Eating could increase his attribute points and make him stronger. Especially these iron thorn wild boars. They could only take away the two most valuable tusks from the iron thorn wild boars. The rest had been wasted. Eating a portion now could be considered making up for his losses. Zhou and the other three continued on their way after a quick meal and cutting off the tusks of all the iron thorn wild boars. In the following journey, they still encountered many monsters, some in groups, and some acting alone. If they encountered them in groups and there were too many of them, they would choose to circle around them. If they acted alone and were beast soldier level monsters, they would use these monsters to train themselves. Other than that, Zhou, the Epicurean, did not stay idle. He constantly used the monster meat to make all kinds of delicious food, allowing Ling Zhan and the other two to enjoy themselves. The four of them were also growing rapidly. Their movements became sharper and more concise when dealing with monsters, and they often killed them with one strike. On this day, after Zhou finished eating delicious food, he held a palm-sized piece of titanium alloy in his right hand and silently cultivated the extreme titanium golden body. Suddenly, an undetectable point in his body was mobilized violently. Zhou was immediately overjoyed. Finally, a metal particle has successfully fused with my cells. I've finally begun my path to obtaining the extreme titanium golden body. In the past few days, I've been eating all kinds of monster meat and arrow eagle meat. The attribute points I've accumulated are enough to upgrade the extreme titanium golden body to the first level. Zhou immediately looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 62.15. Extreme titanium golden body, C rank beginner, upgradable. Upgrade the extreme titanium golden body. With a thought, he began to upgrade the extreme titanium golden body. Chapter 49, First level of the extreme titanium golden body, triangular armor formation. As Zhou gave the order to upgrade the extreme titanium golden body, his attribute board immediately flashed violently. At the same time, during this period of time, he had used the special origin power of the extreme titanium golden body to absorb and smelt the metal molecules in his body. They quickly fused with the cells in his body and became a part of them. An intense pain spread throughout Zhou's body like a tide. Zhou gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to shout. At this moment, his body underwent an astonishing change. His original height of 175 centimeters increased to 185 centimeters in the blink of an eye. What was even more shocking was that his skin began to turn into armor inch by inch. Silver armor covered his arms and right leg. There were also hints of metal armor on the other parts of his body. A hard, fierce, and incomparably sharp origin power emitted from Zhou's body. It shattered inch by inch like the ground, forming a violent sandstorm. Ling Zhan, Meng, and Li Qingshi were all very shocked when they sensed the change in Zhou. They could clearly feel how terrifying and powerful Zhou was at this moment. F***CK, what combat technique is Boss Chu cultivating? Why do I feel that his physical strength is stronger than mine? Meng looked at Zhou in shock. Then, he almost drooled. He was born with a strong Xiao. This was also what he was proud of. Moreover, he had always wanted to strengthen his body. This made his body much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. He could even fight monsters of the same level head-on. Now, he realized that Zhou's physical strength instantly surpassed his, even though it seems that Zhou only cultivated a certain combat technique. This dealt him a blow. At the same time, it made him drool over Zhou's combat technique. If he also cultivated such a combat technique, wouldn't his dream of becoming the top hunk in the world be realized? Ha ha ha, old Li Qingshi, you always say that I'm not handsome. I'll let you know what the charm of a hunk is after I cultivate Boss Chu's combat technique. Meng seemed to have thought of how he would become majestic after cultivating Zhou's current combat technique in the future and could not help but laugh. Do you know what Boss Chu cultivates? Li Qingshi looked at Meng disdainfully and said. If I'm not wrong, Big Brother Chu is cultivating the body tempering techniques, extreme titanium golden body. Even though the extreme titanium golden body is evaluated as a C-rank body tempering technique in the martial artist mall, it is because there's only one level of this body tempering technique passed down. In fact, the extreme titanium golden body is an S-tier body tempering technique. In other words, even if there's only one level of the extreme titanium golden body, the difficulty of cultivating it is the same as the S-tier body tempering technique. Can you successfully cultivate the extreme titanium golden body? With that, Li Qingshi looked at Meng mockingly. S-tier body tempering technique. Meng swallowed. Even though he was very confident in himself and prided himself on being much stronger than ordinary people in terms of physical talent, he knew that it would be very, very difficult for him to cultivate the S-tier body tempering technique. The S-tier body tempering techniques involved too many things. It was very likely to involve the deep genetic changes in the human body and the circulation of the body system. The consequences would be very serious if there was a mistake in cultivation. He did not dare to take the risk to cultivate the S-tier body tempering technique. In particular, there was only one level of the extreme titanium golden body left. It was not worth taking a huge risk for the extreme titanium golden body that only had one level. Of course, he admired Zhou greatly. Not only did he dare to cultivate the S-tier body tempering technique, but he had also succeeded. Zhou, the creator of the extreme titanium golden body back then, used the completed extreme titanium golden body to forcefully kill 3 king-tier monsters, shocking the world. Unfortunately, Zhou didn't pass down the complete extreme titanium golden body. He only discovered one level on the draft of the extreme titanium golden body he created. It has been so many years, Zhou might be the only awakening realm martial artist who has cultivated the extreme titanium golden body. It's a pity that this body tempering technique that once stunned the world only has one level. It can't reproduce its former glory. It was very rare that Ling Zhan spoke so much at one go. At this moment, the changes in Zhou's body stopped. He could really feel that his body had become several times stronger. Moreover, not only his body, but even the origin power in his body had undergone an unknown change. It became stronger, more domineering, and sharper. It seemed to have the characteristics of metal. He looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 30.15. Extreme titanium golden body, S-tier level 1, triangular armor formation, unupgradable. After spending 30 attribute points, the first level of the extreme titanium golden body had finally been upgraded successfully. Zhou's face revealed a hint of joy. Meng, come and punch me. Zhou suddenly shouted at Meng. Okay. Meng's eyes lit up. He stepped on the ground with both feet and there was a loud bang. The ground exploded. He flew out like a cannonball and punched Zhou ruthlessly. He knew that Zhou definitely wanted to test the defense of the extreme titanium golden body. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see how strong the extreme titanium golden body could be. Therefore, he used all his strength in this punch. Rumble. An iron fist wearing metal gloves pierced through the void with a bang. The domineering power caused the air to explode layer by layer, emitting a huge bang. In the end, this iron fist landed on Zhou. To be precise, it hit a silver armor on Zhou's left arm. Zhou wanted to test the defense of the extreme titanium golden body, so he did not block it too much. Boom. The violent power of the tremor surged crazily amidst the shocking explosion. The earth under Zhou's feet exploded inch by inch. Dust soared into the sky, drowning Meng and Zhou. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi stared fixedly in the direction of the dust. When the dust dissipated, they saw Meng and Zhou in a deadlock. Zhou stood calmly on the spot, while Meng's fist was still pressed against the silver armor on Zhou's right arm. F***CK, there's no justice. Is the first level of the extreme titanium golden body already so strong? Meng looked at the motionless Zhou and felt a sharp pain in his fist. He could not help but exclaim in shock. Not bad. Zhou was very satisfied with the defensive effect of the extreme titanium golden body. Moreover, the extreme titanium golden body not only strengthened his physical defense, it also strengthened his origin power and attack power. As expected of the once famous body tempering techniques. It's indeed powerful. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi were also slightly moved. There seems to be a single horned leopard cat. Chu Zhou suddenly looked at a patch of grass 100 meters away. A single horned leopard cat the size of an old northeastern tiger slowly walked out of the grass and looked at Chu Zhou and the others as if they were prey. Ling Zhan and the other two immediately discovered the single horned leopard cat and immediately became vigilant. This single horned leopard cat was a high-level beast soldier level monster. Its level was higher than all of them, so they had to be vigilant. Even Chu Zhou did not dare to underestimate it. Boss Chu, should we leave or fight the single-horned leopard cat? Shi Meng asked. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi were also waiting for Chu Zhou's decision. Fight. We've also cooperated for so long during this period of time. I can use it to verify the effect of our team battle. Chu Zhou said decisively. Chapter 50, Viper Team, 1. In the wilderness. The corpse of a single-horned leopard cat fell into a pool of blood and lost all its vitality. Chu Zhou and the other three looked at each other and smiled. This time, their cooperation with each other was very good. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan were in charge of dealing damage. Shi Meng acted as a meat shield, while Li Qingshi harassed and attracted the single-horned leopard cat. After working together, they were basically uninjured and dealt with the single-horned leopard cat. This was the power of a team. If Chu Zhou wanted to kill the single-horned leopard cat himself, he would probably be injured even if he did succeed. Moreover, once the single-horned leopard cat wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for him to stop it alone. Barbecue, eat meat. Chu Zhou smiled and immediately took out the dragon tooth battle saber. He first took off the single-horned leopard cat's horn and put it in his backpack. Then, he cut off a large piece of meat and began to make a barbecue feast. My life field energy can reach 25 points. I'm still 5 points away from advancing to an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Chu Zhou took the opportunity to take a look at his life field while eating the meat. After the basic breathing technique reached a rank, his current efficiency in absorbing cosmic energy was almost 6 times that of other awakening realm martial artists. Moreover, when the basic breathing technique broke through to a rank not long ago, which was to reach the 17th level, his life field energy was still rapidly increasing during this period of time, other than allowing his life field energy to increase greatly in a short period of time. In addition, he had just cultivated the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. The transformation of his body had also greatly increased the increase of his life field energy. In total, his current life field energy had reached 25. Give me another 10 days. No, perhaps it won't take 10 days. In just 4 to 5 days, my life field energy will probably reach 30. It's a pity that I've finished the arrow eagle meat these few days. Otherwise, it would be faster. This feeling of constantly becoming stronger made Chu Zhou very addicted. The roasted meat was quickly finished. Chu Zhou cut another large piece of meat from the single-horned leopard cat and placed it in a preservation bag. Then, Ling Zhan and the other two continued to set off. Half a day later, a huge ruined city entered the vision of Chu Zhou and the other three. The city buildings here were severely damaged. Vegetation everywhere had already covered the walls of some buildings. Many huge plants that were not there in the old era grew taller than some buildings. The severely damaged old era buildings combined with countless huge plants to form a unique beautiful scene. Is this the ruins of the old era? How spectacular! What I see on the internet is far less shocking than what I see in real life. Li Qingshi jumped onto the wreckage of a bus and looked at the city in front of her. She muttered to herself. This is the civilization that we humans once built. Unfortunately, it has been reduced to ruins and has become a shelter for countless monsters. Shi Meng sighed deeply. Be careful. We've already entered the range of County 0504. There are many more monsters living in the ruined city than in the wilderness. Moreover, they're stronger. Chu Zhou reminded them. The war between humans and monsters had a long history. In the beginning, the monsters mainly lived in the wilderness. However, as the war between humans and monsters continued, many monsters gradually realized. When they were in the wilderness, they were easily wiped out in batches by human guns because of the lack of obstacles. Especially low-level monsters which did not have much resistance to gunfire. However, if they lived in the ruins of a human city with a large number of buildings and many huge plants as obstacles, then it would not be so easy for humans to shoot them with guns. Once the human army entered the ruined city, they would basically have to fight monsters in the streets. It was very easy for them to be surrounded by countless monsters. Later on, humans used the method of missiles to cleanse the ground and nuclear explosions to flatten the ruined city. This method was indeed effectful. The effect was obvious in the beginning. However, monsters were not wild beasts. Monsters also had intelligence. Especially high-level monsters, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Humans could use extreme methods to flatten the ruined cities. Monsters would also crazily launch a terrifying beast tide on human cities and break through them. The initial war between the two races could be said to be extremely tragic. Later on, neither side could withstand such losses. The martial god of humans negotiated with the emperor-level monsters and finally reached an agreement. Humans would not carry out missile baptism and fire nuclear bombs at the ruined cities where the monsters lived at will. The monsters would also not launch beast tides against human cities at will. Of course, the agreement was an agreement, but neither party would completely abide by it. Humans would still carry out extreme attacks once they realized that the threat of the monsters gathered in a ruined city was too great. Similarly, monsters would occasionally launch a beast tide. The higher-ups of both sides only maintained a rough balance and did not let the situation completely go out of control. They could not care less about small conflicts. Humans had mainly relied on powerful martial artists to eliminate the monsters in the ruined city ever since the agreement was established. According to the information we collected from the martial artist forum, someone discovered a group of scorpion-tailed dogs in the west of the city. Li Qingshi jumped down from the wreckage of the bus and said to Zhou and the other two, "Then, let's advance to the west of the city now." Zhou waved his hand and led Ling Zhan and the other two along a street that was mostly covered in weeds, rushing towards the west of the city. However, they heard a fierce battle in front of them before they could advance more than 500 meters. Chapter 51, Viper Team, 2. Zhou and the other three saw another martial artist team in no time. There were 5 people in that martial artist team. They had just hunted a group of iron-horned wild bulls. The corpses of 7 to 8 iron-horned wild bulls lay on the grass, bleeding all over the ground. "Who's there?" There was a cold shout suddenly. A cunning man with a black eye patch on his left eye and a mechanical arm in his right hand looked at Zhou and the others. "Do you want to snatch the prey?" Another person smiled coldly and squatted down. He pointed his sniper rifle at Zhou and the others. The other 3 also looked at Zhou and the gang with killing intent, as if they would attack at any time. "Not good. They just killed the iron-horned wild bull and we appeared. I'm afraid they misunderstood that we're going to snatch their prey." The expressions of Zhou and the others changed slightly as Li Qingshi spoke. This might be their first time hunting in the wilderness. But they had also learned some unwritten rules about martial artists hunting monsters in the wilderness from the martial artist forum. It was best not to appear in the vicinity when others had just killed monsters. Otherwise, it was very easy to be mistaken for snatching prey and be mercilessly attacked by the other party. The reason why such an unspoken rule was formed. Actually, it was because the snatching of prey had happened too many times. Humans were complicated animals. When they lived in human cities, they were restrained by the laws and did not dare to act recklessly. However, the wilderness. It was a lawless place. Anything could happen. Especially when the benefits were big enough, humans might be even more dangerous than monsters. Therefore, the wilderness also formed many unwritten rules. If one did not pay attention to these unwritten rules, it was very easy to cause a misunderstanding and even death once they were violated. "Let's go." Zhou led Ling Zhan and the other 2 and slowly retreated dozens of meters before leaving in another direction. When the 5 of them saw Zhou and the others leave, they knew that it was a misunderstanding and did not choose to attack them. Of course, they watched warily while Zhou and the gang disappeared from their sight. Those 4 people just now look so young. They seem to be high school students who have just graduated. Hee, for novices actually dare to form a martial artist team and come to the ruined city to kill monsters. They're courting death. Sniper Sun Long sneered. "I don't think they'll survive the night." Lu Jun also said disdainfully. "No. I think I've seen the person with the saber on his back somewhere." The captain, Lu Wu, pinched his chin with his right hand and frowned. Captain, Butcher Jin Jingwu sent you a photo when he contacted you yesterday. The person in the photo seems to be the young man who left just now. A team member suddenly reminded. Zhou, yes. That person just now was Zhou. Lu Wu's single eye suddenly flashed. He, I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet Zhou here. Everyone, we might be in for big business. Lu Wu suddenly smiled sinisterly. Big business? Those rookies just now. Sniper Sun Long, Lu Jun, and the others looked at Lu Wu in surprise. Their Viper team had always had extensive business areas. They occasionally worked as an assassin other than hunting monsters normally. They did not reject being a robber when they saw other martial artist teams hunt astonishingly valuable monsters. In short, their Viper team could do anything as long as there were enough benefits. However, a business of 10 to 20 million alliance dollars could only be considered normal to their Viper team. In terms of big business, it had to exceed 100 million alliance dollars. Lu Wu pressed his communications watch and contacted Jin Jingwu. Butcher, you contacted me 3 days ago and said that I should inform you immediately if I encountered the person in the photo. Is that right? Lu Wu said to Jin Jingwu. Cobra, you saw Zhou. Tell me where he is immediately. I'll give you 10 million as a reward. Jin Jingwu said quickly. Ha, Butcher, aren't you underestimating my Cobra's appetite a little too much? Am I only looking for 10 million? 10 million isn't even enough for me to fill the gaps between my teeth. Who are you trying to send away? Lu Wu smiled sinisterly. Jin Jingwu's voice paused for a moment. He pondered for a moment and said. Then what do you want? Give me 300 million and I'll help you kill him. How about that? Lu Wu asked for a sky-high price. 300 million. You have the cheek to charge me 300 million for killing a beginner awakening realm martial artist, Cobra. Are you crazy? Jin Jingwu roared. 100 million at most. Take it if you are willing. If you are not, I'll be able to find him sooner or later. 100 million it is. I'll do this business. When Lu Wu heard that Jin Jingwu was about to cut off their connection, he hurriedly agreed to Jin Jingwu's price. 100 million was not a small amount. Especially since the target he wanted to kill was only a mere beginner awakening realm martial artist. Hunting a beginner awakening realm martial artist in this ruined city was too easy for their Viper team. Butcher, wait for my good news and prepare to transfer the money. Lu Wu cut off the connection and said to the 4 team members. Brothers, the business is here. Butcher will give us 100 million if we deal with those 4 rookies just now. Ha, Captain, we can get 100 million just by killing the 4 novices. This business is very easy. Yes, it's too easy. It's been a long time since we've received such an easy business. The members of the Viper team chatted in a relaxed manner, not taking Zhou and the others seriously at all. Alright, let's move immediately. We haven't finished dealing with the 4 rookies yet. Let's get rid of them and get the money as soon as possible. Lu Wu led the 4 team members and flew in the direction where Zhou and the others had left as he spoke. On a small path, Zhou and the other 3 carefully passed through the ruins. Zhou, I remember the background of that martial artist team just now. The leader of that martial artist team was wearing an eye mask and a mechanical arm. He should be the infamous Cobra Lu Wu. That team just now was the Viper team. Li Qingshi suddenly said. Cobra Lu Wu. This person doesn't seem to have a good reputation. Shi Meng frowned and remembered this person. Not good. It's simply bad. I heard that Cobra Lu Wu and his poisonous snake team often snatch the prey of other martial artist teams and even secretly kill the martial artists in the wilderness many times. The reputation of the Viper team is as bad as the reputation of the Blood Shadow team. Fortunately, we didn't have a conflict with them just now. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble now. Li Qingshi looked a little afraid. Inul Allah not take it to Nert Tu Mountain. They were just passing by. There was no conflict of interest between the 2 sides. There was no need for the other party to attack. Moreover, their team could join forces to hunt high-level beast soldiers. It was not impossible for them to resist. Let's go. We've arrived at the west of the city. We'd better find a high ground and the whereabouts of the scorpion-tailed dogs through the telescope. Chu Zhou led Ling Zhan and the other two towards a tall building covered in huge vines as he spoke. Chapter 52, Snipe. In the wilderness of County 0504. On the rooftop of a 16-story building covered in huge vines. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi were each holding a telescope. They squatted at the edge of the roof and looked at the long streets below through the leaves of the vines. There are indeed many monsters in the ruined city. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Groups of monsters appeared in his vision. He saw at least hundreds of monsters in just a short while. No wonder they say that the ruined city is dangerous. There are so many monsters, and the lowest level is the beast soldier level. Even extraordinary realm experts won't be able to escape if they're surrounded by hundreds of monsters, Li Qingshi also said with a serious expression. Look over there. It's the scorpion-tailed dogs. Shi Meng suddenly shouted in a low voice and pointed at a street corner. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, and Li Qingshi perked up. They immediately picked up their binoculars and looked in the direction Shi Meng was pointing. They soon saw bull-sized scorpion-tailed dogs walk out of a street corner. These scorpion-tailed dogs generally still retained the characteristics of the dogs of the old era. However, a sharp scorpion tail grew behind them. More than 30 gray scorpion-tailed dogs guarded a pink-haired scorpion-tailed dogs as they slowly walked on the street. The pink scorpion-tailed dog was more than twice the size of the typical gray scorpion-tailed dogs. Many gray scorpion-tailed dogs looked at the pink scorpion-tailed dog with fear. The scorpion-tailed dogs found a piece of meat nearby and did not dare to eat it themselves. They placed it respectfully in front of the pink scorpion-tailed dog. The gray scorpion-tailed dogs only dared to eat meat together after the pink scorpion-tailed dog took a bite and was no longer interested. It's the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. We're really lucky to have encountered the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs so quickly. Moreover, there are only about 30 normal scorpion-tailed dogs beside this queen. Chu Zhou and the other three were delighted. None of them expected to find the scorpion-tailed dog's queen so quickly. Moreover, the scorpion-tailed dog's queen in front of them only had 30 normal scorpion-tailed dogs by her side. One had to know that the scorpion-tailed dogs were very fertile. Therefore, the scorpion-tailed dogs were usually in a very large group. Even a group of 100 scorpion-tailed dogs could only be said to be relatively small among the many scorpion-tailed dogs. Most of the scorpion-tailed dogs groups numbered more than 500. There were also some with more than 1,000 of them. As the leader of the scorpion-tailed dogs, the queen usually had at least 100 normal scorpion-tailed dogs guarding her when she went out. This scorpion-tailed dog's queen only had 30 odd of them by her side. It could be said that it was very rare. However, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Chu Zhou and the others. In a while, Li Qingshi will sneak near the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and snipe it. A hole-in-one would be the most ideal situation. But if it's not dead, Shi Meng and I will charge into the 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs and forcefully open a path. At that time, Ling Zhan will follow behind us and rush in with us to kill the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Chu Zhou communicated softly and told them the strategy. Understood. Ling Zhan and the other two nodded slightly. All right. Let's move. Let's end this quickly. Chu Zhou and the other three quickly went downstairs. Then, Li Qingshi immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared. She flew into a building beside her and approached the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs from inside. Chu Zhou and the other two lowered their bodies slightly and stuck to the wall. They slowly approached with the help of the tall plants. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the other two arrived about 300 meters away from the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and stopped moving. The scorpion-tailed dogs had a sharp nose and were very vigilant. They would be in danger of being discovered if they continued forward. Chu Zhou and the other two held their breaths and accumulated strength in their bodies, like three ferocious beasts about to be released from their cages. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light flashed. A ball of light suddenly exploded on the head of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Queen! Howl! The scorpion-tailed dog's queen suddenly let out a shrill scream. Not only was there a bloody hole in its head, there were also a large number of burn marks from the high temperature. This was the sign of being hit by the plasma gun's energy bullet. The queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs let out a shrill scream. The 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs around her also panicked. They squeezed closer to the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs to protect her. Li Qingshi, target hit. Charge! Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he rushed out first. He used the phantom movement technique. With every step he took, he dragged out 2 phantoms. 300 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Extreme titanium golden body. With a thought, Chu Zhou's body flickered with a faint golden light. His skin turned into armor inch by inch, and like an armored warrior, he crashed into more than 30 scorpion-tailed dogs. The 2 scorpion-tailed dogs were smashed into meat paste. There was also a scorpion-tailed dog that was sent flying more than 10 meters. Its body had many fractures and it spat out blood non-stop. Ha ha ha, I'm here. Shermeng laughed wildly and rushed over. He held the shield in one hand and used the 9-fold tremor punch consecutively with the other, knocking down or sending the scorpion-tailed dogs flying. Ling Zhan only followed behind Chu Zhou and Shermeng. He held the alloy sword tightly with one hand and gathered strength in his entire body, preparing to give the heavily injured scorpion-tailed dogs queen a fatal blow. The panicked scorpion-tailed dogs could not stop them at all with Chu Zhou and Shermeng leading the way. They quickly arrived near the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs, which was wailing. Kill! Ling Zhan, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly erupted at this moment. He leaped out from behind Chu Zhou and Shermeng and stabbed at the throat of the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs at lightning speed. It pierced through the sky like a rainbow. With a puff, the throat of the scorpion-tailed dogs was pierced through by a sword. A one-hit kill. Bang! The scorpion-tailed dog's queen turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Well done. Chu Zhou gave Ling Zhan a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, it worked. Shermeng laughed loudly and tore off the scorpion-tailed dog's queen's scorpion tail, pulling it out forcefully. When the surrounding 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs saw that Chu Zhou and the other 2 had actually killed the scorpion-tailed dog's queen, they went crazy. They attacked Chu Zhou and the other 2 without caring about anything. However, Chu Zhou and the other 2 were very relaxed. These 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs could not stop them at all if they wanted to leave. The Viper team was also at the top of another building, using binoculars to search for Chu Zhou and gang while they were dealing with the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Captain, we found them. Look, there they are. A member of the Viper team pointed at Chu Zhou and the others. Lu Wu immediately took out her binoculars and looked in the direction of Chu Zhou and the others. Eh? This is unexpected. These newbies are quite strong, eh? They actually dared to attack the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and succeeded. Lu Wu revealed a surprised expression. However, he quickly said to the sniper beside him, Sun Long, kill them. Captain, don't worry. We're about to get 100 million. Sun Long smiled confidently. He set up his sniper rifle and aimed at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou and Shermeng, the 2 violent hunks, joined forces and forcefully opened a path among the many scorpion-tailed dogs again, preparing to retreat with Ling Zhan. The target had been killed. They did not want to stay here and fight the remaining scorpion-tailed dogs. This was a ruined city with a large number of monsters. It would be troublesome if the commotion was too big and attracted the nearby monsters. It was better to retreat first. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's scalp went numb. He instinctively circulated the extreme titanium golden body and placed his arm in front of his head. Bang! A sonic boom sounded. Chu Zhou's arm hurt slightly and he immediately felt a strong push. He slid back a step. Bang! Another sonic boom sounded. Shermeng screamed and fell to the ground. A bloody hole was pierced through his thigh. Surging blood continuously flowed out of the bloody hole. Oh no, someone is sniping us. Ling Zhan, quickly enter the ruins building beside us. At this moment, Chu Zhou reacted. His expression changed. He grabbed the injured Shermeng and carried him on his back, ignoring the pain on his arm. Then, he used the phantom movement technique. He crashed into the wall of the ruins building beside him as quickly as possible. He barged through the dilapidated wall and entered the ruins building with a rumble. Ling Zhan entered the building with him almost at the same time. The moment they entered the building, they looked back in the direction of the gunshot and vaguely saw 5 familiar figures. It's them, the Viper team. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan were filled with hatred, and killing intent condensed in their eyes. How is this possible? That Chu Zhou actually blocked the bullet of a heavy sniper rifle with his hand. Sun Long could not believe his eyes when he saw that he was actually fine after blocking his bullet with his hand in the Viper team. This was a heavy sniper bullet. Moreover, he was using special armor-piercing bullets. Even extraordinary realm experts wouldn't dare to use their hands to block armor-piercing bullets shot from heavy sniper rifles, right? He quickly reacted and saw Zhou and Ling Zhan escaping into the building beside him. He aimed again and prepared to continue to shoot. However, another gunshot sounded before he could fire. A metal bullet brushed past his ear and almost went through his brain. Another energy bullet shot into the wall beside him. A ball of energy light exploded with a bang. Damn it, it's a plasma gun. Sun Long's expression changed. He could only give up on continuing to shoot Zhou and Ling Zhan. His figure retreated at full speed, avoiding the energy light wave. "Captain, we failed," Sun Long said to Lu Wu with an embarrassed expression. "I saw it." Lu Wu narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was like a poisonous snake and revealed an extremely dangerous smile. "Hee, it seems that this Zhou is quite capable. However, he's destined to die since he has become our prey. Now, let us play a game of pursuit and escape with him." With that, he left the building with everyone from the Viper team. Chapter 53, Escape. In a ruined building of County 0504. F***CK, those B***stards from the Viper team actually ambushed me. I'll remember this. Meng lay on a dusty stone slab, convulsing and cursing. Zhou and Ling Zhan were immediately relieved to see that Meng was still so violent, after being injured. Li Qingshi carefully checked Meng's wound. Fortunately, it didn't hit the bones. It's not a big problem. She took out a tube of green potion from her backpack and pricked it near Meng's wound, injecting the potion as she spoke. "Hiss. My eldest Miss Qingshi, be gentler." The corners of Meng's mouth twitched as he muttered. "I'm an injured person now. Can't you be gentler?" "Gentler?" Li Qingshi glanced at Meng and said with a faint smile, "How do you want me to be gentle? Shall I make a few more holes in you?" She even took out the dagger and gestured at Meng. She seemed to be looking for a good place to attack. "Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. You're already very gentle." Meng looked at the sharp dagger that came very close to the tip of his nose from time to time and hurriedly begged for mercy. "It seems that the Elixir of Dawn potion is not bad, but it's a little expensive." The effect was almost immediate after the injection. The wound immediately stopped bleeding. Meng also looked much more comfortable. The tube of green potion just now was called the Elixir of Dawn. It was a gene potion developed by Life Company that could quickly repair injuries on the skin and muscles. The Elixir of Dawn was basically a must-have for every martial artist team. Injuries were inevitable when hunting monsters in the wilderness after all. He had to prepare some medicine that could quickly repair his injuries. However, the Elixir of Dawn was very expensive. One tube cost 3 million alliance dollars. Moreover, it could only repair the injuries on his skin and muscles. It was not of much use to the bone injuries and many other injuries. Fortunately, you didn't hurt your bones this time. Since you had the Elixir of Dawn, you'll probably recover in 3 to 4 days. Li Qingshi looked at Zhou as she spoke. "However, Boss Chu, he can't walk normally now." "It's fine. I'll carry him on my back for the next day or two," Zhou said calmly. Meng was burly and his entire body was covered in steel-like muscles. His weight was estimated to be at least 230 caddies. However, this was nothing to Zhou. He had now cultivated the first level of the extreme titanium golden body, and his body had been greatly strengthened. He could still easily use the phantom movement technique even if he carried Meng on his back. "Hee, I've troubled Boss Chu for a day or two," Meng smiled casually, not feeling embarrassed. If Zhou was injured, he would not mind carrying him on his back. "Zhou, the Viper team is here." Suddenly, Ling Zhan stood up and walked to a large crack in the wall. He looked at the 5 figures under another building in the distance through the crack. F***CK, the B***stards of the Viper team not only ambushed us, they also want to hunt us down. Meng cursed. Zhou's gaze was cold. He also walked to the crack and saw the 5 members of the Viper team rushing towards them. Meng is injured now and it's inconvenient for him to move. It's not convenient for us to fight them. Let's retreat. In addition, Li Qingshi, place a few remote-controlled bombs here. Detonate them when they enter to buy us time to retreat. As Chu Zhou spoke, he immediately walked to Shi Meng's side and carried him on his back. Then, he immediately flew out of a passage in the building. Ling Zhan quickly followed. The weight-bearing wall here is covered in cracks. It will definitely collapse if we use 3 bombs. Li Qingshi glanced around the interior of the building. When she saw the cracked weight-bearing wall, her eyes lit up. She took out 3 circular remote bombs from her backpack and pressed them against the weight-bearing wall. Beep, beep, beep. The 3 bombs emitted a beeping electronic sound and automatically attached to the wall. After placing the remote-controlled bomb, Li Qingshi took another deep look in the direction of the Viper team. Then, she immediately turned into an afterimage and chased after Chu Zhou and the others. Not long after Li Qingshi left, 5 murderous figures rushed into the building. "Captain, they seem to have escaped." Lu Jun glanced at the stone slab where Shi Meng had been lying and said to the Cobra, "Lu Wu. Hee, escape. Can they escape?" Pang Shan, another member of the Viper team, sneered. Lu Wu's gaze was also quickly sweeping around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted when he saw the 3 bombs attached to the weight-bearing wall. "There's a bomb. Retreat!" He shouted sternly and immediately turned into an afterimage as he flew out of the building. When the other members of the Viper team heard Lu Wu's reminder, their expressions changed. Without hesitation, they used all their strength and flew out at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the 3 bombs exploded almost at the same time. In an instant, the cracked weight-bearing wall shattered. There was also a strong explosion that swept towards Lu Wu and the others. Rumble. The building, which was already in danger, collapsed with a bang after the weight-bearing wall was shattered. The earth shook, and dust soared into the sky. The monsters within a few kilometers could clearly feel the huge commotion. 3 miles away, Chu Zhou, Shi Meng, and Ling Zhan looked back at the collapsed building and could not help but be slightly stunned. They did not expect Li Qingshi to blow up the building. Well done. Chu Zhou gave Li Qingshi a thumbs up and praised her sincerely. Eldest Miss Qingshi, you've avenged me this time. The Viper team has to pay the price even if they don't die since they suffered the impact of the bomb and had to face the collapse of the building. Awesome, it's really awesome. Shi Meng laughed heartily. Well done. Ling Zhan praised. Li Qingshi only smiled lightly in the face of the praise from Chu Zhou's 3 teammates, her face full of confidence. Lu Wu and the other members of the Viper team rushed out of the dust in a sorry state. Other than Lu Wu, the captain, almost all the other 3 were injured. That's right. Other than Lu Wu, there were only 3 people left from the Viper team. Captain, Ding Chou is buried inside. Sniper Sun Long's eyes were red as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Captain, our Viper team has never suffered such a huge loss. Pang Shan hit his shield on the ground as if he was venting, creating a crack. Captain, we have to take revenge. Lu Jun also said hatefully. One of his arms was also scratched with a long blood mark by a large piece of wall that had fallen. Lu Wu took a deep breath. His single eye flickered with an unprecedented cold-killing intent. The mechanical arm in his right hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. Don't worry. We'll take revenge. Now, not only do I want them to die, but I also want them to die very tragically. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. The dense killing intent made people tremble. Not good. Captain, there's too much commotion here. The nearby monsters have been attracted, Sniper Sun Long suddenly exclaimed. Lu Wu and the others swept their gazes around and saw the surrounding monsters. Their expressions changed drastically. They had no time to take revenge on Chu Zhou and the others now. They had to think of a way to escape from the siege of the monsters. Otherwise, there would be no future. Chapter 54, Snake Dance Conference. The 4 members of the Viper team advanced carefully with very vigilant expressions in an old street that was almost occupied by plants. Suddenly, the corpse of a monster fell from the top of the building beside it. Not good, dodge. The 4 members of the Viper team immediately discovered the corpses of the monsters falling from the sky and, skillfully, dodged them. However, before the monster's corpse fell to the ground, it exploded with a loud bang, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. A lot of the splattered flesh stuck to the members of the Viper team. Damn it, this is the flesh of the blood wolf. Monsters like the blood wolf are the most vengeful. Once they discover that their companions have been killed by other creatures, they will immediately gang up on them and fight to the death. Cobra Lu Wu's face was ashen. Captain, there seems to be a blood wolf group nearby. Zhou and the others must have killed a blood wolf and wanted to frame us. Sniper Sun Long gritted his teeth. Captain, the nose of the blood wolf is very sensitive. They can smell something from 5 kilometers away. Let's go quickly. Pang Shan reminded. How? At this moment, furious roars came from the surrounding streets. Many blood wolves seemed to know that their companions had been killed and were rushing over to avenge them. Damn it. Let's go. Lu Wu looked up at the roof hatefully and quickly left with the members of the Viper team. However, they were still surrounded and hunted by more than 100 blood wolves even if they escaped in time. Half a day later, Lu Wu and the others appeared on a broken bridge 5 kilometers away, but everyone was injured. Even Lu Wu, the captain, had many bite marks on his body. Sun Long, Pang Shan, and Lu Pian were so tired that they collapsed on the broken bridge. Even Lu Wu's eyes were filled with fatigue. For the past 3 days, they had been chasing after Zhou and the others crazily. Original. They've thought that it would be easy for them to destroy a rookie team like Zhou's. However, they realized that Zhou and the others were simply difficult to deal with after taking action. Zhou and the others were not blindly avoiding their pursuit. Instead, they would counterattack or ambush from time to time. A late-night sneak attack. After setting up the trap, he led them right into it. He suddenly lured a large group of monsters to where their Viper team was. After killing the monsters, he would frame them. They might even be attacked when they were relieving themselves. They were simply unscrupulous and would do anything. The Viper team was already exhausted from dealing with them without even a head-on battle. What made Lu Wu and the others the most afraid was that they could clearly feel that Zhou and the others were growing rapidly and becoming more and more proficient in all kinds of methods. Damn it, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Lu Wu gritted his teeth and said fiercely. His single eye emitted a cold and vicious light. In the beginning, he was chasing after Zhou and the others for Jin Jingwu's 100 million yuan reward. But now, he was determined to destroy Zhou and the others even without remuneration. The performance of Zhou and the others was too shocking. It was clearly just a rookie team, but its performance was even harder to deal with than most experienced teams. Moreover, they grew very quickly. He would not be able to sleep in peace if he did not eliminate such an enemy as soon as possible. In the basement of a ruined building, Zhou, Ling Zhan, Meng, and Li Qingshi looked at the nearly 100 fist-sized white snake eggs in front of them in shock. In the past few days, they had been fighting with their wits and courage with the Viper team. They had no choice but to change their resting spots often in order to avoid being found by the Viper team. However, they did not expect that the resting place they found at the last minute today would have more than 100 snake eggs inside. Look, there are black and white patterns on these snake eggs. This should be the egg of the golden umbrella silver ring snake. Li Qingshi pointed at the patterns on a snake egg and said seriously. Golden umbrella silver ring snake. Meng was slightly shocked. This snake can basically become a high-level beast soldier after reaching adulthood. There's a 50% chance of advancing to the extraordinary realm. The golden umbrella silver ring snake is considered one of the hardest to deal with amongst beast soldier level monsters. Especially since this snake is highly poisonous. Even extraordinary realm experts will be in danger if they're bitten. Good stuff. Zhou drooled when he saw the 100-odd snake eggs. The golden umbrella silver ring snake was one of the strongest beast soldier level monsters. Then, their snake eggs must be very nutritious. If he ate these snake eggs, his attribute points would definitely increase greatly. At that time, not only could he advance to an advanced awakening realm martial artist, he could also increase his other combat techniques or body tempering techniques. Pack up all these snake eggs and take them away. Make sure to hide the smell inside. By the way, isn't Lu Wu's nickname Cobra? When the time comes, we'll give him a gift and see if Cobra is stronger or the golden umbrella silver ring snake. As Zhou spoke, he immediately began to put the snake eggs into his backpack and sprinkled medicinal powder to cover the smell of the snake eggs. Hee, Boss Zhou is smart. I also want to see if Cobra Lu Wu is stronger or the golden umbrella silver ring snake. Meng chuckled and put the snake eggs into his backpack. The golden umbrella silver ring snake is usually a couple living together. I reckon they've gone out to look for food now. let's move faster. Li Qingshi and Ling Zhan packed the snake eggs into their backpacks as she spoke. They put away all 100 snake eggs in no time. Let's go. After putting away all the snake eggs, Zhou and the others left decisively. Not long after, 2 huge snakes more than 50 meters long crawled into the basement. The 2 giant snakes were covered in silver rings, and there was a huge golden umbrella-shaped snake fin on their necks. When the 2 huge golden umbrella silver ring snakes returned to the nest and saw that the snake eggs in the nest had all disappeared, they immediately went into rage. Hiss hiss hiss. A snarp and Norse MSS reverberated to run out TNE entire basement, and TNE sound of crazily whipping the wall came from the basement. In the next moment, 2 huge creatures rushed out of the basement with an evil wind. Many of the surrounding monsters fell into panic. 2 days later, Lu Wu continued to search for traces of Zhou and the others in the ruins with the members of the Viper team. Suddenly, a familiar scene appeared again. Another monster's corpse fell from the sky and suddenly exploded. Lu Wu and the others were already used to such attacks. Therefore, they all dodged in time. Of course, they were still tainted by some splattering blood. However, a small amount of 1 or 2 drops of blood would not affect them much even if they were hit. They would basically not smell as long as they wiped it clean and distanced themselves from the monsters. Hee hee, it can't happen again. Do you really think we're fools to use the same scheme on us twice? Wipe the blood with sediment and chase. Lu Wu sneered and calmly used the sand on the ground to wipe 1 or 2 drops of water off his body. Then, he immediately jumped up to the 3rd floor, stepped onto the balcony of the 3rd floor and continued to jump up. Sun Long and the others also quickly wiped the blood on their bodies with sand before following Lu Wu. Soon, Lu Wu and the other 3 arrived at the balcony at the top of the building. Hi, welcome 4 friends to our snake dance conference. Next, it's time for you to party to your heart's content. There was no one on the roof. There was only a big smiley face drawn with the blood of a bright red monster and a row of words. Among them, the 2 eyes of the smiling face were made of 2 egg yolks. What do Zhou and the others mean? Tricking us. Sun Long and the others looked at the smiling faces and words on the balcony and were very angry. However, Lu Wu stared at the 2 egg yolks on the smiley face and smelled the faint fishy smell that filled the air. He felt that something was wrong. Boom. Suddenly, the floor of the balcony was smashed through, and a huge black shadow crawled out and bit Sun Long's body. Moreover, it bit the body in half. Before Lu Wu and the others could react, another huge black shadow shot out from the dense vines at the edge of the building and swallowed Lu Jun, a member of the Viper team. Not good, these 2 are golden umbrella silver ring snakes. We've been tricked again. Lu Wu circulated his eyesight and saw the true faces of the 2 black shadows. When he saw the 2 egg yolks on the smiling face and the row of words, how could he not understand that they had been tricked by Zhou and the others again? Zhou. Lu Wu let out a ferocious roar from his throat before brazenly charging at a golden umbrella silver ring snake. Boom. His mechanical arm collided with a golden umbrella silver ring snake with a bang. Both sides retreated a distance, and there was no winner. However, the other member of the Viper team, Pang Shan, was not the other golden umbrella silver ring snake's match. He was ruthlessly slapped by the golden umbrella silver ring snake's tail and screamed as he flew off the roof and fell. In the distance, Zhou, Ling Zhan, Meng, and Li Qingshi were eating roasted meat comfortably on the roof while using their binoculars to watch the battle between the Viper team and the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes. Boss Chu, you're still the evil one. You actually thought of arranging such a snake dance conference. It's very rare to be able to eat roasted meat and watch such a performance in this ruined city. Meng smiled. At this moment, his wound had basically healed. At the very least, it was no longer a problem to move freely. Sun Long, who sniped him, was directly bitten into 2 by a golden umbrella silver ring snake. He felt so relieved. The show arranged by Boss Chu is indeed exciting. Li Qingshi smiled and said in a low voice. However, Lu Wu is very strong and has basically reached the limit of an awakening realm martial artist. These 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes might not be able to kill him. It's fine. I just want to see if Cobra Lu Wu is stronger or if the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes are stronger. I'll kill him if the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes can't do the deed. Zhou said calmly, his eyes emitting a trace of confidence. He was now an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist. Chapter 55, Jin Jingwu arrives. This Cobra Lu Wu is indeed not simple. His strength has almost reached the limit of an Awakening Realm martial artist. It will still be difficult to kill him even if two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes join forces. Chu Zhou and the other three watched the battle between Lu Wu and the two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes through the binoculars. The battle could be said to be intense. On the balcony, Lu Wu fought against the two alone and collided crazily with two 50-meter-long Golden Umbrella Silver-Ringed Snakes. Rumbling sounds kept coming. In the vision of Chu Zhou and the others, the balcony was constantly shattered by the battle between Lu Wu and the two Golden Umbrella Silver-Ringed Snakes. Even the entire building was shaking. In the end, the entire top floor where the balcony collapsed. Lu Wu and the two Golden Umbrella Silver-Ringed Snakes fell into the building that was filled with dust. While the violent collision was still happening in the dusty building, walls were pierced and shattered, and countless bricks shot out. Such a battle was unimaginable to ordinary people. It seems the two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes won't be able to kill Lu. Let's send him off on account of our acquaintance. Chu Zhou chuckled and jumped down from the roof. Captain, you're really polite. Li Qingshi chuckled and jumped down from the roof. Shi Meng looked at Chu Zhou and Li Qingshi, who had jumped down from the roof, and was dumbfounded. The injury on his leg had just barely recovered. If he followed and jumped down now, could he withstand it? It wouldn't become a meat patty, right? Shi Meng was suddenly grabbed by Ling Zhan and jumped down before he could think too much. Ling Zhan, won't you be like Boss Chu and carry me on your back? I'm sorry, I won't. Ahem. In a remote alley, Lu Wu, who was covered in blood, leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. Lu Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his gaze indescribably cold. He was the only one left in the Viper team. Pang Shan, a member of the Viper team who was sent flying off the balcony by a Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snake, was finally swallowed alive by the Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snake. The two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes were simply crazy. They wanted to kill all the members of the Viper team at all costs. Lu Wu's strength was actually superior to the two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes. However, the two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes were too crazy. They did not care about their injuries at all. It was as if they wanted to drag him down with them even if they had to die together. In the end, he had to forcefully stimulate his potential and instantly severely injure the two Golden Umbrella Silver Ring Snakes to escape. Chu Zhou, Lu Wu, will definitely not let you off. Thinking of Chu Zhou, who had caused all this, Lu Wu gritted his teeth so much that they were about to bleed. You won't let me off. Why don't you let me off? Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Lu Wu. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at her playfully. Lu Wu's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect Chu Zhou to appear in front of him at this time. Moreover, for some reason, he felt a hint of danger from Chu Zhou. Even though we've had many friendly exchanges these days. Strictly speaking, this is the second time we've officially met. Chu Zhou smiled brightly, giving off a friendly and intimate feeling. Can I ask you a question? Why did your Viper team attack us? Lu Wu was slightly stunned before he sneered. It's fine to tell you. Jin Jingwu used 100 million to buy your life. Of course we won't miss such good business. Unfortunately, we underestimated you. You're worth at least 500 million. He had no intention of keeping Jin Jingwu's secret. In fact, he already hated Jin Jingwu. F***CKU. Why did you say that Chu Zhou is just a mere beginner Awakening Realm martial artist? How could a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist do this? It almost destroyed their Viper team. Jin Jingwu. A deep killing intent flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes when he heard this. However, he smiled gently and said, "Thank you for telling me the answer. This is a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out a bomb from his pocket and threw it to Lu Wu. A gift. When Lu Wu heard Chu Zhou mention a gift, he instinctively wanted to reach out to take it. However, when he saw that the gift was a bomb, his scalp went numb. Chu Zhou. F***CK your ancestors. Lu Wu cursed and retreated crazily. This brat was too sinister. It was even more sinister than him, the Cobra. Boom. The bomb exploded with a bang, blowing through the wall beside it. Lu Wu was not hit because he retreated quickly. I'm so kind as to give you a gift, but you don't want it. You make me very angry. When I'm angry, I want to kill someone. Zhou was infuriated that the other party did not want the gift he gave. He wondered if this special remote-controlled bomb was very expensive. Didn't he know that he, Zhou, was very poor? To give such an expensive gift even though he was so poor. It could be said that he was very sincere. The other party actually didn't want it. It was a waste. Zhou definitely could not tolerate such a person who wasted his money for nothing. Swoosh. He instantly used the phantom movement technique and caught up to Lu Wu like a ghost. At the same time, his skin turned into armor inch by inch, and silver armor appeared on his body. It emitted a ferocious and incomparably sharp aura. Boom. Zhou and Lu Wu exchanged punches. Lu Wu's expression instantly changed drastically. The mechanical arm in his hand actually shattered. An extremely fierce and sharp origin power spread to his body. It made him, who was already seriously injured, unable to withstand it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. There were even internal organ fragments in the blood. You're an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Lu Wu's eyes widened as she looked at Zhou in disbelief. He had obtained information about Zhou from Jin Jingwu and knew that Zhou had just advanced to an awakening realm martial artist less than a month ago. He had just advanced to the beginner awakening realm martial artist less than a month ago, but he had already become an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Suddenly, Lu Wu felt that he did not recognize this world. This was too unbelievable. You're right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Zhou pulled out the dragon tooth battle saber on his back and slashed at lightning speed. The heavily injured Lu Wu could not block it at all and his head was cut off. Boss, you're awesome. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi, and the others rushed over. They could not help but exclaim when they saw that Zhou had already beheaded Lu Wu. No matter what, Lu Wu was an expert who had reached the limit of the awakening realm. His combat strength was still very strong even if he was seriously injured. Now that Zhou had the ability to kill Lu Wu, it could only mean one thing: Zhou was also very strong. Ling Zhan and the other two felt a little dazed at the thought that Zhou was still an awakening realm martial artist who had just advanced not long ago and could even kill an expert like Lu Wu now. However, at this moment, Zhou ignored Ling Zhan and the other two, as well as the dead Lu Wu. He raised his head and looked at the top of a tall building opposite. A tall figure had appeared there at some point in time. Jin Jingwu. After Zhou learned from Zhou Yunshan that Jin Jingwu wanted to kill him, he had also investigated Jin Jingwu and seen his photo. Therefore, he recognized the figure at a glance. It was Jin Jingwu from the Jin family. Chapter 56, New Moon. Hey, are you going to do it yourself? Zhou muttered to himself and sneered at Jin Jingwu's figure, accumulating strength in his entire body. He was also an advanced awakening realm martial artist now and had even cultivated to the first level of the extreme titanium golden body and an intent level curved hand blade. He was definitely considered a powerhouse among the advanced awakening realm martial artists. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of Jin Jingwu. Ling Zhan and the other two also noticed Zhou's abnormality. They followed Zhou's gaze and quickly saw Jin Jingwu. A new enemy. Ling Zhan and the other two instantly became vigilant. On a tall building, Jin Jingwu looked down at Zhou and Lu Wu's corpse with a dark expression. That idiot Lu Wu was actually killed. He muttered to himself, but he became more vigilant against Zhou. I'm just a step away from advancing to the extraordinary realm. If everything goes smoothly in the next few days, I can break through. Therefore, there's no need to take the risk now. Killing him will be as easy as killing an ant after I advance to the extraordinary realm. Jin Jingwu muttered to himself and instantly disappeared. He didn't attack. Instead, he chose to leave. Zhou could not help but look puzzled when he saw Jin Jingwu leave. He knew that it was definitely not that Jin Jingwu did not want to kill him. The reason why he left now was very likely because he was not confident enough. He would only attack him when he was more confident. Could it be that he will become stronger during this period of time? Could it be that he's about to advance to the extraordinary realm? At the thought of this, Zhou instantly felt a huge sense of urgency. After he became an advanced awakening realm martial artist, his strength increased greatly. He even killed a peak-level awakening realm martial artist like Lu Wu. However, if he faced an Extraordinary Realm expert, he was definitely not his match. The Extraordinary Realm had undergone a qualitative change compared to the Awakening Realm. It was far stronger than the Awakening Realm. No, I have to advance to the Extraordinary Realm as soon as possible. Zhou muttered to himself and decided to stay in the wilderness with Ling Zhan to kill monsters. He needed to eat a large amount of monster meat to increase his attribute points. In a villa covered in moss, Jin Jingwu cleaned up a bathtub and went nearby to hunt monsters. He poured the monster blood into the bathtub and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Why didn't you attack just now? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Jin Jingwu's ear. An electronic button on Jin Jingwu's combat uniform automatically activated, shooting out a beam of light that gathered into a figure wearing a silver cloak. On the silver cloak was a huge crescent moon pattern. Jin Jingwu's expression changed when he saw the figure in the silver cloak. He knelt on one knee in the bathtub. Sir, that young man has already advanced to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist and even killed Cobra Lu Wu. I'm not absolutely confident. Therefore, I want to kill him after I advance to the Extraordinary Realm. Jin Jingwu said respectfully, a trace of fear flashing across the depths of his eyes. The figure in the silver cloak looked at Jin Jingwu coldly and did not speak for a long time. Jin Jingwu's face began to break out in cold sweat. You said that you would let your nephew, Jin Jinnan, kill him in the elite trial. I believed you. In the end, your nephew died himself. This was the first failure. You asked Lu Wu's Viper team to deal with him. In the end, the Viper team was completely destroyed. This was the second failure. During the first failure, that young man has advanced to the Awakening Realm martial artist. During the second failure, that young man could even kill a peak-level Awakening Realm martial artist. You trash seemed to have become his whetstone, making him stronger and stronger. Jin Jingwu, listen carefully. You only have one last chance. This time, I want you to do it yourself. Moreover, I want to hear the news of that young man's death within a week. If you can't do it, then die. With that, the figure in the silver cloak disappeared. Damn it. Jin Jingwu suddenly punched the bathtub, which exploded, letting the surging beast blood flow to the ground. The last voice of the figure just now kept echoing in his mind. A hint of fear gradually appeared on his face. He knew that if he could not do it, he would really die. New Moon. He raised his arm and circulated his origin power. Gradually, the words, New Moon, appeared on his arm. More than a year and a half ago, a mysterious person found him, who was only an ordinary beginner Awakening Realm martial artist, and tempted him to join the New Moon organization with all kinds of benefits. Indeed, he had obtained many benefits after joining the New Moon organization. Not only had he obtained the beast blood breathing technique that had been sealed by the Alliance for many years, there were also many higher-level genetic potions, combat techniques, and so on that were not available in the martial artist mall. With the help of the beast blood breathing technique and the various resources provided by the New Moon organization, his cultivation speed increased explosively and he quickly advanced to the peak of the advanced Awakening Realm martial artist. He was only a step away from advancing to the Extraordinary Realm. However, more than a month ago, he suddenly received a mission from the New Moon organization, kill Zhou from the 5th High School. There was no explanation, no information, only quests and requirements. Jin Jingwu instinctively realized that something was wrong. Even though he had only joined the New Moon organization for a year and a half and had not come into contact with many people, he had already realized how powerful and terrifying the New Moon organization was. The forbidden techniques banned by the Alliance, the mysterious combat techniques, genetic medicines, and so on that the martial artist mall did not have. All of this meant that the New Moon organization was definitely unimaginably terrifying and powerful. Then, why did such a powerful organization have to kill an extremely normal high school student? Jin Jingwu immediately investigated Zhou after receiving the quests. In the end, he realized that Zhou was really a very ordinary high school student. His family background was also very simple. His father was a cripple and worked at a construction site. His monthly salary was 3,000 yuan. Zhou's younger sister, Yu, was also an ordinary junior high school student. Jin Jingwu could not tell what was special about Zhou at all. However, the mission from the organization could not be rejected. He did not do it himself to be on the cautious side. Instead, he wanted to use his nephew, Jin Jinnan, to get rid of Zhou. Therefore, he paid a huge price to buy precious genetic medicine and forcefully upgraded Jin Jinnan, this piece of trash, to an advanced apprentice. Then, he bought a C-rank breathing technique and a few C-rank combat techniques for Jin Jinnan and guided him in his cultivation. He then asked Jin Jingmao to arrange for Jin Jinnan to replace Zhou in his guaranteed spot, which aroused Zhou's dissatisfaction. He would take the opportunity to let Zhou participate in the elite trial and let Jin Jinnan kill Zhou in the elite trial. Everything that happened was not a coincidence. It was all arranged. The reason why it was so complicated was to let Zhou die matter-of-factly. And not attract too much attention. It was best not to let anyone discover that Zhou's death had anything to do with him, Jin Jingwu. But that piece of trash, Jin Jinnan, had failed. His superior was also constantly putting pressure on him. Therefore, he could only do it himself. Zhou, you have to die no matter the reason why the organization wants to kill you. Jin Jingwu took a deep breath and said with a ferocious expression. If Zhou did not die, then he, Jin Jingwu, would be the one dying. Chapter 57, A Sudden Mission. County 0504. Puffed. A cold saber beam streaked across the golden umbrella silver ring snake's neck like lightning. The huge snake head immediately left its body. The snake body, which was more than 50 meters long, fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a crack in the abandoned cement road. And not far from this golden umbrella silver ring snake's corpse was another golden umbrella silver ring snake's corpse. Zhou stood between the corpses of the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes and gently waved the dragon tooth battle saber to shake off the blood on it. These two golden umbrella silver ring snakes had already been severely injured by Lu Wu during the battle. Zhou naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to kill monsters. When the golden umbrella silver ring snake reached adulthood, there was a 50% chance that it could transform into an elite-level monster, comparable to the human extraordinary realm. Therefore, it was even more valuable than the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. The tendon of a golden umbrella silver ring snake was worth about 30 million alliance dollars. He could also obtain 3,000 contribution points by killing a high-level beast soldier-level golden umbrella silver ring snake. In other words, just these two golden umbrella silver ring snakes alone could earn Zhou and the others 60 million alliance dollars and 6,000 contribution points. Boss Chu, you're still the best. If it weren't for you, let alone hunting the golden umbrella silver ring snake, it would be great if we could avoid being eaten by them. Shermeng walked over and gave Zhou a thumbs up. Captain, we killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs queens this time. The profit is roughly 40 million alliance dollars and 4,000 contribution points. We also killed many other monsters during this period. We can earn 25 million alliance dollars and 2,500 contribution points. In addition, these two golden umbrella silver ring snakes. Our total profit this time is about 125 million alliance dollars and 12,500 contribution points. Li Qingshi told him about the overall benefits of this operation. Gasp. That's more than 100 million. Damn it. Martial artists really earn money. Shermeng's mouth was about to split open from laughing. Suddenly, he patted his head and said to Li Qingshi. Unfortunately, even if we do find some bank cards from the Viper Squad's belongings, we won't be able to withdraw or transfer money from them. Otherwise, we would really be rich this time. However, other than the bank card, we also obtained a lot of good things from the belongings of the Viper Squad, right? Li Qingshi smiled and nodded. The Viper Squad did leave us a lot of good stuff. Their prey alone is worth 60 million. However, we can't obtain contribution points for this part of the prey. Otherwise, once the Alliance finds out that we used other people's prey to deceive the Alliance's contribution points, the consequences will be extremely serious. The 3 martial arts schools and the global government will pursue us relentlessly. Zhou and the others nodded slightly. The Alliance actually prohibited martial artists from killing each other. Every martial artist was the wealth of humanity after all. Every martial artist who died was a loss to the Alliance. However, the Alliance also knew very well that it was unrealistic and impossible to completely prohibit martial artists from fighting. Therefore, the Alliance basically turned a blind eye to the martial artists fighting in the wilderness as long as they were not caught with concrete evidence. The Alliance would also not interfere when the trophies, obtained from the battles of these martial artists in the wilderness were sold to various human organizations or shopping malls. However, if someone took these trophies to the official organization designated by the Alliance to obtain contribution points, then things would get serious. Contribution points not only affected the operation of the rules of the martial artist mall, but also all aspects of humanity. Deceiving for contribution points was a bad thing that affected the foundation of human society. Therefore, once they discovered that someone had cheated their contribution points, the 3 martial arts schools and the global government would hunt them down until they died. In addition to the prey, we also obtained 5 high-level genetic nutrient solutions, 9 elixir of dawn, and a few weapons from the belongings of the Viper team. The total value is no less than 80 million Alliance dollars. All in all, we have to thank the Viper squad. We got more than 140 million Alliance dollars from them. It's even more than what we got from killing monsters ourselves in terms of monetary value alone. Li Qingshi said briskly. Hiss. This Viper squad is so rich. Thank you, Viper squad. Thank you, Lu Wu. I wish you all a happy life down below. Shermeng grinned and put his palms together, pretending to pray. We earned 265 million in just one operation. No wonder everyone wants to become a martial artist. Ling Zhan also sighed. Of course, he also understood that ordinary awakened martial artist teams, especially rookie teams, could not earn so much money. A normal martial artist team would only earn about 30 to 40 million in one wilderness operation. Each person might not even be able to get 10 million on average. The Sharp Blade squad had gained so much this time because of Zhou, the pervert. Of course, they also had to thank the Viper team for their dedication. Not bad, the gains from this operation are not bad. Zhou smiled. He could buy a large number of high-level genetic nutrient solutions to increase his attribute points with so many benefits. Instead, he relied on eating monster meat to increase his attribute points. High-level genetic nutrient solutions were more efficient. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, Zhou and the others' communication watches rang at the same time. Zhou looked at his communications watch and his expression froze. There was a message on it. Emergency notification from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Please head to the large martial artist supply base in the south of Guangdong City immediately. There's a secret quest that requires your participation. Secret quest? Zhou was slightly shocked. As one of the 3 great martial arts schools of humanity, the Battleaxe Martial Arts School rarely gave missions to the members of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. However, once quests were issued, they were usually missions related to the safety of humans. What must have happened for the Battleaxe Martial Arts School to issue a secret quest? Zhou thought about it in confusion and soon found out that Ling Zhan, Shermeng, and Li Qingshi had also received the notification of the secret quests. Participation in such quests was mandatory. This was mentioned in the contract with the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Looks like we have to return to the supply base immediately. Zhou and the others quickly pulled out the snake tendons of the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes and packed them up. Then, they flew towards the supply base at full speed. Jin Jingwu, who was soaking in beast blood in a bathtub in an old building, also received a secret quest notification from Nature Martial Arts School. Damn it, I'm nearly there. Jin Jingwu received a secret quest notification from Nature Martial Arts School just as he felt that he was about to break through to the extraordinary realm. This made him a little angry. However, he also knew that such quests could not be rejected. Unless he completely gave up his status as a martial artist of the Nature Martial Arts School. The identity of a martial artist from the Nature Martial Arts School was very important to him. He could not give it up. Therefore, he got up and put on his combat uniform. He immediately turned into a shadow and flew out of the old building. In fact, Zhou and Gang and Jin Jingwu were not the only ones who received the notification of the secret quests. All the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools who were hunting monsters near the large-scale supply base in the south of Guangdong City received the notification. Therefore, many martial artists stopped what they were doing and rushed to the supply base at full speed. Chapter 58, My strength is all the result of hard work. Supply base. We're finally back. Zhou and the other 3 looked at the supply base in front of them and felt as if a lifetime had passed. They had really experienced too much this time. Originally, they only wanted to head to County 0504 to kill the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be hunted down by the Viper team? The Viper team could be said to be one of the strongest teams among the awakened martial artist teams. If it were any other rookie team, they would probably be completely wiped out. The main reason why they could survive the pursuit of the Viper team and successfully counterattack was that Chu Zhou's strength had increased too quickly. However, even so, they had experienced many dangers during the pursuit. They could not help but feel emotional now that they had returned safely. Outside the supply base, many martial artist teams were rushing back from the wilderness. Looks like we're not the only ones who received the secret quest notification, Chu Zhou said to Ling Zhan and the others before stepping into the supply base. Chu Zhou, you're finally back. They saw a familiar figure walking towards them quickly before they could return to their rooms in the supply base. He was the chief instructor of Jiang City's Battle Axe Martial Arts School, Cui Haichao. Cui Haichao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Chu Zhou and the others were safe and sound. He was really afraid that Chu Zhou, the genius he had painstakingly discovered, would die on his first hunt in the wilderness. That would be a shame. Chief Instructor, why are you here? Chu Zhou looked surprised. Even Supervisor Chen is here. Cui Haichao smiled. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They naturally understood that the Supervisor Chen Cui Haichao was referring to was Chen Bazhou, one of the 3 supervisors of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School headquarters in Guangdong City. However, why would a big shot like Chen Bazhou appear here? Could it be related to the secret quest? At this moment, Chu Zhou and the other 3 had basically guessed the reason for Chen Bazhou's appearance at the supply base. This caused their expressions to become solemn. Even a big shot like Chen Bazhou had appeared. It was obvious that this secret quest was not simple. Let's go, I'll bring you to see Supervisor Chen. As Cui Haichao spoke, he brought Chu Zhou and the other 3 to see Supervisor Chen. Soon, Chu Zhou and the other 3 met Supervisor Chen Bazhou in an office. Chen Bazhou was younger than Cui Haichao and looked to be in his 40s. He had a strong physique and seemed to be able to hold up the sky. He sat upright in his seat, his eyes sharp, giving people a sense of oppression. The moment Chu Zhou and the others saw Chen Bazhou, they immediately felt a suffocating invisible pressure. This was not deliberately done by Chen Bazhou. It could only be said that he was too powerful, and Chu Zhou and the others were relatively weak. It was like an ordinary human seeing a terrifying behemoth that was taller than a mountain. Even if that behemoth had no ill intentions towards that human would instinctively be afraid. Chu Zhou, we meet again. Chen Bazhou smiled at Chu Zhou. In an instant, the invisible pressure that enveloped Chu Zhou and the others dissipated like the wind. Thank you for your sponsorship previously, Supervisor Chen. Chu Zhou thanked him. Chen Bazhou had personally sponsored him 100 million. He should thank him, now that he has seen him in person. Chen Bazhou waved his hand and said with a smile, I told you not to take it to heart. I heard from old Cui that he originally wanted to arrange for you to join an experienced extraordinary realm team, but you rejected his arrangements and formed a new team yourself. How was it? What did you get this time? Only then did Ling Zhan and the other 2 know that such a thing had happened to Chu Zhou. This made them even more convinced of having Chu Zhou as their captain. The harvest is not bad. This time, we killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs, queens, 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes, and some other monsters. They are worth about 125 million altogether. Chu Zhou didn't hide anything. He smiled and opened his backpack, showing the tails of the 4 scorpion-tailed dogs. Ling Zhan also silently opened his backpack and displayed the snake tendons of the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes. T.I Oinchenhai secondary MPNCYQ Nalk filled with THP and RPV THPV had obtained from the Viper team, so they did not open their backpacks. Chen Bazhou and Cui Haichao were stunned when they saw the 4 scorpion tails and 2 snake tendons. They naturally knew that the scorpion-tailed dog's queen was a high-level beast soldier. The adult golden umbrella silver ring snake was far stronger than ordinary high-level beast soldiers. It was precisely because they understood this that they were shocked. They knew very well that Chu Zhou's team was composed of newcomers who had just become beginner awakening realm martial artists. Such a rookie team had actually killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs queens and 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes. It was unbelievable no matter how they thought about it. How did you guys do it? Cui Haichao swallowed his saliva and stared at Chu Zhou and the others. It's very simple. Boss Chu is too abnormal. Even high-level beast soldiers are no match for him. With him around, we can easily kill these monsters. Shi Meng said casually. Even high-level beast soldiers were not Chu Zhou's match. Cui Haichao looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. Chu Zhou had just advanced to the Awakening Realm martial artist realm not long ago. Why was it that high-level beast soldiers were no match for him? Chen Bazhou's eyes lit up as he released his perception. Soon, he sensed the origin power fluctuations of the advanced Awakening Realm martial artist on Chu Zhou's body. You actually advanced to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist. Chen Bazhou looked at Chu Zhou with a moved expression. The advancement process is quite difficult. Fortunately, I worked hard and survived. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. He had put in a lot of effort to become stronger. Not only did it cost a lot of money, he had to eat monster meat every meal and even bought 3 high-level genetic nutrient solutions. When he ran out of money, he had to risk his life to come to the wilderness to kill monsters and earn money so that he could buy high-level monster meat and genetic nutrient solutions in the future. Therefore, his current strength was the result of his efforts. Chen Bazhou, Cui Haichao, Ling Zhan and the other two. There was a moment of silence. Chen Bazhou, Cui Haichao, and Ling Zhan seriously suspected that Chu Zhou had some misunderstanding about quite difficult and hard work. You advanced to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist less than a month after advancing to a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist, and you are complaining about it being quite difficult and hard work. At this moment, they all felt their hands itching and had the urge to beat someone up. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you really didn't disappoint me. Chen Bazhou suddenly laughed and looked at Chu Zhou happily. It looks like our Battle Axe martial arts school in the Guangdong area is going to give birth to another big shot. Who knows, maybe I'll need your help to take care of me in the future. Supervisor, you must be joking. I'm just an Awakening Realm martial artist now. I've just started out. Chu Zhou smiled gently with a very calm expression. He did not get carried away just because of Chen Bazhou's praise. Chen Bazhou was even more satisfied when he saw Chu Zhou's reaction. How many young people in the entire Guangdong area could remain calm under his praise? He was certain that Chu Zhou would very likely become a big shot in the future and decided to increase his investment in Chu Zhou. He was prepared to report Chu Zhou's situation to the global headquarters of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School and apply for the headquarters of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School to give Chu Zhou more support. At this moment, Cui Haichao's mind was in a daze and he could not recover for a long time. However, he knew that he had made a great contribution by unearthing Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I'll get the staff to help you deal with your prey later and convert them into money and contribution points. Now, I want to talk about this secret quest. At this point, Chen Bazhou's expression suddenly became very serious. There was even a trace of biting cold-killing intent spreading from his body. Supervisor, what exactly is the secret quest this time? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Ling Zhan and the other two also looked at Chen Bazhou. Originally, I shouldn't have told you guys about this secret quest so quickly. However, you can be considered to be related to this secret quest. It's fine to talk about it as long as you don't reveal it to others. Chen Bazhou said with a serious expression. Speaking of which, this secret quest is related to the unforeseen events that happened in Jiang City's elite trial. The people of the Shadow Alliance released many monsters modified from human bodies when you were undergoing the elite trial. These genetically modified human monsters have attracted the attention of the 3 martial arts schools and the higher-ups of the various countries. After discussion, the higher-ups of the various countries and the 3 martial arts schools believe that the Shadow Alliance is currently conducting some very dangerous experiments. It will cause a huge disaster to the entire human race once they lose control. Therefore, the 3 martial arts schools and the higher-ups of the various countries have decided to destroy all the human experimental bases of the Shadow Alliance. Of course, the Shadow Alliance's tentacles have spread to every corner of the world. It's not easy to deal with. This is a long-term job. This time, we're going to destroy all the Shadow Alliance research bases discovered in the Guangdong area in one fell swoop. There's a large human experimental base of the Shadow Alliance near our supply base. Our goal is to completely destroy this research base. We won't let any of them off. Chu Zhou and the other 3 were stunned. They had never expected that the situations that had happened in the elite trial would have such a huge impact. Chapter 59, Shadow Research Base. Martial artists, from now on until 6 in the morning, the supply base will enter a state of martial law and cut off communication signals. Martial artists are strictly forbidden to enter or leave without permission. Anyone who enters or exits the supply base by force will be directly killed. At midnight, the entire supply base suddenly sounded a broadcast, announcing that it had entered a state of martial law. The army stationed at the supply base also took action and sealed off the supply base. As for the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and many martial artists in military uniforms, they were gathered under the lighthouse. Looks like the 3 martial arts schools and the military are going to carry out another secret quest. I wonder what the secret quest is this time. Many martial artists outside of the 3 martial arts schools and the military guessed that they were going to carry out a secret quest when they saw that the supply base was suddenly under martial law. It had happened in the past, even though such incidents were rare. Every time the 3 martial arts schools and the military jointly carried out some special secret quests, they would usually make the supply base under martial law and lock down the base. Everyone also understood the intentions of the 3 martial arts schools and the military. This was to prevent the news from leaking and also to prevent martial artists outside the 3 martial arts schools and the military from secretly following them. Chen Bazhou, is this the genius your battle-axe martial arts school discovered recently? A plump woman in her 30s walked towards Chen Bazhou, Zhou, and the others who were under the lighthouse with a 17-year-old girl. Behind the plump woman and the young girl, a fat middle-aged man with a square face and big ears walked over with a gentle smile. When Chen Bazhou saw the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man walk over, he immediately smiled and said to Zhou, "Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Fu Yan, the manager of the Spirit Martial Arts School. He's Ho Sihai, the manager of the Nature Martial Arts School." Chen Bazhou pointed at the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man. "Supervisor Fu, Supervisor Ho, hello. I'm Zhou." Zhou greeted the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man politely. Fu Yan and Ho Sihai could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw Chen Bazhou introduce them to Zhou. They could tell that Chen Bazhou thought highly of Zhou. Otherwise, he would never have personally introduced the two of them to Zhou. This was equivalent to helping Zhou build connections. "Zhou, old Chen thinks highly of you. I'm looking forward to your performance tonight." Fu Yan stared deeply at Zhou and said to the girl beside her, "Xiao Dai, this is a genius that old Chen thinks highly of. You can communicate with him more." "You." "Hello, my name is Situ Dai." The girl beside Fu Yan immediately greeted Zhou timidly. This girl seemed to rarely interact with others. She seemed very afraid of strangers when she greeted Zhou. Her words were not smooth, and she did not dare to look into Zhou's eyes. When Fu Yan saw this scene, she could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Her disciple was good at everything, her talent was also monstrous, she was just too timid. "Hello. We can get to know each other more in the future." Zhou looked at the girl who greeted him timidly and could not help but smile gently. This girl was clearly not an ordinary person to be able to follow Fu Yan, the supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School. When the girl saw Zhou's gentle smile, the nervousness in her heart eased a lot. She whispered to Zhou, I've never killed anyone. Can I follow you when the quest starts? I'm a little afraid." Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect the girl to make such a request. "Of course." He nodded slightly. That's great." The young girl's face immediately revealed a bright and beautiful smile. She was like a holy little white flower that instantly bloomed, giving off a clean and clear feeling. When Fu Yan saw this scene, she was even more speechless. She had brought the girl to participate in the secret quest so that the girl could train. In the end, the girl found a backer so quickly. Looks like I have to arrange more quests for her to train in the future. Otherwise, when will she be able to grow up? Fu Yan secretly made up her mind and decided to arrange more experiences for the girl in the future. "Old Chen, Fu Yan, it's about time to take action," Ho Sihai suddenly said. "Is General Shui here?" Chen Bazhou asked. "3 supervisors, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A dignified middle-aged soldier in military uniform suddenly descended from the sky. "I was chasing after a blue-scaled water ape just now and wasted a lot of time." As General Shui spoke, his body emitted a dense killing aura that made one shudder. Zhou and the other young people seemed to have fallen into a pool of blood when General Shui appeared. Their noses and mouths were filled with the smell of blood. The timid Situ Dai couldn't help but tremble like a frightened rabbit. This General Shui had just experienced a massacre, and the killing intent on his body was too strong. On the other hand, the military martial artist's eyes revealed wildness and admiration when they saw General Shui. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chen Bazhou, Fu Yan, Ho Sihai, and General Shui suddenly soared into the air and floated above the hundreds of martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military. Let's go. The 3 supervisors and General Shui flew out of the supply base after giving the order. Hundreds of martial artists immediately flew after him. Chen Bazhou and the other 3 did not explain what the secret quests were or where they were going to carry out the mission at all. They only gestured for the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military to follow behind them. Flight. This is an ability that only control realm powerhouses have. Chu Zhou and the others flew behind Chen Bazhou and the other 3 figures with a hint of yearning in their eyes. Above the awakening realm was the extraordinary realm, and above the extraordinary realm was the control realm. After a martial artist reached the control realm, they could escape the gravity and fly freely. Flying freely was the dream of countless humans. Chu Zhou and the others naturally wanted to fly freely. However, the control realm was still very far away from them. Chu Zhou, I saw Jin Jingwu. Look, he's over there. Li Qingshi suddenly pointed at a flying figure and reminded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked in the direction Li Qingshi was pointing and immediately saw Jin Jingwu. Coincidentally, Jin Jingwu also looked at Chu Zhou. Their gazes collided. In fact, Jin Jingwu was not calm at all. He saw Chu Zhou standing together with a big shot like Chen Bazhou. He even seemed to be highly valued by Chen Bazhou. This made his heart feel very heavy. He felt immense pressure. Damn it, how does he know a big shot like Chen Bazhou? Jin Jingwu was in a bad mood. Chu Zhou had received the recognition of a big shot like Chen Bazhou. Would he suffer Chen Bazhou's revenge if he killed Chu Zhou? This put a lot of pressure on him. However, he had to kill Chu Zhou no matter what for the sake of his life. Let's see if we can kill him in the chaos this time. If not, I might have to use that move. Jin Jingwu thought to himself. He retracted his gaze and suddenly sped up. Chu Zhou also retracted his gaze. He also wanted to kill Jin Jingwu immediately. However, it was clearly not possible under the watchful gazes of everyone. Hundreds of martial artists followed Chen Bazhou and the other 3 and quickly transmigrated hundreds of kilometers into the wilderness. Even the monsters in the wilderness did not dare to approach with the deterrence of Chen Bazhou's 4 experts. Thus, their journey was very smooth. Soon, they came to a small hill by the lake. Stop. Hundreds of martial artists stopped with that command. The lake was sparkling and the small mountain was quiet. There was nothing special about this place. However, since Chen Bazhou and the others had found this place, there must be a huge problem here. I'll do it. In the sky, General Shui took out a dark red military saber. He suddenly moved and waved his military saber at the same time. Buffed. The dark red military saber slashed at Xiao Sen like a bolt of lightning. In fact, the air showed signs of distortion, producing violent ripples wherever the saber shadow passed. This ripple spread down along the saber shadow. The lake water below actually sizzled. The lake water in this area split apart, revealing the mud at the bottom of the lake. Immediately, the water from other places rushed over. Bang! The lightning-like saber shadow struck the small mountain. The entire small mountain was forcefully split open in the middle in that instant. One could see a research base with many advanced technological equipment hidden inside the small mountain through that crack. Chapter 60, 3 Evolution Routes, 1. A huge research base hidden inside the mountain appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. The research base in front of him seemed to have hollowed out the entire interior of the mountain. There were many white metal plates that flickered with blue light, as well as many advanced instruments on the walls of the base. The research base was in a mess at this moment. Manned researchers in white robes were in a mess. Kill. Leave no one alive. Chen Bazhou coldly gave the order to attack. Kill. Hundreds of martial artists immediately rushed into the research base through the open entrance. Be careful. Chu Zhou said to Ling Zhan, Li Qingshi, Shi Meng, and Situ Dai, who was beside him, before leading them in. Boo-hoo. At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded from the research base inside the small mountain. A large number of figures rushed out of the depths of the base with guns and fired at Zhou and the others. For a moment, countless tongues of fire spat out. Bullets rained down like a metal storm. However, they all stopped in midair and shot back before the countless bullets could hit Zhou and the others. For a moment, miserable screams sounded. Many figures who rushed out of the research base were killed by the bullets they shot. Humph, how dare you use a gun in front of a spiritualist? Courting death. Fu Yan's cold laughter sounded from the sky. When hundreds of martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military faced the bullet storm just now, other than the extraordinary realm martial artists, the other awakened martial artists were a little terrified. Even though awakening martial artists had awakened the power of their genes, it was still difficult for them to resist a large number of dense bullets at the same time after all. They were immediately relieved when they saw the scene just now. They knew that there was an extremely powerful spirit reader on their side. Spiritualists were good at controlling things. They were not afraid of large-scale bullet attacks with this powerful spiritualist around. The morale of the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military instantly soared. The power of a spiritualist can actually be so powerful. Zhou was secretly amazed. After becoming a martial artist, his understanding of martial artists had also deepened. Those who unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock were awakened martial artists. The life field energy of an awakened martial artist would increase greatly and could be converted into origin power. Their physical fitness, strength, agility, thinking reflexes, combat instincts, danger perception, and other aspects would also widen the gap between them and apprentices and develop in an inhuman direction. When the life force of an awakening realm martial artist had strengthened to a certain extent and their understanding of the essence of life had improved, they would have a chance to unlock the second stage of the genetic lock. He would be an extraordinary realm martial artist after successfully unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock. Compared to awakening martial artists, extraordinary realm martial artists would undergo a qualitative change. The origin power of an extraordinary realm martial artist could not only be released from the body, they could also be strengthened in a certain direction. Generally speaking, after a martial artist advanced to the extraordinary realm, they would develop 3 evolution paths, namely the super body system, elemental system, and spiritual system. As the name suggested, the super body system was an evolutionary path that focused on the evolution of the physical body. The elemental system promoted their evolution path by mastering various natural energies such as wind, rain, lightning, fire, and so on. The spiritual system focused on strengthening the spiritual power and promoting the spiritual transformation. Spiritual system martial artists were also known as spiritual masters. There were the most martial artists in the super body system. Secondly, there were elemental system martial artists, which totaled about half of the super body system martial artists. The spiritual system martial artists paid more attention to mental talent. There were relatively fewer of them, and they were not even in the range of 1/10,000 of the martial artists in the super body system. However, there was no superiority between the 3 evolution paths. It did not mean that the fewer people there were on that evolutionary path, the more powerful it would be. In fact, the dragon, Sol the sun god, and Chang'e Saha were the 3 strongest people on Earth. They happened to be super body system martial artist, elemental system martial artist, and spiritual master correspondingly. However, among the 3 of them, the strongest was not Chang'e Saha, who was a spiritual master, but Dragon, the super body system martial artist. Of course, spiritual masters had a huge advantage under certain circumstances. Now for example, all the bullets stopped and were reflected back. Looks like I have to master the treasure pagoda meditation technique as soon as possible. After personally witnessing the power of the spiritual master, Zhou also made up his mind to cultivate the treasure pagoda meditation technique as soon as possible. With the attribute board in hand, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not become an all-round warrior. Kill. Zhou and the others rushed into the research base and encountered a group of hostile martial artists charging out. Zhou killed 3 enemy martial artists in a row in the blink of an eye. Ling Zhan, Shermeng, and Li Qingshi did not show any mercy and killed a white-robed martial artist. On the other hand, Situdai, who was following behind Zhou, was pale and trembling. When she saw a white-robed martial artist rushing towards her, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes. "Don't come over. Don't come over." She grabbed at the white-robed martial artist with both hands. Daggers flew out of her body and pierced through the white-robed martial artist's body at lightning speed. Then, daggers pierced through the white-robed martial artist at least dozens of times. Zhou and the other three were speechless when they saw that tragic, white-robed martial artist. Alright, he's dead. Zhou patted Situdai's pretty face. Zhou, I'm scared. Situdai screamed and hid behind Zhou. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and stuck her head out to look at the white-robed martial artist she had just attacked. You're afraid? Why do I feel that he's even more afraid? Shermeng walked to the corpse of the white-robed martial artist who had been stabbed into a hedgehog and said with a strange expression, this brother probably died aggrievely. Situdai's face turned even paler when she saw the corpse. She seemed to have accidentally killed someone. She was really careless. Alright, let's continue. Killing the enemy is secondary. We have to pay attention to see if there are any other gains. Such a large research base must have a lot of important resources. We can grow quickly if we can get enough cultivation resources from here. Zhou's eyes began to sweep across the huge research base to see if he could find some cultivation resources as he spoke. Ling Zhan, Shermeng, and Li Qingshi's eyes lit up. They all had their reasons to become stronger. They would definitely not miss the opportunity to obtain cultivation resources for free. Oh! There is a high-level genetic nutrient solution in that alloy box. Suddenly, Zhou saw an open alloy box. There were at least 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions that he was very familiar with in the alloy box. One high-grade nutrient solution was worth 10 million. In other words, the high-grade nutrient solution in the alloy box was worth 500 million. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He used the phantom movement technique and rushed towards the alloy box at full speed with no hesitation. However, Zhou was not the only one who rushed towards the alloy box. There were two other figures. One of them was Jin Jingwu. Chapter 61, Shock, a huge mutant creature appears. 1. Shadow Research Base. Zhou, Jin Jingwu, and a black-clothed martial artist from the Shadow Research Base rushed towards the alloy box containing a total of 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions. This belongs to our Shadow Alliance. The black-clothed martial artist said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he took out two pulse energy pistols that flickered with blue light and fired at Zhou and Jin Jingwu. Bang, 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 bang. He fired more than 10 shots in a row. Blue energy bullets tore through the void and shot at Zhou and Jin Jingwu. Zhou's expression was very calm. He used the extreme titanium golden body the moment he saw the black-clothed martial artist take out his spear. His body immediately revealed a faint metal color, and his skin turned into armor inch by inch. Silver armor covered his hands and right leg, and the phantoms of silver armor appeared on the other parts of his body. At the same time, he used the phantom movement technique. He pulled out two lifelike figures with every step he took. Energy bullets pierced through the figures pulled out by Zhou. Two energy bullets landed on Zhou. However, they were all blocked by the silver armor on Zhou. Other than the huge explosive force that slowed him down a little, it basically did not hurt him. Jin Jingwu was also unable to dodge all the energy bullets. He had also been shot. However, a layer of blood armor suddenly appeared on his body and blocked the energy bullet. The black-clothed martial artist's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Zhou and Jin Jingwu to be able to block the energy bullets with their physical bodies. However, he had no more chances. A sharp lightning-like saber beam drew a sharp arc and instantly beheaded him. Almost at the same time, an alloy spear pierced through his heart like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave. In the next moment, the dragon tooth battle saber collided with the alloy spear again. The two figures quickly exchanged a move and quickly separated, standing on both sides of the alloy box. Zhou stared coldly at Jin Jingwu's figure, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. Similarly, Jin Jingwu's cold eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Zhou. Neither of them said anything. There was no need to say anything. At this moment, they no longer cared about the rules or the occasion. They only had one thought in their minds: kill. This thought was so strong that it even made them forget the existence of the box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions in front of them. They made their move. Their figures turned into afterimages at the same time. The dragon tooth battle saber covered in gray origin power slashed out in the sharpest arc. It was like an incomparably fast gray lightning that tore through the sky. Under the influence of origin power, the blood-colored alloy spear rushed towards Zhou like a blood dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce lightning and the blood dragon collided rapidly. The dragon tooth battle saber and the alloy spear collided hundreds of times in an instant. The explosive origin power fluctuation shattered the metal floor and the surrounding machines. When the other martial artists saw this, they did not dare to approach. When this timid-looking girl saw the Blood Shadow team rushing up, she was so frightened that she almost cried and closed her eyes, shouting not to come over. Among them, Situ Dai's performance stunned Ling Zhan and the others. When this timid-looking girl saw the Blood Shadow team rushing up, she was so frightened that she almost cried and closed her eyes, shouting not to come over. In the end, every member of the Blood Shadow team who rushed towards her was pierced hundreds of times by dense daggers into a beehive. They died a tragic death. 4 members of the Blood Shadow team died tragically at Situ Dai's hands before Ling Zhan and the other 2 could do much in the blink of an eye. I killed someone again. I'm so afraid. Situ Dai hid behind Ling Zhan and the other 2. Her face was pale and she trembled. Ling Zhan and the other 2. At this moment, they were cursing and swearing in their hearts. On the other side. Boom. The alloy spear ruthlessly pierced through a piece of metal like silver armor on Chu Zhou's body in an incomparably intense collision. However, it was stuck in the silver armor. At the same time, the incomparably sharp dragon tooth battle saber tore through the blood armor on Jin Jingbu's body and cut off his entire left arm with a puff. Spring-like blood spewed out of Jin Jingbu's severed arm. How? How is this possible? Your body actually blocked my spear. Jin Jingbu did not seem to notice that his left arm had been cut off. He stared fixedly at the spear that was stuck by the silver armor and was in a daze. Don't you know that there's still a body tempering technique in this world? Jin Jingbu, die. Chu Zhou smiled coldly and waved his saber again. He used the intent-level curved hand blade technique on the dragon tooth battle saber. In an instant, an extremely sharp saber beam slashed at Jin Jingbu's neck. However, an incomparably bloody and ferocious aura suddenly erupted from Jin Jingbu's body at this moment. A large amount of blood mist surged out of his body like a tide, covering his figure. Roar. A roar that should not have come from a human sounded from the blood mist. Boom. The floor was pierced through. A figure wrapped in blood mist fell from the huge hole into the second underground level of the research base. However, the dragon tooth battle saber had already cut through the blood mist, leaving a huge wound on the figure before it fell through the hole. Chapter 62, Shock. A huge mutant creature appears. 2. What was that just now? When the dragon tooth battle saber split the blood mist just now, what he saw was not Jin Jingbu's body, but a row of dorsal fins and many blood-colored scales. This was not the characteristics of a normal human. At this moment, Chu Zhou thought of the fallen martial artists and the scar-faced men he had killed during Operation Storm. The scar-faced man's arms had also mutated. Not only were they thicker than an ordinary human's arm, they also had a layer of black carapace. Could Jin Jingbu be related to fallen martial artists and has also undergone some kind of experiment on his body? When Chu Zhou thought of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He wanted to destroy not Jin Jingbu but the entire Jin family now. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy for him to deal with the Jin family even if he destroyed Jin Jingbu. The Jin family would always protect the laws of the human race as long as they hid in Jiang City. However, if Jin Jingbu was related to the fallen martial artists, then he could destroy the entire Jin family. Ling Zhan, catch. Chu Zhou quickly picked up the alloy box containing 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and closed it. Then, he threw it to Ling Zhan. In the next moment, he rushed into the second level of the research base through the huge hole that Jin Jingbu had fallen through. He would not let Jin Jingbu off so easily. Hiss, that young man seems to be called Chu Zhou. The famous butcher Jin Jingbu, in the Awakening Realm martial artist circle was defeated by that young man just like that. That young man seemed to be standing beside Supervisor Chen of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School not long ago. It seems that he's the latest genius unearthed by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Many martial artists had witnessed the entire battle between Chu Zhou and Jin Jingbu with their own eyes and were shocked by the combat strength Chu Zhou displayed. Jin Jingbu was a figure standing at the top of the pyramid in the Awakening Realm martial artist circle. However, he was defeated by a young man like Chu Zhou just like that. They could not help but tremble. As for the battle between the Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow team, these martial artists did not say anything. It was very normal for two martial artist teams to fight each other for benefits in the wilderness. Both sides took the initiative to attack. There was no way to say who was right or wrong. Of course, the so-called interests here were not snatching other people's prey or hunting others for remuneration. The interests here referred to interests that did not belong to anyone. For example, the box of high-level genetic nutrient solution just now. The box of high-level nutrient fluids belonged to the Shadow base. The Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow team could take it. Under such circumstances, the Alliance chose to turn a blind eye towards the fight between the Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow in order to obtain high-level nutrient fluids. However, if in fact the Sharp Blade Squad or the Blood Shadow team took the initiative to retreat and give up fighting for the high-level nutrient solution, then there would be a problem if the Sharp Blade Squad continued to chase after the Blood Shadow team. There was actually an unspoken rule here: when encountering such interests that did not belong to anyone in the wilderness, there were actually two choices. Give up. Retreat yourself. Under such circumstances, the Alliance would protect the martial artists who retreated. Participate in the competition. Bear the consequences. If he participated in the competition because of his greed even though he knew that it was dangerous, then, sorry, the Alliance usually wouldn't interfere too much. Therefore, the Alliance most likely chose to turn a blind eye to Zhou and Jin Jingwu's situation. When Zhou entered the second level of the research base, he was stunned. The second level of the research base was at least 10 times larger than the first level. On this level, there were all huge special glass containers filled with some liquid. The smallest of these glassware was 3 meters tall, and the largest was even 7 to 8 meters tall. However, what shocked Zhou the most was the figure of a ferocious monster in each of the glass containers. These ferocious monsters were not monsters, nor were they humanoid monsters that Zhou had seen in the elite trial. It looked like a combination of humans and monsters. Many ferocious monsters had the bodies of monsters, human faces, human arms, human legs, and so on. At this moment, Zhou was not the only one who entered the research base. There were also dozens of martial artists from the 3 powerful martial arts schools and the military. Among them were more than 10 whose life field energy fluctuations completely surpassed that of Awakening Realm martial artists. Among these dozen figures, some had tall bodies and muscles that were like steel. They were 2 to 5 meters tall. Some had fireballs floating around them, and some had eyes that were as deep as vortexes. Clearly, these dozen people were very likely extraordinary realm experts. However, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the ferocious monsters in the glassware. Damn it, what exactly does the Shadow Alliance want to do? They actually developed such monsters. A martial artist surrounded by 9 high-temperature fireballs said with a livid expression. I thought that the people of the Shadow Alliance were just going to the extreme to break through and that most of them should still be biased towards humans. But from the looks of it, they're completely crazy to actually create such a monster. Another towering martial artist said with a murderous expression. It seems that the 3 martial arts schools and the higher-ups of the various countries are determined to destroy many research bases of the Shadow Alliance this time. They did the right thing. Chapter 63, Shock, a huge mutant creature appears. 3. It's just that I don't know how far the Shadow Alliance's research on these monsters has gone. If it's already very in-depth, then we humans might be in big trouble. Another martial artist with deep vortexes in his eyes said solemnly. The Shadow Alliance actually created such a monster that combines humans and monsters. This has already seriously crossed the bottom line of the Human Alliance. Zhou stared deeply at the ferocious monsters in the glassware, his heart inexplicably heavy. He had a faint premonition that the birth of these monsters would have a very serious impact on the entire human race. The existence of the monsters was already very difficult for humans to deal with. However, who would have thought that the Shadow Alliance formed by some fallen martial artists among the humans would actually research and create such a monster? At this moment, he inexplicably thought of a sentence he had heard in his previous life: Humanity's greatest enemy is humanity themselves. Humans were too complicated. It was not strange for them to create a species that was extremely harmful to humans for their personal benefit. Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the huge glassware. The ferocious monsters sleeping in the glassware suddenly opened their violent eyes. Boom. A hand covered in green scales suddenly pierced through the glassware and grabbed a martial artist. The martial artist was turned into minced meat with a puff. Then, a ferocious monster with the body of a lion-type monster and human face and two strange human hands covered in green scales shattered the huge glassware and jumped out. Right on the heels of that, ferocious monsters with the characteristics of humans and monsters at the same time shattered the walls and broke out. Howl. Roar. Gulp. Waves of terrifying and ferocious roars sounded, almost filling the entire second level of the research base. They rushed towards Zhou and the others. Kill. Dozens of figures suspected to be Extraordinary Realm led Zhou and the other Awakening Realm martial artists to engage in a tragic battle with these awakened monsters and ferocious monsters. These ferocious monsters were unexpectedly powerful. More than 10 Awakening martial artists were torn apart in a short period of time. Even the dozen or so figures suspected to be Extraordinary Realm were injured. Die. Zhou shouted and cut a monster in half with his saber. However, he was also sent flying dozens of meters by a ferocious and huge hand. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. Even if the slap could not kill him, it could still severely injure him. Not good, these ferocious monsters are too strong. Some of them have even reached the Extraordinary Realm. It's very dangerous for me to continue staying here. Zhou looked at the ferocious monsters warily and thought about what to do next. At this moment, the entire research base shook violently, as if it had been hit by a meteorite falling from the sky. A huge hole dozens of meters wide suddenly opened in the entire research base. 4 figures with incomparably powerful auras descended from the huge cave. They were Chen Bazhou, Hou Sihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui. Chen Bazhou and the other 3 looked at the ferocious monsters that had the characteristics of both humans and monsters at the same time with gloomy expressions. It seems that the Shadow Alliance did not go to the extreme. They have betrayed the entire humanity. They deserve to die. Chen Bazhou's gaze was as cold as a blade, and his body emitted an extremely strong killing intent. His figure suddenly moved, and the entire space suddenly shook. Boom, boom, boom. He threw countless punches in an instant. Every punch was incomparably rageful. The unparalleled power of his punches vented and shot out air cannons. All the ferocious monsters were instantly blasted into pieces by the air cannons. Even the entire research base was blasted through. Such strength dazzled Zhou and the others. It was really too powerful. However, just as Chen Bazhou blasted all the ferocious monsters on the second level of the research base into pieces, the entire research base suddenly shook violently. Roar. An incomparably heavy and low roar sounded from the depths of the earth, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened at this moment. At the same time, huge hands several meters thick and dozens of meters long suddenly broke out of the walls of the research base and grabbed everyone in the research base. These huge hands were not differentiated between friend and foe. Be it the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools and the military, or the martial artists and researchers of the research base itself, they were all its targets. Whoever was grabbed by the huge hand would immediately turn into meat paste. Even all kinds of alloy weapons were shattered. On the second level where Zhou and the others were, an Extraordinary Realm expert was accidentally grabbed by a huge hand that suddenly stretched out. He was also forcefully minced into a bloody mess with a scream. It was a tragic sight. Everyone, retreat from the base immediately. The expressions of Chen Bazhou and the others changed drastically. They activated their origin power and roared, informing the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools and the military to immediately retreat from the base. At the same time, they quickly activated their origin power and wrapped around Zhou and a dozen other martial artists before flying out of the research base through the huge hole above. Soon, the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military also withdrew from the research base. However, only about 100 of the hundreds of martial artists who entered survived in the end. There were heavy casualties. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ling Zhan and the others were fine. When Chen Bazhou and the other 4 experts saw that there were only about 100 martial artists left, their expressions were so dark that they could drip water. Damn it, what exactly is the monster hidden in the deepest part of the base? They looked solemnly at the constantly shaking and collapsing shadow base. They actually felt a sense of danger from that unknown monster just now. This meant that this unknown monster had at least reached their level. Rumble. Under everyone's gaze, the huge research base and the small mountain that had been split open began to collapse and sink bit by bit. A large amount of dust soared into the sky. Terrifying pale hands dozens of meters long stretched out of the collapsed base and the flying dust. The pale hands even grabbed people who were screaming in fear. The figures were like worms struggling in the palm of a giant before being crushed into blood mud. This scene was simply a horror movie. Zhou and the other martial artists felt their scalps tingle. Finally, the entire research base completely collapsed into ruins, and the terrifying monster hidden in the dark revealed its true body. However, the impact of this monster's true body on everyone was too great. It was a huge monster nearly 100 meters tall. It stood on the ruins, casting a huge shadow rays. What was even more terrifying was that this monster's body was that of a snake-type monster, but both sides of its body were covered in huge human arms. On its head was also a huge woman's face with disheveled hair. Sukna monster Tnat Tnay Nad never seen before dealt a huge blow to everyone's hearts. Chapter 64, That Person. What? What kind of monster is this? Everyone looked at the huge figure that was like a mountain range and felt a chill run down their spines. This huge monster formed from human characteristics, and the body of a monster was far more impactful than ordinary monsters. It was like a terrifying creature from a nightmare. It made people feel fear, tremble, and despair. *CK, the Shadow Alliance actually created such a terrifying creature. Is this a complete betrayal of humans and standing opposite us? Shermeng's scalp went numb as he cursed. Such a terrifying monster has been created. I hope it's just a special case. Otherwise, we humans will be in big trouble. Li Qingshi said solemnly. My strength is still not enough. Zhou looked at the huge figure that made people feel despair. His only thought was to become stronger and stronger. The current him was too weak in front of such a monster. He was like dust and was insignificant. At this moment, his desire for strength was so strong. He would never allow himself to continue being so powerless. Shriek. Suddenly, the huge mutated creature let out a shrill and ear-piercing scream. Layers of ripples appeared in the air. A terrifying sonic storm swept for miles. Waves surged in the lake. Countless fallen leaves flew, and trees were forcefully shattered. A sandstorm visible to the naked eye swept past many martial artists. Many martial artists immediately spat out blood. Let's get out of here. Zhou's expression changed. He hurriedly led Ling Zhan and the others to retreat a few kilometers away before taking out his binoculars to take a look. The other martial artists did almost the same thing as Zhou and the others. That huge mutated creature was too powerful. The following battle was not something they could participate in at all. It was even dangerous to watch from afar. At this moment, only Chen Bazhou, Hou Sihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui were facing the huge mutated creatures head-on. Chen Bazhou and the other three looked at the mutated creatures solemnly. Suddenly, their pupils constricted. Under their gazes, an arrogant young man in black actually pushed aside the mutated creature's dense forest-like black hair and walked out. He sat cross-legged on the mutated creature's head. The black-robed young man looked at Chen Bazhou and the others teasingly and said, The Battle Axe Martial Arts School Supervisor, Chen Bazhou, the Nature Martial Arts School Supervisor, Hou Sihai, the Spirit Martial Arts School Supervisor, Fu Yan, and General Shui from the military. You guys are really rude. You destroyed this base that I worked so hard to build. Oh yeah, you seem to have not only attacked the base I'm in charge of, but also the other bases in our Shadow Alliance's area. TSK, your actions are really decisive. However, your actions make me very angry. It's actually you, Qin Long. Chen Bazhou stared fixedly at the young man in black and said his name. Ha ha ha, Supervisor Chen's eyes are not bad. You recognized me so quickly. Qin Long smiled coldly. Hou Sihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui's expressions turned solemn. Of course, they knew Qin Long. Qin Long, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance. He was a powerful figure in the Shadow Alliance. Qin Long was a super dangerous person who could be ranked in the top 100 on the wanted list of the Human Alliance. Even some king-tier experts among the fallen martial artists were not ranked as high as Qin Long. It's actually one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance, Qin Long. This is a very dangerous person. Zhou and the others also saw Qin Long through the binoculars. Someone recognized Qin Long's identity and shocked many people. Zhou thought of the silver fox Subai he had seen before. Silver Fox Subai was one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance like the Poison Dragon, Qin Long. These 2 people were equally famous. If Poison Dragon Qin Long was so terrifying, then Silver Fox Subai was probably the same. At this moment, Zhou could not help but secretly rejoice that Subai had no ill intentions towards him at that point in time. Otherwise, he would have died countless times. Qin Long, what exactly does your Shadow Alliance want to do? You actually created such a monster. Don't you know that once this monster goes out of control, it might be even more terrifying than the current monsters and endanger the entire human race? Could it be that your Shadow Alliance really wants to stand against humans? Chen Bazhou scolded angrily. An astonishing aura rose from his entire body, as if a primordial wild beast was gradually waking up. The air around him showed signs of distortion. Hee, stand against humans? Can your 3 martial arts schools and the military of the various countries represent the entire human race? Qin Long sneered and said coldly, Chen Bazhou, you probably know some inside information since you can be supervisors. On the surface, the human alliance seems to be becoming stronger and stronger. It seems to be able to suppress the monsters and even counterattack. But is that really the case? I admit that the 3 strongest experts, Dragon, Sol the Sun God, and Chang'e Saha, are indeed incomparably powerful. Especially Dragon. He's so powerful that it makes people despair. However, even they can't suppress everything. Back then, if not for that person. I'm afraid everything will be different now. When Chen Bazhou and the other 3 heard Qin Long's words, their expressions changed slightly. Indeed, if not for the shocking change that swept through the world back then, the situation of the human alliance would not be like this if not for that person bathing the world in blood and killing all the ambitious people in fear. Since you know how terrifying that person is, aren't you afraid that he'll attack your Shadow Alliance's headquarters again and make your chief kneel on the ground and bark like a dog? Chen Bazhou sneered. Qin Long's expression froze, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He stared at Chen Bazhou faintly and said coldly, putting aside the possibility that that person is still alive, so what if he's still alive? Times are improving, and our Shadow Alliance has also been improving. This era is no longer his era. Chen Bazhou, Ho Sihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui, I'll give you a chance now, join our Shadow Alliance. I'm not afraid to reveal some information to you. A new era is coming, and our Shadow Alliance will definitely be one of the rulers of the new era. It's not too late for you to join us now. Qin Long's words made Chen Bazhou and the other 3's hearts sink. However, they responded to Qin Long's invitation with attacks. Qin Long, you're not qualified to recruit me, Chen Bazhou. Chen Bazhou roared angrily, and his hair stood on end. His body instantly expanded to 3 meters tall. His steel-like muscles trembled violently, causing the surrounding void to show signs of instability. Boom. A layer of blue flames suddenly appeared on his body. An incomparably heavy and domineering aura spread from his body, causing the ground within a few kilometers to tremble. Swoosh. Chen Bazhou suddenly turned into a blue meteor that tore through the night sky. He had the aura of 1,000 troops as he directly collided with the large mutated creature that looked like a towering mountain. Qin Long's expression turned cold when he saw Chen Bazhou charging over. He immediately asked his mutated creatures to kill him. Shriek. The towering mutated creatures that were like mountains let out a sharp cry. White arms dozens of meters long blasted towards Chen Bazhou. The speed of each arm broke through the sound barrier, bringing with it layers of white sound waves. From afar, it looked like a 1,000-handed godfiend undergoing world destruction. The scene was very spectacular. Chen Bazhou, who was only 3 meters tall, was too insignificant compared to the mutated creatures that looked like towering mountains. However, Chen Bazhou's aura was not inferior to a huge mutated creature at all. Boom. With an earth-shattering tremor, Chen Bazhou and the mutated creatures retreated at the same time. The ground within a radius of 500 meters under the mutated creature exploded with a bang, turning into a huge sinkhole. Ho Sihai's figure had appeared above the mutated creature's head. A light of ice and snow suddenly bloomed from his body and instantly enveloped the sky within a mile. In the next moment, hundreds or thousands of white ice spears that gave off an incomparably cold and dead aura were instantly formed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Amidst layers of terrifying screams, countless huge ice spears shot out like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. They connected and enveloped the mutated creatures. Every ice spear let out a terrifying scream that broke the sound barrier, leaving no doubt that the terrifying kinetic energy contained in it was enough to pierce through mountains. There was no way for the mutated creatures to dodge such a terrifying attack. In less than half a blink of an eye, thousands of huge ice spears stabbed at its body. The skin on its body, which was as tough as diamond and could not even be pierced through by machine guns, instantly turned into a sieve. Blood holes were directly pierced through it. It could not help but retreat repeatedly under affliction and furious roars. General Shui also attacked the mutated creatures. His entire body seemed to have fused with the dark red military saber, turning into a dark red lightning that streaked across the surface of the mutated creatures again and again. It left a bone-deep blood mark and caused a large rain of blood each time. Fu Yan's attack was the most special. She stared at the mutated creatures from afar. Every once in a while, her eyes would emit a milky white strong light. Every time her eyes emitted a strong light, the mutated creatures screamed in pain, as if they were under an invisible attack. However, the mutated creature was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It could still counterattack continuously even under the joint attack of Chen Bazhou and the other three experts. The pale hands that were dozens of meters long, the waterfall-like black hair, the mouth full of fangs, and the terrifying self-healing ability were all part of its powerful weapons. The commotion in this battle was shocking. Every attack from any one of them could shatter a skyscraper. They fought as they moved, completely shattering the earth within a radius of several kilometers and turning it into ruins. Many monsters living in this area were swept into the aftershock of the battle and turned into corpses. Zhou and the other martial artists had already retreated repeatedly. Is this the battle of experts above the extraordinary realm? It's simply a moving natural disaster. Zhou and the others were inexplicably shocked. Only by experiencing a battle of this level could he truly feel how terrifying it was. Chapter 65, Crazy Improvement. The 42nd level of the basic breathing technique. Boom. A fierce battle that lasted for 6 hours ended. The mutated creatures that looked like towering mountains finally collapsed under the joint attack of Chen Bazhou and the other experts. The huge corpse suppressed the forest. However, Chen Bazhou and the other three did not look happy at all when they saw the huge mutated creature fall. On the one hand, Qin Long escaped. On the other hand, the birth of this huge mutated creature made them vaguely feel a terrifying undercurrent. Once this undercurrent erupted, it might overturn the current situation of humanity. The three of you, we have to report the situation here to the higher-ups as soon as possible and bring back the corpse of this mutated creature. Chen Bazhou said. That's how it should be. Ho Sihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui nodded. The discovery here today was too serious. He had to report it to his superiors as soon as possible. The quests are over. Return to the base. Soon, Zhou and the others received instructions to end the quest. Is the quest finally over? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the quest had ended. This quest was really too dangerous. There were more than 300 people when they arrived, but only about 100 survived. 2/3 of them died. Moreover, if not for Chen Bazhou and the other experts dealing with the terrifying mutated creatures, the casualties would be even more serious. Immediately find traces of Jin Jingwu. I want to see him either dead or alive. As soon as the quest ended, Zhou asked Ling Zhan and the others to search for traces of Jin Jingwu. They first rushed into the ruins of the research base and searched. Then, he searched the shattered battlefield again. However, they could not find Jin Jingwu's corpse. Boss Chu, could it be that Jin Jingwu is already dead and his corpse was destroyed by the monsters in the base or the huge mutated creature? Shi Meng said. That's possible. But I'll treat it as if he's still alive as long as I don't see his corpse. Zhou said calmly. Actually, he no longer took Jin Jingwu seriously. They had huge gains this time. Other than the box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions he had thrown to Ling Zhan in the base, Ling Zhan and the others had also found a box of intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions. In addition, they had also obtained dozens of core materials of high-level beast soldiers who had been killed by the aftershock of the battle on the battlefield. These gains, coupled with the gains from the 0504th County, were enough to raise Zhou's strength to an extremely shocking level after allocating them to cultivation resources that increased his attribute points. Zhou was even confident that he could raise his strength to the extraordinary realm. At that time, Jin Jingwu would be courting death if he came looking for him again. Zhou and the others quickly returned to the supply base. The martial artists in the supply base who did not participate in the secret quest immediately caused a huge commotion when they found out about the mission carried out by Zhou and the others. They were in an uproar, especially when they saw Chen Bazhou and the other 4 experts flying back with the corpses of the mutated creatures. You must come to the Spirit Martial Arts School in Guangdong Base City to look for me in the future. Situdai bade farewell to Zhou and the other 3 reluctantly before being brought away by Fu Yan. She kept looking back at Zhou and the others while leaving. Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi also waved goodbye to Situdai with slightly melancholy expressions. Even though he had only interacted with Situdai, this timid girl, for less than a day. However, in just a short period of time, this girl left a good impression on them. Some people could become bosom friends in less than a day. Some people were still as unfamiliar as before even though they met every day, every month, and every year. This was the subtlety of the relationship between people. Zhou and the others only retracted their gazes after Situdai's figure completely disappeared. After the gains this time are converted into cultivation resources, it would be enough for us to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, I plan to continue staying in the supply base and cultivate for a while. What about you? Zhou smiled at Ling Zhan and the other 2. I'm alone and only have 1 sword. As long as I can practice the sword, it doesn't matter where I am. I'll stay here too. Ling Zhan said expressionlessly. Zhou glanced sideways and stared deeply at Ling Zhan. He felt a bone-deep loneliness from Ling Zhan. This was the first time he had heard Ling Zhan talk about his background. Alone. Could it be that Ling Zhan was an orphan? Zhou thought to himself. I'll stay here too. We can go out to hunt monsters at any time. I'll also use the monsters to sharpen my assassination skills. Li Qingshi also smiled. All of you are staying here. Of course I have to stay too. Don't even think about secretly working hard and shaking me off. Shi Meng said mischievously. Alright, we'll continue to stay in the supply base and improve ourselves. Zhou was a little touched. Actually, he knew that if not for the fact that he wanted to stay here, Ling Zhan and the other 2 might have chosen to return to Jiang City to rest. Humans were not machines after all. Most people would choose to return to the city to rest for a period of time after hunting monsters. Then, Li Qingshi brought all the monster materials she had obtained to the staff of the base to deal with them. Zhou brought a box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions and a box of intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions into his room in the base to cultivate in seclusion. In 5 days, 50 high-level and 50 intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions were injected into his body. At this moment, he stared at his attribute board. Name, Zhou, Advanced Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy. Attribute points, 2,375. Basic Breathing Technique, A rank level 17, Colored Vortex Form, upgradable. Phantom, B rank level 2, Proficient, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, C rank 1st level, Triangular Armor. Formation, upgradable. World Destruction, SS rank Beginner, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. Curved Hand Blade, D rank level 5, Intent Realm, upgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D rank level 4, Perfection Realm, upgradable. Zhou smiled when he saw a total of 2,375 attribute points. This was the first time he had so many attribute points. It seems that the efficiency of the genetic nutrient solution is indeed faster than eating monster meat. Eating monster meat is limited by my body's digestive ability. I can eat at most 3 meals a day. But the limitation of the genetic nutrient solution is much smaller. I can inject 10 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and 10 intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions a day. Zhou muttered to himself and looked at the World Destruction, SS Rank Introduction, Upgradable, column. In the past 5 days, other than constantly injecting high-level genetic nutrient solutions, he had been constantly cultivating and comprehending the World Destruction Saber technique. The scene of Chen Bazhou and the others fighting the huge mutated creature touched him greatly. In particular, the scene of General Shui using his military saber to fight the mutated creatures was the most enlightening to him. In the past 5 days, he kept recalling the scene when General Shui attacked. At the same time, he comprehended the World Destruction Saber technique. He had finally mastered the World Destruction Saber technique. To Chu Zhou, be it breathing, combat techniques, movement techniques, body tempering techniques, meditation techniques. The rest would be easy as long as he got started. He would just leave everything to his talent. The breathing technique is the core of everything. I'll upgrade the breathing technique first. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He asked his attribute board to raise the breathing technique to the limit. Swoosh. The attribute board immediately turned into a high-frequency blinking phantom. Countless information words appeared and updated at high speed in the phantom information board. At this moment, Chu Zhou instinctively entered a cultivation state and cultivated the breathing technique under the effect of his attribute board. The circulation route of the basic breathing technique in his body became more and more complicated, as if it was constantly fissioning. Countless rays of light gathered around Chu Zhou's body. Energy light spots of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements appeared in the void and gathered in his body. However, this time, these light and energy light spots did not gather into a colorful vortex above his head. Tintandet arnd hic hnDWNT high. Suddenly, twisted black lines appeared on the surface of his body, like miniature abysses that devoured everything. All the light and energy light spots were devoured by twisted black lines. A tide-like sound sounded in the void. Rolling cosmic energy surged out of the void and was devoured by abyss-like black lines. The light in the room he was in darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the entire room turned gray. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt countless cosmic energy surging into his body, tempering his body, organs, cells, genes, and so on. At this moment, he could clearly feel his life field energy increasing and increasing. This transformation only slowly stopped after 3 hours. The room also regained its light. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath, creating a gust. He felt that he had become more than 10 times stronger. It was as if it had endless vitality. An explosive power filled his entire body. At this moment, he felt that his punch could directly blow up a skyscraper. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy. Attribute points, 125. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Tier 42nd level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. The basic breathing technique has been upgraded to the 40th level. It's comparable to the S-Tier breathing technique. Most importantly, the life field energy has increased by 370. Your total has reached 402. The lower limit of a beginner extraordinary tier is 100. Intermediate tier extraordinary tier is 200, and advanced tier extraordinary tier is. In that case, my current life field energy has already surpassed many high-level extraordinary tier people. Even though I have yet to unlock the second level of the genetic lock and advance to the extraordinary realm. But beginner and intermediate extraordinary realm martial artists probably wouldn't stand a chance against my punch. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. He did not expect his improvement to be so great this time. A figure wrapped in blood light suddenly rushed out of a cave dozens of kilometers away from the ruins of the Shadow Research Base. Ha ha ha, extraordinary realm. I've finally advanced to the extraordinary realm. Chu Zhou, you probably didn't expect that not only did I not die, I even advanced to the extraordinary realm. This time, I want to challenge you to a life and death battle. Then, I'll torture you to death. Jin Jingwu's expression was savage as he retorted. He turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed towards the supply base at full speed.